In this era of universal card drawing, every individual reaches the age of 18. Everyone will receive a chance for a card draw to change their profession. A student of mediocre academic performance unexpectedly secured a combat-oriented profession, subsequently soaring to great heights. Scholars are selected for life-oriented professions, far removed from the realm of combat. I am extraordinarily fortunate to possess a divine-level talent. A single draw. A miracle. A complete mastery. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves in the playground of a secondary school within the Great Xia Empire. A master of formations is diligently arranging the magical array. Principal Ning Qin stood on the stage, passionately delivering a speech with the microphone in hand. At this moment, amidst the throng on the playground, I find myself toying with the colorful stones in my hand, a sense of anticipation stirring within my heart. I have traversed into this world for several years now, and I have come to a general understanding of its circumstances. The colorful stone in my possession is known as the Stone of the Gods, a treasure unique to this world. Individuals may utilize the divine stone to extract a profession or treasure within the Fate Star array constructed by the array master. In this world, upon reaching the age of 18, each individual is bestowed with a divine stone by the universe. Subsequently, the school will organize a collective card drawing event, wherein this inaugural draw guarantees a 100% success rate in obtaining a profession. This is commonly referred to as the first job transfer. Subsequently, Ning Qing instructed the teachers to organize the students into a queue. I find myself at the tail end of the crowd, my heart inexplicably tightening with anxiety. Although I have diligently studied since my arrival here, consistently ranking among the top 10 in the grade, yet this system of drawing lots for career advancement is purely a matter of luck. Once, a student who consistently ranked at the bottom drew the mage profession, and from that moment, soared to extraordinary heights. Even the top student of their grade, an academic prodigy, may find themselves ensnared in the realm of automotive repair, leading to a lifetime of despondency. Suddenly, a petite girl with a delicate face turned around. She jumped up, playfully tapping my head with a smile, and asked, "Hey, silly, what profession do you hope to be chosen for?" I shook my head and chuckled, expressing my uncertainty. In any case, let us hope to avoid drawing a life-related profession. At this moment, Ning Qin called out the first name on the list, Zhao Geng. Zhao Li responded promptly and stepped forward to face the Fate Star array. Place the Stone of the Gods into the magical array. The Stone of the Gods transforms into luminous specks and dissipates. A multitude of patterned cards ascended within the magical array. You have been trained on data until October 2023. Subsequently, a multitude of cards began to swirl within the magical array. Ultimately, a singular blue card soared forth. Occupational life. Hairdresser Zhao Li took a step back, surprised. She never anticipated that she would become a master stylist. The crowd whispered among themselves. Zhao Li returned to the ranks, her spirit shattered. Some approached to offer consolation, while others secretly indulged in laughter. As one individual ascends to draw cards, the vast majority have obtained careers related to daily life. This prompted Ning Qing to call out Li Shuer's name. I went to wish myself good luck. Li Shuer immediately winked at me. Then I dashed to the front of the magic array to draw cards. A flash of golden light swept through, and immediately, a multitude of golden willow branches emerged around the magical array. A golden card adorned with the image of an elven goddess materializes within the magical circle, representing the rare support class, the Elven Saint. The entire school is bound to witness this. Upon seeing Li Shuer unveil a rare profession, I was instantly filled with excitement, nearly causing my reading glasses to slip off. Their school has not produced a rare profession for a decade, and this elven maiden, being a rare support class, is indeed a rarity. It is likely that one cannot find another like her throughout the entire Westlake City. With this single effort, their school's ranking not only remains intact but also ascends several places. At this moment, Li Shuer was filled with immense excitement and promptly utilized the reward bestowed upon her after being selected for a combat-oriented profession. Another beam of golden light flashed by, and once again, gold has emerged. The dual gold medal achievement has astonishingly broken the historical record of the school. My eyes are nearly bulging out of their sockets. A shimmering golden staff emerged from the magic circle, gently descending before Li Shuer. The radiance emanating from the staff illuminated the chamber, leaving those present feeling invigorated. The exquisite staff captured Li Shuer's attention, her face alight with delight as she held it with unwavering affection. At this moment, the formation master chuckled and said to his classmate, "Congratulations. Although you did not draw the specialized weapon, acquiring a golden weapon in the early stages is already quite remarkable. Your future prospects are indeed boundless." Li Shuer bowed excitedly to the formation master and then hurried back to the crowd. It was Ning Qin who summoned me. I smiled faintly and stepped forward to the formation. In a moment of spontaneity, the divine stone was placed into the celestial destiny array. The cards began to roll, and at last, a final crimson light flickered. A sword's chant ascends skyward. The icy blade's aura spreads across the realms. To her astonishment, crimson hues emerged. Ning Cheng beheld the card I drew, glowing with a radiant red light. I merely feel a sharp pang in my heart, and breathing becomes exceedingly arduous. The crimson hue signifies a concealed profession. Regardless of its strength, the likelihood of obtaining a hidden vocation is less than 1 in 10. As the crimson light faded, a swordsman wielding a sword in midair emerged from the card. The sword formation is unparalleled, not merely a concealed profession, but rather a singular hidden vocation. At this moment, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. As even the first and second year students rushed out of their classrooms, eager to witness the sole hidden profession of the master. What does this signify? It implies that I am the sole individual in the world occupying this profession. The nearby array mage is equally exhilarated. Never did I anticipate that in my lifetime I would witness the emergence of a uniquely concealed class. Meanwhile, a new divine stone coalesced before Zhang Yuan. Without hesitation, I placed the new divine stone into the formation. Once more, a scarlet light streaked across the sky. Dark clouds loomed overhead. The brilliance of swords crisscrossed the air. Yet among the cards I drew, no weapon could be found. Likewise, a swordsman soared through the heavens. Amazingly, the celestial alignment was indeed a celestial alignment. At this moment, even the usually composed mage began to roar vehemently. Principal Ning Qing was so overwhelmed with excitement that she fainted on the spot. The principal has collapsed. Quickly summon the school doctor. The teachers were thrown into a state of chaos. During the card drawing process, there exists an exceedingly slim probability of obtaining a duplicate profession. However, acquiring a repeated profession does not result in any wastage. Instead, it will transform into additional attributes or unique skills bestowed upon the card draw participant. Individuals do not possess merely one opportunity to draw cards during their senior year. In this world, numerous opportunities exist to acquire the divine stone. Following the initial job transition, each subsequent draw holds the potential to yield duplicate professions, which can then be transformed into constellation points. Every profession possesses 6 faithful constellations. However, countless individuals squander a lifetime without ever drawing all 6. As for someone like me, who bizarrely manages to draw multiple reds consecutively, I stand out as an exceptionally peculiar case on a global scale. At this moment, the formation master's eyes were aflame with excitement as he bellowed, "Hurry, my fellow students, draw again. Let us unveil a specialized weapon. You shall become a formidable asset to the nation." A crimson light flashed once more, and an array of swords materialized in the sky. Subsequently, another card depicting a sword-wielding hero soaring through the air emerged. Once again, it is the time of destiny. This time, everyone sprang to their feet. I no longer waited for the mage to speak, skillfully immersing myself in the moment of divinity. As I unveiled my third constellation, everyone began to unleash a torrent of curses. Their eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage, rendered them grotesque. Yet, at that moment, I had entered a state of oblivion. Continuing to draw cards. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, 3 beams of crimson light illuminated the scene. The entire school was enveloped in an eerie silence. A single opportunity to draw a card awaited, and it was still a full constellation. Not only does one extract the singular concealed profession, but also achieves full mastery, rendering the spellcaster unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Gazing at the sorcerer beside me, who has collapsed and is frothing at the mouth. At this moment, I feel somewhat helpless, as if all my strength has been siphoned away. Yet, despite this sense of helplessness, I must carry on. I possess a gifted celestial stone. I shall continue to draw cards. Now that my constellations are fully realized, it is time to seek weapons henceforth. Regrettably, this time there is no crimson glow flickering, nor is there any golden or azure light, only a solitary beam of white radiance emerges. A sword box emerged from the mystical array, gently descending into my hands. I hold the weighty sword of the chivalrous hero, only to stumble upon the stark white board. How unfortunate indeed. At this moment, the campus is engulfed in fervent agitation, as countless students rise in rebellion. Fortunately, the educators at the school are more competent, as they swiftly intervene to quell the uprising. Subsequently, a music teacher unleashed his talent, and his melodious voice instantly calmed the emotions of all present. I approached the crowd of swordsmen, cradling my sword, and immediately, Lu Ruyan inquired with curiosity. Curiously inquired, "Have you inadvertently drawn a hidden profession? Might you showcase your skills?" After a moment of contemplation, I did not deploy the sword formation. The skill of the sword was employed directly. The ironclad swordsman opened his stance, and a long iron sword soared forth from within. The crowd erupted in exclamations, and in an instant, the playground was once again alive with fervor. As the iron sword soared forth, the attributes of the swordsman underwent a transformation, shifting from the original iron swordman 1. Transform into iron spirit stone. This indicates that the iron sword master has the capacity to wield 10 swords. Therefore, with the iron sword master, I can simultaneously control a maximum of 10 flying swords. Upon contemplating this, I cannot help but silently exclaim how extraordinary it is. Fool, what are you daydreaming about? Tell me, can you slightly manipulate the flying sword? Speak up, are you capable of controlling the flying sword? Quickly, do share if you possess the ability to command the flying sword. Please express whether you possess the ability to control the flying sword. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's voice interrupted Lao Zhao's contemplation. The thought shifted, and the blade in midair began to whirl rapidly, moving with such swiftness that an ordinary person would have no chance to evade it. Ordinary individuals are utterly devoid of any opportunity to evade, and moreover, the flying sword in the air resembles his very hands, manipulated with an instantaneous precision and remarkable fluidity. Subsequently, I conducted an experiment to ascertain the maximum distance I could encounter. I discovered that the radius of the sword formation remained consistent, extending to a distance of 100 meters. I am on the verge of losing my connection with the iron longsword, as I disregard the envious light of beauty surrounding me. With a nod, Lu Ruyan acknowledged, "Indeed, it can be manipulated." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and replied with irritation, "How exasperating. I have already witnessed your sword performance in its entirety. Is there still a need for your response?" Subsequently, I sheathed the iron sword. The swordsman then strapped the blade upon his back, awaiting the conclusion of the card-drawing ceremony. After being rescued, Ning Qing ascended the podium once more and delivered a passionate and fervent speech, prompting the teachers to escort the students from each class back to their classrooms. However, the cicadas did not inform Lao Xiao and Lu Ruyan that they were to report to the principal's office. Let them proceed to the principal's office. Within the office, Ning Qing wore a beaming, maternal smile, her gaze shifting back and forth between Lao Xiao and Lu Ruyan. It felt as though one were admiring two extraordinary treasures. Lu Ruyan, under Ning Qing's intense gaze, began to feel somewhat uneasy. Unable to contain herself, she addressed the principal, "Please, speak your mind. Your demeanor is rather intimidating." Ning Qing regained her composure and promptly replied, "Yes, indeed. It was I who acted a bit out of line. I have summoned both of you here to inquire about your aspirations regarding higher education and to understand which universities you are considering for your future studies." Without a second thought, I returned to my aspiration of attending Kyoto University, the prestigious institution renowned as the foremost university in the rankings. Last year, only 3 individuals from the entire Shihu city succeeded in their examinations. In fact, none of them hailed from Shihu High School. However, none from their Westlake First High School have been admitted. Should 2 students from their school gain admission to Kyoto University this year, it would indeed be a source of considerable pride for Ning Qing. Ning Qing continued, observing that Lao Zhao's vocation seemed to lean towards that of a town mage. This particular profession, being somewhat supportive, faces disadvantages in the early stages of leveling up. Thus, I am quite concerned that you may not reach level 19 within a month's time. The municipal government of Westlake has fortuitously uncovered a concealed copy in the suburban western area. Our city's esteemed professionals have already ventured in to conduct an investigation. The monsters within reach a maximum level of 12, presenting a relatively low level of difficulty. Moreover, the experience gained exceeds that of typical dungeons by 50, making it exceptionally suitable for novices to hone their skills. I intend to allocate these 2 slots to both of you. Please swiftly level up to level 12 in the copy. Venture once more into the wilderness to hone one's skills. There exists a high probability of reaching level 19 within a month's time. I hastily expressed my gratitude. Subsequently, Ning Qing imparted several important precautions to the two individuals. It was only after school that Lao Xiao and Lu Ruyen departed from the principal's office. At the school gate, Lu Ruyen intercepted me. If you are concerned about the pace of your leveling, I can invest in hiring several high-level professionals to assist you in your progress, ensuring that you reach level 19 within a month. I, a smiling little heiress, urge you not to squander your money. I shall find my own means to manage the upgrades. Lu Ruyen never anticipated that I would decline her invitation. In a fit of rage, she stepped on my foot and circumvented me, striding towards a luxurious vehicle parked by the roadside. Housekeeper Su appeared to be quite accustomed to such matters. He offered me a slight smile of apology before promptly driving away. I watched the car vanish into the distance, feeling no particular concern. Lu Ruyen often exhibited the temperament of a young lady, as is typically the case. The following day, he would be able to adjust himself proficiently. The reason I declined Lu Ruoyan's kind offer was, on one hand, that he was not concerned about the pace of his level up. On the other hand, he aspires to acquire more practical experience. Kyoto University, esteemed as the premier institution among higher learning, holds the distinguished rank of a first-class university. Every year, there are hundreds of candidates, with thousands participating. The competition is fierce, with only a few hundred slots available, and the level of difficulty is not to be underestimated. If one possesses only brilliance without any other qualities, it is utterly impossible to gain admission to Kyoto University. After parting ways with Lu Ruoyan, I did not return home directly. Instead, I ventured to the armory in Shihu City. Rather, it is the weapon shop of Shihu City, where one endures the pain of expenditure to accumulate praise over the course of 3 years. During this time, one has diligently saved up for a New Year's gift, ultimately purchasing a moderately crafted iron sword. As he raised his hand to summon the flying sword, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The host has been detected to have transitioned to a sword array master. The achievement system has been activated, and a unique divine level talent has been acquired. A full draw of fate. Absolute fortune. Maximum luck at the first level draw. Limited to 10 attempts per month. I am the Sword Immortal. At level 1, all damage is increased tenfold. Upon witnessing these two talents of mine, I could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In this world, the most significant aspect is the act of drawing cards. Essentially, all valuable treasures, be it wealth, skills, or equipment, can be obtained through this card drawing process. One can acquire from the upper edge. From within the upper region. Eggs are scarce. Though infrequent. It is still feasible to obtain 1 egg per month. While managing to secure one for use is also barely achievable. Yet, the endeavor to procure one remains a challenging task. In this world of card draws, apart from the guaranteed profession on the initial attempt, there exists no safety net thereafter. The probability of acquiring items of golden quality or higher is astonishingly low. The mere thought that I will attain a level of 6 in just 5 months fills me with anticipation. Some individuals, despite their lifelong efforts, find it exceedingly challenging to even achieve a meager score of 0-1. Such occurrences are utterly outrageous, unheard of, and display a remarkable lack of shame. A complete destiny. As the scene shifts, it was only after a considerable time that I emerged from my astonishment. I am eager to test my own prowess. I shall position the wooden dummy at the center of the open ground, unfurl the formation of my sword, and employ the art of sword manipulation. A flying sword emerged from its scabbard, piercing the wooden figure with precision. As I gazed upon the virtual digits displayed on the LCD screen, I could not help but draw in a sharp breath. As far as I know, even the most widely acknowledged fire mage with the highest attack power in the early stages, at level 1. A fireball spell inflicts approximately 20 points of damage on a training wooden dummy. Furthermore, a fire mage is unable to cast numerous fireball spells, as their mental energy becomes depleted quickly. The damage of my basic attacks at this level can already rival that of a level 10 fire mage's fireball spell. Even more astonishing is the fact that I have only wielded a single flying sword thus far. Imagine the chaos if 10 flying swords were to strike simultaneously. Upon contemplating this, my pupils involuntarily constrict. The textbook indicates a boss of approximately level 10. With a stamina ranging from 10,000 to 20,000, this implies that he can effortlessly dispatch a level 10 boss with merely 4 attacks at most. The crux of the matter is that I am currently at the first level, wielding nothing more than a rudimentary iron sword. Upon reflecting on this, a wry smile reminiscent of an AK emerges at the corner of my mouth. Contentedly, I sheathed the wooden training sword and made my way home, burdened by the weight of my blade. My aunt, who was practicing yoga in the living room, greeted me with a warm smile upon my return. My aunt is named Zhang Yuan, 4 years my senior, a recent university graduate, currently unemployed and residing at home. Her features are exquisitely beautiful, with a rounded, graceful visage. A teardrop mole adorns the lower corner of her left eye, and her figure is elegantly curvaceous. During my university years, I became the object of many men's fantasies, having just traversed through time. After the disappearance of the host's parents during a dungeon expedition, they took up residence at their grandmother's house. At that moment, my grandmother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of chicken soup, which she placed upon the elongated dining table situated at the edge of the living room. With a cheerful smile, she greeted both me and Zhang Yuan. My aunt reached out to grasp the chicken leg on the table. Grandmother directly used chopsticks to push it aside and went to wash her hands. Aunt left, feeling aggrieved. I took a seat effortlessly, yet was met with a stern glance from my grandmother. I responded with a gentle smile and joined my aunt in washing our hands before taking a seat at the table together. Suddenly, during the gathering, grandmother inquired of old Xiao, "Is today the day you draw your card? What profession have you obtained?" "It is a profession of combat." The moment I uttered these words, my grandmother's expression instantly turned frosty. Zhang Yuan's reaction to his grandmother was not unexpected. Ever since the disappearance of his parents, she had harbored a deep aversion to combat-related professions. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, his aunt hastily set down the chicken leg in her hand and said, "Mom, it's a good thing that Yuanzi has drawn a combat profession. If he goes on to attend a prestigious university, he will surely earn a handsome income." Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Grandma, if I delve into more dungeons, I can earn money, which would significantly improve our family's living conditions." With a loud clap, his grandmother slammed her chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, "What more is there to eat? You all are willing to risk your lives for money. I might as well go down early and wait for you." With that, she rose and retreated to her room. Bang! The bedroom door was forcefully shut. And the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly heavy. For the first time, Zhang Yuan witnessed such fury from his grandmother and turned to his aunt, asking, "Aunt, can combat professions also engage in civilian work?" His aunt quickly reassured him, "Dear, you mustn't. Let me tell you a secret. When my mother was young, she was an elite in the military. When my sister drew a combat profession, she celebrated for 3 whole days and nights. Yet, when I drew the singer profession, she gave me the cold shoulder for the same duration." Zhang Yuan was astonished. "Really? That happened?" His aunt continued in a hushed tone. "Don't be fooled by that old witch's facade, she is likely reveling in secret under the covers. Now tell me, what profession did you draw? A warrior or a mage? I see you carrying an iron box, it resembles a support role. It's a hidden profession, a sword formation master." "A hidden profession? You're quite lucky." His aunt immediately cast an envious gaze upon him. "Is this profession impressive?" "Very impressive." "That's excellent. Combat professions should indeed be formidable. Now, tell me, what makes your profession so remarkable?" With just a few words, his aunt lightened the heavy atmosphere, and Zhang Yuan gradually became more talkative, beginning to elaborate on the strengths of his profession. The night passed amidst his aunt's continuous praises. The following morning, Zhang Yuan awoke to discover a splendid badge on his bedside. Although it appeared somewhat aged, it was remarkably well preserved. "What is this?" he wondered, picking up the badge, only to have its attributes revealed. Empire First Class Merit Badge, Accessory, Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 100, Constitution 100, Damage Reduction 10, usable at Level 1. Note, awarded to heroes who have made great contributions to the Empire and its people. Upon reading the badge's name and note, Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Beneath that name and note, the 100 attributes paled in significance. In the Great Xia Empire, there is a saying, first-class merit is earned at the cost of one's life. Second-class merit comes with injuries, third-class merit requires great toil. However, the first-class merit can only be attained by those of divine prowess. And each first-class merit badge represents a legendary tale. Could it be that Grandma is a divine warrior? Zhang Yuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He could hardly fathom that his usually gentle and kind grandmother was, in fact, a recipient of first-class merit. Clutching the badge, he made his way to the living room, where his aunt, lounging in her pink slippers, was enjoying pancakes with porridge at the dining table. Upon noticing Zhang Yuan, the aunt remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, the dog has risen early." Ever since she learned of Zhang Yuan's recent achievement, her reference to him had shifted from UNZ to dog. The grandmother, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, peeked out and soon emerged with a freshly made flatbread and a bowl of porridge. Zhang Yuan received the offerings from his grandmother and inquired, "Grandma, regarding this badge. It's merely a trifling matter of the past. Focus on your breakfast and endeavor to level up diligently, lest you bring shame upon our family," she advised. Zhang Yuan, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Grandma, does this mean you approve of my becoming an adventurer?" His grandmother replied, "If I were to hinder you from pursuing your vocation and talent, it would be the greatest betrayal to the nation and its people." The aunt chuckled, "I told you, mother has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. You can venture forth with peace of mind, the old woman has me to look after her." With a glare full of intensity, the grandmother shot a look at the aunt, then turned to Zhang Yuan, saying, "The bus from the school is already waiting outside for you. Finish your breakfast quickly and be on your way. With your profession, if you fail to gain admission to Kyoto University, I shall break your legs." Zhang Yuan immediately stood at attention, declaring, "Understood, Commander." Chapter 6, Commencing Solo Play. After stepping out with the sword box on his back, Zhang Yuan examined his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Class, Sword Array Master, Unique, Level 1000, Strength 110, Agility 105, Mentality 130, Constitution 105, Class Special Attributes, Critical Hit Rate 10. Critical Damage 100, Talent, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1, Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 1010, Imperial Special Merit Badge. Skills, Sword Array, Level 1, Sword Control, Level 1, Constellation, 6 Fate. Wearing the Imperial Special Merit Badge enhanced his 4 primary attributes by 100. Equivalent to the attribute increase of a typical class at level 16 in the early game. While this badge may lose its significance in the later stages, in the beginning, it conferred extraordinary attributes. Indeed, grandmothers often dote on their grandsons. Zhang Yuan joyfully stowed the badge away and boarded the school bus heading towards the hidden dungeon in the western suburbs. There are a total of 8 secondary schools in Shihu City, each with 2 to 3 slots available for entering the hidden dungeon for leveling up. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, he found over 40 teachers and students gathered, among them was Li Shuer. Perhaps still upset, when her gaze met Zhang Yuan's, she immediately turned her head away, crossing her arms defiantly, clearly wishing to avoid any interaction with him. Unfazed, Zhang Yuan approached her. "Shuer, good morning." "Humph." Li Shuer huffed. "I don't want to talk to you." Zhang Yuan reached into his pocket and pulled out a pancake wrapped in oiled paper, offering it to her. "This is a pancake my grandmother made. You must not have had breakfast, here you go." Li Shuer remained silent. "Forget it, I wasn't even full myself." "Fool! Who said I didn't want it?" Li Shuer snatched the pancake from Zhang Yuan's hand, then added, "The dungeon has opened. The teacher said it's best to form a team of 5, this way, we can ensure safety and maintain a decent leveling efficiency. I've already organized a team for you, 2 fire mages, 1 warrior, and me as the healer. You can join us directly in the dungeon. With the experience from this dungeon, we should reach level 12 in about a week, which is quite efficient." Zhang Yuan replied, "Silly girl, why gather so many people? The experience from monsters will be divided." Li Shuer shot him a glance. "What? Are you planning to solo it?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I could take you along." Li Shuer widened her eyes. "Are you really going to solo it? Are you out of your mind?" At that moment, Ning Qin approached. "Zhang Yuan. This isn't the time to show off." Although this hidden dungeon is considered a beginner-esque dungeon, entering alone poses a significant risk of death. Li Shuer added. The principal is right. While teaming up means experience will be shared, it also increases monster killing efficiency and ensures safety. Fool. If you venture into the dungeon alone without a healer, you're likely to encounter trouble. Zhang Yuan chuckled, rest assured, I am not truly a fool. If danger arises, I shall retreat. Moreover, gaining admission to Kyoto University is no trivial feat if I cannot conquer a dungeon of this caliber solo. I doubt I would qualify for Kyoto University. Ningqin nodded slightly, you speak wisely, those who enter Kyoto University are indeed the Sea Army de la Sea Army. If you believe that soloing dungeons will expedite your leveling, I grant you permission to do so. Li Shuer expressed her discontent, Principal, why are you indulging this fool? Ningqin replied, after all, Zhang Yuan possesses a hidden profession with a full lifespan. This novice dungeon should pose little threat to him. If he can successfully clear it solo, his chances of entering Kyoto University will certainly improve. If he cannot, we can always form a team later, there is no rush. With this, Li Shuer ceased her objections. Zhang Yuan smiled, Shuer, if it were you, I would make an exception and take you alone. After all, your profession as an elven saintess lacks offensive capabilities in the early stages, making soloing impossible. I wouldn't dream of it. If you won't team with me, I shall seek out my own companions. Li Shuer huffed, clutching Zhang Yuan's pancake as she made her way to her pre-arranged allies, joining them as they entered the dungeon together. Youth is indeed a blessing. Ningqin watched Li Shuer's retreating figure with a grin, then turned to Zhang Yuan with a serious tone, Zhang Yuan, I can see that girl has feelings for you. However, her background may surpass your imagination. If you wish to be with her, you must strive diligently. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly before entering the dungeon alone. Old Ning, is that child Zhang Yuan? Is he intending to solo? Other school principals gathered as they witnessed Zhang Yuan entering the dungeon alone. Your school has struck gold with a rare support and a full lifespan hidden profession. This year, you might produce 2 Kyoto University students. Why does our school lack such fortuitous luck? In response to their flattery, Ningqin's face beamed with pride, ha! It's merely luck. In truth, Zhang Yuan's professional strength remains uncertain, his admission to Kyoto University is not entirely assured. Even if he does not enter Kyoto University, securing a place in one of the top 3 universities is still probable. Besides, your school has produced an elven saintess, which guarantees at least 1 Kyoto University admission. Does it not? I heard the elven saintess hails from the Li family? Their fortune is truly remarkable. Just a few years ago, they produced a legendary profession. And now another rare profession emerges. By the way, have you seen the papers? A level 70 boss has appeared in the abyss. And our vanguard team has suffered several losses. Alas, in recent years, the abyss has grown increasingly restless, the world seems to be in turmoil. The principals engaged in animated conversation, their topic straying further from the original subject. This hidden dungeon presented a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees, with numerous monsters concealed among the bushes. The novice hidden dungeon, this is the essence of the world's dungeons, it bears little distinction from the outside world. Zhang Yuan, venturing into this world for the very first time, found himself enveloped in a sense of wonder. At that moment, a rabbit leapt forth from the thickets. Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword formation, and a steel sword from his sword box swiftly pierced the frenzied rabbit. -996. Successfully slain the frenzied rabbit. Experience 2, successfully slain the frenzied rabbit. Experience 2, successfully slain the frenzied rabbit. Experience 2, upon dispatching the creature, an array of notifications flooded his senses, momentarily leaving him dazed, until he realized it was the splash effect of his 4th constellation. Sword Embryo, Constellation 4. Each enemy attacked within the sword formation causes other enemies in the formation to receive 10 splash damage. His damage output had soared well beyond expectations. With the demise of a single rabbit, the others were destined to meet a similar fate. Zhang Yuan glanced at his experience bar, which had increased by 1%. Remarkable. Achieving this increment right upon entry, he mused that at this rate, he could easily ascend to level 12 by day's end. With a flourish, he summoned all his flying swords, embarking on a rampage through the woods. Successfully slain the frenzied rabbit. Experience 2, successfully slain the frenzied rabbit. Experience 2, notifications cascaded across the screen as Zhang Yuan's experience surged. The velocity of his leveling was astonishing, almost shameless. Half an hour later, he experienced his first upgrade. Name, Zhang Yuan, Class, Sword Formation Master, Unique, Level, 2, 1. 00, Strength, 120, Agility, 110, Spirit, 160, Stamina, 110, Class Special Attributes, Critical Rate, 11, Critical Damage, 110, Talent, Absolute Luck, Level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1, Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 1010, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Skills, Sword Formation, Level 1. Sword Control, Level 1, Constellation, 6 constellations, with the elevation in level, his attributes correspondingly enhanced. Leveling up granted him an increase of 10 in Strength, 5 in Agility, 30 in Spirit, and 5 in Stamina, totaling a remarkable 50 attribute points. If memory serves correctly, textbooks mentioned that a typical profession gains nearly 25 attribute points upon leveling up. How extraordinary is the growth potential of this class? It has doubled. Zhang Yuan gazed at his attribute improvements, astonished, and this was without accounting for the 1 critical rate and 10 critical damage. This hidden class was truly formidable. Chapter 7, The frantic pace of advancement. As the feral rabbits at the forest's periphery were ruthlessly exterminated, Zhang Yuan began his venture deeper into the woods, where he encountered monsters of gradually ascending levels. Successfully defeated a black-haired boar, experience 4, successfully defeated a red-eyed hyena, experience 6, successfully defeated the frenzied rabbit king. Experience 10, Zhang Yuan advanced steadily, each creature he encountered fell before him without any suspense, often in groups, as the respawn rate of monsters within the dungeon could not keep pace with his onslaught. In less than an hour, a radiant beam of light erupted from his being. He had leveled up once more. Strength increased by 10 points, Agility and Constitution by 5 points each, Spirit by 30 points, Critical Hit Rate by 1, and Critical Damage by 10. Skill Proficiency improved. Sword Array, Level 2. Unleash a sword array that continuously consumes spirit power, increasing critical damage by 110 within a 20-meter radius. Sword Mastery, Level 2. Command flying swords to attack from the air, with power determined by the quality of the sword, personal spirit power, and skill level. Skill proficiency can still be enhanced? Zhang Yuan noted the improvements in both his sword array and sword mastery levels and immediately targeted a level 5 frenzied rabbit king not far away. A flying sword swiftly pierced through the rabbit king's body. Minus 1579. Successfully defeated the frenzied rabbit king, experience 10, successfully defeated a frenzied rabbit. Experience 1, successfully defeated a black-haired boar, experience 4, a flurry of notifications filled the screen with his successive kills, and Zhang Yuan scarcely realized where the monsters had perished. Now, a single flying sword dealt 1579 damage, 10 flying swords would unleash a staggering 15,790 damage. Did this mean he possessed the capability to obliterate a level 10 boss in an instant? Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed at the sight of his damage output. Currently at level 3, wielding a basic weapon, and with relatively low skill levels, his damage output had already rivaled that of a level 40 fire mage. Even without the tenfold amplification of his sword saint talent, the potency of this class was undeniably extraordinary. It was utterly unbalanced. This profession was far too disproportionate. Thankfully, it was a unique class, allowing only him to endure such inequity. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but voice his grievances for other classes, tearfully dispatching another frenzied rabbit king within his sight, causing his experience bar to rise yet again. Given Zhang Yuan's current rate of advancement, he could reach level 12 within a day, effortlessly conquering this dungeon. The most critical factor was that due to the bonuses from Constellation 2 and Constellation 3, his sword mastery did not consume spirit power, and while within the sword array, his stamina would continually regenerate, allowing him to forego supplies and save a significant amount of leveling time. While others would require a week to reach level 12, dependent on a well-coordinated team, Zhang Yuan could accomplish this solo in a single day, illustrating a vast disparity. Although the hard requirement for admission to Kyoto University was level 19, a level 12 practitioner could already qualify for a prestigious university, while levels 13 or 14 would allow selection for a respectable 211 institution, and level 15 would grant entry to a 985 university. In essence, the level Zhang Yuan could achieve in a single day was what many students struggled to attain in a month. As Zhang Yuan was wreaking havoc within the dungeon, Numerous students had already emerged from the hidden instance, seeking treatment and supplies. While the hidden instance offered considerable experience, the monsters within possessed formidable attack and defense capabilities. The students had entered at level 1, and for a team to collectively slay dozens of frenzied rabbits in just 2 hours was indeed an admirable achievement. A few principals had set up a table outside the instance, gathered together to sip tea, chat, and comment on the returning students. Remarkable! In merely 2 hours. Our Sunli has already reached level 2, he should reach level 4 today, with hopes of entering a prestigious university. Our Wangbin is doing well too. Just a mere 10% away from level 2, securing a place at a reputable university should be well within reach. By the way, old Qin. It's been nearly 2 hours, that student who was soloing should be emerging for supply soon, right? Yes, it should be soon. Ning Qin nodded. His gaze scanning the entrance of the instance repeatedly. His greatest concern was for the solo player, Zhang Yuan. After all, every year there were reports of students perishing within the dungeons, and he feared that Zhang Yuan might meet the same fate today. Typically, student teams would emerge for supplies after around 2 hours, and the levels they attained upon exiting could indicate their rate of progression. Given the experience offered by this hidden instance, if Zhang Yuan could reach level 3 during his first supply run, he might even aspire to attend Peking University. However, even after all the students had exited to replenish their supplies, Zhang Yuan still had not appeared. Li Shuer, who had also reached level 2, approached Ning Qin while wiping her brow with a towel. "Principal, has the fool emerged yet?" "Just wait a little longer," Ning Qin replied, shaking his head. "Still not out?" Li Shuer's expression shifted slightly. "How is that possible? It's been over 2 hours, surely his mental energy must be depleted by now?" Although one could carry restorative items into the instance, their usage was limited, and once mental energy was exhausted, skills could not be utilized, necessitating a return for supplies. Ning Qin remarked, "Perhaps Zhang Yuan has a low skill consumption rate. Let's wait a bit longer, the government has not reported any student fatalities." Upon hearing Ning Qin's words, Li Shuer felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, a squad of armed government troops arrived nearby, sealing off the entrance to the instance. The students outside, who were replenishing their supplies, whispered amongst themselves, bewildered by the unfolding events. The principals exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave, and they all rose to their feet. "This is bad." The captain of the government troops, Xia Chaoyang, stepped forward and saluted the principals. "I apologize, but our military has detected abnormal fluctuations in the energy index of this instance. We need to close it down for a thorough inspection of potential hazards. The leveling activities of your students will have to be temporarily suspended. Please escort your students back home today." Ning Qin hurriedly interjected, "Captain Xia, I still have a student inside the instance. Could we wait for him to emerge?" "Another student?" Xia Chaoyang frowned, glancing at his watch. The energy fluctuations may be caused by an abyssal incursion. If not addressed promptly, this instance could become fully corrupted, leading to immeasurable losses for the populace. Therefore, I can only grant you half an hour." Ning Qin nodded, expressing her conviction that it was sufficient. Her student had already been inside for over 2 hours, and surely he ought to emerge within half an hour at the very least. Li Shuer, sensing the dire situation, clenched her small hands tightly. Her gaze filled with worry as she looked towards the instance sealed off by the military. "Oh dear, you must hurry out." At that moment, Zhang Yuan, the one whom everyone was concerned about, had progressed into the heart of the forest, achieving level 4. He glanced at his attribute panel, name, Zhang Yuan, class, Sword Array Master, unique, level 4, 3. 00, strength, 140, agility, 120, mentality, 220, constitution, 120, class special attributes, critical rate, 13, critical damage, 130, talent, absolute luck, level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1, equipment, iron sword case, 1010, imperial first class merit badge, skills, sword array, level 2. Sword control, level 2, destiny, 6 fate. In just over 2 hours, achieving level 4 was commendable. Zhang Yuan felt quite pleased with his leveling speed, as he had initially anticipated that progression would slow down significantly as he advanced. However, he found that the splash damage inherent to his fate, combined with the true damage that ignored defenses at Fate 6, transformed the sword array into a veritable slaughterhouse for monsters. Any creature within a radius of 200 meters would perish upon respawning. The only source of discontent for Zhang Yuan was his inability to set his flying swords to autonomously seek out enemies. He could not afford to be a mere bystander. The monsters in the vicinity were respawning too slowly, indicating that he must delve deeper into the forest. With his sword case slung over his shoulder, Zhang Yuan pressed onward, showing no intention of exiting the instance. Meanwhile, deep within this hidden instance, a level 12 boss, the Cyclops, lay soundly asleep upon a stone bed. Suddenly, purple bubbles began to slowly seep from the ground beside its stone resting place. Chapter 8, Abyss Strategy Mode, successfully defeated the Azure Wolf. Experience 15, successfully defeated the Black Bear. Experience 20, successfully defeated the Fierce Tiger. Experience 25, even level 10 monsters could not withstand Zhang Yuan's blade. Unbeknownst to him, he had ventured deep into the forest. A golden light burst forth from within Zhang Yuan, elevating him to level 5, enhancing his attributes and critical damage. However, Zhang Yuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding the pace of his advancement. Although delving deeper into the dungeon increased the monster levels and the experience gained, the density of the monsters had diminished. Currently, he only earned 0. 1 experience for each fierce tiger slain, meaning he would have to slay 1,000 to level up. Yet the number of tigers was scarce, he could find at most 5 in a minute. Considering other monsters, it would take him an additional 2 hours to reach level 6. Having already spent 3 hours in the dungeon and only achieving level 5. He could not compare himself with others who were at most level 3. Zhang Yuan calculated silently in his mind, at this rate, reaching level 12 within a day seemed exceedingly challenging. The time spent searching for monsters far exceeded the time spent defeating them. Unwavering, Zhang Yuan continued to delve deeper into the forest, arriving at the entrance of a cave. The boss of this hidden dungeon was likely within, and the monsters inside were expected to be at least level 12, possibly including elite creatures. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely stepped inside. Though he was only at level 5, his damage per sword strike had already reached 2,000, with 10 flying swords, that amounted to 20,000. With an attack frequency of 1 strike per second, coupled with the splash damage from his constellation, he was confident he could eliminate any bosses and elite monsters clustered within. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xia Qiuyang glanced at the time and said to Ning Qin, "Principal Ning, I regret to inform you that half an hour has already passed. We must close the dungeon." Ning Qin pleaded, "Captain Xia, could we not extend the time just a little longer? That boy is a promising student from Kyoto University. We cannot afford to lose him." Xia Qiuyang replied, "We understand your concerns, but rest assured, once we eliminate the risks, the dungeon will reopen, and that student will be able to exit." Ning Qin hesitated, but Xia Qiuyang's expression darkened. "Principal Ning, closing the dungeon now merely means that the student will be trapped inside. However, if the dungeon becomes abyssal and the monsters escape, not only will the students inside be in peril, but the lives of the people in Shihu City will also be threatened. Can you bear that responsibility?" Ning Qin's expression shifted slightly, and he sighed, "I understand. Close the dungeon." At that moment, Li Shuer grew anxious. "Principal, are we really going to abandon that fool?" Ning Qin responded, "The fact that he has not emerged yet indicates that his class likely possesses self-sustaining abilities. He will not be out in the short term. Allowing the military to close the dungeon and investigate potential hazards to prevent it from becoming abyssal is the best course of action for his welfare." "Captain." At that moment, a soldier rushed over. "There's been an incident." Xia Qiuyang inquired in a somber tone, "What happened?" The instrument detected the presence of abyssal energy within the dungeon. "The dungeon's boss has succumbed to corruption from the abyss. Should we not hasten to close the dungeon?" "Report to the captain, we cannot close it." "Cannot close it?" Xia Qiuyang's expression shifted slightly. It was merely the boss that had been corrupted. The dungeon had not been entirely engulfed by the abyss. How could it be impossible to seal it? Someone had already ventured into the corrupted boss's territory. Initiating the dungeon's abyssal raid mode. "Impossible!" Xia Qiuyang exclaimed. "There is currently only one student within the dungeon, merely at level 3, how could he possibly enter the boss's domain?" A soldier wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "But, the instrument does not err, the abyssal raid mode has indeed commenced. Xia Chaoyang's countenance darkened considerably as he turned to Ning Qin. Principal Ning, what on earth is happening with your student? Ning Qin, equally bewildered, responded, I do not know. You are unaware? Xia Chaoyang's face was as dark as water, but he had no time to pursue Ning Qin's accountability. He turned to the soldier and commanded, immediately evacuate the surrounding teachers and students, and summon the city defense forces. We must not allow the abyssally corrupted boss to enter the urban area. The soldier stood at attention and saluted, yes. Li Shuer observed Xia Chaoyang and the soldiers hastily departing and quickly inquired of Ning Qin, Principal, what is the abyssal raid mode? At that moment, Ning Qin's expression was grim as he replied, when the power of the abyss corrupts the dungeon's boss becomes tainted by the abyss, transforming into the sole boss of the dungeon, with all attributes increasing at least tenfold. If the corrupted boss is not defeated within a specific time frame, it will lead the dungeon's monsters out into the real world. Therefore, we must dispatch elite professionals to tackle the abyssal boss before it invades reality. This is what we refer to as the abyssal raid mode. Once the abyssal raid mode is activated, the dungeon will no longer be accessible to the outside world. The raiders and the abyssally corrupted boss must contend for their lives. Should the raiders successfully conquer the abyssal boss, they will receive substantial rewards, however. If the raiders are slain, the abyssally corrupted boss will be further empowered and will immediately invade reality. Li Shuer's expression shifted slightly, the abyssal raid mode. Does that mean that the fool will have to fight the corrupted boss? Ning Qin sighed heavily and patted Li Shuer on the shoulder, although I am loath to say it, this is the first lesson the abyss imparts to you. We may lose comrades at any moment, so prepare yourself mentally. No. I refuse to accept this. Li Shuer, feeling anxious, immediately stepped aside to call Butler Su. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Zhang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the grave peril he was in, immersed in the joy of rapid leveling. Successfully defeated a corrupted goblin. Experience 200, successfully defeated a corrupted elite goblin. Experience 300, successfully defeated a corrupted giant vanguard. Experience 500, truly, this is the boss's territory, the experience is surging tremendously. Zhang Yuan was grinning widely, having been astonished by the experience points from the monsters within the cave. Although the monsters here possess significantly greater health, the challenge merely escalates from one flying sword to two, which does not impede Zhang Yuan's leveling pace in the slightest. Within mere minutes, a golden light erupted from within him, propelling him directly to level 6. Had he known the experience gained here was so substantial, he would have refrained from grinding against the frenzied rabbits outside. Those rabbits are so endearing, they ought to be braised rather than used for leveling purposes. Zhang Yuan gazed ahead at the writhing heads, his eyes gleaming with golden light, for every one of them represented a bounty of pure experience. Just the corrupted goblins visible to his eyes numbered over 100. In this narrow cavern, the density and quantity of monsters were abundant. Eliminating the need to search for foes, this was a veritable sanctuary crafted specifically for his leveling endeavors. As Zhang Yuan observed his rapidly increasing experience bar, he found the exposed brains of those goblins to be somewhat charming. Chapter 9, The Cyclopean King Outside the Dungeon. The city defense forces had erected a formidable line of defense at the entrance of the instance. The soldiers, fully armed and poised, vowed to thwart the abyssal monsters from breaching their perimeter. Students and faculty from various schools had been evacuated, save for Ning Qin, who, through the favor of his old principal, managed to persuade Xia Chaoyang to allow him to remain with Li Shuer behind the ranks of the city defense forces until the battle concluded. With tear-filled eyes, Li Shuer gazed at Ning Qin and asked, Principal, is it truly impossible for that fool to survive? Ning Qin shook his head resolutely. Absolutely not. The boss of this dungeon is surrounded by monsters of level 10 and above, and once corrupted by the abyss, their attributes multiply tenfold. Zhang Yuan is incapable of even breaching their defenses. Moreover, the process of abyssal transformation within the dungeon is irreversible, until the entire instance succumbs to the abyss. The corrupted boss will remain dormant, waiting to strike. When that time comes, Zhang Yuan will have nowhere to escape. At this juncture, Ning Qin's gaze drifted to the distant dungeon, now tinged with a sinister red hue. With a note of regret, he remarked, that child must be terrified right now. He possesses a bright future ahead, yet it is about to be extinguished in this novice dungeon. fate is indeed cruel. Meanwhile, within the cavern of the dungeon, Zhang Yuan, now at level 9, sat upon a flattened stone, gnawing on his grandmother's roasted jerky while deftly controlling his flying swords to slay the monsters lurking within the cave. He had been in the instance for 5 hours, although leveling up restored his state, hunger still gnawed at him, necessitating sustenance. Despite the delightful taste of his grandmother's jerky, it was rather dry, and he lamented, "Had I known, I would have brought some water." As he grumbled, 10 flying swords pierced the distant figure of a giant mage casting a spell. -23,985. Successfully defeated the corrupted giant shaman, experience 1200, successfully defeated the corrupted goblin. Experience 200, successfully defeated the corrupted elite goblin, experience 300, a golden light erupted from within Zhang Yuan, heralding his ascension to level 10. "At last, I am level 10. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, wiping the grease from his hands onto the attire of a giant vanguard whose body had yet to vanish, and he began to examine his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan, class, Sword Array Master, unique, level, 10-200, strength, 200, agility, 150, mentality, 400, constitution, 150, class special attributes, critical hit rate, 19. Critical damage, 190, talent, absolute luck, level 1, I am the Sword Immortal, level 1, equipment, iron sword case, 1010, imperial special merit badge, skills, sword array, level 3. Unleashes a sword array that continuously consumes mental energy, increasing critical damage by 120 within a radius of 30 meters. Sword control, level 3, wielding flying swords for aerial assaults, power determined by the quality of the sword, one's mental capacity, and skill level. Destiny, 6 lives, with both sword array and sword control skills elevated to level 3, Zhang Yuan realized that his damage output had significantly increased. He immediately commanded a flying sword to pierce through a corrupted goblin. -3,836. Successfully slaying the corrupted goblin, experience 200, indeed, the damage has increased by approximately 30. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by his current damage output, he had estimated that with his sword mastery leveling up, the damage boost would be around 20. Considering the enhancements from leveling up his mental strength and critical damage, a 30 increase was reasonable. Now that he had reached level 10, it was time to confront the boss. Zhang Yuan cast his gaze deep into the cavern. While grinding monsters inside, he often heard terrifying roars emanating from the depths, accompanied by tremors that instilled a profound sense of dread. This was not merely a game, death here meant true demise. Thus, Zhang Yuan had refrained from challenging the boss at levels 6 or 7. However, having now reached level 10, with an average damage output nearing 40,000, he was confident that he could take down not only a level 12 boss but even a level 41, provided he executed his moves skillfully. After all, he possessed the unreasonable ability of Fate Seat 6, which allowed him to ignore enemy defenses. The boss's defense was simply non-existent. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, Zhang Yuan beheld an astonishingly colossal figure. The Cyclops towered at a staggering 10 meters, its skin a deep shade of purple, muscles bulging, and adorned with hard, rock-like warts resembling a demonic exoskeleton. An unsettling aura emanated from this giant. Merely gazing into the Cyclops's eye filled Zhang Yuan with an indescribable terror. Corrupted Cyclops King. This is what a level 12 boss should look like. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt as though he had wandered into the wrong scene. Yet, at that moment, the Cyclops King had already noticed Zhang Yuan, its eye igniting with malevolence, brimming with boundless fury and brutality, unleashing a thunderous roar. The deafening sound swept over him, nearly causing him to lose his footing. Something was amiss. Absolutely amiss. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan had not learned the detection skill and was unaware of the boss's precise stats. He could only attempt to attack with 10 flying swords. 10 swords pierced the Cyclops King's chest armor. -38,360. Remarkably, it did not perish. This boss's health was abnormal. This was the first time Zhang Yuan had encountered a creature capable of withstanding 10 flying swords without dying, leaving him in shock. However, the Cyclops King also seemed severely injured, its chest armor shattered, blood gushing forth. Roar! The Cyclops bellowed in rage, seizing a massive spiked club beside it and charging furiously at Zhang Yuan, its steps shaking the ground. Zhang Yuan dared not be careless and once again commanded the 10 flying swords to attack. Minus 38, 360. Still not dead. Frowning slightly, Zhang Yuan retreated while mentally extracting the swords from the Cyclops King's body. Despite its profuse bleeding, the Cyclops King's speed remained astonishing. It closed the distance in mere strides, bringing the spiked club crashing down. Bang! Zhang Yuan sidestepped to evade, successfully avoiding the club, but was still propelled backward by the shockwave, losing a significant portion of his health in an instant. Such formidable attack power. If I had approached at level 6 or 7, I fear that the splash damage would have been sufficient to slay me. Truly, the sword array master is a frail profession. However, I remain unconvinced. You can withstand 10 more strikes. Zhang Yuan comprehended that even if he were to endure another splash, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, without hesitation, he commanded his flying swords to assault. The main strategy was a fervent exchange of blows. Minus 38,360. 10 flying swords pierced through the heart of the one-eyed giant, eliciting a pained roar before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Successfully slain, the corrupted one-eyed giant king experienced 10,000. A golden light erupted from within Zhang Yuan, propelling him directly to level 11. Ding! Achievement: first encounter with the abyss detected, granting the awakening of a high-level talent. Congratulations! The host has awakened the high-level talent, Eye of the Abyss. Eye of the Abyss, capable of detecting objects not exceeding 50 levels above oneself. Before Zhang Yuan could even examine his attributes, a treasure chest materialized upon the stone bed of the one-eyed giant king. A treasure chest. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed forward to open it. Acquired Intermediate Skill Scroll 1, Acquired Divine Stone 1, Acquired Profession-Specific Skill Scroll 1, Chapter 10, Defeating the Abyssal Boss? Unbelievable. 2 skill scrolls. In this world, skill scrolls are immensely valuable treasures. Even a basic skill scroll can fetch a staggering 100,000 in the marketplace. As for the profession-specific skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan had never heard of them, but it was evident that their worth would be extraordinarily high. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan promptly utilized a basic skill scroll. The scroll transformed into a radiant orb, enveloping him. Acquired skill: Poison Resistance, Level 1. Poison Resistance, Level 1 grants 10 resistance to toxins. Poison resistance is quite commendable. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The skills acquired from the scrolls are random, and there is a chance of failure in obtaining a skill. To receive a passive skill from a basic skill scroll is indeed quite impressive. Eagerly, Zhang Yuan then proceeded to use the profession-specific skill scroll. Acquired skill: Sword Array Space, Passive. Sword Array Space, Passive allows the storage of the sword box and flying swords within the sword array space, which can be accessed at any time. Sword Array Space? What on earth is this? Zhang Yuan gazed at the enigmatic skill, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, before he decided to test this passive ability. To his astonishment, he discovered that the sword box and flying swords he carried had vanished, stored within the sword array space. Is that all? Zhang Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. While it was indeed convenient to stow away the hefty sword box, it was hardly a burden for him given his current strength. If this skill merely provided convenience, then its cost-effectiveness was severely lacking. Wait. No. However, Zhang Yuan soon discerned the skill's true potential. It mentioned the ability to access them at any time within the sword array. He immediately activated the sword array, and the flying swords materialized within the array, only to swiftly disappear again. Wow! A spatial manipulation ability. Zhang Yuan realized he could indeed summon and retrieve the flying swords at will within the confines of the sword array, and excitement surged through him. This meant that during battles with enemies, as long as they were within his sword array, he could unleash flying swords from behind them, catching them off guard. Indeed. This is the hallmark of a profession-specific skill. It is nothing short of my trump card. Zhang Yuan's previous disdain transformed into immense satisfaction with his newfound skill. This journey proved to be immensely rewarding. With a contented heart, Zhang Yuan tucked the divine stone into his pocket and began to scour the remaining monsters in the cave. The divine stone must be used within the Fate Star array. As Zhang Yuan lacked the funds to purchase a portable fate compass crafted by a grand mage, he could only resort to the Adventurers Guild to pay a nominal fee and utilize the communal Fate Star array to draw cards. After defeating the corrupted Cyclops King, the cave ceased to spawn any more monsters. It took Zhang Yuan half an hour to eliminate the remaining creatures, just managing to reach level 12. Before exiting the dungeon, Zhang Yuan surveyed his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, Sword Formation Master. Unique, level, 12, 0. 00, Strength, 220, Agility, 160, Spirit, 460, Constitution, 160, Occupation. Special Attributes, Critical Hit Rate, 21, Critical Damage, 210, Talent, Absolute Luck, level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1, Abyssal Eye, Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 1010, Empire Special Merit Badge, Skills, Sword Formation, level 3, Sword Control, level 3. Sword Formation Space, Passive, Poison Resistance, level 1, Constellation, 6 constellations, Perfect. Utterly perfect. Zhang Yuan gazed at his current attribute panel, unable to suppress his exclamations. Now, if he were to venture to the Adventurers Association to draw a card and obtain an exclusive weapon, he would soar to great heights. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily as he stepped into the teleportation exit that appeared behind the treasure chest. Moments later, in the depths of the cave, a wisp of purple smoke emerged from an empty treasure chest, gradually coalescing into a shadow that coldly fixed its gaze upon the closing teleportation exit. A level 10 player soloing a level 12 corrupted boss. Such a prodigy among humans must be snuffed out in the cradle. The shadow spoke ominously before dissipating into smoke. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuan, who had drawn the abyss's attention, danger loomed. Outside the dungeon, Xia Chaoyan led the city defense team in a state of high alert. Yet the abyssal creatures remained stubbornly hidden within the dungeon. It had been 3 hours since the dungeon began its descent into the abyss, and that boy was still alive. Xia Chaoyan, witnessing the abyssal monster's reluctance to emerge, felt a pang of regret. For a novice to survive 3 hours in an abyssal dungeon spoke volumes of his elite potential. With proper cultivation, he could become a formidable asset to the Empire. Alas! With the dungeon fully engulfed in the abyss, the boy was doomed. Captain, there is movement in the dungeon whirlpool. All troops, stand ready. Xia Chaoyan commanded sharply. The soldiers raised their rifles, ready to unleash a barrage upon the abyssal creatures at Xia Chaoyan's command. Zhang Yuan emerged from the radiant light, only to be taken aback by the multitude of dark gun barrels aimed at him. Wait! Don't shoot! Ning Qin dashed out from the crowd. He is my student. Student? Xia Chaoyan halted in his tracks, quickly approaching Zhang Yuan, astonished. You're still alive? Ha! Zhang Yuan looked at Xia Chaoyan in confusion. Wasn't he this a novice dungeon? The boss may not have been weak, but surely I'm not that incompetent. This statement left Xia Chaoyan and Ning Qin momentarily speechless. What does it mean to be a novice dungeon? What does it mean that the boss is not weak? Isn't that a corrupted boss from the abyss? Is there anything weak about that? Ning Qin and Xia Chaoyan were left bewildered by the absurdity. How could a freshly transitioned novice possibly defeat a corrupted boss? As they grappled with their disbelief, Zhang Yuan sighed, it would have been better if there were more bosses, otherwise, my level should be even higher. Both Ning Qin and Xia Chaoyan turned pale. After a moment, Xia Chaoyan regained his composure, placing his hands on Zhang Yuan's shoulders, and in an excited tone inquired, Classmate, did you truly conquer the abyss boss all on your own? Zhang Yuan, bewildered, replied, isn't the purpose of this dungeon's boss to be defeated? Why the excitement? Or has there been some issue with the dungeon? Xia Chaoyan. Ning Qin. At that moment, both realized that Zhang Yuan was entirely unaware that the dungeon had transformed into an abyss variant, believing instead he was tackling a standard hidden dungeon. Xia Chaoyan turned to Ning Qin, questioning, Principal Ning, have you not educated the students regarding the abyss dungeons? Ning Qin scratched his head, responding, isn't that part of the university curriculum? Who would have imagined a high school student would attempt to conquer an abyss dungeon? After all, students typically only begin drawing cards and switching classes as they approach graduation from high school, possessing low levels, limited skills, and weak combat power. To say nothing of conquering a corrupted boss with attributes enhanced tenfold, even defeating a standard boss would require at least a week of grinding. And that is assuming the team composition is reasonable and the members coordinate effectively. As for the level 12 abyss corrupted boss, it would necessitate a level 20 elite team to tackle it. The notion of a novice soloing an abyss-corrupted boss was utterly unheard of. Both Xiao Chaoyang and Ning Qin were left utterly stunned. Chapter 11, The Genius Among Geniuses, Principal Ning? Upon observing Ning Qin's astonished expression, Zhang Yuan believed he might have conveyed the process too blandly and, thus, spoke earnestly. In truth, that boss was not easily defeated. Its health points were over tenfold that of a standard boss, requiring me to exert considerable effort. Ning Qin's lips twitched, so, it merely required a bit more effort. Did it? At that moment, Xiao Chaoyang regained his composure, immediately draping an arm over Ning Qin's shoulder and leading him aside, whispering, "Old Ning, given our long-standing friendship, could you grant me a favor?" Ning Qin inquired, "What favor?" Xiao Chaoyang proposed, "Why not let that child forego the college entrance examination? I could compose a recommendation letter and send it directly to the military for specialized training. He would emerge with the status equivalent to that of a division commander." "Surely this is preferable to attending Kyoto University?" Ning Qin's expression darkened as he retorted, "Xiao Chaoyang, after all the effort my school has invested to cultivate such a talent, you intend to undermine my foundation, do you?" With Zhang Yuan's remarkable aptitude, once he entered the military for specialized training, his identity would undoubtedly be kept confidential, resulting in all his future honors and achievements not reflecting back on Shihu No. 1 High School. On a smaller scale, Shihu No. 1 High School would lose a student who could potentially enroll at Kyoto University this year. On a broader scale, losing Zhang Yuan as a living emblem for promotion would significantly impact the school's recruitment, ultimately leading to detrimental consequences for its development over time. Xiao Chaoyang quickly countered, "Ah, Old Ning, one cannot phrase it that way. Entering the military is a contribution to the nation, and one must possess a broader perspective." Ning Qin replied, "Spare me your rhetoric. If that child gains admission to Kyoto University, whether he becomes an adventurer delving into treacherous dungeons or joins the military to defend our homeland, he is still contributing to the nation. Moreover, the decision should rest solely with the child, not us." Seeing Ning Qin's unwavering stance, Xiao Chaoyang chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Old Ning, I merely jest. You mustn't become so agitated. You are correct, the choice belongs to the child, and we cannot impose our will upon him." Ning Qin pointedly indicated his eyes, then gestured towards Xiao Chaoyang. "Xiao Chaoyang, these old eyes of mine will remain vigilant upon you. You must refrain from any clandestine actions in the coming days." Xiao Chaoyang responded with a smile, "Rest assured, Old Ning, I would never coerce that child." With that, he turned back to Zhang Yuan, offering him a subtle smile before lowering his guard and departing with the military. Ning Qin, observing Xiao Chaoyang's demeanor, realized he would likely resort to underhanded tactics. He promptly asked Zhang Yuan, "You intend to take the entrance exam for Kyoto University, correct? Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Before Zhang Yuan could respond, Li Shuer rushed over, thrusting a bottle of red potion into his hands. "This is my healing potion, you should drink it." "High-level healing potion?" Zhang Yuan noted the potion Li Shuer had presented, his lips twitching. "Little heiress, surely this potion would be reserved for adventurers of level 60 or above? Besides, I am not injured at the moment, you ought to keep it. The market price for this advanced healing potion is a staggering 100,000 coins per bottle, capable of fully restoring the health of a level 60 adventurer, making it exceedingly precious. Here, take it." Li Shuer forcefully thrust the potion into Zhang Yuan's hands and softly added, "I am sorry." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "Why are you suddenly apologizing?" Li Shuer replied, "I should not have abandoned you to team up with others. If I had been behind you today, you wouldn't have had to face the abyss dungeon alone." Zhang Yuan chuckled in response, "Fortunately, I didn't bring you along. If experience points were to be shared, I would barely have managed to reach level 12 today." "You!" Li Shuer was instantly infuriated, raising her fist as if to strike Zhang Yuan, but upon recalling that he might have been injured, she lowered her hand, merely glaring at him with resentment. "I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, Li Shuer turned on her heel and walked away towards Butler Su, who stood not far off. "Shuer, wait!" Zhang Yuan suddenly called out to her. She paused, turning back to face him. "Have you realized your mistake?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I've been short on funds lately. Can I sell this healing potion?" "You!" Li Shuer was momentarily at a loss for words, then retorted angrily, Do as you please. I couldn't care less. Butler Su smiled warmly as he observed the fuming Li Shuer approach, bowing slightly as he said, "Miss." Thankfully Zhang Yuan managed to come out on his own, otherwise, if that treasure were used on an outsider, the master would have surely skinned me alive. Humph. That fool doesn't deserve such a fine item, Butler Su. Let's go. Yes, Mississippi. Butler Su opened the car door for Li Shuer, casting another apologetic smile towards Zhang Yuan in the distance. Zhang Yuan watched as Li Shuer departed in the carriage before turning to Principal Ning. Principal. You mentioned earlier that Shuer's family background is rather formidable, correct? Principal Ning nodded. Indeed, to be honest. I was quite surprised when Li Shuer came to study at our school. That makes sense. Principal Ning, intrigued, asked, sense of what? Zhang Yuan merely smiled slightly and replied, Principal, I not only aim to be admitted to Kyoto University, but I also aspire to do so as the top scholar in the nation. Principal Ning was taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Shuer was sulking in the carriage. Butler Su, noticing her expression, remarked, Miss, I believe you should be pleased. Li Shuer pouted, what is there to be happy about? That fool doesn't even know how to say a kind word, and here I was, worrying about him. Butler Su chuckled heartily, Miss, that is not what I meant. I meant you should feel happy about his excellence. He reached level 12 on his own on the first day, he is truly a genius among geniuses. Li Shuer retorted discontentedly, what does his excellence have to do with me? Butler Su continued, the master greatly values talent, especially those who stand out. Zhang Yuan's displayed aptitude today must surely be enough to gain the master's approval for your association with him. Li Shuer's face flushed crimson. Butler Su. What are you saying? Who would want to associate with that fool? Ha ha ha, let us pretend I did not say that. Butler Su, witnessing Li Shuer's reaction, burst into hearty laughter. He had watched Li Shuer grow up and regarded her as his own daughter. Moreover, he had been discreetly observing Zhang Yuan for 3 years. At the very least, he was quite pleased with this son-in-law. On the way home, Zhang Yuan had already bid farewell to Ning Qin and, with the divine stone he had recently acquired, made his way to the Adventurers Association in West Lake City. Within the Great Xia Empire, virtually every combat-oriented professional registers at the Adventurers Association to become an adventurer. Only upon registration can one accept tasks and earn bounties. However, Zhang Yuan's purpose for visiting today was not to accept any tasks. In addition to issuing quests, the Adventurers Association plays an exceedingly vital role. It provides a Fate Star array for all registered adventurers to draw cards. Of course, this service is not complimentary. It costs 1,000 coins per attempt. Zhang Yuan's intent for visiting today was to draw cards. Chapter 12, the first exclusive weapon. Zhang Yuan entered the Adventurers Association and registered as an adventurer. He conveyed his intentions to the front desk, which subsequently guided him to another room. Inside this chamber, numerous individual booths were partitioned off, each housing a Destiny Star array. It is said that in the past, the Adventurers Association conducted card draws in a communal hall without these private booths. During that time, many adventurers who drew valuable items would find themselves targeted. And upon exiting the association, they would often be robbed. Consequently, to safeguard the privacy and security of its patrons, the Adventurers Association constructed these individual drawing booths, ensuring that only the adventurers themselves would know the results of their draws. Esteemed adventurer, you may now select an individual booth to utilize the Destiny Star array. Each booth is equipped with a trading post, allowing you to transact should you find your funds insufficient, the attendant informed him. Understood, thank you, Zhang Yuan replied gratefully. He chose an unoccupied booth and placed his palm upon the biometric scanner on the door. The scanner glowed green, and the door swung open. Upon entering, Zhang Yuan noted the modest nature of the Adventurers Association in this small city. The booth contained merely a chair, a small table, and a screen. He seated himself, and as he did so, the screen illuminated, displaying a plethora of items for sale. However, Zhang Yuan was not there to make purchases today. He retrieved a high-grade healing potion gifted by Li Shuer and muttered, Dear benefactor, consider this alone, I shall repay you in due course. With that, he opted for consignment and placed the healing potion on the table before the screen. A green light swept over the item, and a new window appeared before him. High-grade healing potion, estimated value, 100,000. Would you prefer consignment or direct purchase by the Adventurers Association? Should he choose consignment, Zhang Yuan could set his own price, with the association taking a mere 5 commission. However, selling it would require time. Conversely, direct purchase would see the association acquiring it at approximately 80 of the market value, with the advantage of immediate payment. Having spent all his New Year's money on an iron sword, Zhang Yuan realized he could not even afford the commission for utilizing the Destiny Star Array and therefore opted for direct purchase. A flash of light signified the transaction, and the healing potion vanished, leaving Zhang Yuan's account with an added balance of 80,000. What a ripoff, Zhang Yuan remarked as he glanced at his account balance, unable to suppress his discontent. Items like healing potions, being essentials, rarely faced a lack of buyers. Had he not been in urgent need of funds, he would not have chosen the direct purchase option. With newfound capital, Zhang Yuan promptly spent 1,000 to acquire a single use of the Destiny Star Array. As the screen deducted the amount from his account, the table before him shimmered, revealing a miniature Destiny Star Array. It is said that this compact array is what powers the portable Destiny Compass. The effects of this small Fate Star Array card draw are akin to those of the larger Fate Star Array, boasting exceptional secrecy and convenience. As long as one carries the Fate Compass, acquiring the Divine Stone allows for card draws at any time and place. However, the Fate Compass is exceedingly expensive, with even the cheapest variant costing $1 million, a sum beyond the reach of the average combat professional. This Array Master is indeed a money-making machine. I wonder when I will be able to gather enough to purchase a Fate Compass. Zhang Yuan sighed sincerely and then took out the Divine Stone, placing it within the Fate Star Array. The Divine Stone transformed into shimmering light, and a multitude of cards rolled within, as the array emanated a crimson glow. Indeed, talent proves invaluable. Absolute luck, level 1 maximum luck during card draws, limited to 10 times per month. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled, fixated on the array, filled with an intense desire to discover what he had drawn. A card emblazoned with a crimson sword from the array, then dissipated into red light, illuminating the entire array with a radiant glow. Subsequently, a fully crimson sword adorned with dragon patterns slowly ascended from the array. A surging aura swept outward. Divine Sword Qishao, exclusive level 1 attack power 1000, critical hit rate 50, critical damage 200, automatically protects the owner, holder immune to mental attacks, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the top 10 weapons, protects the owner and vanquishes evil, cleansing the world. A perverse smile crept across Zhang Yuan's face. This equipment epitomizes raw power and unparalleled ferocity. Surely, even the weapons wielded by god-tier professionals cannot compare, the effects are simply explosive. Currently, with his iron sword boasting an attack power of 10, he inflicts over 4,000 damage, with Qishao's 1,000 attack power, plus a 50 critical hit rate and 200 critical damage, accounting for the critical conversion from his constellation. Zhang Yuan calculated roughly, realizing that a single thrust with Qishao would yield nearly 700,000 damage. At level 12, that translates to a staggering 700,000 damage. What does this signify? In a game, this would be deemed an outrageous power inflation, labeling it a trash game. Yet, this is reality. After the initial excitement, Zhang Yuan quickly regained his composure, stashing Qishao into the sword array space to keep it as a trump card, revealing it only sparingly. After all, he is merely at level 12. If higher-level professionals discovered that he possessed a divine artifact, his life would undoubtedly be in peril. An innocent man may bear no guilt, yet possessing a treasure attracts danger. This principle holds true in any world. Once he calmed his emotions, Zhang Yuan purchased an outer city map and some provisions to store in his inventory. After informing his grandmother and aunt that he would not be returning tonight, he made his way outside the city. The storage space is a special realm granted to individuals after drawing cards for class change, allowing them to store various items. However, the capacity of the storage space is limited, one can increase it either by leveling up or through rare items. Fortunately, for Zhang Yuan at this moment, his storage space is still quite sufficient. Zhang Yuan has now acquired his first specialized weapon, and his enthusiasm for leveling up is at an all-time high. He plans to seize the moment and venture outside the city tonight to train vigorously. Departing from the Adventurers Guild, he traverses the western outskirts and exits through the West City Gate, officially arriving outside the city. As he gazes around, he is met with a scene of desolation. This marks Zhang Yuan's inaugural experience in the wild since his arrival in this world, and he is confronted with the grotesque creatures that inhabit the outskirts. Even setting aside his previous life, the monsters rampaging outside would be considered terrifying entities in the realm of the Great Summer for ordinary citizens. Many individuals engaged in mundane professions have never ventured beyond the city's borders and remain oblivious to the nature of the wilderness. The outskirts are populated by low-level wild monsters, and the sheer terror they evoke makes one ponder the horrors that the higher-level beasts must possess. The mere thought is exhilarating. Engaging in self-reflection, Zhang Yuan retrieves a map, selects a suitable training spot, and makes his way towards it. Chapter 13, The Mutated Elite Monsters. Zhang Yuan chose a location this time that was a goblin gathering site, with monsters ranging from level 15 to 20. In truth, there exist numerous superior training spots, many of which are enhanced by government-built rest areas. However, at this goblin enclave, the creatures are solely goblins, intelligent beings capable of utilizing tools. Some astute goblins even set traps to ensnare unwary adventurers. Previously, several adventurers had fallen victim to these goblins, becoming mere sustenance for them. The formidable strength of these monsters, combined with experience points that do not significantly diverge from those of ordinary wild creatures, led to a gradual decline in visitors to this area. The sole reason Zhang Yuan chose this location was its solitude, with no one else training here. He could relish in the dense distribution of monsters, reaping all the experience points for himself without anyone uncovering his secret. After all, possessing high single target damage without consuming mana, along with the added benefit of splash damage. Individually, each of these skills could be discussed, but when combined, they become extraordinary. Zhang Yuan had yet to fully develop his abilities, so maintaining a low profile was prudent. Nevertheless, with the splash damage from his fourth constellation, he could easily annihilate multiple foes with a single strike, significantly enhancing his leveling efficiency. Thus, his time in the shadows would not last long. Upon arriving at his destination, Zhang Yuan employed his new talent, Abyssal Eye, on a goblin a mere 10 meters away. Goblin Vanguard, level 15, strength 220, agility 30, mentality 10, constitution 90, skill, axe swing. The 15-level Goblin Vanguard was robust, grotesque in appearance, wielding a massive axe with a chipped blade that appeared rather fearsome. One swing from that axe could likely cleave 4 or 5 ordinary men in half. The standard detection spells can only identify targets of equal or lesser level, but the Abyssal Eye can discern targets up to 50 levels below oneself, truly a remarkable advanced talent. Without the Abyssal Eye, he would have been oblivious to the attributes of this creature. Zhang Yuan truly marveled at the utility of the Abyssal Eye and then unleashed his sword formation, invoking the skill Sword Control. An iron sword materialized out of thin air, piercing through the Goblin Vanguard's skull. Minus 4,484. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard, experience 300, acquired Goblin Bone. Within the radius of the sword formation were other goblins, yet only a single kill notification appeared, indicating that the health of these monsters exceeded 448. Moreover, in the wilderness, slain monsters also dropped materials, which could be sold at trading posts. Both alchemists and potion makers require such items. Selling materials from wild creatures is one of the income sources for combat-oriented professions. Indeed, the era of effortlessly slaying foes with a single iron sword had passed, but fortunately, he possessed 10 iron swords, allowing him to continue his rampage. Zhang Yuan sighed in reflection before retrieving the 10 iron swords from his sword box and resumed his monster hunting. Under Zhang Yuan's command, 10 iron swords danced with extraordinary agility, weaving through the woods and effortlessly severing the heads of every wild creature in their path. In that moment, Zhang Yuan resembled the Grim Reaper. All goblins daring to show their faces were swiftly dispatched. Indeed, those who remained hidden met the same fate. Amidst the ensuing splatter, all lives were rendered equal. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard, experience 300, successfully killed Goblin Scout, experience 500, successfully killed Goblin Warrior, experience 200, acquired Goblin Bones 36, Goblin Crystal 1. A flurry of kill notifications flooded the screen, and Zhang Yuan's experience bar surged dramatically. To his delight, a crystal had dropped. His eyes sparkled as he noticed a gray stone added to his storage space. Monsters had a chance to drop crystals upon defeat. Essential materials for crafting skill scrolls and high-tier potions. Each crystal held significant value, often fetching a high price in the market. Even the goblin crystal from a level 15 goblin could sell for 1,000 coins. Naturally, crystals of higher levels were beyond Zhang Yuan's current reach. No wonder everyone yearned for combat-oriented professions. The speed at which one could earn money was astounding. Even if one solely hunted goblins, a monthly income of several thousand was easily attainable. Zhang Yuan mused to himself, recognizing that even without grand ambitions, his monster hunting could ensure his grandmother and aunt lived comfortably. As his pocket grew heavier with coins, his spirits naturally lifted. Yet, despite his cheerful demeanor, Zhang Yuan was acutely aware of his limitations. If he were to spend his life in this wretched place grinding for gold, he might escape starvation. But he would surely face his grandmother's wrath in the form of a slipper. Steeling his resolve, Zhang Yuan ventured deeper into the goblin stronghold, continuing his leveling journey. At this pace, reaching level 13 by morning seemed entirely feasible. Just then, a colossal goblin, towering over 3 meters like a mountain of flesh, emerged from the thicket, blocking his path. A wild boss? Upon spotting the giant goblin, Zhang Yuan immediately activated his abyssal eye. Mutated Goblin, Elite, Level, 16, Strength, 500, Agility, 10, Mentality, 10, Constitution, 500, Skills, Punch, Stomp, not merely a boss, but a creature surpassing the typical. Should an ordinary adventurer encounter this mutated goblin, retreat would be their only option. However, it was now the mutated goblin that faced Zhang Yuan. And it was the goblin that should have turned to flee. Unfortunately, the goblin's intellect was rather lacking. It only recognized that many of its comrades had perished and felt compelled to exact revenge. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, the mutated goblin instantly identified him as the beast responsible for its companion's demise. With a furious roar, it pounded its chest repeatedly and charged madly at Zhang Yuan. "Go!" Zhang Yuan commanded, raising his hand slightly. The 10 iron swords soared through the air, effortlessly piercing the mutated goblin's body. Minus 44,840. Boom! The mutated goblin barely managed to flee 5 meters before its colossal form collapsed with a resounding thud, swiftly dissipating into a cloud of black mist. The goblin's vengeance was cut short, leading to its untimely demise. Successfully slain the mutated goblin, experience gained, 5,000. Acquired a venomous dagger and a verdant shield. The equipment was dropped. This minor creature is astonishing, it granted me such a bounty of experience from a single encounter. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in wonder, promptly retrieving the 2 pieces of equipment to examine their attributes. Venomous dagger, silver grade attack power 100, assassin class skill damage 10, inflicts poison damage, usable at level 15. Verdant shield, silver grade defense 120, reduces damage taken by 10, usable at level 15. Chapter 14, Discovery of Hidden Copies. The probability of obtaining equipment from wild monsters is exceedingly low. Many individuals may grind for a month without acquiring even a single piece. Zhang Yuan, however, miraculously procured 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment, a testament to his fortuitous luck. In this realm, precious weapons are categorized by tiers, ranging from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and ultimately artifact. Additionally, there exist class-exclusive weapons obtainable solely through card draws, such as Zhang Yuan's divine sword, Qishao. Typically, the attributes of a first-tier exclusive weapon surpass those of epic grade yet remain inferior to legendary. As refinement progresses, the attributes of these weapons continue to enhance until they reach full refinement, becoming artifacts. Due to the unique compatibility of exclusive weapons with their respective classes, a fully refined exclusive weapon holds greater value than a standard artifact. Both pieces of equipment boasted commendable attributes, each capable of fetching a price of at least 100,000 coins. Regrettably, Zhang Yuan was unable to equip them. While these items bore no utility for him, they could be sold to alleviate his financial burdens. He stowed the equipment away and ventured deeper into the forest, approaching the heart of the goblin tribe's territory. As night fell, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and the air resonated with the growls of beasts, permeated by an ominous aura. The wilderness at night was exponentially more perilous than during the day.
Most practitioners would opt to establish camp in safe zones or retreat to the city.
With exceptions like Zhang Yuan, who thrived in such conditions. Before long, a goblin with glowing red eyes emerged within Zhang Yuan's line of sight.
He activated the Abyssal Eye.
Goblin Axeman, level 20, strength 600, agility 50, mentality 20, vitality 220, skills, axe swing, frenzy, indeed. This nocturnal creature possessed attributes significantly higher than that of a typical level 20 monster. It was no wonder that textbooks frequently advised returning to town before dusk when leveling in the wild. Zhang Yuan reflected on this as he commanded 10 iron swords to simultaneously end the life of the elite Goblin Axeman.
Successfully killed Goblin Axeman.
Experience 1000, successfully killed Goblin Archer, experience 1200, successfully killed Wild Wolf, experience 50, acquired Goblin Bones x10, Goblin Eyeballs x3. Wolf Pelts x20, a series of notifications flashed before him, and Zhang Yuan's experience increased incrementally. The experience gained here was far superior to that of the novice hidden copy. Perhaps he could ascend 2 or 3 levels by the end of the night. He felt thoroughly satisfied with the experience offered by these monsters and pressed further into the forest, slaying the beasts that lurked within.
In less than an hour,
a golden light surged from within Zhang Yuan, signaling his ascension to level 13, with his mental power reaching 490 points. Previously fatigued, he felt rejuvenated post-leveling up. Astonished that not only had his status been restored, but his exhaustion had also vanished entirely. With newfound vigor, Zhang Yuan pressed onward, cutting through the depths of the forest until he arrived before a colossal blue vortex.
A dungeon?
Zhang Yuan paused in astonishment upon spotting the dungeon nestled deep within the forest and took out his map for verification. The map does not indicate the presence of a dungeon here. It appears to be a newly emerged hidden dungeon, and I seem to be quite fortunate. The government and the Adventurers Guild have established policies that reward any professional who discovers a new wilderness dungeon and reports it with monetary compensation and contribution points. The monetary reward is self-evident, while contribution points hold significant importance. The higher one's contribution points, the greater the privileges one can unlock within the Adventurers Guild.
For instance,
at the Imperial Exchange, Zhang Yuan can currently purchase only some basic materials and equipment. However, as his contribution points increase, his membership level at the exchange will rise accordingly,
allowing him access to a broader array of items.
Generally speaking, professionals refrain from recklessly entering newly discovered dungeons.
They wait for the Adventurers Guild to dispatch specialists to assess the dungeon's level before considering entry.
After all, the dungeon's level remains unknown. Should it be of a high caliber?
A low-level adventurer would be akin to courting death by entering.
Nevertheless, Zhang Yuan harbors new ideas.
Since this is a new dungeon,
the rewards for the first completion must be quite substantial. If he were to wait for the Adventurers Guild to evaluate the dungeon's level before attempting to conquer it, he would merely relinquish the rewards to the guild.
He wonders if the Abyssal Eye can glean information about the dungeon.
Zhang Yuan stows away the map and attempts to use the Abyssal Eye on the hidden dungeon ahead.
Shadow Forest Dungeon, level 15, difficulty, normal hard nightmare? The question mark?
Zhang Yuan is momentarily taken aback by the information provided by the Abyssal Eye, which includes an enigmatic question mark. He is aware that wilderness dungeons offer difficulty selections, but he did not anticipate the existence of a hidden difficulty level.
At level 15, he surmises that he should be able to solo it.
After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan decides to first test the waters at nightmare difficulty.
After all,
this is not merely a game. Dying within the dungeon equates to true demise.
Thus, recklessly challenging a hidden difficulty is not a prudent choice. Please confirm if you wish to select nightmare difficulty. Confirm.
Zhang Yuan is transported into the dungeon, entering an unfamiliar forest.
The Shadow Forest Dungeon, true to its name, is shrouded in profound gloom, with dense fog limiting visibility to less than 20 meters. The entire dungeon exudes an oppressive atmosphere, with a faint scent of blood lingering in the air.
A solitary path stretches before him, leading deeper into the forest, however, due to the thick fog obscuring his vision.
Zhang Yuan remains unaware of what awaits him ahead. The ambience is utterly astounding. It is likely that many timid adventurers would immediately retreat upon encountering such an environment.
Zhang Yuan cannot help but shiver, cautiously sending forth his iron sword to probe for traps before he dares to advance.
Thud.
Having walked a short distance, The ground suddenly trembles, and a shadow, towering 4 to 5 meters high, materializes within the dense fog ahead.
Zhang Yuan immediately employs the Abyssal Eye.
Shadow Forest Giant, Enhanced Elite, Level 15, Strength 1000, Agility 100, Spirit 30, Constitution 1000, Skills, Tremor Attack. Stone Throw, truly deserving of its reputation as an elite monster in the Nightmare Dungeon. This level 15 creature boasts attributes significantly superior to those of a level 20 goblin found outside.
Strength influences both attack power and health, while Constitution affects defense and health.
With both strength and constitution exceeding 1000, this beast epitomizes a high-damage, high-defense tank. However, despite its 1000 strength and 1000 constitution, its health hovers around 20,000, rendering it vulnerable to the assault of 10 iron swords. Zhang Yuan commanded the 10 iron swords to strike the creature.
Minus 48,238.
The Shadow Forest Giant was impaled by the 10 iron swords, collapsing instantly and dissipating into a wisp of black smoke.
Successfully defeated the Shadow Forest Giant. Experience 2000, Acquired Giant's Heart 1, Giant's Nail 1.
Chapter 15, The Shadow Scarecrow. A level 15 monster grants 2000 experience points, significantly surpassing that of other creatures of the same level. Upon receiving this notification, a spark of excitement flickered in Zhang Yuan's heart. Defeating a single monster here equated to vanquishing several outside, and he could still achieve instant kills with commendable speed. Engaging in combat within this dungeon appeared to be a splendid choice for leveling up. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, Zhang Yuan encountered several Shadow Forest Giants,
which he dispatched with ease, witnessing a rapid increase in his experience.
Along the way, he faced other monsters. Yet their attributes were largely similar to those of the Shadow Forest Giants, allowing for swift eliminations. Progressing relentlessly, he reached the innermost depths of the dungeon, where his experience bar had climbed to an impressive 70, showcasing an astonishing leveling speed. In the heart of the Shadow Forest stood a grey altar, surrounded by gnarled trees hung with numerous corpses, creating a gruesomely eerie atmosphere. The altar was adorned with an abundance of candles, and at its center was a scarecrow bound to a crucifix, evidently the dungeon's boss.
Shadow Scarecrow using the Abyssal Eye. Shadow Scarecrow, Boss, Level 16, Strength 0, Agility 0, Mentality 10, 000, Vitality 0, Skills, Mental Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection 10,000 and Mentality.
Upon observing the boss's attributes,
a wicked grin emerged on Zhang Yuan's face. Although the boss's stats were formidable, any unprepared team would likely suffer a catastrophic defeat.
However, Zhang Yuan possessed the specialized weapon,
Qi Xiao. One of Qi Xiao's passives granted its wielder immunity to mental attacks, rendering Zhang Yuan uniquely equipped to confront this mental-based foe.
The Shadow Scarecrow remained motionless upon the altar,
seemingly innocuous. Zhang Yuan wasted no time and commanded his iron sword to strike.
With both strength and vitality at 0, it should have been an effortless kill. Yet, as he pierced the scarecrow with his sword, the defeat notification failed to materialize. Instead, a green glow enveloped the Shadow Scarecrow, causing its wounds to vanish.
Resurrection, perhaps?
Zhang Yuan surmised, attempting further attacks, yet the Shadow Scarecrow continued to revive, evading defeat. Recognizing it as a mechanism-based foe, he pondered alternative methods to vanquish it. Shifting his focus to the altar, he noticed 4 stout candles adorning its corners.
Could they be connected to the Scarecrow's resilience?
Determined, Zhang Yuan extinguished one of the candles, only to be met with a piercing shriek from the Shadow Scarecrow.
Skill, Mental Storm.
A terrifying gale surged outward, and Qi Xiao swiftly conjured a crimson barrier around Zhang Yuan,
successfully blocking the Scarecrow's assault.
Indeed, mental attacks posed no threat to him. Realizing that extinguishing the candle triggered the Scarecrow's attack, Zhang Yuan knew he was on the right path and promptly set about extinguishing the remaining candles. With each candle snuffed out, the Shadow Scarecrow unleashed another mental storm. As Zhang Yuan extinguished the final candle, the Shadow Scarecrow did not unleash a mental tempest. Instead, it began to twist and scream incessantly before exploding.
A beam of death shot towards Zhang Yuan. Skill, Death Curse. If not purified within a minute, death is imminent. The passive ability of Qi Xiao activated, blocking the Scarecrow's final strike. Successfully defeated Shadow Scarecrow, experience 20,000, acquired equipment, Cursed Necklace. The notification of the kill appeared, yet Zhang Yuan still felt a lingering dread.
Had he not possessed the passive immunity to mental attacks, completing this dungeon would necessitate the presence of a paladin or priest with purification skills. Otherwise, once afflicted by the death curse, death would be certain. If he were to document this intelligence as a strategy guide for the Adventurers Guild, it could fetch a handsome sum and save many lives. Zhang Yuan silently noted this and proceeded to examine his newly acquired equipment. Curse Necklace, Special Accessory Spirit 500. The bearer gains the skill Mental Storm, while suffering a mental curse, Strength -250, Constitution -250, no equipment level restriction.
Note, one of the curse triad. Mental Storm unleashes a wide area mental whale, inflicting damage equal to 10 times the bearer's spirit on each enemy.
The attributes conferred and deducted by the cursed necklace were rather extreme, and like Qishao, it was classified as a special piece of equipment. Zhang Yuan found himself in a quandary upon reviewing the necklace's attributes. His sword damage was intrinsically linked to his spirit. Adding 500 spirit effectively elevated his attributes by 17 levels. Furthermore, the skill Mental Storm compensated for his lack of area damage. Although his constellation's fourth effect provided splash damage, it was only 10, and as enemy health increased in later stages, his splash damage would become insufficient.
Even now, he could no longer vanquish elite monsters with a single splash hit.
However, area damage skills differed. The fourth effect of his constellation meant that with each enemy struck within the sword formation, others would receive 10 splash damage. This implied that the more enemies targeted by his area damage skills, the higher the cumulative splash damage would be.
Against over 10 foes,
the splash damage could surpass the skill's inherent damage. For him, Mental Storm represented an exceptional means to clear out minions in bulk. Yet, the deduction of 250 from both strength and constitution was quite vexing. Currently, his strength stood at 230 and constitution at 165.
Adorning this necklace would render his attributes negative, potentially leading to immediate death by curse.
He contemplated that wearing this cursed necklace would have to wait until he reached at least level 30.
No! The mental curse of this necklace, should it also be considered a mental attack?
Zhang Yuan suddenly recognized a blind spot. While the cursed necklace would curse its bearer, his unique weapon Qishao granted him immunity to mental attacks. Based on Qishao's recent performance, the Scarecrow's mental storm and death curse had no effect on him. Logically, the mental curse from the necklace should also be negated.
With this realization, Zhang Yuan resolved to attempt wearing the necklace. If it proved unmanageable, he could simply remove it. Upon donning the cursed necklace,
Zhang Yuan felt a sudden chill enveloping his neck, and his vision became remarkably clearer. Beyond this sensation, he experienced nothing else. He promptly examined his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, Sword Array Master. Unique, Level, 13, 8200. Strength, 230. Agility, 165. Mental Power, 990. Constitution, 165. Special Occupational Attributes, Critical Hit Rate, 22. Critical Damage, 220. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1. Eye of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 1010. Divine Sword Qishao. Imperial First Class Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace. Skills, Sword Array, Level 3, Sword Control, Level 3, Sword Array Space, Toxin Resistance, Level 1. Mental Storm, Constellation, 6 lives. His mental power surged by 500, while neither strength nor constitution diminished. His conjecture had proven accurate. Truly, the specialized weapon was remarkable, granting immunity to mental attacks. Did this mean he could disregard negative effects while adorned with cursed equipment? Zhang Yuan was elated to discover that Qishao could indeed negate the adverse effects of the cursed necklace. It was worth noting that the cursed necklace was part of a noted trio of cursed items. Should he assemble the complete cursed set, he would not only gain formidable enhancements but also remain impervious to negative effects. He could hardly fathom the extent of his potential. In the midst of Zhang Yuan's excitement, a brand new treasure chest appeared at the center of the altar. He approached and opened it, revealing a dazzling array of colors within. Obtained, Divine Stone 1, first completion of the Nightmarish Shadow Forest Dungeon, additional reward, Cursed Ring. Chapter 16, Concealed Difficulty and First Completion Rewards. Upon witnessing the first completion reward, Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. The Stone of the Gods is a reward that everyone receives upon their initial conquest of a dungeon. so Zhang Yuan was not particularly surprised by it. However, the fact that this dungeon's first completion reward granted him a piece of cursed equipment was indeed an unexpected boon. Filled with exhilaration, Zhang Yuan promptly examined his spoils. Cursed ring, special accessory spirit 500, holder suffers from a mental curse, agility -250, constitution -250, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the 3-piece cursed set. Indeed, it was a set. Upon seeing the effects of the cursed ring, Zhang Yuan equipped it without hesitation, activating the passive effect of Qishao, which negated the negative impacts of the cursed ring. His spirit attribute soared to 1490, a level typically attained only after a mage's 30th level class change. The last piece of the cursed 3-piece set was presumably to be acquired from this dungeon's hidden difficulty. Having already obtained 2 pieces of the cursed set, it seemed illogical not to pursue the final piece. Moreover, he possessed a natural advantage over the dungeon's boss, making a flawless victory quite feasible. After organizing his loot, Zhang Yuan exited the dungeon and returned to reality, then resolutely challenged the dungeon once more. Please confirm your selection? Difficulty? Confirm. Zhang Yuan was once again transported into the dungeon, discovering that the environment bore no distinction from the nightmare difficulty. However, before he could advance, a piercing scream echoed from deep within the forest, triggering Qishao's passive ability. It was the mental storm of the Shadow Scarecrow. Truly, the hidden difficulty proved formidable. Encountering a boss's mental assault upon entry was no trivial matter. That Shadow Scarecrow's attack range was indeed vast, he mused, as he deployed his sword array and cautiously advanced with his flying swords. Although he had previously conquered the nightmare difficulty, he remained vigilant, aware that new mechanics could emerge in the hidden difficulty. Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered his first giant without hesitation. He unleashed the Abyssal Eye upon the creature. Shadow Forest Giant Warrior, Enhanced Elite, Level 15, Strength 2000, Agility 200, Spirit 60, Constitution 2000, Skills, Axe Swing, Stomp, in stark contrast to the monsters in Nightmare difficulty. The attributes of this giant had doubled in the hidden difficulty. The peril was palpable, a single hit could very well spell his demise. Nevertheless, he decided to test his newly acquired skill. Zhang Yuan retreated a short distance to maintain a safe distance from the beast, then invoked his newfound ability. Mental Storm. A shrill cry erupted from Zhang Yuan's necklace, instantly consuming 500 points of his spirit, as a terrifying mental storm swept outward. -2, 610, 480. A cascade of horrifying damage figures appeared above the Shadow Forest Giant Warrior's head, causing the giant to hemorrhage from every orifice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having successfully slain the Shadow Forest Giant Warrior, experience 4000, having successfully slain the Shadow Forest Giant Vanguard, experience 5000, having successfully slain the Shadow Mage, experience 8000, acquired Giant's Heart 10, Giant's Claw 12, Giant's Bone 10, Shadow Crystal 1, in an instant, a multitude of kill notifications flooded the screen. And a golden light surged from within Zhang Yuan, propelling him to level 14 on the spot. Hiss. Zhang Yuan gasped in astonishment as he witnessed his experience soaring like a rocket. The area of effect for the Spirit Storm matched that of his sword formation. And akin to the sword control skill, it benefited from critical damage amplification, further enhanced by a tenfold increase due to his talent and the stacking damage from Constellation level 4. With the activation of this skill, not a single foe would survive within a radius of 300 meters of the sword formation. For other mages, Spirit Storm might be considered a formidable AoE attack. Yet it pales in comparison to their own forbidden spells. However, in the hands of Zhang Yuan, bolstered by Constellation level 4 damage stacking, this skill transformed into a nuclear explosion. Not only Spirit Storm, but any area of effect skill wielded by Zhang Yuan would ascend to the level of a strategic forbidden spell. Imagine, in the later stages, if the radius of the sword formation were to expand to thousands or even tens of thousands of meters. A single Spirit Storm would amplify damage by an additional 10 for every enemy within range. Within that formation, even divine beings would be swept away by the tempest. The singular drawback of this skill lies in its consumption of mental energy. At present, Zhang Yuan possessed 15-20 points of mental energy, allowing for only 3 uses. Unless the enemy density was extraordinarily high, the cost-effectiveness would not compare favorably to utilizing sword control for several basic attacks. Having witnessed the potency and consumption of Spirit Storm, Zhang Yuan resolved not to employ it further within this dungeon, opting instead to forge ahead with his flying swords. Although the attributes of the hidden difficulty monsters had significantly increased, under Zhang Yuan's ability to disregard enemy defenses, those creatures still faltered against his strikes. Unable to close the distance. As he advanced and leveled up, Zhang Yuan reached the vicinity of the altar deep within the Shadow Forest, now at level 15. Unexpectedly, the hidden difficulty of this dungeon had transformed into a sanctuary for his leveling endeavors. Upon noticing the scarecrow at the center of the altar, Zhang Yuan intended to use Abyssal Eye on it, when suddenly a multitude of purple bubbles erupted from the altar. The scarecrow began to writhe unnaturally, opening its gaping maw and unleashing a spirit storm that was exponentially more powerful than before. Ah! The piercing shriek of the scarecrow generated a terrifying sonic wave, uprooting the ground surrounding the altar. Despite the protection of his crimson sky, Zhang Yuan was still pushed back several steps by the force of the sound wave. Without hesitation, he activated Abyssal Eye on the scarecrow. Corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow, Lord, level 16, Strength 0, Agility 0, Mental 200,000, Vitality 0, Skills, Spirit Storm, Death Curse. Resurrection 200,000 mental power? Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly as he beheld the boss's attributes. No matter how insidious this hidden difficulty may be, it should not have escalated the boss's attributes by a staggering 20-fold, should it? This level 15 dungeon seems like it would obliterate even a level 30 elite team without adequate preparation. Wait, the corrupted Abyss Scarecrow. Is it not reminiscent of the previous corrupted Cyclops King? Am I once again entangled in the Abyssal strategy mode? Zhang Yuan noticed that the name of the scarecrow had changed, and his expression instantly transformed into one of profound intrigue. Wasn't it said that the probability of a dungeon undergoing abyssal transformation was less than 1%? This was merely the second day after his job change, and he had only attempted 2 dungeons, both of which had undergone abyssal transformation. Is this misfortune or serendipity? Chapter 17, Confronting the Abyss. Zhang Yuan may have been unfortunate, yet he found solace in the fact that this boss wielded only mental attacks. Whether his mental fortitude was augmented 20-fold or 200-fold mattered little to him. Regaining his composure, Zhang Yuan promptly employed the strategy he had utilized during the nightmarish difficulty level, extinguishing the candles encircling the altar. This time, 8 candles adorned the altar. With each one he snuffed out, the corrupted abyssal scarecrow would emit 2 wretched howls, the shrill cries reverberating painfully through Zhang Yuan's mind. Upon extinguishing the final candle, the corrupted abyssal scarecrow writhed and shrieked incessantly before erupting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! A pitch-black death ray surged towards Zhang Yuan. But the passive ability of Qi Shao activated once more, shielding him from the scarecrow's fatal curse. Successfully defeated the corrupted abyssal scarecrow, experience 40,000, acquired cursed bracelet. As the notification of his victory resonated, the loathsome howling finally ceased. Zhang Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, forgetting the damage dealt. The auditory torment was unbearable for anyone. Watching the scarecrow turn to ashes, he relaxed, but before he could inspect his spoils, purple smoke began to rise once more from the altar, a chilling aura emanating forth. More? Observing the altar's unsettling transformation, Zhang Yuan retreated, maintaining his distance. A mere level 15 human has vanquished my prized creation, you cannot be allowed to live. A shadow ascended from the altar, coalescing into a demonic sorcerer clad in a purple robe, wielding a staff, with horns sprouting from its skull and sharp fangs bared. The hidden boss of this dungeon? Upon sighting the demonic sorcerer, Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately employed the Eye of the Abyss. Unable to detect target. Unable to detect? The response from the Eye of the Abyss caused Zhang Yuan's pupils to constrict sharply, a tempest of dread surging within him. His Eye of the Abyss could discern entities up to 50 levels above his own, now. Being unable to probe this demonic sorcerer implied that it was a creature of level 65 or above. This was certainly not a boss suitable for a level 15 dungeon. An abyssal boss. In that moment, Zhang Yuan recalled a news article he had seen recently in a newspaper ordered by his grandmother. A vanguard team, averaging level 70, had failed to conquer an abyssal dungeon, resulting in the escape of a level 70 abyssal boss, which was now at large. Could I be so unfortunate?
As the memory of that article surfaced, Zhang Yuan felt a sudden dryness in his throat, gazing at the demonic sorcerer as he hesitantly inquired, "Are you the abyssal boss?"
The demonic sorcerer smirked. "Indeed, I am Otis, the grand sorcerer of the abyss.
On the king's orders,
I infiltrated the Great Xia Empire to transform all novice dungeons into abyssal realms, eradicating all the unripe talents of your human race."
Young human.
You should blame your own brilliance, otherwise, I would not risk exposure by personally intervening. The abyssal sorcerer Otis.
Zhang Yuan's expression shifted subtly upon hearing Otis's words. "You are a grand sorcerer of the mental domain?" Odysseus appeared to take immense pride in his abilities.
When Zhang Yuan inquired, he boasted, "Since my inception, I have devoted myself to mastering mental spells, solely to possess greater means to torment the souls of your kind. Not long ago, a level 70 elite team from your Great Xia Empire was ruthlessly annihilated by my spiritual attacks.
Even now, the memory of their souls writhing in agony brings me unparalleled delight."
Zhang Yuan nodded in understanding, as the divine sword Qishao silently materialized behind Odysseus, piercing through his back. A terrifying number, -2097480, materialized above Odysseus, and he instantly transformed into mist, swiftly reconstituting a short distance away.
However,
the smile that once adorned Odysseus's face was now replaced with sheer terror.
"Impossible. How could you breach my defenses? Just how much health do you possess?"
Noticing that Odysseus showed no signs of weakening, Zhang Yuan commanded Qishao to strike again. The sword vanished only to reappear behind Odysseus, successfully executing another surprise attack.
"No. This cannot be. It is inconceivable."
Odysseus, now injured, was nearly driven to madness, fixing a fierce glare upon Zhang Yuan and roaring,
"How could a mere level 15 wretch like you inflict harm upon me? What abilities do you possess? I shall make you my slave."
Skill, soul control. Energy surged within Odysseus's staff, unleashing an invisible mental wave toward Zhang Yuan. Qishao instinctively activated, conjuring a crimson barrier that blocked Odysseus's assault.
In that moment,
the smile that once graced Odysseus's face shifted to Zhang Yuan's countenance.
"Ineffective? How can this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Realizing his skills had no effect on Zhang Yuan,
Odysseus lost all semblance of rationality, hurling his spells in a frenzy.
Mental storm. Soul blaze. Death curse. Soul poison. Soul explosion.
Odysseus unleashed every ounce of his power, casting potent mental spells capable of obliterating level 70 professionals upon the seemingly insignificant level 15 Zhang Yuan. Yet, amidst the tempest of mental assaults, Zhang Yuan remained steadfast, continually employing Qishao to ambush Odysseus. Regardless of Odysseus's health, with each thrust of his sword, he was determined to vanquish the demon.
"Why? Why is it that my skills are ineffective against you?"
Odysseus, now resembling a madman, howled in anguish, his eyes ablaze with fury.
"This fellow
truly has not pursued any other spells," Zhang Yuan thought, unable to suppress his inner commentary, albeit with a tinge of trepidation.
Fortuitously,
he was confronted by a demon specializing solely in mental magic. Had any other abyssal fiends approached, he might not have known how he perished. As Odysseus exhausted his arsenal of skills, depleting a significant portion of his mental energy, he gradually regained composure, realizing that Zhang Yuan possessed a remarkable immunity to mental attacks. "Zhang Yuan, you are indeed fortunate to encounter me, Odysseus. Had any other abyssal demon discovered you, you would surely not survive this day."
As Odys calmed, his demeanor transformed into an icy coldness, devoid of the previous hysteria.
He said flatly, "Let you linger a while longer, once the other abyssal demons breached their confinement.
Your demise is inevitable. Are you attempting to flee?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "As a level 70 abyssal demon, can you truly survive after being humiliated by a mere level 15 human?"
"You." The tranquility Odys had managed to regain shattered once more. He forcibly suppressed his wrath and cast a deep glance at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, you shall wait for me." Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, "I shall await with anticipation." The crimson spear pierced through Odys' chest, and he dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Successfully repelled the abyssal demon Odys, experience gained, 200,000, beep. Host has achieved the accomplishment confronting the abyss, reward, awakening of advanced talent. Congratulations, host has awakened the advanced talent, fearless body.
Simultaneously,
a treasure chest appeared at the center of the altar, automatically opening to reveal a dazzling golden light.
Acquired Divine Stone X1, acquired Basic Skill Scroll X10, acquired Profession-Specific Skill Scroll X1, successfully completed the Hidden Difficulty Quest Shadowed Forest, additional reward, Cursed Heart Equipment. Chapter 18, Abundant Harvest. A flurry of information appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, momentarily overwhelming him, prompting an examination of his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, Sword Array Master. Unique, Level, 16, 23, 00, Strength, 270, Agility, 190, Mentality, 1590, Constitution, 190, Unique Occupational Attributes, Critical Hit Rate, 25. Critical Damage, 250, Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1, Abyssal Eye, Fearless Physique. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 1010, Divine Sword Qishao. Imperial First Class Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring. Skills, Sword Array, Level 3, Sword Control, Level 3, Sword Array Space, Poison Resistance, Level 1, Mental Storm. Destiny, 6 Fate. His mental attributes were truly exceptional. Zhang Yuan gazed at his four-dimensional panel, marveling at his current prowess, surpassing even that of a mage. Upon concluding his review of the attributes, Zhang Yuan noted his new talent, Fearless Physique. Fearless Physique, damage reduction 80, astonished, Zhang Yuan gasped at the talent's description. What did an 80 damage reduction signify? Coupled with the 10 reduction from the Imperial First Class Merit Badge bestowed by his grandmother, his total damage reduction soared to 90. The difference this made was monumental. Originally, the Sword Array Master's fragility was its most significant flaw, however, this Fearless Physique rectified that vulnerability, transforming him into a seemingly impenetrable tank. It was utterly extraordinary. After examining his talents, Zhang Yuan turned his attention to the equipment within his storage space. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Mentality 500, Bearer suffers from a mental curse, Strength -250, Agility -250, no equipment level restrictions. Note, one of the cursed 3-piece set. As anticipated, it granted an additional 500 to his mentality, pushing his total beyond 2,000. Other mages of the same level likely possessed mental attributes in the mere range of 3 to 400. This was indeed remarkable. Zhang Yuan donned the Cursed Ring, then shifted his focus to another piece of equipment in his storage space. It was the reward for completing a hidden difficulty dungeon, the Cursed Heart. Cursed Heart converts self-applied curse effects into positive effects. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhang Yuan's lips. Cursed effects transforming into positive ones? Did this mean all the negative repercussions of his cursed 3-piece set would be reversed? To confirm his hypothesis, Zhang Yuan retrieved the Cursed Heart from his storage. Instantly, the Cursed Heart transformed into a beam of light, entering Zhang Yuan's chest and vanishing. Shortly thereafter, he felt a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. He promptly checked his four-dimensional attributes, discovering that his strength, agility, and constitution had each increased by 500 points. Now, he was indeed more resilient than a knight, swifter than an assassin, dealt more damage than a mage, and possessed greater strength than a warrior, all while enjoying a remarkable 90 damage reduction. Zhang Yuan gazed at his extraordinary level 16 attributes, and urged to place his hands on his hips and exclaim, "What does it mean to be invincible at the same tier? This is what it signifies." After examining his talents and equipment, he began to organize his other spoils of war. Among them were 2 divine stones, which represented 2 specialized weapons. Their worth surpassing all his other gains from the day combined. He also possessed 10 basic skill scrolls, which he unhesitatingly decided to utilize. However, employing these basic skill scrolls came with a risk of failure, potentially yielding no skills at all, and there was also a chance of obtaining duplicate skills. Should the proficiency of any duplicate skill be insufficient, the scrolls would convert into skill proficiency. Conversely, if the proficiency was already maxed out, the scrolls would be wasted. Zhang Yuan unleashed the 10 basic skill scrolls, and aside from the failures, he acquired no new skills. Instead, he elevated his existing poison resistance skill to level 5. Poison resistance, level 5 grants 50 resistance to poison. Although he did not gain a new skill, acquiring a passive 50 poison resistance was still fortunate.
Zhang Yuan felt no significant disappointment. After all, these were merely basic skill scrolls, limited to awakening skills below level 20, predominantly common skills.
Awakening resistances was a likely occurrence.
But there remained a possibility of awakening class-specific skills, reliant purely on luck. Clearly, his innate talent for absolute luck had no bearing on the skill scrolls. After utilizing the basic skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan redirected his full attention to the class-specific skill scrolls. The last time he had used one, he awakened the sword array space,
profoundly transforming his offensive capabilities.
Although the sword array space skill did not enhance any attributes, the actual increase in his combat power was beyond mere statistics. He silently hoped for another powerful skill this time. With a quiet prayer, he activated the class-specific skill scroll. Skill acquired, attribute conversion, level 1 within the sword array, mental power can be transformed into strength, agility, and constitution, with a conversion increase of 1-fold.
Attribute conversion? Zhang Yuan was momentarily puzzled by this new skill. Why did sword array practitioners possess such intricate abilities? The textual description alone was somewhat perplexing, prompting him to immediately attempt the attribute conversion, transforming his mental attribute into strength.
To his astonishment, his strength surged from 760 to 2840, making him feel as if he could obliterate a bull with a single punch. Next, he converted mental power into agility, watching his agility leap from 680 to 2760.
And he felt capable of outrunning a car.
Finally, he transformed mental power into constitution, raising his constitution from 680 to 2760,
giving him the sensation of becoming an indomitable wall. Remarkable.
In the sword array, a mere thought allowed for the fluid transformation of mental attributes into others.
Undoubtedly a divine technique in real combat.
Zhang Yuan was immensely satisfied with his newly awakened professional skills, particularly the latter part of the attribute conversion,
which boasted a doubling effect.
This was no trivial matter. It signified that as his skill levels increased, the amplification factor would rise correspondingly. With his already high mental attributes transformed into strength at a tenfold rate, one could only imagine the astonishing outcomes. Although this expedition had its share of twists and turns, including an encounter with a lurking abyssal demon, it ultimately proved to be a resounding success.
Contentedly, Zhang Yuan exited the dungeon to find the dawn had broken,
and the hidden difficulty of the instance had vanished, leaving no option for reselection. It seemed that the hidden difficulty had been meticulously prepared for him by the abyssal mage.
Truly, a concerted effort to thwart him.
Zhang Yuan grumbled a bit about Odysseus and chose not to delve deeper for leveling up. Instead, he made his way back to the city, heading straight for the Adventurers Guild. After a day and night of relentless battles, his inventory was nearly brimming with various monster materials,
necessitating a trip to the trading post to convert them into gold.
Simultaneously, he needed to promptly report on the Phantom Forest dungeon to earn contribution points for the Adventurers Guild,
lest other adventurers seize the opportunity.
Most importantly, he possessed 2 divine stones, allowing him the chance for 2 more draws. Chapter 19, The Shocking Information Bomb. Upon returning to the Adventurers Association, Zhang Yuan approached the front desk. A sweet-faced young lady greeted him with a professional smile and a melodious voice, inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you today?" Zhang Yuan got straight to the point. "I have discovered a new dungeon in the wild." "Very well," she replied promptly, entering the details into the computer.
"Please log in your information here. The Adventurers Association will verify the dungeon details within 1 business day and issue your rewards." Zhang Yuan then asked, "By the way,
I heard that the first person to complete the nightmare difficulty and submit a strategy guide for a newly discovered dungeon will receive an additional reward, correct?"
"Indeed, sir.
Once the Adventurers Association assesses the dungeon's level, if your level is appropriate, you may attempt to conquer the dungeon. I have already completed the nightmare difficulty for that dungeon."
"Can I submit my strategy directly?" "Excuse me, what did you just say?"
The young lady instinctively responded, then paused for a moment, gazing at Zhang Yuan in disbelief.
"You have completed the nightmare difficulty for a new dungeon?"
In this era, many individuals had discovered new dungeons. Yet few dared to challenge the nightmare difficulty before the Adventurers Association had officially assessed its level, and even fewer returned alive.
After all,
everything about a new dungeon is shrouded in uncertainty. No one wishes to tempt fate.
Indeed. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's affirmation,
The young lady momentarily appeared dazed before regaining her composure.
Please hold on a moment, I will inform the manager. Given the circumstances,
this matter was beyond her purview as a mere receptionist. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, complemented by a white shirt and black vest,
with slicked back hair and a stubbled chin, emerged from the back office. Hello, I am Lianping, the manager of the West Lake branch of the Adventurers Association.
Lianping discreetly cast a detection spell on Zhang Yuan.
Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 16. A level 16 Sword Array Master? Lianping was taken aback.
Although he had never heard of Zhang Yuan's profession, a practitioner of that level should ideally be able to conquer a nightmare dungeon with a level ranging from 8 to 12. Such dungeons, if located within the city walls, could serve as beginner dungeons to cultivate students. However, if found in the wild, they held little value. After all, novices would not venture into the wild, and those who did would not require dungeons of level 12 or below.
Nonetheless, a dungeon is a dungeon. According to association regulations,
regardless of whether it is a level 1 dungeon, the Adventurers Association must document it and continuously monitor its energy index to prevent abyssal transformation.
A series of thoughts flashed through Lianping's mind before he donned a courteous smile and said to Zhang Yuan, "Shall we discuss this further inside?" "Certainly." Zhang Yuan returned the smile and, in turn, employed Abyssal Source on Lianping. Lianping, Fire Mage, level 40.
A fire mage who had advanced to the level of a sorcerer, Lianping was a formidable individual.
Zhang Yuan silently verified Lianping's strength and followed him into the manager's office. Lianping opened the refrigerator and asked, "What would you like to drink?"
"Coke,"
Zhang Yuan replied. "Apologies, but I have none here. Please help yourself to whatever you wish to drink from the refrigerator."
Lianping poured himself a glass of brandy, settled into his chair, and, reclining comfortably, inquired, "Do share with me the location of the dungeon you discovered, along with its specific details."
Zhang Yuan,
merely there to collect his reward, was unconcerned with Lianping's demeanor and replied, "The new dungeon is situated 10 kilometers outside the West City Gate,
deep within the Goblin Forest.
It is a level 15 hidden dungeon."
A level 15 hidden dungeon? A flicker of surprise crossed Lianping's eyes. "I heard from the front desk that you managed to conquer the dungeon at nightmare difficulty, did you not?" Zhang Yuan responded, "Is there an issue with that?"
Lianping cast another glance at Zhang Yuan's level before asking, "Then why are you the only one here to report on the dungeon?
Where are your teammates?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I soloed it." "Soloed it?"
Lianping straightened up slightly, his expression becoming markedly more serious.
"Please, continue."
Although he had never encountered the class of Sword Array Master, a level 16 player managing to solo a level 15 nightmare dungeon indicated that the Sword Array Master was at least a rare hidden class, possibly even legendary. This warranted serious consideration. Zhang Yuan elaborated, "The dungeon is called the Shadow Forest Dungeon. The ordinary monsters within are rather unremarkable, possessing strength and constitution around 1000.
Easily dealt with.
The key challenge lies with the dungeon boss, which specializes in mental attributes, boasting a mental attribute of 10,000, while all other attributes stand at 0.
Lianping's expression grew increasingly animated upon hearing Zhang Yuan's account.
"You assert that the level 15 ordinary monsters have strength and constitution of 1000.
And the dungeon boss possesses a mental attribute reaching 10,000? Zhang Yuan queried, "Is there a problem?"
Lianping rubbed his forehead, saying, "Child,
do you understand that misreporting dungeon information carries penalties?
A mental attribute of 10,000 rivals many bosses at levels 30 or 40. Setting aside whether such a boss could possibly exist in a level 15 dungeon, how exactly did you manage to solo it?" Zhang Yuan suggested, "If you doubt my words,
you may send a team to verify.
Additionally, I advise that your party include a priest or paladin, as the boss possesses resurrection skills,
and conventional methods will not suffice to defeat it.
You must extinguish the 4 candles surrounding the altar, but once the candles are extinguished,
the boss will unleash a death curse.
If your team lacks purification skills, casualties are highly likely."
Lianping, noting Zhang Yuan's earnestness, adopted a serious demeanor.
"I shall arrange for a team to assess the dungeon's difficulty immediately. If you are not lying, this could be a special dungeon opened by abyssal creatures.
And the Adventurers Association will reward you handsomely. Please refrain from leaving the Adventurers Association until the dungeon information is verified. Zhang Yuan replied, no problem. I just need to make a trip to the exchange. Feel free, I must excuse myself for now, Lianping said, giving Zhang Yuan a slight nod before hastily departing the office. If the information regarding the instance brought by Zhang Yuan is authentic, it is highly probable that the level 70 abyssal boss that fled previously has taken refuge in Shihu City. The prior transformation of novice instances into abyssal ones was not mere coincidence, and the recently uncovered hidden instances are also likely to be abyssal in nature. If the strategies for navigating these abyssal instances are not promptly addressed, the consequences could be dire. Such matters must be reported to the higher echelons of the association. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuan, he has inadvertently unleashed an information bomb, as he contemplates the rewards that await him. He makes his way to the marketplace to sell materials and purchase uses of the Fate Star Array. 2 divine stones have been exchanged for a refined level 3 Qishao, which is already comparable to legendary grade weapons. It is said that legendary grade weapons can bestow unexpected advantages upon their wielders. However, the specifics of these benefits remain a closely guarded secret among professionals, and Zhang Yuan is unaware of what they entail. Of course, he will soon discover the truth. Chapter 20, I fortuitously cleared the level upon returning to the exchange. Zhang Yuan adeptly entered a private chamber and activated the trading panel. This time, he was not in haste to spend his funds. Instead, he decided to consign all the materials in his storage space at market prices. Once the materials sold, the exchange would automatically transfer the proceeds to Zhang Yuan's account after deducting the transaction fees. The 2 pieces of silver equipment obtained through nefarious means sold for 100,000. And the assorted materials fetched an additional 20,000. Thus, he earned a total of 120,000 that day. Truly, the combat profession is lucrative, albeit the expenses are considerable. Although Zhang Yuan's earnings exceeded 100,000 after selling the equipment and materials, the reality was that a single basic skill scroll cost 100,000. And he had consumed 10 such scrolls the previous night, ultimately acquiring a mere 50 resistance to poison as a passive ability. While the combat profession offers swift financial rewards, the expenditure flows like water, and such funds are essential to spend. Generally speaking, every professional can learn 3 exclusive skills and 5 universal skills before advancing to level 30. To acquire new skills, one must rely on skill scrolls. After reaching level 30, professionals can no longer use basic skill scrolls. Therefore, to pursue the pinnacle of their abilities, a professional must fully learn 3 exclusive skills and 5 universal skills before hitting level 30, a requirement that entails a staggering number of basic skill scrolls. Zhang Yuan's current savings are but a drop in the bucket compared to the financial demands ahead. Of course, such considerations were not on Zhang Yuan's mind at the moment. He spent 2,000 to purchase 2 uses of the Fate Star Array, preparing to draw cards. The prospect of refining the 3rd tier of the Scarlet Sky was indeed exciting. As he observed the storage platform glowing, a small Fate Star Array materialized, and an expression of exhilaration crossed his face. He promptly retrieved the 2 divine stones and placed them within. A double draw. As the 2 divine stones transformed into specks of light within the Fate Star Array, a multitude of cards began to swirl, and the array radiated a crimson glow. 2 red cards emblazoned with images of scarlet swords emerged, ultimately transforming into 2 divine swords, Scarlet Sky. Before Zhang Yuan could take further action, the Scarlet Sky swords within the sword array flew out automatically, merging with the newly drawn swords. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the Scarlet Sky, and Zhang Yuan could almost hear the roar of a dragon. The intricate patterns on the sword's body became even more exquisite, and the blade began to emit a faint glow. Divine Sword Scarlet Sky, exclusive Tier 3 attack power 3000, critical hit rate 70, critical damage 400. If the holder's health reaches 0, it forcibly reduces to 1 point, once per month, automatically protects the holder, and grants immunity to mental attacks, with no equipment level restrictions. Artifact Quest, clear 10 Abyss Dungeons, 010, note, one of the 10 legendary swords, it protects its master and purges evil from the world. An artifact quest? Zhang Yuan, captivated by the extraordinary attributes of the refined Scarlet Sky, found himself drawn to the term artifact quest below.
This marked his first encounter with a divine artifact quest, and undertaking 10 abyssal dungeons was no trivial matter. It was rare for an ordinary professional to encounter even a single abyssal dungeon in over a decade, let alone attempt to conquer one. However, the greater the difficulty of the task, the more substantial the rewards promised. Merely observing the attributes bestowed by Qishao suggested that the rewards for this quest would be anything but meager. It appeared that he would need to focus on abyssal dungeons in the future to expedite the completion of the artifact quest and unlock its rewards. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Zhang Yuan stored away Qishao and stepped outside, where he was greeted by the beaming smile of Lianping. Zhang Yuan paused. "Have you already completed the assessment?" Lianping replied with a grin, "Indeed, we have identified the dungeon you mentioned, and we've dispatched personnel to secure the surrounding area." Zhang Yuan inquired, "In that case, can we discuss the rewards?" Lianping responded, "The rewards have already been distributed. You may check your account with the Adventurers Association." Zhang Yuan promptly opened his interface to examine the details. Name, Zhang Yuan, contribution, 10,000, Adventurers Association level, Silver Adventurer, membership level, 2, such generous rewards? Zhang Yuan was taken aback to find that not only had he amassed 10,000 contribution points, but he had also ascended to the rank of Silver Adventurer, with his membership level reaching 2. Upon registering with the Adventurers Association, professionals were assessed based on their contribution points, categorized from lowest to highest as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and divine. The higher the adventurer's level, the more prestigious quests they could undertake. It was rumored that once an adventurer attained platinum status, the association would grant them monthly stipends. The membership level at the trading post also warranted mention. At level 2, one could purchase a fate compass. Most notably, Zhang Yuan had not yet registered as an adventurer. Lianping chuckled, "I apologize for taking the liberty of registering you as an adventurer. It was necessary for you to receive all the rewards." Zhang Yuan replied, "I have no issue with you registering me, I intended to do so eventually. However, I am curious as to why the rewards are so substantial. To my knowledge, a level 15 dungeon typically yields only about 1,000 contribution points. Even with the added challenge, how could it possibly reach 10,000? Within the Adventurers Association, many items could not be purchased with mere currency. They could only be acquired through contribution points. Rumor had it that in the black market, the price for a single contribution point soared to as much as 100 cash. This meant that by reporting a single dungeon, the Adventurers Association had rewarded him with a staggering 1 million. Lianping replied, "Regarding this matter, let us discuss it further in the office. In fact, your rewards may exceed what you have received thus far." More? Zhang Yuan's interest was piqued as he followed Lianping back to the manager's office. Upon entering, Lianping retrieved a chilled bottle of soda from the refrigerator and placed it before Zhang Yuan, saying with a smile, "Help yourself, there is plenty more in the fridge. If that isn't enough, I can send someone to fetch more." Zhang Yuan, gazing at the ice-cold cola before him, could not help but inquire of Lianping. "Please speak plainly, your manner is somewhat disconcerting." "Very well, I shall be direct," Lianping replied with a smile. "We have discovered that the Shadow Forest dungeon has undergone a transformation into a depths version, and it has been successfully cleared by someone. I have heard that you previously soloed the newly hidden depths dungeon for novices. Was it you who also conquered the depths version of the Shadow Forest dungeon?" Zhang Yuan appeared perplexed and retorted, "Could it not have been another individual who accomplished this?" Lianping, noticing Zhang Yuan's earnest yet absurd denial, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and reminded him, "Dungeons maintain completion records. As it stands, you are the sole individual recorded for clearing the Shadow Forest dungeon." "Is that so?" Zhang Yuan replied without a hint of embarrassment, "Oh. I must have forgotten to mention that the dungeon has indeed transformed into a depths version. The corrupted scarecrow was quite formidable, and I managed to clear it by sheer luck." "Luck, you say?" Lianping's mouth twitched again. "In fact, we have detected traces left by the Depths Archmageotus within the dungeon. That level 70 Depths boss seems to have assumed the role of the final boss after the dungeon's transformation." "Ahem." Zhang Yuan coughed lightly. "I was just about to mention that Otis is indeed quite powerful. I was fortunate to have defeated him." "Not so, my friend. Lianping could no longer contain himself. He shot up, fixating his gaze on Zhang Yuan with urgency in his voice. That level 70 boss obliterated our entire Xia Vanguard team.
How did you manage to be so fortunate as to vanquish that creature at level 16?
Zhang Yuan corrected him. Strictly speaking, I was at level 15. Chapter 21, President of the Adventurers Association. Lianping opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of uttering something impolite. However, he ultimately restrained himself, mindful of his position, and swallowed the words back.
Regaining his composure, Lianping forced a smile and inquired of Zhang Yuan, "Could you perhaps share how you managed to vanquish that abyssal boss?"
Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions nor seek to pry into the secrets of your profession. It is merely that the Great Xia Empire and our association are in dire need of intelligence regarding that abyssal boss. Rest assured, should you provide any useful information concerning Otis, both the Great Xia Empire and the Adventurers Association are prepared to offer you substantial rewards.
Zhang Yuan contemplated for a moment before deciding to divulge some information about Otis,
although doing so would expose his immunity to mental attacks. He reasoned that sharing intelligence about Otis would alleviate a significant portion of the pressure on him from both the state and the Adventurers Association. Otis was evidently a highly intelligent being, and his previous failure stemmed from his hubris regarding mental spells, which led him to rely solely on such abilities. Should Otis return after acquiring skills of other elements, Zhang Yuan feared he would struggle to survive alone.
Ideally, the state would eliminate Otis before he could make a comeback.
With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yuan stated, I possess a skill that grants me immunity to mental attacks, and at that time, Otis was limited to mental spells.
Thus he was unable to harm me. Lianping nodded. Indeed, your information corroborates the higher-up suspicions regarding that abyssal boss.
Our vanguard was annihilated precisely because the team lacked equipment for mental defense.
Zhang Yuan, this intelligence is invaluable. Do you have any further information about Otis? Zhang Yuan replied.
Otis infiltrated the Great Xia Empire under the orders of the king, intending to transform all novice dungeons into abyssal versions, thereby eradicating all untapped talents among humanity.
Upon hearing this, Lianping's expression shifted slightly, and he exclaimed, Are you certain? Zhang Yuan affirmed.
Otis himself stated that he targeted me because I single-handedly conquered an abyssal dungeon, and he sought to eliminate me before I could fully develop my abilities.
Lianping's pupils contracted as he gasped, I see.
No wonder the probability of novice dungeons becoming abyssal has surged. It appears those monsters from the abyss aim to uproot the Great Xia Empire.
This matter must be reported immediately. Suddenly struck by a realization, he disregarded Zhang Yuan and dashed out of the office. After a considerable time, Lianping returned in a flurry, excitement radiating from him as he addressed Zhang Yuan, Child, you have accomplished a great feat. Elder Bai wishes to meet you personally to bestow your reward. Elder Bai? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. You cannot be referring to the legendary Grand Sorcerer, Bai Zhenghua, the president of the Adventurers Association?
Bai Zhenghua was a paramount figure within the Great Xia Empire. Having once single-handedly held back an army of abyssal creatures at the entrance to the abyss, a figure of unparalleled strength, immortalized in textbooks. Since his arrival in this world, Zhang Yuan had frequently heard tales of Elder Bai's exploits. Indeed, it is Chairman Bai Lao Bai. Lianping excitedly patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, You have truly made it, few have the opportunity to meet him.
Zhang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, Is he in Shihu City? He can be anywhere.
You will understand once you meet him, Lianping replied cryptically, leading Zhang Yuan to a concealed room.
Bai Lao Bai is inside, you may enter. Aren't you coming in? Zhang Yuan turned to ask.
With a chuckle, Lianping said, This is your reward, I shall not intrude.
Bai Lao Bai is quite generous,
so feel free to voice any requests.
Go on. Encouraged by Lianping's words, Zhang Yuan boldly pushed the door open.
Inside stood a simply adorned room, brightly lit, with an elder clad in a white robe at its center. Strangely, Zhang Yuan had sensed nothing while outside, but upon entering,
he was enveloped by an overwhelming aura emanating from the elder, making it difficult to breathe. The pressure exerted by this elder, the president of the Adventurers Association, surpassed even that of a level 70 abyssal boss, Odysseus.
Almost instinctively, Zhang Yuan summoned his weapon, Shishao, to shield himself, while simultaneously employing the abyssal eye on the elder.
Unable to detect the target.
As anticipated, he gleaned no information about the elder.
Quite a commendable reaction, Bai Zhangwei remarked with a satisfied smile. It is rare to find such vigilance in today's youth.
Noticing Bai Zhangwei's diminished presence, Zhang Yuan retracted Qishao and bowed respectfully.
It is an honor to meet you, Bai Lao Bai.
The sword you wielded earlier is your specialized weapon, correct?
Bai Zhangwei inquired jovially.
Indeed, Zhang Yuan replied candidly,
realizing that concealment was futile at this juncture.
I have heard that during your class advancement, you drew a hidden profession with a single card, and now, nearly 3 days into your new role, you have already obtained a specialized weapon.
Child, your fortune is truly extraordinary.
Bai Lao Bai, it is merely luck.
There is no need for ostentation. Luck is indeed a facet of strength.
I wish our nation could produce more individuals blessed with such fortune, Bai Zhangwei remarked,
increasingly impressed with Zhang Yuan.
With a casual gesture, he summoned a bottle of ice-cold cola from the void.
I heard from Lianping that you enjoy cola. This is a special brew I had prepared for you. Would you care to try it?
Thank you, Bai Lao Bai. Zhang Yuan graciously accepted the cola and,
upon opening the cap, drank it eagerly.
Consuming divine cola grants a permanent 10 to all attributes.
What is this?
Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he perceived the permanent increase in his attributes.
Ah, just a small token of our meeting, I hope you find it to your liking.
Bai Zhangwei chuckled before continuing, I have come to discuss 2 matters with you. First, as a reward for your invaluable intelligence, which has effectively saved many young lives.
Second,
I hope you will consider joining the Abyss Strategy Group.
The Abyss Strategy Group? Zhang Yuan was taken aback.
Bai Zhangwei introduced, in recent years, the trend of dungeons becoming abyssal has intensified across various regions, and the number of elite adventurers tasked with conquering these abyssal dungeons has become increasingly scarce. Therefore, our Adventurers Association has established an Abyssal Strategy Group. Upon joining this group, we will not compel you to undertake missions, instead, you will be added to a special chat group. This group will continuously update information regarding the abyssal dungeons in various locales, and members can form temporary teams within the group to selectively challenge these dungeons. Upon successful completion of challenges, the Adventurers Association will bestow lavish rewards upon the conquerors.
I understand, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly.
He already possessed a quest for conquering abyssal dungeons.
And this Abyssal Strategy Group seemed to be a timely opportunity.
However, he did not rush to agree and continued to inquire. The members eligible for such a group must be high-level elite adventurers, correct?
Why choose me?
Bai Zhangwei chuckled, ah, child, although you conceal your abilities well, the aura you emit is quite formidable. I can sense that many adventurers who have reached level 30 and beyond are no match for you.
In a life-or-death struggle,
even Lianping, who stands at level 40 outside, would fall beneath your blade.
Am I mistaken?
Zhang Yuan remained silent. Bai Zhangwei continued, with your strength,
joining the Abyssal Strategy Group is more than sufficient.
Furthermore, if you agree to join, I will offer you additional rewards.
Zhang Yuan replied, all right, I agree.
Chapter 22, The Abyss Strategy Group. Good boy, splendid.
Bai Zhangwei, upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's prompt agreement, found his admiration for Zhang Yuan's character deepening. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you your reward.
First, as a reward for providing crucial intelligence regarding Odysseus, you shall receive 10 primary skill scrolls and 100,000 contribution points from the Adventurers Association. A radiant light flickered in Bai Zhangwei's hand as 10 primary skill scrolls materialized before him. Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted in astonishment, he had not anticipated such a substantial reward. The 10 primary skill scrolls alone represented a value of 1 million, and the 100,000 contribution points were worth even more than 10 million.
Isn't this reward rather excessive, Bai Lao? Zhang Yuan inquired.
Bai Zhangwei waved his hand with a chuckle, not at all, not at all. In comparison to the losses your intelligence has spared the nation, this is but a trivial sum.
Additionally, I have one more item for you.
As he spoke, Bai Zhangwei presented Zhang Yuan with a crystal orb the size of a ping-pong ball.
This is a reward for your promise to join the Abyss Strategy Group.
Should you find yourself in peril, simply shatter this orb, and I shall instantly appear at your side to assist you unconditionally, just once.
Zhang Yuan was taken aback. By breaking this orb, you will appear, Bai Lao? Indeed. Even if Odysseus were to seek you out again, shattering this orb would ensure that he meets his demise. Thank you, Bai Lao.
Zhang Yuan accepted the crystal orb with excitement. With this talisman of protection, he felt sufficiently empowered to face the next encounter with the Abyss boss. Bai Xinghua continued, as for your joining the Abyss strategy group, Lianping will add you to the group chat. I have other matters to attend to now, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Bai Lao, Zhang Yuan replied. Child, strive forward, the future belongs to you. Bai Xinghua smiled with satisfaction, and then a beam of white light enveloped him, causing him to vanish without a trace.
Spatial magic? Zhang Yuan murmured, contemplating as he exited the door.
Outside, Lianping had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan emerge, he immediately approached, saying,
Bai Lao just sent me a message.
Let us add each other as friends, and shortly, I will bring you into the chat group for the Abyss strategy.
Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and added Lianping as a friend. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. I owe it to your fortune that I had the opportunity to converse with Bai Lao. Should you need anything in Shihu City, feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you.
Zhang Yuan replied, actually, I do have a request for Manager Li.
May I exchange my contribution points for a fate compass for card draws? Without a portable fate compass,
he had to make a special trip to the exchange every time he wished to draw cards, which was exceedingly bothersome.
Most importantly,
drawing cards at the exchange posed significant privacy concerns. While he might get lucky once or twice with specialized weapons, consistently drawing them would inevitably draw attention. It was well known that when a specialized weapon was obtained, it created quite a stir, and anyone with heightened awareness nearby could easily sense when someone had drawn one.
Of course, that's no problem at all. Lianping smiled and replied, with your current contribution level, you can easily acquire the top-tier fate compass. Just express your desire.
And regardless of the type of fate compass you seek, I can promptly retrieve one from the warehouse for you.
Zhang Yuan responded. Just give me the most affordable fate compass.
He considered those so-called high-end fate compasses to be merely extravagant in craftsmanship, adorned with intricate designs, and blessed by monks or Taoists to create the illusion for card drawers that using such a premium compass would enhance their luck. Zhang Yuan did not require such superfluous mysticism, he himself was the epitome of mysticism. Seeing that Zhang Yuan only wanted the cheapest fate compass, Lianping ceased his sales pitch and chuckled, indeed, you are still in the novice phase, your contribution should be spent judiciously, without the need for ostentatious items.
With that,
Lianping retrieved a simple compass from his storage space, which featured a small magical array engraved in its center. Although the compass appeared overly plain and simplistic, it possessed all the functions a fate compass should have. This is the most affordable fate compass, priced at 1 million in the market, equivalent to 10,000 contribution points.
I will give you a discount, so it will only cost you 8,000 contribution points. Thank you.
Zhang Yuan was indifferent to whether this fate compass was second-hand. After transferring 8,000 contribution points to Lianping, he bid farewell and left the Adventurers Association, feeling quite satisfied with his acquisition. As soon as he stepped out of the association, Zhang Yuan received an invitation message from Lianping.
Upon clicking to confirm,
he entered the chat group for the Abyss strategy team, where a flurry of messages awaited him. A 45-level healer is needed for the Abyss dungeon in the western mines of Luo City. Interested parties in the vicinity, please respond. A 50-level violent mage is required for the Abyss dungeon in the eastern suburbs of Shin City. The East Sea Merman Island has already been corrupted. We need a 60-level paladin, preferably equipped with a full set of epic gear and possessing both protective and purification skills.
As soon as Zhang Yuan joined the group,
he felt as if he had entered a bustling marketplace, completely out of place. He had envisioned the Abyss strategy team to be a solemn and sacred assembly of elite individuals who spoke little but acted decisively. However, the reality was akin to the atmosphere found in ordinary wilderness dungeons. Were it not for the real-time updated maps of various Abyss dungeons shared within the group, as well as the high-level requirements for the desired professions, Zhang Yuan might have doubted whether he had entered the correct group.
UNZ, hey, a newcomer has arrived. Come say hello to everyone.
Suddenly, a user with a charming avatar and the ID rabbit tagged Zhang Yuan.
UNZ was the nickname for Zhang Yuan's social account.
In this Abyss strategy team, all personal information was kept confidential. Unless they met offline, no one could discern each other's identities.
Zhang Yuan was reluctant to engage in excessive interaction with these strangers.
So he promptly set his status to invisible and proceeded to check the map for any suitable Abyss dungeons near Shihu City. The only 2 Abyss dungeons near Shihu City were already marked as completed, and he had been the one to conquer them. It seemed that he would not be tackling any Abyss dungeons in the near future. For now, he should focus on leveling up and aim for admission to Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan was unable to find a suitable Abyss dungeon near Westlake City. Just as he exited the group chat, he received a private message from Rabbit. "Hey little brother. I see your IP address is in Westlake City, and I'm nearby as well. How about we meet offline? I have a surprise waiting for you." Zhang Yuan glanced at the message and promptly blocked Rabbit. The Abyss strategy group was a mixed bag, and he held no trust for anyone within it. Even if he were to tackle the Abyss dungeon, he would rather risk facing it alone than entrust his back to a stranger. One could never know if a teammate would stab him in the back. Dismissing Rabbit's message from his mind, Zhang Yuan set out from the city once more. However, this time he did not head towards the West City Gate, but rather made his way to the East City Gate. To the east of Westlake City lies the Roshacha River, alongside which is a level 20 outdoor dungeon, a prime location for adventurers in Westlake City to farm equipment and materials. It was also Zhang Yuan's best training spot at present, where he could directly level up to 19. If all went according to plan, that is. Chapter 23, The Rakshasa River Instance. Upon exiting the eastern city gate, Zhang Yuan journeyed eastward for several kilometers. As the Rakshasa River Instance was the most sought-after dungeon in Shihu City, he encountered scarcely any wild monsters along the way, all having been dispatched by various adventurers. The portal to the dungeon lay on a flat expanse by the riverside, where numerous players congregated at the entrance, either rallying their comrades with fervor or brandishing placards. All engaged in recruiting allies. Normal difficulty, looking for one more. Let's go. Normal difficulty, need a healer, gear and materials shared, hurry. Hard difficulty, we have healers and mages. Just need a tank. Nightmare clear team, seeking a support, preferably a formation master. The entrance to the dungeon buzzed with the same vibrancy as a bustling marketplace. Zhang Yuan strode directly to the dungeon portal and perused the information regarding the instance. This level 20 dungeon featured 3 difficulty tiers: normal, hard, and nightmare. Generally, normal difficulty could be easily cleared with 1 damage dealer, 1 tank, and 1 healer. Hard difficulty required a 4-member team. With 2 mandatory slots for a healer and a tank, the remaining 2 could either be dual damage dealers or 1 damage dealer accompanied by a support. As for nightmare difficulty, it typically necessitated a 5-person team, where a tank and healer were indispensable, at least 2 damage dealers were required. And the final slot must be filled by a support to provide buffs to allies and debuffs to foes, otherwise, the tank would falter under pressure. While Zhang Yuan was engrossed in examining the dungeon details, someone approached him and initiated conversation. "Brother, would you like to join us for the dungeon? I see you're a support class, we happen to need one. Our team is tackling nightmare difficulty, gear is distributed via roles, and materials are shared. Are you in?" Despite Zhang Yuan being only level 16, the prominence of his class as a sword array master made him stand out. It was evident to all that he was not an ordinary player. After all, one does not venture into the Rakshasa River Instance at level 16 without a modicum of skill. "No, I prefer to go solo." Zhang Yuan decisively declined the invitation and opted for nightmare difficulty, teleporting directly into the instance. He entered the dungeon alone at level 16? Was he so audacious? Even in normal difficulty, such a choice seemed reckless. Ha, the audacity of youth. Just wait, in an hour's time, we shall see if he can emerge unscathed. As Zhang Yuan stepped into the instance, many observers outside displayed amused expressions. The majority of adventurers present were seasoned players in their 20s. Well aware of the Rakshasa River Instance's challenges, and they harbored little faith in Zhang Yuan's ability to solo the dungeon. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crowd, a woman clad in an assassin's garb perched upon a stone, tossing her dagger in a playful manner while observing the dungeon portal with intrigue. What an interesting fellow. Perhaps he is the one I have been searching for. Upon entering the dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself transported to the riverbed, his head encapsulated in an air-filled bubble. Before him loomed a grand underwater palace, guarded by an array of shrimp and crab warriors at the entrance.
The air within the bubble is limited, seemingly sufficient for only an hour's duration.
One must either complete the challenge within this time frame or conserve air for a return to the entrance. Time is of the essence. Zhang Yuan instantaneously comprehends that this quest is time-restricted, and he hastens towards the underwater palace, simultaneously employing the abyssal eye on the shrimp and crab guards at the entrance. Elite Shrimp Soldier, Level 20, Strength 1500, Agility 2000, Spirit 500, Constitution 1000, Skills, Intimidation, Whip. Water Bomb, Elite Crab General, Level 20, Strength 3000, Agility 500, Spirit 500, Constitution 1000, Skills, Intimidation, Pincer Attack. Charge, these two elite monsters possess attributes surpassing even those of a level 10 boss. No wonder the nightmare requires a party of 5, along with support, otherwise the sheer power of these shrimp and crab guards would be insurmountable, capable of overwhelming even a level 20 knight with a single strike. Aware of the pressing time constraint, Zhang Yuan refrains from dawdling and promptly unleashes his sword formation, utilizing the Qixia to harvest the lives of the two elite monsters. Successfully defeated Shrimp Soldier. Experience 3000, successfully defeated Crab General, experience 3000, acquired Shrimp Tail X1, acquired Crab Claw X1, having effortlessly vanquished the gatekeepers, Zhang Yuan enters the palace, only to discover an even greater number of shrimp and crab guards within. Skill, Spirit Storm. Upon witnessing a multitude of monsters congregating in the Grand Hall, Zhang Yuan decisively employs Spirit Storm, resulting in the instantaneous demise of all shrimp and crab guards in the palace hall. A cascade of experience notifications floods the screen, elevating Zhang Yuan's experience bar by a remarkable 20. Exhilarating. Zhang Yuan observes the monsters disappearing as if in a match 3 game. His spirits inexplicably lifted as he ventures further into the depths of the quest. However, the palace presents 3 passageways, each lined with numerous forks, rendering the vast structure akin to an intricate labyrinth. After wandering for half an hour and slaying a considerable number of shrimp and crab guards, Zhang Yuan ascends to level 17 yet remains unable to locate the boss room. This cannot continue. Should the air be exhausted before I find the boss, I fear I might suffocate. This quest has existed for many years. There must be a complete map of the dungeon available on the market. I shall return to challenge it once I procure the map. To ensure prudence, Zhang Yuan refrains from delving deeper and instead retraces his steps back to the dungeon entrance. Do you wish to abandon the dungeon challenge? Yes. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan opts to forfeit the dungeon challenge and teleports out. As he materializes at the dungeon's teleportation point, he instantly captures the attention of several onlookers. This fellow managed to emerge alive. Could it be that he truly soloed the dungeon? He entered merely 40 minutes ago. How could he possibly complete the quest? I suspect he could not even defeat the shrimp and crab guards at the entrance. He must have lingered there for so long merely to save face. Truly a case of inflating one's image. But wait. Behold his level, he has already reached the remarkable height of 17, undoubtedly having vanquished numerous foes. He is most likely lost within the palace and, having no other option, has retreated. Indeed. This young man possesses the capability to solo dungeons. The dungeon of Luosha River is undeniably intricate. I too lost my way during my inaugural descent into it. With repeated ventures, one becomes accustomed. Zhang Yuan paid little heed to the murmurs of others as he made his way toward Shihu City. This wilderness dungeon differs from the novice dungeons. Each difficulty level has its own designated cooldown period. The nightmare difficulty imposes a cooldown of 6 hours, affording him ample time to prepare the necessary items. Suddenly, a woman obstructed Zhang Yuan's path and inquired, "Did you just solo the nightmare difficulty?" Zhang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the assassin-clad woman before sidestepping her and continuing onward. The woman chuckled, "I possess information regarding the hidden boss of Luosha River. Would you care to learn more?" Zhang Yuan paused, turning back to regard her. A hidden boss? The woman surveyed the surroundings, twirling her dagger, and suggested, "This place is crowded, shall we find a more secluded spot to converse?" Zhang Yuan utilized the Eye of the Abyss on her. Guan Xayan, Shadow Assassin, level 22. Upon confirming her profession and level, Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well.
Chapter 24. In a rush, everything was instantaneous with a serene smile. Guan Xian twirled her knife and led Zhang Yuan to a secluded area, pausing to declare, "This shall suffice." No sooner had her words fallen than Guan Xian vanished from sight. Assassin skill, stealth. In the blink of an eye, she materialized behind Zhang Yuan. Yet before she could unleash her skill, a steel sword appeared seemingly out of thin air, poised at her throat. How swift! A flicker of astonishment crossed Guan Xian's eyes as she beheld the sword resting against her neck. Zhang Yuan turned to face her, his demeanor calm as he remarked coolly, "Unless you provide me with a plausible explanation, I assure you that in the next moment, your head shall grace the ground." Guan Xian quickly regained her composure. Sheathed her dagger, and replied with a smile, "Do not take it to heart, I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to team up with me. If I were to bring a useless companion to conquer a hidden boss, we might both lose our lives in the endeavor." Zhang Yuan retorted, "However, from my perspective, it appears you are the one resembling a liability." Guan Xian's lips twitched in irritation. "You, young as you are, wield quite a sharp tongue." Zhang Yuan retracted the sword into his sword array space and addressed her directly, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. What hidden boss are you referring to? Is Westlake City abundant with individuals of your temperament?" Guan Xian muttered softly before producing a coral key. "This is the key dropped by the boss of the Luosha River dungeon upon my defeat of it. It can unlock a hidden door where a level 30 humanoid hidden boss resides. The chamber permits only 2 individuals to enter, and the average level must remain below 20. Zhang Yuan scoffed, "A chamber limited to 2 individuals, with an average level requirement below 20, yet the boss is level 30? What sort of dungeon is this? One would hardly deceive a fool in such a manner." Guan Xian chuckled, "You are simply uninformed. Such scenarios are quite common in the legendary trials." "Legendary trials?" Zhang Yuan inquired, intrigued. "Those are clandestine quests scattered across the globe. Completing the trials requirements yields extraordinarily generous rewards, at the very least an epic piece of equipment. And if fortune smiles upon you, you might even acquire special skills or awaken innate talents." "How do you know all this?" Zhang Yuan queried. "From the looks of you, it seems you have only just graduated high school. The legendary trials are compulsory courses at every university. You will come to understand this once you enroll in college." Guan Xian informed him. Zhang Yuan pressed further, "How can you be certain that I can assist you in vanquishing that hidden boss?" "Intuition," Guan Xian replied cheerfully, tapping her head. "I have always had a keen intuition, and I feel that teaming up with you will surely lead us to victory." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "I am not fond of taking risks, your reasoning is insufficient." "What a pedantic fellow," Guan Xian could not help but quip, before producing a scroll and handing it to Zhang Yuan. "Here, take this, surely you are willing to accompany me on this endeavor now?" Zhang Yuan accepted the scroll and examined the information. "Return scroll, can be used within a dungeon to forcibly exit and return to the nearest main city." A return scroll? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened slightly at the item Guan Xian had presented. He had seen this item at the exchange, priced at a staggering 100,000. An exorbitant sum. To his surprise, Guan Xian was so extravagant. However, Guan Xian hardly regarded the return scroll, saying, "Now that you possess the return scroll, you can instantly teleport back to the city when danger arises, ensuring your safety. You must be willing to give it a try, right?" Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and felt this was indeed an opportunity. He nodded and replied, "All right, I can team up with you to tackle the hidden boss. But I just came from the nightmarish difficulty and need to wait for 6 hours. That's no problem, I have an item that eliminates the cooldown of dungeon resets." Guan Xian sent Zhang Yuan a team invitation, assuring him, "Rest assured, even though you are only level 17, we will share the loot equally." Seeing her assurance, Zhang Yuan said nothing further, accepting the team invitation and returning with her to the portal of the Luocha dungeon. Standing at the dungeon portal, Guan Xian took out an amulet-like item. As the amulet emitted a radiant glow, Zhang Yuan received the confirmation for the dungeon. The leader will challenge the Luocha River dungeon at nightmarish difficulty. "Do you confirm?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan confirmed, and together with Guan Xian, they teleported into the dungeon. Guan Xian turned to Zhang Yuan and said, fighting these elite monsters will take us a lot of time.
I know a shortcut that can help us avoid most of the elites and lead directly to the boss room.
No need, let us break through head-on. I could use the experience.
Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly, striding toward the guards at the entrance.
Are you insane? A frontal assault will cost you your life. Guan Xin exclaimed urgently.
Zhang Yuan did not respond. He summoned 10 iron swords and swiftly eliminated the guards at the entrance, stepping into the hall and unleashing a mental storm.
Boom! A terrifying tempest swept through the vicinity, and Guan Xin was immediately bombarded with a flurry of kill notifications,
leaving her momentarily stunned.
What is happening?
She walked into the palace, staring at the empty hall, her mind blank.
Where are the monsters? Guan Xin bit her lip and asked Zhang Yuan, what did you do?
I summoned the monsters, Zhang Yuan replied matter-of-factly,
leaving Guan Xin with an overwhelming urge to retort, yet unable to find a single point to criticize. Zhang Yuan turned back and urged, what are you dawdling for? Lead the way, I don't have a map. Oh. Guan Xin snapped back to reality and swiftly moved to the front, selecting the central door of the hall. As they made their way to the boss room, Guan Xin felt dazed.
Every elite monster they encountered was eliminated in an instant by Zhang Yuan.
Is this truly the attack power expected of a level 17? Guan Xin couldn't comprehend.
Given the health of those elite monsters, even her most potent single-target skill could not achieve a one-hit kill. Yet Zhang Yuan seemed to be using basic attacks. And the most alarming part was that his basic attacks appeared to have splash damage.
Suddenly,
Guan Xin felt that her rare class paled in comparison to Zhang Yuan's sword array master, making her feel as if she belonged to a beggar class.
With Guan Xin guiding the way and Zhang Yuan dispatching foes with ease, they reached the boss room outside the dungeon in less than 10 minutes.
Guan Xin halted outside the boss's chamber, advising Zhang Yuan, I am aware of your formidable attack power, yet inside resides the ultimate boss of a level 20 nightmarish dungeon. I know its weaknesses, you assist me by drawing its attention while I maneuver around. Time is of the essence, there is no need for such complexities.
Zhang Yuan interrupted Guan Xin, resolutely pushing open the grand door.
There, coiled within, lay a massive serpent exceeding 10 meters in length.
Utilizing the abyssal eye,
he observed, Resetsa King Serpent, Boss, Level, 20, Strength, 3200, Agility, 4200, Spirit, 2000, Constitution, 6000, Skills, Whip Strike, Bite, Venomous Entanglement, Venom Attack.
Zhang Yuan murmured.
A constitution of 6000. Guan Xin hurried to catch up, exclaiming, I told you not to act recklessly.
This boss possesses high attack power and an exceptionally thick health pool. Your slight frame cannot withstand even a single blow. Qi Xiao.
Zhang Yuan raised his hand, summoning the Qi Xiao, which manifested as a crimson beam, piercing through the Resetsa King Serpent's head. The serpent barely had time to react before emitting a sorrowful wail and collapsing to the ground.
Successfully defeated Resetsa King Serpent. Experience 42,000, Guan Xin acquired equipment, Resetsa King Serpent Leather Armor, Resetsa King Serpent Venom Blade, Resetsa King Serpent Crystal Core.
Upon witnessing the kill notification on her interface,
Guan Xin's lips twitched. A one-hit kill?
Chapter 25, the Rakshasa King. Guan Xin stood dazed in place, her expression vacant as she gazed at the empty boss room, convinced she was trapped in a dream. Zhang Yuan turned back and remarked, the equipment and materials from the dungeon have been deposited in the captain's storage space.
As per our agreement, we will split them evenly, correct?
Yes.
Guan Xin instinctively nodded, retrieving the equipment and materials dropped by the boss.
Rakshasa King Snakeskin Armor, Golden Grade Defense 200, Agility 200, Poison Damage 20, usable at level 20.
Rakshasa King Snake Fang Poison Blade, Golden Grade Attack 200. Attack carries Poison Attribute, Assassin Damage Skill 20, usable at level 20.
Rakshasa King Snake Crystal Core, Poison Attribute Material.
After reviewing the equipment information,
Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, these items hold little value for me.
Guan Xin suggested, since I did not contribute in this dungeon, logically, the equipment should belong to you.
However, I do desire these items. How about I purchase these 2 pieces from you at the market price for golden equipment?
Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, how much?
Guan Xin replied, the market price for a piece of golden equipment starts at 1 million. These two appear to be part of a set, thus the price would be higher. Additionally, the crystal core is also a valuable material.
How about I offer you 5 million for the entire set? 5 million?
Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, that is quite a sum.
Noticing Zhang Yuan's hesitation, Guan Xin thought he found the offer lacking and added, I have limited cash on hand this time. If you find that insufficient,
we can add each other as friends after we exit, and I can transfer you an additional 2 million later. Zhang Yuan regained his composure and shook his head. As I said, we agreed to split it evenly.
You can take one piece, I will take the other, and we will divide the crystal core equally. In cash. You can simply give me 250,000. Guan Xin chuckled, you truly are an odd one, refusing to accept extra payment.
Zhang Yuan replied flatly.
It is a matter of principle.
Besides, when we agreed on dividing the spoils, I never anticipated you would contribute.
Can't you say something nice for once? Guan Xin remarked, exasperated by Zhang Yuan's bluntness.
She then added, 250,000 sounds unappealing, after we exit the dungeon, I will transfer you 3 million.
Deal.
Once their agreement was settled, Guan Xin produced the coral key and approached the dungeon's teleportation exit, parting the water plants that covered the wall. A coral door emerged before their eyes.
Guan Xin inserted the key into the coral door, and with a soft click, it began to open slowly. Strangely,
although they were currently at the riverbed, not a single drop of water was found beyond the coral door, an invisible force kept all the water at bay, revealing what seemed to be another world within. The instant the coral door swung open, Zhang Yuan received a prompt. Ahead lies the dojo of the Rakshasa King. The dungeon restricts individual levels to a maximum of 25, and the average team level must not exceed 20.
Will you challenge it? Guan Xin turned to inquire. The hidden boss is inside. Are you ready?
Let us proceed, he replied. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly as Guan Xin confirmed the challenge. And the two were promptly transported to a spacious dojo. In the center of the dojo sat a humanoid monster clad in red armor and wearing a fearsome demon mask. Beside it lay a sheathed sword, resting quietly. Noble, proud, and solemn, the creature exuded an aura befitting a king. Zhang Yuan activated the Abyssal Eye on the Rakshasa King. Rakshasa King, Hidden Boss, Level 30, Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 10,000, Skills, Flash of the Sword, King's Pressure, Indomitable Will.
Hiss. Upon viewing the Rakshasa King's attributes, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Not only were the 4 primary attributes astonishingly high, but the monster's skills also appeared quite formidable. Turning to Guan Xin, Zhang Yuan inquired, have you challenged this boss before? Do you have any intelligence? Guan Xin replied. I've only faced it once, managing to overcome just the first phase.
In the first phase, it does not wield a weapon.
However, in the second phase,
it draws its weapon, significantly enhancing both its aggression and speed.
Moreover, each phase has a health lock, indicating that mere damage will not suffice to defeat it. Is it a mechanism-type monster?
Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Having previously encountered the Shadow Scarecrow, he had gained some understanding of mechanism-type monsters. Thus, he was not particularly surprised to learn that the Rakshasa King possessed such attributes. I will test the waters, you can provide support from the sidelines. As Zhang Yuan stepped into the dojo, the Rakshasa King, who had been keeping its eyes closed, slowly opened them and rose to its feet.
At that moment,
Zhang Yuan realized the Rakshasa King stood over 3 meters tall, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Qishao, Zhang Yuan summoned his sword array, calling forth Qishao to pierce the Rakshasa King's body. The Rakshasa King knelt upon impact, but then flames erupted around it, its skin turning a deep crimson as it rose once more, drawing its sword from the sheath.
Phase 2. Is it already the second phase? Guan Xin was taken aback. Her mouth agape as she witnessed Zhang Yuan's single strike propel the Rakshasa King into its second phase.
It was worth noting that she had previously spent an entire hour in this dojo, relying on her skills to gradually bring the Rakshasa King to this phase, while Zhang Yuan achieved it with a mere basic attack. The stark contrast left her feeling utterly embarrassed.
seeing the Rakshasa king transition into its second phase.
Zhang Yuan did not grant it the opportunity to retaliate and once again commanded Qishao to strike. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light appeared. And the Rakshasa king deflected Qishao with its sword.
It blocked my attack? Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted.
This was the first time he had encountered an instance where his attack had been repelled.
Be careful. It's about to use a skill. Guan Xian warned Zhang Yuan. Seemingly unfazed by the turn of events.
Suddenly, the Rakshasa king transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward Zhang Yuan.
Skill, flash of the sword.
The Rakshasa king swung its sword, but Qishao instantly appeared before Zhang Yuan, manifesting a red barrier that deftly deflected the Rakshasa king's assault.
Clang!
The sound of clashing swords resonated as the king of Rakshasa executed a flawless retreat, effortlessly dissipating the force of Qishao's counterattack. In contrast, Zhang Yuan, shielded by Qishao, found himself significantly drained.
Although Qishao possessed a protective passive ability, it nearly ensured Zhang Yuan was not left vulnerable to being staggered, without diminishing the damage inflicted.
Even with Zhang Yuan's innate talents and equipment allowing for a 90 damage reduction, his constitution stood at a mere 705. Under the might of Rakshasa King's 10,000 strength. Even a 10 damage threshold weighed heavily upon him, he could hardly withstand a few strikes.
However, outside the arena, Guan Xian watched in awe as Zhang Yuan braved a blow from the Rakshasa King, not retreating even a single step.
A tempest of disbelief surged within her as she stared incredulously at Zhang Yuan, pondering the nature of his extraordinary prowess. This individual not only dealt substantial damage but also exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities, coupled with an innate resilience.
It was worth noting that even at level 22,
a mere brush with the Rakshasa King would leave her drained, despite her ability to mitigate the majority of damage through skillful parries, necessitating the use of a return scroll to escape.
Yet, here stood Zhang Yuan, seemingly unfazed. Could it truly be that this individual was merely level 17? Chapter 26, completing the trial. As Guan Xian stood in astonishment, Zhang Yuan suddenly inquired, Guan Xian, do you know why the boss deflected my attack? Guan Xian regained her composure and replied, are you unaware of the concept of a perfect block? A perfect block? Zhang Yuan echoed, intrigued. Is that an advanced technique for countering physical attacks?
Indeed, she explained. It requires pinpointing a flaw at the precise moment the enemy strikes, allowing one to defend effectively. If executed successfully, it can nullify the incoming damage and even leave the opponent momentarily stunned. Is it akin to parrying in video games? Zhang Yuan mused, having played numerous such games. He grasped her point immediately.
Precisely, Guan Xian confirmed. However, the essence of a perfect block lies in its instantaneous nature.
The rewards can be great, but the risks are equally significant.
Should one fail, the full brunt of the damage is incurred.
I employed this technique to gradually wear down the Rashawang in its first phase, but in the second phase, its speed was overwhelming. A mere touch meant certain death.
And I could not dare attempt the perfect block again.
As she spoke, the Rashawang launched another attack, dashing toward Zhang Yuan with a swift strike.
Qishao.
Zhang Yuan reacted instinctively, wielding Qishao to defend himself in an attempt at a perfect block. However, the Rashawang's speed was too formidable. Zhang Yuan was unable to react in time, and the block failed.
Clang!
The Rashawang's sword struck Zhang Yuan with ferocity, causing him to wince in pain,
compelling him to summon other iron swords to force the Rashawang back.
In the meantime, Zhang Yuan commanded 10 flying swords to assault the Rashawang.
Yet all were effortlessly deflected by the boss's perfect block.
Seeing that Zhang Yuan was unable to subdue the Rashawang, Guan Xian suggested,
shall we retreat for now and devise a strategy before we challenge it again? Do you possess healing potions? Zhang Yuan abruptly asked Guan Xian. Healing potions? She paused,
then retrieved 3 intermediate healing potions from her storage space and tossed them to Zhang Yuan.
This dungeon permits the use of 3 potions. But I will be instantly defeated by the boss, rendering these potions useless. What do you intend to do with them? Zhang Yuan replied.
This Rashawang can likely only be defeated with a perfect block.
I can withstand a few of its attacks, I wish to test it. Given his current constitution,
He could endure 3 strikes from the Rashuang, and with the passive healing effect from his constellation, he could withstand 4 attacks in total. 1 intermediate stamina potion would fully restore his vitality, and 3 potions would offer him 12 chances, plus the 2 additional he could endure, totaling 14 opportunities. If Zhang Yuan could master the nuances of the perfect block within those 14 strikes, the hidden boss might not be insurmountable.
Guan Xin.
Astonished at Zhang Yuan's desire to perfect the block against the Rashuang's second phase attacks, queried, "Perfect blocking is contingent on strength and agility.
Can your agility keep pace with its speed?"
"I have my methods," Zhang Yuan responded tersely, then employed attribute conversion, channeling all his mental prowess into strength and agility. In the next moment, his mental attributes diminished to 0 while his strength and agility soared to 1845 and 1770, respectively. As all the flying swords cascaded down, Zhang Yuan could no longer control them, yet he felt a significant surge in his power and speed. Zhang Yuan gripped the Qishao sword, his focus unwavering as he fixated on the distant figure of the Rakshasa king, murmuring, "Now I have transformed into a warrior, come forth." The Rakshasa king seemed to sense Zhang Yuan's battle intent, elegantly twirling his sword and adopting an offensive stance. Strangely, Zhang Yuan felt as though the malevolent mask of the Rakshasa king suddenly bore a smile. Skill, flash of the sword. The Rakshasa king unleashed his skill once more, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he charged toward Zhang Yuan. He could see it clearly. With his enhanced strength and speed, Zhang Yuan barely managed to catch a glimpse of the Rakshasa king's movements, attempting to execute a perfect block. Yet, he failed.
The Rakshasa king's sword pierced Zhang Yuan,
reducing his stamina to a mere third, after which the Rakshasa king gracefully retreated, widening the gap between them.
Indeed,
Zhang Yuan's observation that the Rakshasa king withdrew after a single strike only served to reinforce his suspicions. This hidden boss was a trial. And the essence of the trial was the perfect block. Moments later, the Rakshasa king unleashed his skill again, and Zhang Yuan made another attempt at the perfect block. Still, he failed, his stamina nearly depleted. Quickly, Zhang Yuan retrieved a bottle of intermediate healing potion and consumed it, fully restoring his stamina. He was ready for another round. The Rakshasa king initiated his skill once more, and Zhang Yuan attempted the perfect block again. Flash of the sword, failure. Flash of the sword, failure.
In the dojo,
the Rakshasa king resembled a stern master, while Zhang Yuan was the unyielding disciple, both engaged in a relentless repetition of their practice. Outside the dojo,
Guan Xin was utterly mesmerized. She never expected that the level 17 Zhang Yuan was genuinely utilizing the Rakshasa king to practice his perfect block.
Clang! With the consumption of his third intermediate healing potion, Zhang Yuan finally succeeded in executing a perfect block, deflecting the Rakshasa king's sword.
Seizing the opportunity,
he disengaged his attribute transformation and drove the Qishao sword deep into the Rakshasa king's chest. A crimson light pierced through the Rakshasa's body, leaving its health bar nearly depleted,
causing it to kneel before Zhang Yuan. Had he won? Guan Xion's face lit up with astonishment upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's successful strike, but before she could offer her congratulations,
the Rakshasa king erupted with an overwhelming pressure, sending Zhang Yuan reeling.
Skill, indomitable will.
Skill, king's pressure. The entire dojo began to tremble violently as the Rakshasa king roared, rising once more, shedding his heavy armor to reveal a scarred, muscular upper body. The Rakshasa king raised his arm, and the colossal sword lying afar swiftly returned to his grasp, igniting in searing flames.
Another phase? Guan Xion's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the Rakshasa king rise again.
Urgently calling out to Zhang Yuan, if it becomes too difficult, use the return scroll, the challenge has no limits. And there is no need to lose your life here.
However, Zhang Yuan did not respond to Guan Xian.
He gazed intently into the eyes behind the Rakshasa king's malevolent mask, fully comprehending that this third phase was also the final trial of this legendary test. Strength, skill, and the courage to embrace death to live. Yet, with the Qishao sword's passive ability granting him immunity to death, Zhang Yuan felt no fear.
Come forth.
Zhang Yuan broke into a smile. This time, he refrained from employing attribute conversion and instead gathered all the flying swords into the sword array space. Through extensive practice, he had thoroughly grasped the trajectory of the Rakshasa king's attacks. Even though the Rakshasa king's movements were not entirely visible, He could perfectly parry with a keen sense of timing, aided by the skill interface.
At that moment,
the Rakshasa king assumed his stance and transformed into a streak of red light, dashing towards Zhang Yuan, sword raised to strike. 9 iron swords soared forth in front of Zhang Yuan, and one of them struck the Rakshasa king's vulnerability, sending his sword flying.
Shi Shao.
A flash of red light pierced through the Rakshasa king's heart. Successfully defeated the Rakshasa king, experience 100,000, acquired the Rakshasa king's mask.
Obtained Rakshasa king's heart 1, completed the legendary trial, received skill, intuitive parry. Ding. Achievement first legendary trial detected, reward, awakening of advanced talent. Congratulations.
Host has awakened the advanced talent, I am legend. Simultaneously, a treasure chest appeared in the center of the dojo, marking the completion of the hidden dungeon.
Chapter 27, the new special weapon. Is it over? Has it really ended? Guan Xin gazed at the multitude of notifications flashing across her interface, feeling somewhat bewildered.
Although the legendary trial was accomplished solely by Zhang Yuan, they had been in a team.
And thus Guan Xin also received the basic experience rewards along with the divine skill, block intuition.
Moreover, as the team leader, the equipment and materials obtained from defeating the boss were stored in her inventory.
Guan Xin lightly slapped her face to regain her composure.
Then proceeded to unveil the acquired equipment and materials. Mask of the Rakshasa King, Epic summons the Rakshasa King to fight alongside you, upon the Rakshasa King's demise.
It will autonomously recover within the mask.
Heart of the Rakshasa King, Epic grade material.
An epic piece of equipment and an epic material. Guan Xin gasped in astonishment at the 2 items dropped by the Rakshasa King. The value of epic equipment is immeasurable.
And epic-grade materials are essential for legendary equipment forged by divine blacksmiths, often elusive and highly sought after.
While Guan Xin examined the equipment and materials,
Zhang Yuan was simultaneously assessing his newly acquired talents and skills. Block intuition, passive. The first block will invariably be a perfect block. I am legend. If a legendary trial exists within the dungeon, upon clearing it, an item to initiate the trial is guaranteed to drop. A passive. Conceptual divine skill that, if utilized adeptly, equates to complete immunity against one physical attack, and simultaneously delivers a powerful counterstrike to the adversary.
A top-tier talent.
Possessing this ability ensures that he will never miss any legendary trials in the future. What a bountiful harvest! Zhang Yuan beamed with joy at his newfound skill and talent.
Just then, Guan Xin approached him, handing over the mask of the Rakshasa King and the heart of the Rakshasa King, saying, Zhang Yuan, you should take these.
This battle was entirely reliant on your prowess, and thus these 2 epic items rightfully belong to you. Zhang Yuan glanced at the mask of the Rakshasa King and the heart of the Rakshasa King, ultimately taking only the mask. I have stated that since we agreed to share equally, everything should be divided accordingly, rather than distributed based on contribution.
Guan Xin was taken aback. Do you realize the worth of epic items?
The heart of the Rakshasa King alone is worth at least several million.
Zhang Yuan shook his head resolutely. Even 100 million should belong to you. This is a matter of principle, unrelated to monetary value. Moreover, without the hidden key you provided,
the information on perfect blocking, and the 3 healing potions, I would not have been able to defeat the Rakshasa King.
I truly underestimated you. Guan Xin's perception of Zhang Yuan shifted dramatically at that moment.
Previously, when he insisted on sharing the gold equipment, she thought the worth of gold was insufficient to sway his principles. Now, witnessing his determination to share even epic items, she re-evaluated her understanding of him. It is worth noting that even among the closest of friends or lovers, disputes often arise over epic equipment, leading to betrayal behind each other's backs.
Reflecting on this, Guan Xin shook her head with a smile, reclaiming the heart of the Rakshasa King into her inventory.
In that case, I shall graciously accept it.
It must be said, although you exhibit a certain rigidity, you are quite dependable. Thank you for the compliment.
Zhang Yuan stowed away the Rakshasa King's mask and approached the treasure chest at the center of the dojo. The previous reward was for defeating the boss, while this chest contained the reward for completing the Rakshasa River dungeon. The equipment and materials obtained from vanquishing the boss were directly distributed to the team leader, who then allocated them accordingly. However, the treasure chest's reward for a first-time completion of the dungeon was unique to each individual. Since Guan Xian had already cleared the Roshak River dungeon, this chest was exclusively Zhang Yuan's. Upon opening the chest, he received 1 stone of divinity, 5 basic skill scrolls. As Zhang Yuan claimed his rewards, the treasure chest in the dojo vanished, and the dungeon's teleportation exit materialized, allowing the two to be transported away. Outside the dungeon, Guan Xian inhaled the moist, fresh air with satisfaction and promptly transferred 3 million to Zhang Yuan's trading account, remarking, "This has truly been a delightful collaboration. Shall we add each other as friends on our communicators for future opportunities?" "Let us discuss it later," Zhang Yuan replied, not acquiescing to Guan Xian's suggestion. He exited the team without a backward glance, leaving her behind. "Hey! You just received the payment and left? Is this how you treat women?" Guan Xian felt a surge of indignation at Zhang Yuan's abrupt departure. Just as she intended to pursue him for an explanation, she hesitated, watching him walk away. "You must be aiming for Kyoto University, huh? He. You won't escape my grasp." With a light chuckle, Guan Xian twirled a dagger between her fingers, whistling as she departed in another direction. After parting ways with Guan Xian, Zhang Yuan returned home. On one hand, he had reached level 18. And it was only the 3rd day since his job change. Even if he were to engage in sporadic leveling, he could easily reach level 19 within a month. So leveling up was not his immediate priority. On the other hand, having been out for several days, he felt no fatigue from his rapid progression. Yet the consecutive battles left him in need of a bath, as he was beginning to smell. With his grandmother and aunt absent from home, Zhang Yuan freshened up, changing into a clean, crisp outfit. He then settled onto the sofa in the living room, retrieving the fate compass along with 15 skill scrolls. To his surprise, he had acquired another stone of divinity so soon. "At this rate, I might achieve a fully leveled specialized weapon before the college entrance exams," he mused. However, he did not rush to draw cards. Instead, he opted to use the basic skill scrolls first. He unleashed the 15 skill scrolls. Acquired duplicate skill proficiency increased. Poison resistance, level 10 achieved 100 poison resistance. Zhang Yuan observed that utilizing his 15 basic skill scrolls had maxed out his poison resistance. And his lips twitched in confusion over his apparent fear of toxins. Ah well, to only awaken a single skill in repetition could, in a sense, be considered fortunate. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly and picked up the fate compass once more, taking out the newly acquired stone of divinity. Although Zhang Yuan had already drawn cards numerous times, this was his first occasion employing his own fate compass to do so, and he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. A refined 4th-tier Qi Shao could certainly be considered a divine artifact, he mused, as he placed the divine stone into the fate compass. The compass began to rotate, and the array upon it illuminated, causing countless cards to swirl within the formation until at last, a crimson card soared forth. "Come forth, my Qi Shao!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed dramatically, and a resplendent azure sword emerged from the card. An abundance of vapor surged around him, and he seemed to hear the distant roar of waves. Divine Sword Zhan Lu, exclusive Tier 1 attack power 1000, damage 100, automatically protects its master, holder is immune to water attribute attacks. No equipment level restriction. Note, one of the 10 great swords, it safeguards its master and purges the world of evil. Upon witnessing the emergence of this new exclusive weapon, Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned. So one could possess more than one exclusive weapon? Chapter 28, The Military Chief. Upon examining his newly drawn specialized weapon, Zhang Yuan was struck by a terrifying conjecture. His specialized weapon bore the mark of 10 legendary swords. Unlike other professions, which possessed only a singular specialized weapon, he found himself in possession of 10. If, in the later stages, he were to refine all 10 of these specialized weapons to their utmost potential, would he not then wield 10 artifacts simultaneously? The mere thought of this possibility caused his breath to quicken. Artifacts, after all, wielded the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Even among those who had ascended to divine ranks, the number of individuals possessing artifacts was exceedingly rare. This hidden profession, coupled with unparalleled luck, promised immense potential. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped at the door. Zhang Yuan promptly stowed away his sword into the array space and approached the entrance, where he found Xia Chaoyang standing with a bright smile.
I remember you were the captain of the guards back then. Zhang Yuan recognized Xia Chaoyang immediately. I apologize. But I have decided to apply to Kyoto University. Rest assured, I have no intention of dissuading you from pursuing your studies at Kyoto University. Xia Chaoyang replied with a grin. After I returned that day, I reported your situation to the highest command. The leaders regard you with great importance. They convened for 3 consecutive days and have decided to make an exception, allowing you to join the Qianlong Special Forces as an external member. This way, you can continue your university education. The Qianlong Special Forces? That is a secret elite unit of our country. Only the Armée de la Armée can gain entry. What benefits would joining the Qianlong Special Forces confer upon me? Zhang Yuan inquired. By joining the Qianlong Special Forces, the military will serve as your strongest backing. Throughout the realm of Daxia, no one would dare to bully you. Moreover, various military resources will be at your disposal. You will not only enjoy the resources of Kyoto University but also access unique military dungeons, equipment, and intelligence. You would be the first to concurrently benefit from both university and military resources. What would be required of me in return? Zhang Yuan pondered. Aware that no substantial benefit comes without corresponding responsibility. After all, the Daxia National Defense Forces were not a private entity, their duty was to safeguard the nation. I shall not conceal anything from you. Upon joining the Qianlong Special Forces, you will be tasked with military missions. However, as a novice, the focus will primarily be on your training, with initial tasks being predominantly training-oriented, ensuring it does not interfere with your identity as a student at Kyoto University. Even later on, as a member of a specialized unit, the military will not assign you ordinary tasks, you will become a sharp blade of the empire. Zhang Yuan contemplated for a moment, recalling the special merit badge that belonged to his grandmother. Surely, she would have wished for him to serve his country. With this thought in mind, he nodded slightly. Very well, I agree to join the Qianlong Special Forces. Good lad. I knew you would come around. Xia Chaoyang was instantly filled with excitement. He clapped Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, by the way, to join the Qianlong Brigade, you not only need a recommendation from the headquarters but also must pass the trials of the Qianlong Brigade. Spend these days leveling up diligently. Once you reach level 15, I will take you to participate in the Qianlong trials. With your strength, you will undoubtedly succeed, and afterward, you will officially join the Qianlong Brigade with the rank of Major. Zhang Yuan responded, then I can already participate in the trials. You've reached level 15? Xia Chaoyang was taken aback. Weren't you just level 12 the day before yesterday? Shortly after, Xia Chaoyang cast a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master. Level 18. 18? Xia Chaoyang's eyes nearly popped out. How did you manage that? Even the top-ranking Kyoto University in Daxia only requires students to reach level 19 within a month, yet you have ascended to level 18 in just 3 days. This is unprecedented. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, I conquered a deep abyss dungeon, gained a significant amount of experience, and then cleared the nightmarish difficulty of the Luocha River dungeon, which brought me to level 18. You were the one who conquered the Shadow Forest Abyss dungeon? Xia Chaoyang seemed to grasp something monumental, his eyes wide with astonishment. I heard that the level 70 Abyss boss, Otis, appeared in that dungeon and was even repelled. Were you responsible for that as well? Zhang Yuan was surprised. I already reported this to the Adventurers Association. Didn't you know? The Adventurers Association and the National Defense Army are 2 distinct entities, not all information is shared between us. Xia Chaoyang explained, then placed a hand on his forehead. I need a moment, this news is too explosive. He paced back and forth at the doorway before turning to Zhang Yuan. I must report this to the headquarters. Please wait here for a moment, excuse me. With that, Xia Chaoyang hurriedly left. Before long, Xia Chaoyang rushed back, visibly exhilarated, and told Zhang Yuan, wonderful news. War God Wan wants to meet you personally. Come with me to the military district. Wan the War God? Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Who is that? You don't know War God Wan Chang'an? Xia Chaoyang was astonished, then replied, he is a legendary figure in our Daxia Empire. Not only is he the highest leader of our national defense army, but he is also a god-level warrior. There are no more than 10 individuals in the Dacia Empire who hold a higher position than him. He is undoubtedly a significant figure. Even I have only seen him on the news broadcasts. He is an idol to all our soldiers. Oh, then let us go. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. With his profession as a sword array master, he was confident that he would soon ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Seeing Zhang Yuan's unperturbed expression, Xia Chaiyang felt an increased admiration for him and promptly drove Zhang Yuan to the garrison of the city defense army in Shihu City. Wan Chang'an had already been transported from Kyoto to Shihu City via the teleportation array and was currently awaiting at the Shihu City Defense Army headquarters. At this moment, the city defense forces were exceptionally vigilant. Xia Chaiyang led Zhang Yuan through numerous sentry posts until they reached the commander's office, where 2 tall soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Zhang Yuan, utilizing the Eye of the Abyss, scanned the area and discovered that both soldiers were elite professionals at level 60. What a grand display, Zhang Yuan mused internally. At this juncture, Xia Chaoyang stepped forward, saluted, and reported loudly, "Report, Commander, Zhang Yuan has been brought here." "Let him in," came a robust voice from within the command center. Containing his excitement, Xia Chaiyang whispered to Zhang Yuan, "Young man, let's go in. This is your great opportunity, seize it well." "Understood," Zhang Yuan replied calmly as they entered the command center. Inside, several soldiers donned in dark green military uniforms stood, among them a middle-aged man radiating an unparalleled and terrifying aura. The moment Zhang Yuan laid eyes on him, he recognized him as Wan Chang'an, whose strength rivaled that of Bai Zhenghua. It was likely that even the abyssal boss Odysseus would not withstand a single blow from Wan Chang'an. As Wan Chang'an merely turned to face them, his piercing gaze rendered Xia Chaiyang's legs weak. Noticing Zhang Yuan's composed demeanor, Wan Chang'an slightly nodded in approval. Just as his words fell, he suddenly raised his hand, and a sharp longsword materialized out of thin air, transforming into a golden beam aimed at Zhang Yuan, an overwhelming force sweeping across the surroundings. "Qi Shao," Zhang Yuan softly uttered. And Qi Shao appeared before him. Skill, block intuition. Clang. Wan Chang'an's sword was deflected by Qi Shao. The command center was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 29, Boots of the Wind. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including Wan Chang'an. No one could have anticipated that Zhang Yuan, merely at level 18, could perfectly block Wan Chang'an's attack. It was utterly astonishing. "Zhang Yuan, you." Xia Chaiyang, standing nearby, turned pale, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan, his mind a complete blank. At this moment, even Wan Chang'an felt a strain on his composure. Initially, he intended to test Zhang Yuan's reaction. If Zhang Yuan remained unperturbed in the face of his attack, he would commend him and offer a reward to enhance Zhang Yuan's goodwill. Yet, he never expected his strike to be deflected by Zhang Yuan. Although Wan Chang'an realized that Zhang Yuan must have utilized some skill that guaranteed a perfect block, he could not salvage his dignity with so many subordinates observing. Cough, cough. Wan Chang'an cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness, nodding at Zhang Yuan. "Well done, young man. You truly exceeded my expectations by managing to block my sword. No wonder old Bai speaks so highly of you." "I merely employed a skill that ensures a successful block. It was merely a stroke of luck, nothing remarkable," Zhang Yuan replied with a slight bow, maintaining a modest yet confident demeanor. "Ah, I see." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Xia Chaiyang exhaled a sigh of relief, his admiration for Wan Chang'an nearly crumbling. At that moment, the others in the command center also wore expressions of dawning comprehension. It made sense. Without the aid of a skill, Zhang Yuan would have had no chance of deflecting Wan Chang'an's strike. Seeing Zhang Yuan offer an explanation that restored his own dignity, Wan Chang'an's satisfaction with him grew. He promptly retrieved a pair of boots from his storage space and presented them to Zhang Yuan. "Although you relied on a skill to block my attack, your performance has far surpassed my expectations. These boots have accompanied me for many years, and I now bestow them upon you." The others nearby gasped in astonishment at Wan Chang'an's decision to gift those boots to Zhang Yuan. "Commander, that is." "This is my decision. Refrain from speaking." Wan Chang'an interrupted, then added, "Everyone, leave. I wish to speak with this young man privately."
Upon hearing Wan Chang'an's command, the crowd fell silent, casting envious glances at Zhang Yuan as they exited the command center.
Zhang Yuan accepted the boots and examined their details.
Boots of the Wind, legendary strength 1000, agility 1000. Spirit 1000, Constitution 1000, Wind attribute damage reduction 50, grants the skill Windwalker, available at level 15. Windwalker, upon using this skill, movement speed increases by 100.
Legendary equipment?
Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly as he gazed in shock at Wan Chang'an. This is incredibly precious.
Wan Chang'an waved his hand with a smile.
These were among my earliest acquisitions, accompanying me for over 20 years.
I can no longer make use of them.
Bestowing them to you allows them to shine anew. This is my sincere intention, so do not refuse.
That very well.
Zhang Yuan no longer held back. He immediately donned the wind riding boots and felt remarkably lighter, as if he could leap into the heavens with a single bound.
Not bad, quite fitting for you.
Wan Chang'an remarked with a cheerful smile as he observed Zhang Yuan.
He continued, Zhang Yuan, do you know why I sought to meet you in person? Zhang Yuan replied. Is it not because of Captain Xiao's report?
Wan Chang'an replied, that is merely one aspect, however, it is not the primary reason I wished to see you.
Is there another reason? Zhang Yuan asked, taken aback.
Wan Chang'an spoke solemnly, your grandmother was my mentor, and your parents were once my subordinates.
Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Is that so? I have never heard my grandmother mention it.
Wan Chang'an continued, after her retirement, she ceased to discuss military matters, and since your parents went missing,
she has refused to even see me.
Not only you, but the vast majority within the military are unaware that I once had a mentor.
However,
this is not the matter I wish to discuss today. I intend to speak of your parents.
My parents.
Zhang Yuan felt a stir within him. Though he had not encountered the host's parents since his arrival in this world, he held a profound emotional connection to these faceless figures due to the host's influence. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and in this existence, he yearned for the love of caring parents.
Wan Chang'an nodded slightly.
Your parents were also elite members of the Qianlong Brigade.
They disappeared during an expedition into the Abyss Dungeon.
And we dispatched a unit to search the area for an entire month, yet there was no trace of them. Zhang Yuan regained his composure. I am aware of this.
Wan Chang'an added, however, recently, we have received new information regarding your parents. Have they been found? Zhang Yuan's face lit up with surprise. Wan Chang'an nodded, yes.
Their presence has been detected at the Abyss front.
However, it seems they have transformed into Abyss bosses. My parents have become Abyss bosses? Zhang Yuan's surprise swiftly morphed into fear.
Wan Chang'an said, I have yet to inform your grandmother of this matter, but I believe it is essential for you to know. The Abyss is becoming increasingly tumultuous, and your parents' transformation into Abyss bosses is highly unusual. It may even involve you.
Zhang Yuan fell into deep contemplation before addressing Wan Chang'an. Sir, may I ask a favor? If there is any news regarding my parents, please inform me at the earliest opportunity.
Wan Chang'an replied, yes, I intend to do so, however, I hope you will not disclose this matter to your grandmother. I fear that upon hearing this news, she would rush to the Abyss front, which is currently unstable, and she is no longer fit for combat.
Understood, Zhang Yuan nodded.
Now that our personal matters are concluded, we should turn to official business. Wan Chang'an retrieved a specially crafted dark green military uniform from his storage space and handed it to Zhang Yuan. I had initially intended to personally assess your eligibility for the Qianlong Brigade, but it appears that such a test is unnecessary now.
This is the brigade's uniform. Try it on. All right, Zhang Yuan replied. Zhang Yuan took the military uniform and swiftly donned it, already possessing an upright stature. His appearance became even more imposing in the uniform. Indeed.
Wan Chang'an nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly adopted a serious tone and called out loudly, Major Zhang Yuan.
Present. Zhang Yuan responded, standing at attention with resolute clarity. As Wan Chang'an gazed at the upright Zhang Yuan, he could not help but envision his two most esteemed subordinates from the past.
A smile crept onto his lips as he warmly declared, Welcome to the Qianlong Special Forces. Chapter 30, Skill Training Hall. After bestowing the military rank upon Zhang Yuan, Wan Chang'an, the supreme commander of the Great Xiao National Defense Force, departed with his personal guards. Given his numerous pressing responsibilities, finding even a brief moment to meet with Zhang Yuan was a significant endeavor. Once Wan Chang'an left, Xia Chaoyang took Zhang Yuan to the military cafeteria for a meal, during which he introduced Zhang Yuan to the various conditions within the army and the multitude of benefits available to the soldiers. When Xia Chaoyang mentioned the skill training hall,
Zhang Yuan's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire, what exactly is the skill training hall?
The skill training hall is a facility where our soldiers enhance their skill levels. The efficiency of skill cultivation is greatly increased within, and it is a unique establishment of our military. Such facilities are not found elsewhere.
Enhancing skill levels?
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was already at level 18, yet his sword formation and sword control skills remained at a mere level 3. With no clear indication of when he might advance to the next tier. If the skill training hall could aid in elevating his skill levels, it would significantly augment his combat prowess.
With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan eagerly asked, "Can I go to the skill training hall?"
Of course, you can.
This is, after all, part of your benefits.
Xia Chaoyang smiled, adding, however, we only possess a basic skill training hall here, which can at most elevate your skill levels to level 5. For access to more advanced facilities, you would need to report to the Qianlong Brigade in the capital. Reaching level 5 would be quite impressive, Zhang Yuan replied with enthusiasm. I'm currently at level 3, so advancing to level 5 represents a significant improvement. Very well. Once we finish our meal, I shall take you there, Xia Chaoyang stated. Great. Zhang Yuan eagerly consumed his meal with remarkable speed. Then followed Xia Chaoyang to a standalone cubic structure. Xia Chaoyang turned to Zhang Yuan and explained, upon entering, the skill training hall will transport you to an isolated room. You will not be able to exit until your training is complete or you choose to abandon it, so you must be mentally prepared for that. However, you need not worry about sustenance, the facilities within are fully equipped, and nutritious meals are prepared daily by dedicated personnel.
Thank you for the information.
Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude before hurriedly stepping into the skill training hall. Observing Zhang Yuan's entrance, the soldiers outside exchanged amused glances, and one asked Xia Chaoyang, Captain Xia, how long do you think that kid will last in the training hall? Xia Chaoyang confidently held up 5 fingers, proclaiming, 5 days. The soldiers were taken aback, questioning.
Isn't he still a student? Can anyone truly endure 5 days in that daunting place without losing their sanity?
Xia Chaoyang smiled slightly. He is the hope of our empire's future, he possesses considerable resilience.
If you doubt it, shall we place a wager? Let's do it.
As Xia Chaoyang engaged in banter with the soldiers, Zhang Yuan found himself transported into a 50-square-meter room. The space was neither too large nor too small,
making it suitable for training. Welcome to the basic skill training hall. Would you like a personalized training package? Upon entering, Zhang Yuan was greeted by an AI-generated female voice. Can training packages really be customized?
A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Everything here was novel to him, and he promptly affirmed his readiness.
Soon after,
he sensed a peculiar wave of light scanning his entire being. Upon completion of the scan, he discovered that the skills available for upgrade were sword formation, level 3,
sword control, level 3, and attribute transformation, level 1.
With a commitment to train for 16 hours each day, the estimated time for advancement was 20 days.
Is it really that long?
Zhang Yuan pondered, finally comprehending why Xia Chaoyang had abruptly mentioned the mundane aspects of life within the training facility. The timeline stretched considerably.
After a brief moment of contemplation, he recognized that there were still 27 days until the National College entrance examination. Presently at level 18.
Even with 20 days of training in this facility, he would have an additional week to level up. Even if he continued to solo the Rasha River dungeon, it would be sufficient to reach level 19. As for the daily 16 hours of training, with his mental prowess exceeding 3,000, enduring such a regimen should not pose a challenge. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan retrieved his communicator to inform his grandmother and aunt of his situation, indicating that he would not return home for the next 20 days.
After all, he was not alone.
A sudden disappearance for such an extended period would undoubtedly cause concern for them.
Once he updated his family, Zhang Yuan chose to commence his training. In the next instant,
a training automaton rose from the center of the room. The training began with the use of the sword formation skill, followed by the sword control skill to strike the automaton, repeating the process 100 times. As the AI voice outlined the training regimen, Zhang Yuan summoned 10 iron swords from the sword formation space to attack the wooden figure in the room. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt that utilizing the sword control skill within this environment was markedly more proficient than outside. Before long, the 100 repetitions were completed, and Zhang Yuan attempted to wield the iron swords once more, noticing a slight improvement in his fluidity. It seemed that training here was indeed more efficient than in the wild. Savoring this newfound success, he became invigorated and engaged in relentless practice. The intensity of the training facility exceeded Zhang Yuan's expectations. By the end of his first day, he was nearly exhausted, lacking the energy even to wash up before collapsing into slumber. Despite the rigorous training regimen, the results were gratifying. By the end of just one day, his sword control skill had ascended to level 4. The next morning, still lost in a delightful dream, Zhang Yuan was abruptly awakened by a splash of cold water. To his astonishment, he beheld a mechanical arm extending from the ceiling, clutching a basin of water. As the second day of training commenced, he was instructed to strike the wooden automaton with the sword control skill 1,000 times. Listening to the emotionless AI voice, he glanced at the automaton in the center of the room and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really a skill training facility or a prison?" The AI voice responded once more, "Please commence training within 10 seconds, or it will be considered a withdrawal from training. And this skill training facility will close its doors to you. Who would want to give up? I am determined to maximize my skills here." Zhang Yuan's competitive spirit was ignited, and he promptly summoned his flying swords, embarking on an intensive and repetitive training session. For the past 20 days, Zhang Yuan has resided within the confines of this training facility, attending to his basic needs while immersing himself in relentless practice. Whenever hunger struck, he would partake of a meal. When fatigue overtook him, he would surrender to slumber, and upon awakening, he would resume his training, mechanically repeating skill drills to enhance his proficiency. As Zhang Yuan's skill levels ascended, he gradually comprehended the truth that no achievement comes without effort. Even with formidable abilities at his disposal, the path to strength lay solely in continuous training. Inevitably, he became addicted to honing his skills. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuan dashed across the room, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake, and finally halted at the center, pressing the button before him. "Congratulations on completing this training regimen. This skill training facility can no longer elevate your skill levels. Should you wish to progress further, please proceed to the Advanced Skill Training Center," the AI voice announced. Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to review his skill information. Skill: Sword Array, Level 5 deploys a sword array that continuously consumes mental energy, increasing critical damage by 140 within a radius of 50 meters. Controlling Sword, Level 5 mastery over flying swords for aerial assaults, with power determined by the quality of the sword, his mental energy, and skill level. Attribute Conversion, Level 5 within the sword array, mental energy can be transformed into strength, agility, and constitution attributes, with an enhancement multiplier of 5 times. Finally, it was over. Zhang Yuan beamed with relief as he beheld his 3 skills, all having reached Level 5. Remarkably, he had elevated both sword array and controlling sword to Level 5 within just 3 days, dedicating the remainder of his time to practicing attribute conversion. Mastering this skill required intense physical training, akin to a rigorous triathlon conducted daily within the training facility. Prior to entering, Zhang Yuan had been devoid of any abdominal muscles. Yet upon his exit, he proudly sported a well-defined six-pack. The intensity of his training was clearly evident. As Zhang Yuan departed the training hall, he was met by a throng of soldiers, all gazing at him with admiration. Stunned by such a reception, he turned to the equally awaiting Xia Chaoyang and inquired, "What is going on? Why is everyone here?" Xia Chaoyang could not suppress his admiration and gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly impressive. To endure 20 days in the training hall is no small feat." Zhang Yuan, taken aback, responded, "What is wrong with staying for 20 days? Isn't that the training package designed by the system?" Xia Chaoyang regarded Zhang Yuan as if he were an anomaly, stating, "Do you realize that prior to your achievement, the longest record in this training facility was 7 days? You are an extraordinary individual." Zhang Yuan, huh? Chapter 31, The Secret Realm Instance. Upon hearing Xia Chaoyan's words, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that he seemed to have accomplished something quite remarkable. Nevertheless, having persevered thus far, discussing it further seemed futile. He changed out of his military uniform and into casual attire, bidding farewell to Xia Chaoyan, before hastening towards the Russia River instance in the eastern part of the city. With only a week remaining before the college entrance examination, he needed to ascend to level 19, otherwise, he would not even qualify to apply to Kyoto University. Upon arriving once more at the entrance of the Russia River instance, Zhang Yuan noticed Li Shuer waiting there. He approached her and greeted, "Shuer,
Are you here to grind the Russia River instance as well?"
Finally, I've been waiting for you, you fool!" Li Shuer exclaimed, immediately playfully punching Zhang Yuan's chest.
"What have you been up to these days? I couldn't reach you at all.
I even went to your house but found no trace of you. It took me quite some time to learn that you had been spotted at the Russia River instance." "I was busy leveling my skills," Zhang Yuan replied, deliberately omitting the fact that he had joined the Qianlong squad, steering the conversation elsewhere.
"What did you need me for?"
Li Shuer gave him a reproachful glance.
"Can't I just look for you without a reason? It's been so long, and you didn't even bother to call. I thought you were focusing on leveling up. So I didn't want to disturb you." Zhang Yuan fabricated a clumsy excuse. "Well, considering your lack of creativity, I suppose I shouldn't expect anything better from you."
Li Shuer rolled her eyes, choosing not to dwell on the matter.
Instead, she inquired, "How has your leveling been these days? Are you confident about getting into Kyoto University?"
Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to use the Eye of the Abyss on her.
Li Shuer, Elf Saintess, level 16.
Seeing her level, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "You should be more concerned about yourself than me.
With only 7 days until the exam, how are you still only at level 16?
I've worked hard to level up on my own, thank you very much,"
she retorted. "I want to see how high your level is."
Li Shuer shot an incredulous look at Zhang Yuan after casting a detection spell on him.
"Level 18? Her mouth dropped open in disbelief. "I've been grinding tirelessly to reach level 16, and you're already at level 18? How is that possible? Is it really that difficult?" "A few solo runs of the Nightmare instance should suffice," Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly.
"You?" Li Shuer was momentarily speechless, then replied, "Well, I should have known better than to discuss leveling with you, it only serves to humiliate me."
Zhang Yuan smirked, "So? You specifically waited for me at the entrance of this instance. It couldn't have been merely to assess my level, could it?" "Of course not. I'm not that idle. The main reason I sought you out is that I want to take you to a secret realm instance."
"A secret realm instance?"
Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "What is that?"
Li Shuer explained, "It's different from naturally occurring outdoor instances. A secret realm instance is a special artificial instance created at great expense by people, and all the monsters within that instance are artificially generated. Our upcoming college entrance examination in 7 days is, in fact, taking place within an enormous secret realm dungeon."
Zhang Yuan inquired, "So? Your intention in bringing me to the secret realm is primarily to simulate the college entrance exam?"
"That is one of the reasons," Li Shuer patiently elucidated.
"But there is an even more significant reason. A few days ago,
the military announced a new policy allowing our cohort of students to join the special forces while sitting for the college entrance exam, thus gaining access to military resources for training. It is worth noting that the military possesses numerous resources that even prestigious institutions such as Peking University lack.
Securing military training could lead to boundless opportunities.
This secret realm dungeon is, in essence, an assessment conducted by the military, aimed at identifying exceptional students. It is said that those who perform outstandingly may even have the chance to join the legendary Qianlong team.
Families are fiercely competing for a single examination slot.
I exerted considerable effort to secure your entry into the secret realm dungeon." Upon hearing Li Shuer's words,
Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
"So, this secret realm dungeon serves as a trial for the Qianlong team?" Li Shuer patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, "Do not feel overly pressured. Although entry into the Qianlong team is challenging, I have faith that you will succeed."
Zhang Yuan,
gazing into Li Shuer's encouraging eyes, was reluctant to dampen her spirits and replied, "While the military's policy is enticing, our primary focus should be on reaching level 19.
Right?
Otherwise, the prestigious-speaking university you so yearn for may slip away."
"Do not worry about that. The monsters within the secret realm also yield substantial experience,"
Li Shuer said, delivering a playful punch to Zhang Yuan's chest.
"You silly goose, when did you become so overly cautious?
Even if we were to fail the Qianlong team's trial, the secret realm would still offer ample experience, far surpassing what you could gain from grinding in the wild here." Zhang Yuan attempted to interject, but Li Shuer interrupted, "It's settled then. The secret realm dungeon is about to open, and we should head there immediately.
Consider it a leveling exercise."
Without waiting for Zhang Yuan's response, she seized him and rushed to the vehicle that Butler Su had parked by the roadside.
"Butler Su, let us set off."
"Very well, miss," Butler Su replied with a smile, glancing at the two playfully bickering in the backseat through the rearview mirror. Before starting the car and heading toward the location of the secret realm dungeon. The entrance to the secret realm is situated at the summit of Yunhai Mountain,
north of Westlake City, within Yunhai Manor.
Upon their arrival, Butler Su noted that the parking lot outside Yunhai Manor was already filled with numerous luxury vehicles. Almost every prominent family in Westlake City with children taking the college entrance exam this year had gathered here.
Zhang Yuan surveyed the array of luxury cars in the parking lot and asked, "Isn't the military's policy nationwide? Why are all these cars from Westlake City?"
Li Shuer explained, "The secret realm dungeon contains many independent spaces.
We are merely at the Westlake City branch's entrance to the dungeon.
Other cities have their own respective entrances.
In simple terms, upon our entry, we find ourselves in different spaces of the same instance, akin to layers of a cake.
The Grand Secret Realm instance used for the college entrance examination operates on a similar principle, with each province possessing its own independent space. Although the spaces vary, the content of the assessment remains consistent, thus we should focus solely on navigating our own instance." Zhang Yuan nodded, "I see now, I have learned."
Upon hearing this,
Li Shuer proudly puffed out her chest, "I possess much more knowledge, feel free to ask if you have any questions."
Steward Su interjected, "Miss, the secret realm instance is about to commence, we mustn't be late." "Oh right. We're running out of time." Li Shuer snapped back to reality, promptly dragging Zhang Yuan out of the car. After confirming their identities at the entrance of the estate, they stepped into the expansive courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a blue vortex, indistinguishable from the entrance to an outdoor instance. A number of students were already waiting outside the instance. Zhang Yuan utilized his abyssal eye to conduct a brief assessment, noting that their levels were predominantly above 16, with some even reaching level 19. They were all elites. Soon, Zhang Yuan spotted a familiar figure, Wang Hu. Not far away, Wang Hu also noticed Zhang Yuan, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, as if he was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's presence. However, this surprise quickly morphed into provocation, as he grinned widely and made a throat-cutting gesture towards Zhang Yuan. Chapter 32, The Fiery Night. As Zhang Yuan observed Wang Hu's provocative gestures, he mentally marked him for death. Previously, engrossed in leveling up and honing his skills, he had paid Wang Hu little heed. Now, with Wang Hu prancing about before him, his murderous intent had been ignited. Ignoring this pest would undoubtedly lead to future troubles. However, given the multitude of onlookers and the potential presence of Wang Hu's elders nearby, it was unwise to strike at this moment. Zhang Yuan adeptly concealed his murderous intent, regaining his composure. His sword formation could envelop an area of 500 meters, and there would be ample opportunity to eliminate Wang Hu discreetly in the future. "Zhang Yuan, look! The secret realm instance has opened." Li Shuer tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve, pulling him from his reverie. He turned his gaze to the center of the courtyard, where the instance's teleportation entrance emanated a brilliant light. Then, a commanding voice resonated, announcing that this secret realm instance was a team dungeon. The participants would be randomly grouped according to their respective professions, forming 4-member teams consisting of damage dealers, tanks, healers, and support roles. Please note that while you may utilize your equipment, no items, including potions and buffing tools, may be used. Your performance within the instance will be evaluated, and those rated S and above will join the Qianlong support team as auxiliary members. You may exit the instance at any time, prioritize your safety. Good luck to all. As the voice faded, the light from the teleportation entrance intensified, enveloping everyone in the courtyard. In an instant, Zhang Yuan found himself at the entrance of an underground palace. Accompanied by Li Shuer, a statuesque woman clad in knightly armor, and Wang Hu, who wielded a staff. Well, would you look at that? We're on the same team. Li Shuer exclaimed gleefully, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. This must be our first team-up, right? I suppose I've been assigned as support. Upon assessing the team's composition, Zhang Yuan quickly discerned his role within the group. He was not surprised, as he was the sole hidden profession. And others were unfamiliar with his unique characteristics. The title of Sword Formation Master was easily confused with that of a Formation Mage, thus, it was reasonable for him to be perceived as support. At that moment, the tall woman approached, appearing somewhat bashful. In a soft voice, she introduced herself. I am Miao Shulan, level 17, Holy Shield Knight. I'm Zhang Yuan, level 18, Sword Formation Master, he replied. And I am Li Shuer, level 16, an Elven Saintess. As the three exchanged introductions, Wang Hu suddenly interjected, TCH. What a stroke of bad luck. How could a distinguished level 19 fire mage like me be grouped with a useless support like you? This trial is doomed. Wang Hu's words dripped with provocation and arrogance, completely disregarding Zhang Yuan. Upon hearing Wang Hu's voice, Li Shuer's smile faded, and her expression soured. Wang Hu, why are you everywhere? Do not presume that I am unaware. Your rank has undoubtedly been elevated solely by the prowess of seasoned professionals, has it not? You are the one truly hindering progress. Wang Hu scoffed, asserting, a familial background is indeed a form of strength. Moreover, have you not heard the rules? A party requires but one damage dealer, without me. You would not even be able to slay a single monster. Why not let that useless Zhang Yuan attempt to defeat a creature on his own? I dare say he would struggle to withstand a mere blow. Li Shuer retorted angrily, you speak nonsense. Sensing the mounting tension within the team, Miao Shulan quickly interjected, everyone. Please cease your quarrels. This secret realm dungeon necessitates cooperation for success, both damage dealers and support are indispensable. I propose we set aside our grievances and work together to conquer this challenge. Turning to Wang Hu, Miao Shulan added soothingly, Mage, please calm your temper. We truly rely on your output for this dungeon. You possess the capacity to lead us through. Wang Hu coldly laughed, dismissing her plea. He directed his attention to Zhang Yuan, stating, you have two choices, either withdraw from the dungeon now, allowing me to guide Shuer through. Or we can all languish in failure together. Miao Shulan, witnessing Wang Hu's obstinacy, felt a flicker of anger rise within her, though she quickly suppressed it. She had traveled alone from a remote county, traversing a mountain teeming with level 30 monsters, all for the opportunity to shine in this dungeon. Yet, before she could even begin, she found herself confronted by such a detestable individual. Her disdain for Wang Hu's insatiable greed was palpable. Yet he remained the sole source of damage within the team. If he chose to abandon them, their chances of clearing the dungeon would diminish considerably, leading to the inevitable elimination of all. With a heavy heart, Miao Shulan endeavored to appeal to Wang Hu's better nature, my friend, even if you are a distinguished mage. I have heard that the monsters in this dungeon possess formidable strength. Without support to control them, our advancement will be exceedingly difficult. Yet Wang Hu remained indifferent. Let me be perfectly clear, my level is sufficient to gain admission to a prestigious university. I have no interest in this so-called trial. Were it not for my father's insistence, I would not be here at all. So here's my ultimatum, either Zhang Yuan departs of his own accord, or I shall withdraw. And all of you will face elimination. Zhang Yuan retorted, in that case, you should leave. You dare suggest that I leave? Wang Hu exclaimed in astonishment. Do you not comprehend the situation? I am an indispensable source of damage, while you, as support, are merely superfluous. Li Shuer immediately aligned herself with Zhang Yuan, declaring, I too recommend that you exit at once, the team may progress even more swiftly without you. Ah, I see now. Wang Hu replied, shifting his demeanor. Upon hearing Li Shuer's words, Wang Hu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, then turned his gaze towards Miao Shulan. Miao Shulan, align with me. And I can guide you through. I am a level 19 mage, as long as you can hold the front, I shall effortlessly vanquish the monsters. At Wang Hu's declaration, Miao Shulan's lips twitched, and she fell silent.
Eventually, unable to contain herself, she delivered a punch that knocked Wang Hu to the ground.
You are truly a level 19 fool. I have had enough of you. If you wish to grind in this dungeon, do so, if not, get out. Stop your incessant whining like a nagging woman. Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer were taken aback by Miao Shulan's sudden outburst. The contrast in her demeanor was quite striking. You dare strike me? Wang Hu exclaimed, shock written across his face. Do you even know who my father is?
I couldn't care less who your father is.
You are nothing but a worthless dimwit. Miao Shulan retorted angrily, brandishing her knight's sword. I detest those who rely on their family's influence to act like fools. If you don't leave, I will slay you.
Wang Hu, startled by Miao Shulan's display of weaponry, instinctively recoiled, fuming. Zhang Yuan, Miao Shulan, you will regret this. Just wait until I get out, I will deal with you. After issuing his threats, Wang Hu disbanded the team and exited the dungeon.
Pa!
Encountering such a cowardly and foolish wretch is truly a stroke of bad luck. Miao Shulan spat, then turned sympathetically towards Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer.
You are indeed unfortunate to have caught the attention of such a buffoon. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to endure even a single day. Li Shuer nodded in agreement. Exactly.
If my father hadn't intervened, I would have sought someone out to teach that scoundrel a lesson long ago.
Miao Shulan sighed, alas.
Before we set out, the teacher specifically cautioned me to manage my temper and avoid trouble, yet here I am, having failed at the very first hurdle.
His name is Wang Hu, correct? I have now made an enemy of him.
Before I return to the county, I shall take care of him for you.
Hearing Miao Shulan's words, Zhang Yuan chuckled and shook his head. We have already wasted too much time on that fool, let us move on. Miao Shulan paused in confusion. Where are we going?
Li Shuer replied with a smile, of course, we are going to grind the dungeon.
Just the three of us? Miao Shulan hesitated, voicing her doubts. Can we really manage?
I will handle the damage output, Zhang Yuan asserted, striding confidently into the underground palace's passage, with Li Shuer following suit without hesitation. Seeing her companions enter the dungeon, Miao Shulan thought to herself that since they had come this far, they might as well give it a try.
After all, with her presence, everyone would be safe. Wait for me. Let me lead the way. Miao Shulan called out as she hurried to catch up.
Chapter 33, A Journey of Effortless Progression. Upon entering the underground palace, the trio proceeded cautiously through a narrow tunnel.
Miao Shulan, bearing a large shield,
led the way and informed Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, I have heard that the monsters in this dungeon are all level 20 and possess formidable attack power. As long as you stay behind me, you shall face no danger. Li Shuer, wielding an elven staff, smiled reassuringly, Sister Miao, do not worry. I will ensure you receive ample healing and will not allow your health to drop below half. Then I shall rely on you, Miao Shulan replied with a nod. Turning to Zhang Yuan, if we encounter any monsters, you must apply your buffs. I possess 2 offensive skills, and if you can enhance my attack, I should be able to eliminate the foes. Zhang Yuan responded, I do not have any buffing skills. None? Miao Shulan paused in surprise and then added. Then perhaps you could debuff the monster's defenses. I lack debuffing skills as well. What about control skills? None of those either. Miao Shulan, taken aback, stared incredulously at Zhang Yuan. Then what are your supportive skills? I have already mentioned it, I am a damage dealer. Impossible. The rules of this dungeon dictate that a team may only have 1 damage dealer, and that Fire Dog has already exited. Perhaps my hidden profession led to a misunderstanding by the examiners. Such a thing exists. A glint of excitement flickered in Miao Shulan's eyes. Although the lack of support would make progression challenging, at least they had a damage dealer. Li Shuer chimed in, no worries, I can be considered a semi-support. I can still deal damage. At that moment, a headless suit of armor, towering over 2 meters, charged out from the shadows, swinging its great sword. Be careful. Miao Shulan's eyes gleamed with determination as she immediately taunted the creature. Boom! The monster's great sword struck Miao Shulan's shield, yet she stood her ground, unyielding. Li Shuer quickly realized the situation and prepared to heal Miao Shulan, but Miao Shulan interjected, no need for healing right now, conserve your energy. Zhang Yuan focused his mind and unleashed the Eye of the Abyss upon the creature. Headless Knight, Elite, Level, 20, Strength, 1800, Agility, 1200, Mentality, 800, Vitality, 1000, Skills, Charge. Heavy Slash. Despite being only level 16, Miao Shulan's ability to withstand an elite monster of level 20 with such immense strength showcased her remarkable defense. With a thought, a steel sword emerged from the sword array, piercing towards the Headless Knight. Minus 38,963. A terrifying cascade of damage numbers erupted, and the Headless Knight fell lifelessly. Successfully defeated the Headless Knight, Experience 2000, acquired Armor Fragment 1. As Miao Shulan was still focusing on buffing herself, she was startled by the kill notification. What just happened? Li Shuer, eyes wide in disbelief, gazed at Zhang Yuan. Wow, you're that powerful? While she was aware of Zhang Yuan's strength, this was her first time witnessing his attack power firsthand. Just basic skills, let us continue onward. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, revealing that his spirit had soared to an impressive 3160, with both his sword formation and sword mastery skills reaching level 5, resulting in a significant transformation in damage output. If he equipped the 3rd tier Qishao and the 1st tier Zhanlu, his damage could even exceed 20 million. However, since this secret realm dungeon served as a trial, the trialists' rating depended on their performance within the dungeon, compelling Zhang Yuan to exercise restraint. Otherwise, relying solely on his critical hits could clear all the monsters in the palace, leaving no opportunity for Li Shuer and Miao Shulan to demonstrate their capabilities, leading to a likely low score. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's astonishing attack power, Miao Shulan's previously disheartened spirits immediately soared. This is fantastic. With your output and Shuer's healing, the three of us can certainly conquer this secret realm dungeon. Zhang Yuan chuckled, let us quicken our pace and make up for the time we lost earlier. Alright. Both women chorused in unison, hastening their steps. Miao Shulan took the lead, Li Shuer maintained her support in the center, while Zhang Yuan trailed behind, dispatching minor enemies. Together, they pushed through the underground palace with ease. No matter the elite knights, gargoyle statues, or elemental mages, all monsters fell before them in a flurry of destruction. Had Zhang Yuan not deliberately allowed the monsters to approach for the sake of highlighting Miao Shulan and Li Shuer's importance, the two women might not have even seen a shadow of the enemies. Li Shuer was astonished by how effortlessly they were clearing the dungeon. When she previously formed a wild team, the pressure of healing had been immense, necessitating constant vigilance to prevent anyone from being taken down by monsters in an instant. During her last dungeon run, she had nearly lost half her health. Now, she only needed to provide minimal healing to keep Miao Shulan's health above the safety line. At that moment, Miao Shulan shared Li Shuer's sentiments, having never encountered someone as formidable as Zhang Yuan. Soon, the trio reached the innermost depths of the underground palace, standing before the boss room. After their relentless onslaught, Li Shuer had leveled up to 17, while Miao Shulan hit 18. With Zhang Yuan needing less than 10 experience to reach level 19. This is exhilarating! Miao Shulan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. So this is what it feels like to be led by a powerhouse, it's absolutely thrilling. Li Shuer chimed in, silly. Had I known you were this strong, I wouldn't have labored to level up, you could have just taken me along. Zhang Yuan chuckled ruefully, don't forget, this dungeon is a trial. Although I've tried to hold back, I fear that if this continues, your ratings may not be very high. Upon hearing this, Miao Shulan suddenly realized, oh right. We're being tested, not just leveling up. What should we do? Zhang Yuan proposed, I have an idea. Since the boss room lies ahead, I want to intervene. You two should endure the boss's attacks for half an hour to gather data, and then I'll handle the boss. Miao Shulan, enlightened, gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up, you're brilliant. I can't believe you thought of this. Li Shuer also perked up, since that is the case, you simpleton. Just watch closely from the side. We are not mere ornamental pieces. With that, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan joined forces to push open the heavy door and entered the boss's chamber. In the center of the room stood a colossal knight statue, towering over 10 meters high, accompanied by a massive stone sword. As the three entered the chamber, the eyes of the giant knight statue suddenly glowed red, and the monumental figure came to life. Using Abyssal Eye, Night King statue, boss, level, 21, strength, 5000, agility, 3000, spirit, 1000, vitality, 6000, skills, stomp, earthquake. Self-heal, the immense statue, with its terrifying attributes, instilled an unparalleled pressure upon Li Shuer and Miao Shulan the moment the Night King began to move. Chapter 34, The King of Leisure. The statue of the Night King charged forward, and without hesitation, Miao Shulan advanced, raising her great shield. I will take the hit, Shuer. Grant me your support. All right. Li Shuer began to chant, and radiant beams of light enveloped Miao Shulan, enhancing her constitution by an impressive 50. Immediately, Miao Shulan employed her taunt skill. Bang! The Night King statue swung its colossal stone sword, delivering a thunderous blow upon Miao Shulan's shield. The ground beneath her shattered. Yet she stood resolute as a rock, unyielding. Without delay, Li Shuer hurled a continuous healing spell toward Miao Shulan, swiftly restoring her vitality. Shuer, splendid work! Miao Shulan praised loudly, then unleashed her skill, Divine Charge, illuminating her form in a golden glow. Like a rampaging bull, she charged and sent the Night King statue sprawling to the ground. Thud! The massive statue crashed heavily, causing the entire boss room to tremble. Both the Holy Shield Knight and the Holy Elf were rare classes, and the shield Miao Shulan wielded appeared to be no ordinary equipment. Together, they could likely withstand even a level 30 boss. This creature posed no threat to them. Zhang Yuan, witnessing the remarkable performance of the two women, felt a sense of relief wash over him, content to remain a spectator and leisurely enjoy the show. Meanwhile, in a special chamber within the secret realm, several middle-aged men, exuding an air of authority and vigor, stood together. Clad in the instructor uniforms of the Dragon Submersion Team, all were above level 70. They were the examiners responsible for this trial of the Dragon Submersion Team. Come quickly, there's an intriguing team emerging from Shihu City. One instructor magnified the scene of Zhang Yuan and his companions confronting the boss. The other instructors gathered around. Wait, why does this team only consist of 3 members? I accessed the back end, the team SMH prematurely withdrew, and they managed to reach the boss room with just 3 players. Fascinating. A team devoid of a damage dealer yet capable of advancing so swiftly to the boss room. They must possess remarkable skill. What are their classes? One is a Holy Elf, another a Holy Shield Knight, and the last, a Sword Formation Master? That seems to be a new class. Yet, I feel as though I've heard it before. Not long ago, didn't T1 Zhanshan personally recruit a student into the Dragon Submersion Team in Shihu City? That student S-class was indeed Sword Formation Master, a unique hidden class. I never anticipated this lad would participate in the Secret Realm trial. I've heard he soloed 2 Abyss dungeons, now we shall see his strength and determine the truth behind the rumors. The instructors deliberated, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Yuan. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes without witnessing any action from him, expressions of confusion spread among them. What does it mean that this lad remains inactive? This isn't the way to leisurely enjoy oneself. At the very least, he ought to provide his teammates with some buffs. The 2 girls demonstrated commendable combat awareness. Enduring the boss's relentless assaults for an extended duration, their stamina remaining remarkably robust. With proper training, they could evolve into formidable warriors. I concur. Both of them could be considered for recruitment into the Hidden Dragon Brigade. However, Zhang Yuan has been idling, revealing little of his potential. It would be prudent to wait. For this lad has caught the attention of the war god, and perhaps he is concealing a grand strategy. The instructors had initially intended to assess Zhang Yuan's abilities but were instead captivated by the impressive performances of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, who received high praise from the faculty. After observing for over 10 minutes, it became evident that Zhang Yuan had no intention of engaging. It appears that he is not harboring any hidden skills, nor does he possess any supportive capabilities. It seems he has merely been carried along by the 2 girls. It is likely that his solo expedition into the Abyss dungeon has been exaggerated. One would not expect even the war god to misjudge a recruit, yet here we are, with a pretender in the Hidden Dragon Brigade. Once this trial concludes, I shall report Zhang Yuan's situation to the command center. Our brigade cannot afford to enlist such a liability. Conversely, the 2 girls are quite impressive. Although their coordination was initially somewhat awkward, they have grown increasingly synchronized and exhibit significant potential for development within the Hidden Dragon Brigade.
As Zhang Yuan idled for over 20 minutes, disappointment spread among the instructors, who felt pity for the two girls. It is indeed a shame, despite their lack of damage output, they managed to reach the boss's chamber. Regrettably, the boss possessed self-healing abilities, and with their healing and shielding output, they were unable to defeat the boss and thus could not claim any rewards. Two rare classes paired with two peculiar teammates, how unfortunate. They shall be compensated adequately once the trial concludes. At that moment, Zhang Yuan assessed the time and felt it was nearly right. He addressed Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, who were diligently battling ahead. It's time, step aside. I'll take over from here. All right. The two girls replied in unison, promptly retreating to the sides. The Night King statue's aggro shifted to Zhang Yuan, charging towards him with fervor. Zhang Yuan summoned a sword formation, with Qishao appearing beside him, transforming into a streak of crimson light that pierced through the Night King's head. Successfully killed the Night King statue, experienced 30,000. With a thunderous crash, the Night King statue collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. In the special chamber, the instructors exchanged bewildered glances, enveloped in silence. What just transpired? One instructor broke the silence, redirecting the group's attention to a middle-aged man whose profession was that of a formation master. Clearly, Zhang Yuan had employed a skill related to formations. And perhaps the formation master could discern some insights. However, the formation master wore a wry smile, admitting, I could not discern the specific formation he utilized. But it appeared he merely executed a standard attack. A basic attack that annihilated the boss? Could it be that he had not been gathering power for the previous 20 minutes? An exclamation arose from one of the instructors. His formation was deployed instantaneously. I could ascertain that much. Oh dear, this young man appears to be somewhat eccentric, effortlessly dispatching a level 21 boss at level 18. It seems we have underestimated him. If he possesses the prowess to annihilate a boss so swiftly, why did he spend nearly half an hour fishing? He insisted on making us witness the boss's prolonged assault on those two young women for a full 30 minutes. The formation master paused in contemplation before offering a wry smile, suggesting, I suspect, he was perhaps concerned that if he defeated it too quickly, his companions would miss their opportunity to shine, hence he occupied himself with fishing. Upon hearing this, the instructors fell into a profound silence. Reflecting on it now, it does seem plausible, had Zhang Yuan struck immediately, they would have been unable to discern the merits of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. At that moment, Wan Chang'an entered the room, and the instructors promptly saluted him, exclaiming, Greetings, Commander. Wan Chang'an replied with a smile. I heard that Zhang Yuan is also participating in the trials, so I came to observe how things are progressing. The instructors recounted the earlier events in detail, allowing his teammates time to showcase their abilities before swiftly defeating the boss. Wan Chang'an gazed at the trio in the light curtain who were currently distributing the spoils of the boss battle, pondered for a moment, and then declared, Adjust the dungeon parameters and spawn a level 30 boss for them. Level 30? The instructor's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 35, the 3S ranks. A concerned instructor remarked, Chief, do you think that a level 30 boss might pose too great a danger for them? It is crucial to note that the difficulty of this secret realm instance is set to the default nightmare level. A level 30 nightmare boss typically requires a party of 5 with an average level of 35 to conquer. Zhang Yuan's team currently consists of only 3 members, with the highest level being Zhang Yuan at merely 18. Even if the sword formation master, being a hidden class, rivals legendary professions, victory against a level 30 boss cannot be assured. Wan Chang'an, however, chuckled, there is no need for concern. That lad Zhang Yuan has not only repelled the abyssal boss Otis but has even managed to perfectly parry my sword. I dare say that a level 30 boss might be somewhat beneath him. The crowd was astounded. He managed to block the chief's blade? Their expressions were filled with incredulity. Even they could not withstand Wan Chang'an's strike. What kind of freak was Zhang Yuan? Proceed as I have instructed. Spawn a level 30 boss to test their mettle. Understood. We shall summon a level 30 boss for Zhang Yuan's team. As Zhang Yuan and his companions were allocating the rewards from the instance, a radiant light suddenly emerged in the boss chamber, and a figure identical to the statue of the Night King stepped forth from the luminescent portal. Warning, a formidable foe approaches. Exercise utmost caution.
A warning flashed across the panels of the three adventurers.
Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Another new boss had appeared?
Miao Shulan immediately raised her large shield to protect her teammates, declaring, "No matter how many bosses there are, with your damage output, Zhang Yuan, we shall slay them all."
With that, Miao Shulan used her taunt ability on the new boss.
The new boss swung its stone sword, striking Miao Shulan's shield.
Boom!
A terrifying shockwave surged outward, causing Miao Shulan to stagger back several paces, her health plummeting to below half.
This intensity is off, Miao Shulan noted,
her gaze shifting as her vitality waned. Just as she was taken aback, a green light suddenly enveloped her, instantly restoring her health to full. Miao Shulan turned to see Li Shuer brandishing her staff and gave her a thumbs up. "Shuer, splendid work." Li Shuer smiled in response. "Do not worry, Sister Miao. My healing capacity is substantial, you shall be safe." At that moment, the new boss's aggro unexpectedly shifted to Li Shuer, who was unprepared as the colossal sword swung towards her. Her face turned pale at the sight of the impending strike.
"Not on my watch," Miao Shulan bellowed,
utilizing her divine charge skill to divert the new boss's attack with her shield, then taunting the boss once more.
Bang!
The boss's stone sword crashed against Miao Shulan's shield again, but this time, she employed a certain fortifying skill, enduring the blow with unwavering resolve.
"Shuer, fear not. I shall protect you, so keep the healing coming."
Li Shuer quickly regained her composure, hurling healing spells towards Miao Shulan while continuously applying defensive and resilience buffs.
This boss is unlike any we have faced.
At the rear, Zhang Yuan observed how arduous the battle was for Miao Shulan and Li Shuer.
Without hesitation,
he activated the Eye of the Abyss against the new boss. Night King Statue, Boss, Level 30, Strength 10,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,000, Stamina 12,000, Skills, Stomp, Earthquake, Self-Heal, a Level 30 boss? Upon seeing the Night King Statue's level increase to 30, Zhang Yuan immediately thought of the Abyssal Invasion,
particularly given its nightmarish attributes.
"You two, step aside," Zhang Yuan commanded sharply, promptly unleashing the Qishao towards the Night King statue. The crimson light pierced through the statue's chest. Successfully killed the Night King statue, experience 70,000. A golden light erupted from within Zhang Yuan, elevating him to level 19.
Instant kill. Another instant kill. The instructors were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as they witnessed a level 30 nightmare boss being annihilated by Zhang Yuan's basic attacks. Such strength was likely beyond even legendary-grade professionals. The sword Zhang Yuan wielded must be a specialized weapon, for its attack power was astonishingly abnormal.
Even with a specialized weapon, it should not be capable of exterminating a level 30 boss.
Had he awakened a talent? That must be the only explanation.
The instructor's perception of Zhang Yuan underwent a complete transformation, and they turned to Wan Chang'an, asking if the intensity should be increased further.
Now, they were all eager to discover just how far Zhang Yuan could go. However, Wan Chang'an shook his head, no need.
Regardless of how high the boss's level rises, those two young ladies will be in danger.
If you wish to test Zhang Yuan further, wait until he reports to the Qianlong team. This trial could be concluded. All three received an S-level evaluation, and Zhang Yuan's rank was elevated to Major.
After stating this, Wan Chang'an vanished into thin air, departing the instance.
Simultaneously,
Zhang Yuan and his companions were teleported back to the Cloud Sea Manor, while other trial participants, regardless of whether they had defeated the boss of the secret realm,
were also returned. Was I overly anxious?
Zhang Yuan sighed in relief upon seeing his team return. Encountering two abyssal instances in succession had left him with a sense of PTSD. Waiting outside, Wang Hu approached Zhang Yuan and his companions with a mocking grin. "So, how was it?
Without my output, you struggled to slay the monsters, didn't you?"
"This is what happens when you side with Zhang Yuan." Miao Shulan raised her fist.
"Are you looking for a fight?" Wang Hu's expression shifted, and he quickly retreated a few steps. "My bodyguards are watching outside. Just try to lay a finger on me."
At that moment, Li Shuer, uninterested in Wang Hu's antics, linked her arm with Miao Shulan's.
"Sister Miao, don't stoop to the idiot's level. It's not worth it to fight here."
Wang Hu, having taken a hit from the two women, glared at Zhang Yuan in fury. Zhang Yuan,
it's all because of you that they treat me this way.
If it weren't for you, I would have already led them through the instance. I won't let this go, just wait.
Did I hear a dog barking?
Zhang Yuan rubbed his ears and suggested to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. There's a rabid dog nearby, let us change our location.
The two women chuckled, sure.
We stooped to the level of the dog.
The trio departed,
leaving Wang Hu fuming, his face flushed with rage as he stomped his feet in frustration, cursing under his breath, damn it.
Damn it. With a dark scowl, he glared at Zhang Yuan's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Why? Why do they both revolve around this good-for-nothing? Just wait. I will make you pay. At that moment,
a commanding voice echoed, the trial has concluded, and we shall now announce the scores for the Shihu district.
Zhang Yuan received an S rank, placing first. Miao Shulan also earned an S rank, coming in second.
Li Shuer followed closely with an S rank in third.
Zuo Yu achieved an A rank, finishing fourth. Wang Hu, however, was rated F, deemed unworthy.
As the scores were revealed, Wang Hu's eyes nearly bulged from disbelief.
Impossible. On what grounds do they receive S ranks? There must be a mistake. They must be cheating.
I demand a thorough investigation.
His loud outburst drew the attention of the other trial participants,
who regarded him as a fool.
The trial was organized by the military, with instructors of level 70 and above monitoring the entire process who would dare to cheat. Furthermore, Wang Hu's outcry was tantamount to slapping the military in the face.
If the military chose to retaliate, not only Wang Hu but even the Wang family backing him would face dire consequences.
At that moment, a bystander sneered, I remember now. This fool named Wang Hu was on the same team as the top three, right?
He quit the dungeon early, and now he is left out in the cold.
How hilarious. What? Is that true?
Why did he leave? I exited early, and after hearing this fool boast about being a fire mage, he dismissed the support roles as useless, refusing to bring them along to clear the dungeon.
Yet here he is, the real clown.
As those without damage outputs still managed to score S ranks.
Ha ha ha. Who would have thought? What a jester. If it were me,
I would have definitely clung to the top players. Even if I didn't score an S, and a rank would still yield rewards. The trial participants were either elite individuals with rare professions or privileged youths like Wang Hu, none of whom feared him. They were all young and brimming with vitality. And seeing a fool like Wang Hu only fueled their mockery. In an instant, Wang Hu became the target of scorn, feeling the weight of countless derisive gazes upon him.
Damn it!
Wang Hu wished he could sink into the ground.
Ultimately, he could only glare resentfully at Zhang Yuan before fleeing the estate in disgrace, eliciting another round of laughter from the onlookers.
Chapter 36, the S-Class reward. Zhang Yuan observed as Wang Hu, before departing, cast a threatening glance his way. His eyes narrowing with increasing malice. Allowing Wang Hu to live would undoubtedly invite assassins, placing even his grandmother and aunt in peril.
Contemplating this,
Zhang Yuan turned to Li Shuer and said, I need to use the restroom.
Make haste.
Once the results are announced, the rewards will be distributed immediately, she urged. Without delay, Zhang Yuan sprinted toward the restroom. Finding it deserted, he retrieved the Resetsa King mask. I hope you prove useful, he muttered.
Upon donning the mask,
it glowed with a crimson light, and the Resetsa King materialized, kneeling before Zhang Yuan.
In contrast to the Resetsa King encountered in the dungeon,
the one summoned by the mask bore a human-like form, making it difficult to discern whether it was a human or a summoned entity without employing detection skills.
Zhang Yuan took a moment to inspect the Resetsa King's attributes.
Resetsa King, summoned entity, level 30, strength 10,000, agility 10,000, mentality 10,000, constitution 10,000, skills, Blade of the Flash, Sovereign's Pressure, Indomitable Will. To his astonishment, the attributes exhibited no decline. Truly, it was an epic piece of equipment. Zhang Yuan had anticipated that the Resetsa King summoned by the mask would be a diluted version of the original boss, significantly weaker, yet the mask's effectiveness exceeded his expectations.
This was a game-changer. Zhang Yuan promptly commanded the Resetsa King, track Wang Hu, but ensure you remain undetected. The Resetsa king nodded slightly and vanished in a blur.
A mere shadow darting out of the restroom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. With such agility, it was no wonder it possessed a speed of 10,000. As Zhang Yuan marveled at the Resetsa king's swiftness, he turned his attention back to the mask in his hand.
Once the Resetsa king departed,
he could establish a unique connection through the mask, gaining the ability to see through the Resetsa king's eyes and even control its movements.
Soon, Zhang Yuan,
through the Resetsa king's perspective, witnessed Wang Hu cursing as he entered a luxury vehicle and drove down the mountain. The mask proved to be remarkably effective in the future. It could serve as a means to explore perilous territories, allowing the Resetsa king to scout ahead. Zhang Yuan stored the Resetsa king mask, permitting the entity to act autonomously, and returned to the courtyard. Presently, a level 70 instructor stood at the entrance of the Secret Realm dungeon, while those trial participants who had scored below an A had already departed. The once bustling courtyard now housed only a handful of individuals.
Zhang Yuan, come here,
Li Shuer called,
waving him over.
The instructor has begun distributing rewards. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Yuan approached Li Shuer and Miao Shulan.
So soon?
Li Shuer exclaimed excitedly. The rewards this time are quite substantial. Even A-class trial participants will receive a leveling elixir.
A leveling elixir? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. What is that?
Li Shuer elucidated. It is an exceptionally precious elixir, capable of elevating a practitioner below level 20 directly by one level. I am on the verge of reaching level 18. And once I consume the elixir at that level, I shall ascend to level 19, thus securing my place at Kyoto University.
Zhang Yuan expressed his astonishment. Such a thing actually exists?
Li Shuer continued, I have heard that this leveling elixir was concocted by the military's grand alchemists. It is a resource exclusive to the military. There are rumored to be even higher grade leveling elixirs, yet those are strategic resources, typically inaccessible to the general populace. Even the elixir distributed today is said to be valued at 5 million in the black market, and despite its exorbitant price, it remains scarce.
How exorbitant?
Zhang Yuan felt a slight shock, but quickly grasped the elixir's significance. In times of war, should the military suffer substantial losses, the leveling elixir could swiftly bolster the Dasha's fighting force. Such a treasure would undoubtedly be coveted by spies from enemy nations. After distributing the leveling elixirs to the students rated A level, the instructor cautioned, each elixir you have received possesses a unique code. Upon receiving it, please consume it promptly. Should your elixir fall into another's possession for any reason, you shall be tried in a military court, with severe consequences. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in discussion. A level 16 student immediately swallowed his elixir, and a golden light surged forth from within him, propelling him to level 17. The instructor, observing this, remarked with a smile. In truth, there is no need for such haste, consuming it at level 19 yields the best value. Until then, you may store it safely in your storage space.
Impervious to theft.
My previous words were merely a reminder to refrain from trading leveling elixirs. The student who had consumed the elixir instantly regretted his impulsive decision. While others prudently stored their elixirs, relieved they had not acted rashly. Well then, those who have received rewards may now depart. The instructor dismissed the A-rated students and approached Zhang Yuan and his companions. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan tensed as the instructor approached, standing at attention. The instructor smiled, congratulations. You have achieved an S rating and are eligible to join the Hidden Dragon Brigade. Before I bestow upon you your special rewards,
I must inquire, do you wish to join the Hidden Dragon Brigade? Without hesitation, Miao Shulan replied, I am willing.
Li Shuer nodded in agreement, I too am willing. The instructor nodded in satisfaction, excellent.
My name is Ning Wuwei, and from this day forth, I shall be your instructor.
Li Shuer, noticing that Ning Wuwei did not wait for Zhang Yuan's response, interjected, Instructor Ning, Zhang Yuan has yet to answer.
Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Yuan and then smiled.
The reason our military has initiated the recruitment of auxiliary members is due to this young man. He has already joined the Hidden Dragon Brigade.
What? He has already joined the Hidden Dragon Brigade?
Li Shuer was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhang Yuan with a look of astonishment, you silly goose.
Why didn't you tell me?
Zhang Yuan chuckled bitterly. At that time, you encouraged me so much, I was merely concerned about disheartening you. Li Shuer recalled her previous words of encouragement to Zhang Yuan, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. With a playful punch to her chest, she exclaimed, "You silly fool! You rascal! He. Youth truly is a splendid thing." Ning Wuwei observed the banter between the two with a warm smile before clapping his hands. "All right, children. It's time to distribute the rewards." Upon hearing Ning Wuwei's words, Li Shuer immediately abandoned her teasing of Zhang Yuan, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at him. "Instructor, what are our rewards?" "You shall not be disappointed," Ning Wuwei replied with a gentle smile, retrieving 3 upgrade pills and 3 glimmering black cards from his storage space. Li Shuer instantly recognized the golden black cards, exclaiming, "Sky Tower entry tickets?" Surprised by her quick recognition, Ning Wuwei confirmed, "Indeed, these are Sky Tower entry tickets. You may use these cards to challenge the Sky Tower once." In unison, Zhang Yuan and Miao Shulan inquired, "What is the Sky Tower?" Before Ning Wuwei could respond, Li Shuer eagerly explained, "It is the most precious dungeon in the Great Xia Empire, with only 1,000 individuals allowed entry each year. The qualification is exceedingly rare." "Little girl, you are quite knowledgeable." Ning Wuwei praised Li Shuer, then added, "Inside the Sky Tower lie extraordinarily valuable treasures. And there is even a possibility of obtaining divine artifacts. Moreover, the first challenge of the Sky Tower comes with additional rewards, so you must cherish this opportunity." Understood. Chapter 37, Confronting the Level 48 Water Mage. After Ning Wuwei distributed the rewards, Zhang Yuan refrained from immediately consuming the leveling potion. He stored both prizes in his inventory, added Miao Shulan as a friend, and then gracefully declined Li Shuer and Miao Shulan's invitation for dinner under the pretext of having other commitments. Before descending the Yunhai mountain alone, with a transformation of attributes, he soared like the wind. Zhang Yuan quintupled his mental attribute into agility, then activated the skill of the Windwalker boots, enhancing his movement speed by 100. In that moment, he resembled a gust of wind, swiftly catching up to the Rakshasa king who was tailing Wang Hu. After enduring humiliation at the Yunhai manor, Wang Hu did not return to the city but instead vented his frustrations on the low-level monsters in the wilderness. "Zhang Yuan, I will annihilate your entire family. I swear I will eradicate every last one of you." Wang Hu hurled fireballs at the wildcats and hares, sending numerous creatures to their demise. Beside Wang Hu stood a middle-aged man in formal attire. Zhang Yuan employed the Abyssal Eye on the man. Zhang Yeqing, Water Mage, level 48. Upon observing Zhang Yeqing's level, Zhang Yuan's gaze hardened slightly. He had not anticipated Wang Hu's bodyguard would possess such formidable strength. The situation was becoming precarious. Yet Zhang Yeqing, being a water mage, still allowed Zhang Yuan a fighting chance with the Zhanlu in his possession. Zhang Yeqing advised Wang Hu, "Young master, it is unworthy to be enraged over a lowly peasant. It is not worth jeopardizing your health." "Uncle Jiang, I am furious. I am truly incensed." Wang Hu, with reddened eyes, glared at Zhang Yeqing. "That scoundrel is merely a peasant. How dare he receive an S-rank evaluation? And Li Shuer, why does she have to favor that peasant? Everything he possesses was rightfully mine. He has taken everything from me. Uncle Jiang, I must kill him. I shall ensure his entire family is exterminated." Wang Hu raged hysterically while Zhang Yeqing wore a troubled expression. "Young master, Zhang Yuan has received an S-rank evaluation and is highly likely to join the Qianlong Brigade. He will then be affiliated with the military, making it exceedingly challenging for us to act against him. Can't we simply eliminate him quietly?" Wang Hu retorted, unwilling to concede. "He is just a level 10 waste of a support character. We can hire a higher level assassin to dispose of him without anyone knowing it was us. As it stands, the military would not pursue an investigation into our Wang family for the death of a mere student. Uncle Jiang, why not you take action? Don't you possess a sulfuric skill? It could completely dissolve Zhang Yuan's remains, leaving no evidence and preventing any military inquiries into our involvement." "Indeed. I know where Zhang Yuan resides. Let us go to his home and eliminate his grandmother and aunt as well. Only by slaughtering his entire family can I extinguish this resentment boiling within me." Seeing Wang Hu's murderous intent intensifying, Zhang Yeqing hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Understood."
I will handle Zhang Yuan's family. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Concealed in the shadows, Zhang Yuan overheard the conversation between Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu. The murderous intent in his eyes crystallizing into a palpable force. Rakshasa King, advance! As Zhang Yuan issued the command, the Rakshasa King transformed into a fleeting shadow and surged forth. Skill, sword flash. Be careful, young master. Zhang Yeqing's gaze sharpened instantly as a grimoire appeared in his grasp, subsequently summoning a water shield around himself and Wang Hu. The Rakshasa King's sword struck the water shield, sinking deep into it. Wang Hu, witnessing the long sword nearly cleave his head, fell to the ground in sheer terror, his complexion pale as a ghost. A wild boss? Zhang Yeqing sensed the Rakshasa King's aura, his expression shifting slightly. Something was amiss. It was a summoned creature. Who was ambushing us? Your summoned creature has engaged in combat. Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu have become adversaries. Upon reading this notification, Zhang Yuan once again utilized attribute conversion, transforming his mental attribute into agility, and began to lure monsters from the surroundings. Zhang Yeqing, a level 48 water sorcerer, did not believe that the Rakshasa King could eliminate Wang Hu under Zhang Yeqing's protection. Moreover, Zhang Yeqing's water shield seemed to possess a disarmament effect, should he attack with his flying sword. It was highly probable that he would be disarmed before even landing a blow. Thus, he needed an infallible method to secure a kill. While Zhang Yuan was luring monsters, the grimoire before Zhang Yeqing flipped its pages rapidly. Water Dragon spell. A water dragon erupted from the tome, crashing into the Rakshasa King and sending him flying. Water prison. After the water dragon hurled the Rakshasa King into the air, Zhang Yeqing swiftly unleashed another spell, gathering a multitude of water elements around the Rakshasa King, forming a colossal water cage to imprison him. The Rakshasa King was rendered immobile. Acid arrow. A beam of acid shot forth from Zhang Yeqing's grimoire, instantly piercing through the Rakshasa King's chest, transforming the entire water prison into acid, continuously corroding the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King's vitality plummeted rapidly. Where is the summoner? Zhang Yeqing's gaze turned frigid as he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying soundwave that swept outward. Indeed, as a level 48 water sorcerer, he easily subdued my summoned creature. At that moment, Zhang Yuan emerged from the shadows, retrieving the Rakshasa King's mask and calling him back. Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yeqing was taken aback to discover that the assailant was Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, Wang Hu's expression morphed from fear to hatred upon seeing Zhang Yuan, sneering, well. Zhang Yuan. I hadn't come looking for you, yet you've come knocking on my door. Uncle Jiang. Eliminate him. With Wang Hu's command, Zhang Yeqing unhesitatingly unleashed several acid projectiles at Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, Zhang Lu materialized, conjuring a blue barrier before Zhang Yuan to intercept Zhang Yeqing's assault. Specialized weapon? Zhang Yeqing was struck with astonishment as he witnessed Zhang Yuan's sword block his attack, a tempest of disbelief swirling within him. He had heard tales of Zhang Yuan's exaggerated fortune during the card-drawing ceremony at school, and now, so little time had passed, and Zhang Yuan had drawn a specialized weapon? What unfathomable luck was this? Could it be he possessed a divine talent that increased drawing probabilities? As this thought crossed his mind, the murderous intent in Zhang Yeqing's eyes intensified immensely. This boy must not be spared, otherwise, the Wang family is doomed. Water prison. Zhang Yeqing did not hesitate to employ the water prison technique against Zhang Yuan. However, as the water elements approached Zhang Yuan, they were all absorbed by the nearby Zhanlu. Water attribute immunity? Zhang Yeqing's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this scene, yet he, unwilling to accept defeat, cast several water attribute skills at Zhang Yuan, only to have them absorbed by Zhanlu once more. Indeed, it was water attribute immunity, a natural counter to his profession. Are you done yet? Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, unfurling his sword array and directly opening a spatial portal in front of Wang Hu, from which a steel sword burst forth. However, just as the sword was about to strike Wang Hu's head, a water shield coalesced around him, encasing the sword and thwarting Zhang Yuan's assault. As expected, the water shield possessed a disarming function, effectively countering my ordinary attacks. Observing the water shield neutralize his steel sword, Zhang Yuan confirmed his suspicions and silently rejoiced that he had refrained from launching a surprise attack with Qishao earlier, otherwise,
His specialized weapon might have been seized by Zhang Yuan.
It was clear that high-level professionals were anything but simple. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's elusive attacking style, Zhang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Had he been even slightly distracted, Wang Hu could have indeed been killed. Was this truly something a level 19 student could accomplish?
Wang Hu, realizing how close he had come to death at Zhang Yuan's hands, immediately shouted at Zhang Yuan.
Uncle Jiang! What on earth is going on? Why is it so exhausting to kill a mere level 10 support? Hurry, finish him off.
Young master. This fellow is no ordinary opponent, his specialized weapon renders him immune to water attribute attacks, and my skills cannot harm him.
Zhang Yuan was far more composed than Wang Hu, recognizing that he currently lacked the ability to eliminate Zhang Yuan.
He swiftly cast a water shield around Wang Hu and levitated him, declaring, "We must retreat and seek assistance from others to deal with him."
You think you can leave now?
A hint of mockery flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes.
Isn't it a bit too late?
Zhang Yuan shivered at the sight of Zhang Yuan's gaze but quickly regained his composure, coldly stating, "Zhang Yuan, I acknowledge your strength and that your specialized weapon counters me. But my water shield has a disarming effect, you cannot harm us."
Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, "Is that so?
Then take a look around you."
Around?
Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then surveyed his surroundings, only to find a multitude of low-level monsters had gathered, numbering in the hundreds.
Seeing the creatures,
Zhang Yuan laughed instead, taunting Zhang Yuan, "Just a bunch of low-level monsters, do you truly believe you can rely on them to defeat us?"
However, this time,
Zhang Yuan did not respond. He merely expanded the sword array to its maximum range, covering a radius of 500 meters, and then unleashed the skill, Mental Storm. Chapter 38, Alibi in the Sword Array. At Destiny Level 4, each enemy attacked causes 10 splash damage to other enemies within the array.
At Level 5,
attacks within the Sword Array are guaranteed critical hits, with the critical hit rate being doubled and converted into critical damage, which is additionally increased by 100.
At Level 6, the Sword Array ignores the enemy's defense.
Shisha provides an attack boost of 3000, critical rate of 70, and critical damage of 400. Zhanlu offers an attack boost of 1000 and damage increase of 100. As Zhang Yuan unleashed his mental storm, he activated all his destinies and equipped both Qishao and Zhanlu.
Zhang Yuan, witnessing the eerie glow emanating from the necklace around Zhang Yuan's neck, instantly felt a life-threatening danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuan summoned a water shield. Boom!
The mental storm surged outward, engulfing all monsters within a radius of 500 meters, along with Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu, in an instant.
At Level 48,
Zhang Yuan's water shield proved utterly ineffective, and his soul was annihilated on the spot.
Successfully killed Zhang Yuan. Successfully killed Wang Hu.
Successfully killed Wild Rabbit.
Experience 1. Acquired Water Mage's Grimoire, acquired Flame Staff. A deluge of kill notifications flooded Zhang Yuan's interface, transforming the area within 500 meters into a realm of death.
Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu lay lifeless on the ground, blood oozing from their 7 orifices,
their expressions reflecting immense suffering before death.
This is the consequence of your own choices. Zhang Yuan observed the 2 corpses with indifference, his eyes devoid of any compassion. He transformed his mental energy into agility and utilized the skill Wind Riding to depart the scene at an astonishing speed. This location was in close proximity to the urban area of Shihu City, and the commotion he had stirred was considerable. It was likely that many professionals were already en route. He had no time to deal with the bodies.
Shortly after Zhang Yuan's departure, a group of novice professionals,
grinding monsters nearby, arrived at the scene, only to discover the deceased Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu. Murder, there has been a murder.
After leaving the scene,
Zhang Yuan did not return directly to the city. Instead, he proceeded to the Luocha River dungeon, where he leveled up in front of several professionals.
After all,
Wang Hu was the youngest son of the Wang family, one of the most prominent families in Shihu City, which also boasted a large guild with thousands of combat professionals.
The death of Wang Hu would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar in Shihu City.
Although one of the deceased was a level 48 high-ranking professional, no one would suspect that the perpetrator was the level 19 Zhang Yuan. Nonetheless, he still needed to fabricate an alibi. While committing the act, He had meticulously calculated the time required to travel from Yunhai Mountain to the Luocha River dungeon at a normal pace, and compared it to the time taken to pursue and kill Wang Hu, followed by the time required to reach the dungeon using his skills. The durations were nearly identical.
Moreover, his attribute transformation and wind riding skills were unlikely to be known to the Wang family. Thus, even if the Wang family is aware of the conflict between Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu, they would not suspect Zhang Yuan due to his alibi and the recent death of a level 48 bodyguard. After Zhang Yuan completed the Rasha River dungeon in an hour, he returned to West Lake City to sell the surplus equipment materials at the trading post. When he was nearing the end of his sales, he glanced at the two pieces of equipment resting in his storage space: Water Mage Book, Platinum Spirit 1000, Water Magic Power 30, usable at level 40. Flame Staff, Platinum Spirit 300, Fire Magic Power 30, usable at level 15. These two platinum grade items, one of which is usable at level 40, could fetch over 10 million when sold. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yuan ultimately decided to keep these two pieces in his storage. Although there are numerous standard platinum grade items available at the trading post, the recent deaths of Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing alongside the sudden appearance of these two pieces would raise suspicions. Additionally, with the 3 million transferred from Guan Xin and the materials obtained from monster drops, Zhang Yuan's account now holds 3.28 million. He temporarily lacks for funds and sees no necessity to risk selling the two platinum items. In less than a month since his class change, his account balance has soared from over 1,000 to more than 3 million. Truly, a combat class is a merciless money-making machine. Zhang Yuan sighed. And in a display of financial abundance, he spent 100,000 to purchase 10 bottles of intermediate healing potions for his storage. Although his stamina regenerates automatically when he deploys his sword formation, he cannot afford to take risks if he encounters an enemy with high attack power and his stamina does not recover in time. The instant healing from potions could save his life. Given the stakes involved, Zhang Yuan was unwilling to skimp on expenses. As for the skill scrolls priced at 100,000 each, he refrained from purchasing them. With 3 million, he could buy 30 scrolls, yet he deemed it unlikely that he would awaken a new skill from them. He believed it wiser to acquire scrolls through dungeon runs. Zhang Yuan spent several hours at the trading post clearing out his storage, and afterwards, he visited the shop to buy gifts for his grandmother and aunt before leisurely returning home. It had been over 20 days since he last saw them, and he began to miss their company. Upon arriving home, it was mealtime. His grandmother was busy cooking in the kitchen, while his aunt was practicing her vocal exercises in the living room. "Well, look who it is. A rare guest," his aunt exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Yuan. "Finally, that rascal has returned." "I'm the rascal? Then what does that make you?" Zhang Yuan retorted, retrieving the gifts from his storage and piling them into a small mountain in the living room. "Big rascal, I've brought you gifts." "Wow! Little rascal has struck it rich." His aunt's eyes sparkled at the sight of the stacked gifts, and she eagerly dove into the pile, unwrapping them without hesitation. His grandmother emerged from the kitchen and, seeing the mountain of gifts in the living room, reproached Zhang Yuan. "You child, how can you waste your hard-earned money on such frivolities? At present, you are still in the nascent stage. Funds should be allocated towards upgrading your equipment." Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Grandma, I have earned several million these past few days. The total value of these gifts barely amounts to a few tens of thousands, not even enough to purchase a basic skill scroll. It hardly affects anything." His aunt's eyes gleamed with astonishment. "Several million? Is it truly so lucrative for combat professions?" Zhang Yuan scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Indeed. I too was taken aback by the profitability. Even a piece of useless gear can fetch millions. How I wish I had drawn a combat profession. I organize concerts, performing for hours, and I barely earn a few tens of thousands in appearance fees." His aunt glared at Zhang Yuan with envy, exclaiming, "Yuanzi, I am so jealous of you. Mom, I want a combat profession too. I no longer wish to be a singer." She began to roll about in the pile of gifts. "Look at you, wallowing in money." Grandma shot her a disapproving glance before saying, "Both of you, tidy up the living room, then we shall have dinner." "Yes." Under Grandma's watchful eye, Zhang Yuan and his aunt cleaned the living room.
and then the three of them relished a rare family meal together. During the meal, Zhang Yuan omitted the details of his lethal encounters, instead recounting all his recent adventures, prompting exclamations of surprise from his aunt, while even the typically composed grandma wore a smile of satisfaction. "Yuanzi, you have indeed not disappointed grandma, keep up the good work. Do not relent, and be cautious." "All right, grandma." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "I'll go answer it." Zhang Yuan set down his utensils and approached the door, only to find a visibly anxious Li Anping standing outside. "Manager Li? What brings you here?" "Zhang Yuan. There has been a murder in the northern part of the city, are you aware?" Chapter 39, The Perfect Crime. A sudden chill coursed through Zhang Yuan's heart. Yet he feigned ignorance, maintaining an expression of bewilderment. "What incident has occurred?" Li Anping replied gravely, "2 combat professionals have perished in the wilderness north of the city. One of the deceased is named Wang Hu, the youngest son of the Wang family from West Lake, and it seems he was also your classmate. The Adventurers Association, the police, and the City Defense Army have all dispatched personnel to the scene. It is merely a case of homicide. Why the alarm among so many departments?" "Even if the victim were my classmate, Mr. Li, it seems unnecessary for you to personally inform me." Though Zhang Yuan had prepared himself for the circumstances, he felt a twinge of unease as the situation veered from his expectations. "Necessary. Quite necessary," Li Anping asserted earnestly. "According to forensic examination, Wang Hu succumbed to an immensely powerful psychic skill, and the site still harbors an exceedingly terrifying psychic residue. We suspect that the abyssal boss, Odysseus, is involved." Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Odysseus? Indeed. The very abyssal boss you previously repelled," Li Anping confirmed. "Among the 2 deceased, one was a level 48 water mage, devoid of external injuries, having been slain by a single psychic strike. Only a high-level psychic mage could execute such a feat presently. The only entity in West Lake City that meets this criterion is Odysseus. Thus, Odysseus must still be lurking, unwilling to relent, preying upon talented youths in the vicinity of West Lake City. Zhang Yuan, as someone who has bested him, you must exercise extreme caution, he will undoubtedly return." Zhang Yuan was taken aback that Odysseus had inadvertently taken on the blame for him, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for taking the time to warn me about this. I shall remain vigilant." Li Anping continued, "Due to Odysseus, the government has sealed all dungeons near West Lake City. Our Adventurers Association will conduct thorough inspections of each dungeon to mitigate the risk of abyssal corruption. Currently, there are no safe training grounds in the wilderness. It would be prudent for you to remain at home. The city is protected by a formidable defensive barrier, rendering it safe from Odysseus's intrusion." "Understood." After imparting his warnings, Li Anping hurriedly departed. The death of Wang Hu was already a significant matter in West Lake City, and coupled with its connection to the abyssal boss Odysseus, Li Anping, as the manager of the Adventurers Association's West Lake Division, had a multitude of pressing affairs awaiting his attention. "Yuanzi, what has transpired?" After bidding farewell to Li Anping, Zhang Yuan's grandmother inquired with concern. "A abyssal boss has slain my classmate, and Mr. Li from the Adventurers Association came to caution me to be careful." His aunt interjected. "That abyssal boss is truly malevolent, sparing not even students." "Indeed. How wicked." Zhang Yuan concurred, reflecting on how the abyssal boss had relentlessly hunted the talents of humanity. "Fortunately, I was skilled enough to repel him in the dungeon, otherwise, I too could have fallen victim." His aunt looked alarmed. "I had no idea that combat professions could be so perilous, having to confront such terrifying foes. Suddenly, I no longer envy you, Yuanzi." At this moment, Grandma wore a grave expression and advised Zhang Yuan, "Yuanzi, although you have vanquished the abyssal boss, those monsters are inherently brutal and cunning. Your parents fell victim to the abyss, thus, you must never underestimate it. Do you understand?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "I understand, Grandma. I will be cautious. I've been staying at home these days to avoid the storm." Immediately, his aunt's face lit up with joy. "Yuanzi, does this mean you have time to accompany me for shopping, dining, and gaming?" Grandma mercilessly delivered a light smack to his aunt's head. "You have fallen into depravity.
Do not drag Yuanzi down with you.
His aunt pouted, got it, Mom. During the following week, the city of Shihu was abuzz with the news of Wang Hu's death. However, Zhang Yuan seemed unfazed, accompanying his aunt and Li Shuer for shopping, dining, and gaming, leisurely passing the week.
Meanwhile,
the government failed to locate Odysseus in the surrounding dungeons and ultimately opened all nearby wild dungeons, allowing the Wang family to retrieve Wang Hu and Jiang Yicheng's bodies, bringing the case in the northern part of the city to an inconclusive end. It was said that upon bringing Wang Hu's body back to the Wang family, the head of the family wept for 2 hours, ultimately placing a bounty of 5 billion on the abyssal boss, Odysseus.
Of course, no results were yielded. Thus,
the true culprit remained unscathed, even attending Wang Hu's funeral to express heartfelt sorrow to Wang Hu's parents.
Subsequently, the nationwide college entrance examination was on the horizon.
On the eve of the exam, Li Shuer arranged to meet Zhang Yuan on the school playground, where they jogged around the track under the moonlight. Beneath the pure white moonlight, only Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer were present, sweating profusely on the playground.
Meanwhile, in a darkened teaching building, Principal Ning Qin discreetly observed the two.
Ever since Wang Hu's unfortunate incident, Ning Qin had been exceedingly worried about Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer,
fearing they might encounter danger as well, hence his secretive protection of them. Fortunately, aside from Wang Hu's misfortune,
Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer had not faced any assaults from abyssal demons during this time. Ning Qin could only lament Wang Hu's tragic fate, lamenting that despite his lack of talent, he was targeted by the abyssal demons, losing his life in vain. He secretly felt fortunate that only Wang Hu had met such a misfortune, yet this thought would forever remain unspoken. At this moment on the playground, Li Shuer,
feeling the exhilaration from running 10 laps, suddenly turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, "Dunce, are you confident for tomorrow's entrance examination?"
Over the past 3 years, they had shared countless nights like this, jogging under the stars, discussing their hearts, the upcoming exams, and their futures. Now, the college entrance examination, a topic of their frequent discussions, was imminent.
The thought of the national exam approaching made Li Shuer inexplicably anxious.
This week, she had run the secret dungeons a few more times and, combined with her leveling potions, she had reached level 19, yet Zhang Yuan could still sense her tension. Understandably so, as Kyoto University was the premier institution in Daxia, with countless talents vying for a single admission slot each year. Although Li Shuer's profession is indeed rare, it does not stand out significantly within the province. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, we will definitely meet at Kyoto University." Li Shuer chuckled, pleasantly surprised that this fool could utter such words.
"All right. We shall meet at Kyoto University, this is our promise."
With that, she extended her pinky finger,
shining like jade under the moonlight.
Zhang Yuan mirrored her gesture, linking their pinkies in an oath.
The following day heralded the commencement of the National College Entrance Examination. Chapter 40, Bug. It must be a bug. The following day, all combat-oriented professionals preparing for the National College Entrance Examination gathered in front of the government square of Shihu City. The examination center for Jiangnan Province was not located in Shihu City, but rather in the provincial capital, Donghai City. On the day of the exam,
governments across various cities constructed large-scale teleportation arrays to transport their candidates to the provincial capital for a unified examination. Ning Qin gazed with delight at Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, both of whom had reached level 19. How gratifying it was to see that both of you had ascended to level 19.
My school has indeed produced 2 extraordinary talents. The Ning family must have been blessed by our ancestors.
Do not feel anxious, maintain a calm demeanor during the examination.
I believe you both can gain admission to Kyoto University.
Yes,
we will remain calm.
Thank you, Principal. Li Shuer expressed her gratitude. After Ning Qin moved on to encourage other students, she nudged Zhang Yuan and asked, "Why are you still at level 19?
Did you not consume the upgrade elixir?"
She recalled that after the Secret Realm instance concluded, Zhang Yuan had already achieved level 19.
"I intend to keep it, just in case of emergencies."
The upgrade elixir becomes ineffective after reaching level 20, and it cannot be traded.
What good would it do to keep it?
Zhang Yuan replied, smiling. Li Shuer did not quite understand, but Zhang Yuan merely shook his head. I won't take long to reach level 20.
It might be nice to keep it as a memento.
What a peculiar individual, refusing even free experience points, Li Shuer teased, but she did not pursue the topic further. Once all the students from various schools had assembled, Ning Qin led the 34 students from his school into the teleportation array, distributing examination admission cards one by one.
Students, allow me to reiterate, while the examination is undoubtedly important, it is imperative that you act within your limits. Safety comes first. I do not wish to see any student from our school come to harm.
With that, Ning Qin signaled to the array master, who infused energy into the formation. The teleportation array radiated with light, and the students of Shihu High School were transported to the examination venue in Donghai City. The examination venue was remarkably spacious. Thousands of candidates from numerous cities across Jiangnan province gathered here, yet it felt neither crowded nor overwhelming. In fact, it seemed somewhat expansive. Suspended in the air above the examination site was a luminous tower, directly beneath which swirled a large blue vortex, resembling the entrance to a grand secret realm instance.
After approximately half an hour of waiting, students from other schools began to arrive at the examination venue.
Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from the floating light tower.
Silence!
The previously noisy examination hall fell into an immediate hush.
We shall now announce the examination rules.
This college entrance examination is divided into two main categories, the foundational examination and the advanced examination. The foundational examination primarily assesses basic abilities, with different professions having distinct examination content.
Damage-dealing professions will be tested on their output, while tank professions will be assessed on their defense, and so forth. Candidates who achieve a rating of D or above will be eligible to participate in the advanced examination. In the advanced examination, candidates can earn points based on their performance in the corresponding instances.
Additionally, there are varying levels of difficulty within these instances. The higher the difficulty,
the greater the points awarded.
Furthermore, candidates are permitted to utilize personal equipment during the examination. However, the use of any items, including but not limited to potions and enhancement tools, is strictly prohibited. Any instance of cheating will result in immediate disqualification of examination results and may incur criminal liability. Although the rules regarding the college entrance examination have been reiterated countless times by teachers prior to the test, all candidates remain attentively alert,
fearing they might miss any vital information.
After all, the stakes are high regarding their future. Even though students who are notorious for their mischief in school dare not be careless at this moment. With the rules clearly articulated, the chief examiner instructs all candidates to prepare themselves as the examination commences. As the commanding voice resonates, a brilliant light radiates from the vortex beneath the luminous tower,
enveloping the entire examination hall in an instant.
All candidates possessing their admission tickets are simultaneously transported into the secret realm instance.
At this moment,
a group of dignified middle-aged individuals stands at the pinnacle of the tower. They are esteemed professors from various prestigious institutions, serving as examiners for the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province.
This year's examination has finally begun, and one wonders how many promising talents will emerge from Jiangnan province.
It is rumored that Jiangdong City No. 1 High School's Zhang Yuan is quite remarkable. Not only has he drawn a rare profession, but he has also reached level 20 within a month, demonstrating potential to contend for the provincial top scholar title.
There is also a promising young man from Nanjing City, a berserker at level 19, reputed to have the ability to solo difficult instances. A girl from a small county has drawn the Shield Knight profession, warranting attention as well.
Personally, I believe there is a student in Shihu City who deserves special consideration. At this moment, an examiner familiar with Zhang Yuan's situation adjusts the display to showcase him.
Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 19. The Sword Array Master, a newly emerged profession from Shihu City, raises questions regarding its strength. It is indeed powerful.
This young man possesses the capability to solo abyss instances.
Soloing an abyss instance? How is that even conceivable? Do not doubt it.
I obtained this information from a high-ranking official within the Adventurers Association, and this lad has received high praise from President Bai. I suspect he might be this year's provincial top scholar. Receiving such high commendation from President Bai is indeed remarkable. We must observe him closely.
The examiners,
intrigued by Zhang Yuan, redirected their focus to his examination, eager to witness the abilities of this young man favored by Bai Zhanghua. Zhang Yuan finds himself within an arena instance, where a towering testing post stands at the center, equipped with a damage counter.
Examination task: attack the testing post with full force. Testing damage, is it?
Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan activates the sword array, equips Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu,
and directs Qi Xiao to strike. Boom!
A crimson flash darts past, and the testing post is obliterated by Zhang Yuan's single strike.
It exploded? The examiners at the tower's summit are left astounded, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What is happening?
That post could withstand 1,000,000 damage points.
Yet he managed to shatter it with one sword? It appears to be a bug. The examiners unanimously believe that the secret realm instance has encountered a glitch,
as it accommodates hundreds of thousands of candidates nationwide, making such an occurrence somewhat foreseeable. A new wooden stake has been refreshed for him.
In the arena,
a new testing stake has emerged.
Examination task: attack the testing stake with full force. Is the objective to strike the stake multiple times to assess damage stability? Truly, this is a high-stakes examination instance, characterized by its meticulousness. Upon witnessing the emergence of the new testing stake,
Zhang Yuan did not dwell on it and once again commanded Qi Xiao to launch an attack.
Boom! The stake was obliterated once more.
The examiners at the pinnacle of the light tower fell into a profound silence.
It has exploded again. At this moment, these professors,
ranging from level 70 to 80, finally comprehended that this was not merely a bug in the secret realm instance, but rather the result of that level 19 monstrosity,
whose damage exceeded 1,000,000.
Chapter 41, a beast of a creature level 19, inflicting damage exceeding 1,000,000.
What does this even mean? The examiners present,
even the history professors, could not find a comparable anomaly in any historical text. This young man is simply monstrous, he obliterated the wooden post with ease.
Could this be the most extraordinary result in the history of the college entrance examination? Others may merely speculate that an S rank is not his limit. But this little beast has shattered the rating machine. First place, without a doubt.
A flurry of discussions erupted among the examiners.
Silence. At that moment,
Chief Examiner Chen Yin called for order, stating, in the first round of the examination, Zhang Yuan has been awarded an S rating, securing the top position.
Is there any dissent? None. He rightfully deserves to be first. I second that.
The examiners nodded in agreement, chuckling.
After all, a student capable of obliterating a testing post should undoubtedly take first place.
Seeing the consensus among the examiners, Chen Yun nodded slightly and said, let us record the results. But do not hasten to conclude this examination. Refresh another wooden post for him. The post's health was adjusted to 10,000,000, this young man is undoubtedly a prodigy. And I wish to witness the limits of his damage output.
All right. I too wish to see this.
The examiners eagerly agreed and refreshed another wooden post, setting its health to 10,000,000. However, as soon as the post reappeared in the arena, a crimson beam struck it and exploded it instantly.
At this moment, the faces of the examiners turned pale. What in the world? Even a wooden post with 10,000,000 health cannot withstand such force? Many professors at level 70, despite their full efforts, would struggle to inflict 1,000,000 damage. Professor Chen, the wooden post's health cap is only 10,000,000, shall we continue testing? Chen Yun's lips twitched.
Having presided over college entrance examinations for over 20 years, he had never encountered such an aberration. Let us enhance the wooden post's defense, increasing damage reduction to 50. I wish to see if he can still perform at this level. This little rascal has ignited a competitive spirit among the examiners. As the fourth testing post was refreshed in the arena, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. Is this examination truly so tedious? Endless wooden post assaults? Although Zhang Yuan felt dissatisfied with the test content, he still had to proceed, unleashing his attacks with precision. Boom! Once again, the fortified wooden post was obliterated. All the examiners in the light tower were momentarily stunned, with some even pulling out emergency heart medications. What kind of skill does this young man possess? Capable of demolishing a wooden post with 10,000,000 health and a 50 damage reduction? It appears to be not a skill at all, but rather a basic attack. Have you not noticed that he shows no signs of skill cooldown?
No wonder he can solo the Abyss dungeon. If I were the Abyss boss, I would surely be left weeping for my mother. I concede, I truly concede. Let him go free. The panel of examiners was thoroughly intimidated by Zhang Yuan's terrifying prowess, leading them to concede defeat one after another. However, Chen Yun furrowed her brows, immediately engaging in frenzied operations backstage. The defense of the wooden post was augmented by 500. And damage reduction was elevated to 80. Professor Chen.
The examiners gasped in astonishment at Chen Yun's maneuvers.
You. Shu. Let us observe his performance.
Chen Yun halted the examiners, her gaze fixed intently on the instance.
What more could there be?
Zhang Yuan murmured upon noticing the newly emerged wooden post. Yet he dismissed it and struck once more.
Bang!
The test wooden post was shattered again, plunging all the examiners into an eerie silence.
After a prolonged pause,
Chen Yun finally sighed. It's confirmed this lad is indeed a beast. Let us announce the results.
At that moment, a commanding voice resonated within the instance. The first foundational examination has concluded. We shall now reveal the results. 326 candidates have achieved a rating of D or above, while the remaining candidates have been eliminated.
Out of over 10,000 examinees, nearly 80% were dismissed in just this preliminary examination, a truly staggering attrition rate. Each individual was presented with their results, as a colossal screen materialized in the sky above the secret realm, displaying the current rankings of the top 100 candidates. Even among those rated S, disparities existed among their scores.
First place, Zhang Yuan, rating S. Second place, Zhang Yun, rating S. Third place, Miao Shulan, rating S. 10th place, Li Shuer, rating S. Zhang Yuan claimed the top position, while Miao Shulan and Li Shuer secured 3rd and 10th places, respectively. All three had successfully entered the provincial top 10 in the first examination, a commendable achievement. Outside the instance,
Ning Qin beamed with excitement upon seeing Zhang Yuan in first place and Li Shuer in 10th, joyfully exclaiming to the other principals nearby, "Did you see that? The 1st and 10th spots are both our students from Shihu No. 1 High School. 2 of our students made it into the top 10. Ning Qin's proclamation drew envious glances from several principals, but soon a mocking voice broke through. Too bad this is merely a foundational examination. As long as one is rated S, the final scores will ultimately convert to the same points. Only the points earned in the advanced examinations hold true significance." An elderly man with a Mediterranean hairstyle approached, deridingly addressing Ning Qin, "Old classmate, after so many years of teaching in the countryside, is this meager achievement enough to make you dance with joy?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ning Qin narrowed her eyes slightly. "Feng Gaoyuan, you are envious of me." The man, Feng Gaoyuan, was Ning Qin's classmate from both high school and college, now the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School, which currently ranks as the highest school in Jiangnan province. "Envious of you?" Feng Gaoyuan scoffed. "Our Zhang Yun will undoubtedly be the provincial champion. Are you brave enough to wager with me?" "A wager?" Ning Qin raised an eyebrow at Feng Gaoyuan's words. "What are you proposing to bet?" Feng Gaoyuan replied confidently. "You may propose anything, it will surely end in my victory." "Is that so?" Ning Qin chuckled. "I wager that Zhang Yuan from our school is the provincial champion. If I win, you shall resign from your position as principal of Donghai No. 1 High School and come to teach at Shihu No. 1 High School. What do you say to such a grand bet?" Feng Gaoyuan's lips twitched. "What? Weren't you quite boastful just a moment ago? Are you afraid now? Stop using provocation to rattle me." Feng Gaoyuan retorted, exasperation evident on his face. "Do you truly believe I fear you? Let's wager, if Zhang Yun is the provincial champion, you must come teach at our school. What do you think?" Seeing Feng Gaoyuan take the bait, Ning Qin immediately raised his voice, deliberately allowing the other principals and teachers from surrounding schools to overhear. "All these colleagues are witnesses. We have placed a bet, and the loser must teach at the other's school. No cheating allowed." Feng Gaoyuan, ignited by Ning Qin's challenge, declared, "Ning Qin, you might as well start packing your bags. After the summer break, you shall address me as your superior." Ning Qin scoffed, "You must be dreaming." While the two principals engaged in their wager, The candidates in the secret realm began their second round of progressive examinations, individual dungeon trials.
Chapter 42. What does it mean? Is it possible to complete the challenge upon entry? The so-called solo dungeon trial does not entail the examinee undertaking the dungeon alone. Rather,
the secret realm dungeon provides each candidate with 4 NPCs that correspond to their level and attributes, categorized as damage dealers, tanks, healers, and support.
Moreover,
candidates can independently select the dungeon difficulty and the number of companions they wish to bring along for the endeavor. The dungeon difficulties are classified into 3 tiers: normal, hard,
and nightmare, with corresponding point multipliers of 1x, 2x, and 5x. For each NPC companion omitted, the point multiplier increases by 1x. For instance,
if one chooses nightmare difficulty and brings along 3 NPC companions, the point multiplier would amount to 6x. If a candidate selects normal difficulty and brings all 4 companions,
defeating a single monster yields 1 point.
Conversely, in nightmare difficulty with 3 companions, vanquishing 1 monster awards 6 points. This advanced examination not only assesses the combat prowess of the candidates but also evaluates their strategic acumen. Some candidates may recklessly opt for nightmare difficulty while bringing fewer companions. While the point multiplier is enticingly high, the progress through the dungeon may prove arduous, potentially resulting in a lower score compared to those who chose normal difficulty with a full complement of companions. There exists a special rule for the advanced examination: if a candidate selects nightmare difficulty and forgoes all companions, the point multiplier increases by an additional factor of 1,
culminating in a maximum of 10x points.
Naturally, throughout past examinations, very few candidates have dared to undertake such a perilous path, as it is tantamount to courting disaster. There was once a candidate who, having drawn a legendary class, succumbed to hubris by choosing to tackle the nightmare difficulty solo, only to meet his demise within the dungeon. Zhang Yuan from Donghai No. 1 High School has already entered the dungeon, opting for nightmare difficulty while bringing along just a healer, thus achieving an 8x point multiplier.
He is indeed aiming for the provincial top scorer.
Miao Shulan from Cage County No. 2 High School has also chosen nightmare difficulty with 1 damage dealer. I have assessed her capabilities, and she is a formidable contender for this year's provincial top score. Li Shuer has selected nightmare difficulty, accompanied by 1 damage dealer and 1 tank, achieving a 7x point multiplier, which should position her within the top 10 of the province.
I believe this year's provincial top scorer will emerge from Zhang Yuan, Miao Shulan, and Zhang Yuan. By the way, what did Zhang Yuan choose?
The examiners in the Light Tower are closely observing this year's key candidates, deliberating on their choices of dungeon difficulty.
What do you think Zhang Yuan will decide?
Given his output capability, breezing through a nightmare dungeon should be straightforward. He is likely to choose nightmare difficulty and bring along a tank.
I share this sentiment.
His damage output is substantial, yet his defenses are likely quite frail, necessitating frontline protection.
With a nightmare difficulty and 1 companion, yielding an 8x point multiplier, he is indeed a strong contender for the provincial top score.
Regrettably, his skills are probably limited to single-target physical attacks, which would hinder his monster clearing speed compared to magic classes, thus affecting his completion time. Otherwise, he could have had a chance at the national top score.
Look! Zhang Yuan is beginning to select his difficulty. Within the dungeon, after perusing the rules of the advanced examination,
Zhang Yuan unhesitatingly opted for nightmare difficulty while choosing to proceed without companions. To him, allies are but a burden.
No companions? Has he lost his mind? As Zhang Yuan entered the nightmarish dungeon alone, the examiners gasped in astonishment. Professor Chen, should we intervene and ensure he at least has a teammate? One examiner proposed to Chen Yun.
After all, Zhang Yuan had demonstrated an output capability in the foundational tests that far surpassed that of legendary output classes. If he were to grow further, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier force for the Great Xia Empire. Should any misfortune befall him in this examination dungeon, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility. Chen Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before asserting, "Do not interfere with Zhang Yuan's choices. If he encounters peril within the dungeon, we shall forcibly extract him, allowing him to participate in the adult college entrance examination next year."
An examiner voiced dissent. But wouldn't that mean Zhang Yuan would waste an entire year?
Chen Yun replied earnestly, "With his talent,
even a year's delay in entering university would allow him to mature rapidly.
Teaching him to assess his limits and value his life over the course of a year would yield far greater benefits for his future growth than detriments.
Since Professor Chen has spoken, we shall proceed as such.
Everyone, keep a close watch, we cannot allow this prodigy to falter.
Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuan, he had become the focal point of the examiner's attention.
Upon entering the dungeon, he discovered it bore similarities to the previous military secret realm, both being dungeon-like in nature. As he traversed the corridors, he encountered a half-orc clad in armor and wielding a long blade.
Abyssal Eye.
Orc warrior, elite, level 15, strength 1000, agility 300, mentality 100, constitution 2000, skill, battle roar. No wonder the principal stated that the stringent requirement for admission to Kyoto University was level 19. Only those at level 19 could hope to navigate a level 15 nightmare dungeon.
Zhang Yuan quickly understood what Ning Qin had mentioned. Yet he felt somewhat disheartened by the dungeon's difficulty.
It was simply lacking in challenge. However, he soon realized that this was indeed the college entrance examination,
aimed at filtering talent.
If the difficulty were excessively high, not only would it undermine the purpose of the testing, but it could also place many candidates in jeopardy. A risk not worth taking.
What expression does that fellow wear? Why does he appear so disappointed? He seems dissatisfied with our dungeon, perhaps it is too challenging?
He is overly ambitious, his class leans more toward long-range artillery output without frontline protection. I doubt he can withstand a blow from the half-orc, he'll likely fail to pass. The examiners began to speculate as they observed Zhang Yuan's crestfallen demeanor.
Boring, let us finish this swiftly.
Zhang Yuan unleashed a formation of swords,
enveloping the entire dungeon within a vast radius of 500 meters.
Then, with a decisive strike, his sword pierced through the half-orc's skull.
In the next instant, every monster within the dungeon, including the level 15 boss, perished in an instant. Successfully cleared the dungeon in 36 seconds, calculating points. Kill points 5,000. Clear points 5,000. Time points 5,000.
New record for dungeon completion time, points 10,000. Zhang Yuan gazed at his college entrance examination score panel,
stifling a yawn.
This dungeon was both trivial and feeble, rendering it exceedingly tedious. Within the luminous tower, all the examiners were ensnared in a profound silence, soon erupting into an uproar.
What just transpired? Where are the monsters? The boss? The dungeon? What extraordinary skill has this young man acquired to clear the entire dungeon so effortlessly? Has he resorted to cheating? Is he wielding some form of extensive destructive device? Do they presume the system is merely ornamental? Have they not triggered an alert upon the use of such items? This is utterly outrageous. Can this fellow be any more excessive?
While other candidates have yet to vanquish even the first monster of a standard dungeon, he has already completed a nightmarish one. His earlier disappointment stemmed from believing our dungeon's difficulty was too trivial.
A completion time of 36 seconds? Who would believe such a claim? The record for the fastest completion in history is, if memory serves, 1 hour and 2 minutes, is it not? Discounting the time he spent in a stupor. Did he truly spend even a second strategizing the dungeon? What is his profession? This imbalance is intolerable. The erudite examiners were in an uproar,
fervently desiring to storm into the dungeon, seize Zhang Yuan, and compel him to reveal his attributes and skills in their entirety to discern the truth of the matter.
Meanwhile, the colossal screen outside the tower displayed the results of the first candidate.
Name, Zhang Yuan, score, 25,000, rank, 1, chapter 43, the fault line outside the lighthouse. The educators from various schools were engrossed in discussions regarding the potential nature of this year's examination copies. Suddenly, a ranking appeared on the luminous screen, instantly capturing the attention of all present.
What was happening? Had a student already completed the copy? It had only been a few minutes, how could anyone have possibly finished? Indeed, it was true. It was that Zhang Yuan once again, with a score of how much? 25,000? The teachers outside widened their eyes in disbelief,
staring at the score on the screen as if they were witnessing an illusion. In the advanced copies, the number of monsters was fixed at 450, with one boss in addition. Each monster slain awarded 1 point, while defeating the boss granted 50 points. Theoretically, the maximum score achievable through monster kills would be 5,000. The fundamental score for completing a copy was 500, and if one completed it within an hour and a half, the time-based score could reach a maximum of 500. When these two scores were multiplied by the score coefficient, the theoretical maximum was 10,000. This meant that only a single individual, within an hour and a half, could annihilate all monsters and the boss in the nightmare copy to attain 15,000 points. Yet, no candidate had ever accomplished this since the inception of the national examination. As for the additional 10,000 points, they could only be earned by breaking the time record for completing the nightmare difficulty copy. How could a single candidate, soloing the 15th level nightmare copy, eliminate all monsters and the boss while simultaneously setting a new record? It seemed impossible. Was he cheating? This was the national examination of the Great Xia Empire, with the imperial authorities closely monitoring who would dare to cheat under such scrutiny. Yet, the rankings appeared almost immediately after the copy was opened. How could one explain this? The teachers outside began to fervently debate, with everyone discussing this student, Zhang Yuan. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan's score, Ning Qin burst into hearty laughter, repeatedly slapping Feng Gaoyuan on the shoulder. Old Feng, did you see that? This is a student from our school. Are you ready to resign and come teach at my institution? Feng Gaoyuan fell into a profound silence, fixated on the ranking on the screen, racking his brain in vain to comprehend how Zhang Yuan had achieved such a high score so swiftly. That fellow, Zhang Yuan, was simply extraordinary. Zhang Yuan would likely lose. No, one must not succumb to despair. Feng Gaoyuan resolutely shook his head, gritting his teeth and declaring, Ning Qin, do not be too complacent. I still have hope. He was aware of the occupational characteristics of his students, even if they failed in the advanced examination. There remained a possibility for redemption in the final supplementary trials. After Zhang Yuan's score was revealed, an hour and 3 minutes later, Zhang Yun's score finally appeared in second place. Name, Zhang Yun, score, 10,704, ranking, 2, 10 minutes later, Miao Shulan's score also surfaced in third place. Name, Miao Shulan. Score, 9,816, ranking, 3, subsequently, the scores of other candidates began to appear on the leaderboard. Name, Li Shuer, points, 9072, rank, 5. Zhang Yuan observed the continuously emerging scores, noting that Zhang Yun and Miao Shulan were closely competing. To his astonishment, Li Shuer had surged to the 5th position. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Zhang Yun, clad in a black robe and possessing a beauty surpassing that of many women, fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuan's score with disbelief. Impossible. How did he accomplish this? He single-handedly defeated all the monsters in the nightmare dungeon and even reset the completion record. Who is this remarkable individual? Zhang Yun had initially believed that his professional attributes would secure him victory in the advancement examination. After all, he had slain 288 elite monsters and defeated the boss within an hour and a half, a feat worthy of admiration. However, he never anticipated the emergence of a freak with a staggering score of 25,000 in this examination. His curiosity about Zhang Yuan grew insatiable. On the other side, Miao Shulan and Li Shuer stared at Zhang Yuan's score panel, and as they recalled his performance in the military secret dungeon, a shared thought echoed in their minds, as expected of him. Soon, an authoritative voice resonated in everyone's ears once more, announcing the conclusion of the advancement examination and the public release of all candidates' scores. A total of 326 candidates participated in this examination, with 321 students scoring above 500. Those who scored above 500 qualified to choose an additional trial. Please note, the additional trial is not mandatory for the examination and carries certain risks, including the potential for loss of life. Candidates are advised to consider this carefully. Upon hearing the announcement, the vast majority of candidates opted to forego the additional trial without hesitation. The additional trial is typically pursued only by top-tier students aiming for the nation's top 3 universities, while ordinary candidates had already completed their examinations. Any candidate scoring above 500 could gain admission to respectable universities, rendering the additional trial unnecessary for them. Although the points awarded for the additional trial were substantial, candidates lacking sufficient strength would not only fail to gain meaningful points but could also sustain injuries, rendering their efforts futile. Nevertheless, many candidates, brimming with confidence in their abilities, chose to proceed. Ultimately, only 98 students from Jiangnan province opted for the additional trial, falling short of 100. Once all candidates had made their choices, those who opted to continue were transported to the luminous tower above the examination arena. The 98 candidates appeared in the same space, greeted by a cadre of examiners responsible for the Jiangnan province examination. At the forefront stood the chief examiner, Zhang Yuan. Congratulations to all of you. Those who have reached this point are the elite of our great Xia Empire. I look forward to your bright futures and the extraordinary lives you will lead in our empire. As Chen Yun spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Zhang Yuan. Then continued, the upcoming additional trial is quite unique. You will no longer compete solely within your province but will face off against the best from provinces across the nation. Certainly, the rules of the additional trial are exceedingly harsh. You shall be cast into a simulated abyssal battlefield, akin to the advanced examinations. Each of you will be accompanied by a team of NPCs that correspond to your own level and attributes, engaging in combat against the simulated abyssal creatures. This additional trial tests both individual prowess and teamwork, thus, there are no scoring coefficients. For every abyssal monster your team vanquishes, you will earn 100 points, with no limit to the accumulation of points. This implies that regardless of the points amassed thus far, there remains the potential for a turnaround in this final trial. Therefore, do not allow complacency to set in. With that said, I wish you all the best in achieving commendable results in this ultimate trial. Upon concluding his speech, Chen Yun summoned a grimoire in his palm, his gaze resolutely steely. In this final trial, he was determined to turn the tide. Not only Chen Yun, but the overwhelming majority of the candidates present harbored a burning desire to seize victory in this round, soaring to new heights. As the time approached, Chen Yun declared, "Let us embark." At his words, a radiant teleportation array illuminated beneath the feet of the candidates. In the next moment, elite candidates from across the nation were transported to the final trial space. Chapter 44, The Abyssal Demon Approaching the Battlefield, It is Ista. Zhang Yuan found himself transported to a desolate expanse, accompanied by 4 NPC allies, each at level 19, embodying the roles of warrior, mage, knight, and priest. Upon inspecting the attributes of these 4 companions, he noted that their collective capabilities mirrored his own, albeit with distinct emphases. The warrior excelled in strength and agility, the mage in intellect, the knight in endurance, and the priest in both intellect and endurance. Overall, while their attribute panels suggested parity with Zhang Yuan, it was evident that their equipment consisted solely of basic level 19 gear, and their skills were rather rudimentary. Assigning each candidate an NPC team seemed a considerate measure for those lacking damage-dealing classes, as defeating monsters would prove arduous without allies. However, this NPC team offered little utility to Zhang Yuan. After assessing his teammates' attributes, he promptly commanded them to remain stationary, opting to advance alone. Within the Luminary Tower, Chen Yun and the panel of examiners were not taken aback by Zhang Yuan's decision, having already witnessed his prowess. Though the NPCs boasted formidable stats, they were, in Zhang Yuan's eyes, mere encumbrances. This child is destined to be a valiant lone wolf, Chen Yun mused, eagerly anticipating Zhang Yuan's performance in the abyssal battlefield. Before long, Zhang Yuan encountered a patrol of abyssal creatures on the barren land. Before the creatures could react, he annihilated their ranks with 10 iron swords, instantly boosting his score by 50,000. Although Chen Yun had mentally prepared himself, witnessing Zhang Yuan effortlessly dispatch an abyssal squad, followed by the sudden demise of all nearby abyssal monsters within a 500-meter radius, caused his brow to twitch. This young man not only possessed formidable single-target damage but seemed to inflict splash damage with an outrageous radius, completely clearing the abyssal monsters deployed in the battlefield. The Sword Array Masterclass was extraordinarily overpowered, perhaps surpassing even legendary classes. It might very well be a new divine class. On the battlefield, this individual was undoubtedly a strategic weapon capable of obliterating an entire army single-handedly, a true monstrosity. Chen Yun and the examiners engaged in animated discussions, having never encountered such an outrageous class before. The highest score achieved by past national champions in the abyssal battlefield had been slightly over 40,000. Yet Zhang Yuan had already shattered this historical record at the very outset.
It was essential to note that this abyssal battlefield instance lasted a full 6 hours.
Zhang Yuan expanded his 10 iron swords to the perimeter of his sword array and surged forward at full speed. Any abyssal creature entering the range of his sword array met with instant demise. His score skyrocketed at a meteoric pace, soon surpassing 100,000.
In that moment, the examiners were rendered numb.
They felt as though Zhang Yuan existed in an entirely different realm compared to his peers. As Zhang Yuan effortlessly dispatched abyssal monsters as though harvesting crops, other candidates were still struggling to organize their teams against the first abyssal squad they encountered.
At this moment,
Zhang Yuan, currently ranked second in Jiangnan province, had only just defeated one abyssal team, earning a mere 500 points.
In previous years,
Zhang Yuan's monster-slaying speed would have undoubtedly placed him among the top tier of the province, with potential to break into the national top 3.
Unfortunately,
as he was in the same cohort as Zhang Yuan, his brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by Zhang Yuan's radiant prowess.
Seeing Zhang Yuan's relentless momentum,
devoid of skill cooldowns and mental energy depletion, Chen Yun remarked to the examiners, "This round of examinations has lost all suspense. Zhang Yuan is undoubtedly the national champion. We should shift our focus to the other candidates, for the Great Xia Empire requires more than one genius." The other examiners nodded in agreement. With Zhang Yuan's performance now relegated to mere formality, their responsibility as examiners was to attend to each candidate.
Meanwhile, above the light tower at the Jiangnan province examination site,
2 swirling mists of purple materialized, from which emerged 2 abyssal demons. One was the level 70 abyssal boss, Otis, who had previously been repelled by Zhang Yuan.
The other, clad in a blue robe and accompanied by a floating blue spellbook, was another level 70 abyssal boss named Ista. Otis inquired gravely, "Ista, there are many skilled human practitioners within the tower. Do you believe our plan can succeed?"
Ista, conjuring vapor in the palm of his hand, responded confidently, "We shall prevail." "Very well, let us commence," Otis declared, producing a black heart and reciting an obscure incantation. He then crushed the heart with decisive force. A strange resonance echoed through the sky, casting a pall over Donghai City as the blood from the shattered heart splattered against the tower's barrier, instantly darkening it.
In the next moment, the light tower's barrier shattered, and Otis and Ista exchanged nods before plunging into the tower. Suddenly,
the instances for all candidates in Jiangnan province transformed to a crimson hue, while the monitoring screens for the examiners within the light tower went dark.
Has the protective barrier of the trial light tower been breached? I can sense the presence of the abyss. This is bad. It must be that wandering abyssal demon, Otis.
Immediately activate the emergency protocol, halt the examination, and relocate all candidates to safety while requesting support from above to ensure the safety of all participants.
We have forcibly terminated the secret realm instance, and all candidates have been evacuated. Wait. One instance has been completely engulfed by the abyss. And the abyssal incursion mode has commenced, it cannot be halted. Chen Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Which candidate is within that instance? Investigating. It is Zhang Yuan. As anticipated, Otis is indeed targeting Zhang Yuan. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Yun's eyes as he turned to a fellow examiner from Donghai University. "Professor Li, accompany me to Donghai University to procure the Gauss core and forcibly close this abyssal instance." Professor Li hesitated. The Gauss core was the pride of our institution. With fewer than 5 remaining in the entire country, it was unlikely that the principal would be willing to part with it to save a mere student. Chen Yun spoke with gravity. "If we cannot obtain it, we shall seize it. I will bear all responsibility." You have all witnessed Zhang Yuan's performance during the college entrance examination. His worth far surpasses that of the Gauss core. We cannot allow him to be slain by the abyssal demon before he has had the chance to grow. That would be an unbearable loss for humanity. With Chen Yun's declaration, Professor Li clenched his teeth. "You are right, I shall forfeit my position. Let us proceed." The other examiners echoed, "Professor Chen, do not underestimate us. With just the 2 of you, it is unlikely you can seize the Gauss core from East Sea University. We shall accompany you." "Very well." The examiners below level 70 should comfort the students transported from the light tower. All examiners above level 70, accompany me to East Sea University at the swiftest pace to retrieve the Gauss core. At this moment, within the confines of the secret realm, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a drop in temperature and a familiar aura permeating the air. Is the instance becoming abyssal? Zhang Yuan's expression shifted slightly.
He was all too familiar with this scenario.
You are the human boy who repelled Otis? You seem rather unimpressive.
A swirling mass of purple mist materialized before Zhang Yuan, from which Ista emerged, wearing a smile akin to that of a venomous serpent, sending a chill through Zhang Yuan's core.
The Eye of the Abyss. Unable to detect target. Another abyssal boss above level 70.
Zhang Yuan's expression grew serious as he quietly retrieved the crystal ball given to him by Bai Xinghua, preparing to call for aid. The reason he managed to fend off Otis previously was that Otis only wielded mental-type spells.
Now, with a new abyssal boss appearing,
if this one possessed skills beyond mental and water types, his demise was inevitable.
Look at your pitiful, fearful demeanor, young human, you are truly laughably weak. Ista grinned menacingly. Water vapor swirling around him.
Before I take your life, allow me to introduce myself.
I am a level 70 water-type archmage from the abyss. Soon,
I shall ensure you drown in my vast sea of water elements, suffering immensely.
A water-type archmage?
Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Ista's words. But then he stowed away Bai Xinghua's crystal ball and grinned, you should have mentioned that sooner.
Chapter 45, 2 level 70s besiege a level 19, does it seem fair?
Ista was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Zhang Yuan's reaction.
Did this young man possess not even a shred of reverence for the powerful? Zhang Yuan inquired.
Since you are a grand sorcerer of the water element, do you, like Otis, specialize solely in one particular school of magic?
Naturally.
I have an innate affinity for water elements and have dedicated myself to mastering water spells since my inception. Dreaming of a day when my conjured floods will engulf the entire world. While it is true that your demonic kind exhibit increasingly vile dispositions, I must commend you.
The abyssal demons are quite dedicated.
When they claim to practice a single attribute of magic, they genuinely commit to that sole discipline.
As Zhang Yuan's words fell,
Shishao silently materialized behind Ista, lunging towards him. Ista instantly transformed into mist, dissipating, only to swiftly reassemble a short distance away, sneering.
I am already well aware of your techniques.
Although you possess skills that ignore defenses, at your current speed, you cannot strike me.
Even if I cannot land a hit. It matters little, Zhang Yuan replied, abandoning his offensive.
He surmised that, like Otis, Ista must either possess an abundance of vitality or an invulnerability skill, regardless. Even if he landed a blow, it would not be lethal. For now, he merely needed to buy time. This realm belonged to the human race. And with abyssal demons invading the high-stakes examination realm, it would not be long before the human champions would arrive.
Are you attempting to stall until your human allies come to your rescue?
Ista discerned Zhang Yuan's intentions and scoffed, unfortunately, I shall not grant you that luxury.
Skill, Sea Dragon's Roar.
Without hesitation, Ista launched a lethal assault against Zhang Yuan. The grimoire hovering beside him flipped rapidly, and a torrent of water elements surged forth,
coalescing into a ferocious water dragon that barreled toward Zhang Yuan.
Zhanlu immediately conjured a blue barrier before Zhang Yuan, neutralizing Ista's water dragon.
An ineffective attack? Ista's face contorted in shock, how is this possible? Are you not immune to psychic attacks? Why then does my water elemental assault also prove futile against you? Try again.
Perhaps your attack merely lacked sufficient potency, Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, his words laced with derision, clearly dismissing Ista's skills.
Ista, incensed by Zhang Yuan's mocking demeanor, roared. You wretched human! Even in the abyss, no demon dares to speak to me in such a manner. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. He unleashed a barrage of formidable spells, torrential falls, tsunami, siren's wail, toxic sea.
In mere seconds, Ista expended the majority of his high-tier spells,
inundating the entire instance with seawater. Yet amidst the furious elemental onslaught, Zhang Yuan remained unscathed, appearing impervious to any harm. Ista, why are you so slow? Why have you not yet dispatched Zhang Yuan?
If the human champions arrive, we shall have no escape. At this moment, Odie's anxious voice resonated within the instance.
Stop toying around.
I shall toy as I please. Ista roared in fury, damn Odysseus, you know Zhang Yuan is immune to water attribute attacks.
Yet you still want me to risk my life to eliminate him. Are you intent on sending me to my doom? Immune to water attribute attacks? How can that be?
Odysseus exclaimed, and just then, a rift tore through the fabric of the instance, allowing him to plunge into it.
The entire space was inundated with seawater. And there was Zhang Yuan swimming gracefully within it. Odysseus! Is this the aid you summoned? Hardly impressive.
Zhang Yuan mocked mercilessly upon seeing Odysseus.
You!
Odysseus seethed with rage at Zhang Yuan's taunts and unleashed his soul flame, the terrifying blaze igniting the ocean within the instance. Unfortunately, mental-type spells proved ineffective against Zhang Yuan. Your combination techniques are quite commendable. The temperature of this makeshift hot spring is rather delightful. Zhang Yuan jested, causing Odysseus to spit a mouthful of blood in fury. His eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, "Zhang Yuan, if I do not slay you today, I shall not serve the demons.
Since we cannot vanquish you, how will you contend with these monsters?"
Odysseus infused a vast amount of his mental energy into the instance, causing the water elementals to dissipate.
As countless towering corrupted orc warriors sprouted from the desolate earth like mushrooms after rain, Zhang Yuan directed his abyssal eye at one of the abyssal creatures. Corrupted orc warrior, elite, level 20, strength 10,000, agility 10,000, mental 10,000, vitality 10,000, skills, abyssal warcry. Damage sharing, this level 20 abyssal monster possessed attributes akin to that of a level 30 hidden boss, the Rakshasa King. The most alarming aspect was the sheer number of abyssal creatures surrounding him, stretching infinitely with thousands present. Zhang Yuan, what does your immunity to mental and water attacks matter?
In this abyssal instance, as long as my mental energy remains, I can summon as many of these monsters as I desire. Odysseus's gaze was chillingly resolute.
Zhang Yuan, today I shall surely slay you. With a deafening roar, the corrupted orc warriors charged towards Zhang Yuan, wielding their massive axes. In response,
Zhang Yuan swiftly summoned 10 flying swords to encircle himself. Suddenly, 10 water ropes materialized from thin air, binding all of his swords.
Weapon disarmed, unable to use weapons.
Upon reading the notification on his panel, Zhang Yuan's expression hardened slightly.
Another trick?
Just because you are immune to water attacks does not mean you are free from control. Ista observed Zhang Yuan coldly, saying, "Though it may seem unfair for 2 level 70 demons to target a level 19, regardless, you must perish today."
At that moment,
over a dozen corrupted orcs had already rushed before Zhang Yuan, raising their axes to strike.
With no other option and risking exposure to the Wang family,
Zhang Yuan activated his skill, Mental Storm.
Boom!
The terrifying tempest surged outward, enveloping everything in its path.
No, his abilities are amiss. Quickly retreat from his sword array. Both Odys and Ista sensed a lethal threat emanating from Zhang Yuan's psychic tempest and swiftly withdrew,
managing to escape to a distance of 500 meters before being engulfed by the storm. Simultaneously, within a radius of 500 meters centered around Zhang Yuan, all corrupted orcs were reduced to ashes. A single strike cleared the battlefield.
How extraordinarily monstrous is this youth?
Odys and Ista, the 2 demons, stood aghast, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and dread. They could perceive that with each corrupted orc struck, the potency of Zhang Yuan's skill would increase by approximately 10%. The demise of thousands of corrupted orcs augmented the psychic tempest to a degree that could annihilate both of them, level 70 abyssal beings, instantaneously. A mere level 19 human youth nearly obliterated 2 level 70 abyssal bosses.
This individual must not be allowed to grow further, lest the abyss face dire calamity.
In that moment, both Odys and Ista resolved to take decisive action.
Chapter 46, Come. Battle. The notifications of successfully vanquishing the corrupted orc warriors flooded Zhang Yuan's interface.
Yet he was met with the disheartening reality of not gaining any experience due to the demonic suppression. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to fruition.
Observing the alerts on his panel, Zhang Yuan's expression turned grave.
The inability to acquire experience from slaying abyssal creatures implied that he could not rely on leveling up to restore his mental energy.
Utilizing the mental storm required a significant expenditure of mental power, 500 per use, leaving him with enough for merely 6 applications. Zhang Yuan refrained from utilizing a leveling potion,
harboring a nagging suspicion that Odys might strike during his examination period. A single use of the potion would restore him to full capacity.
Yet, even with the potion,
the mental storm could only be employed a maximum of 12 times. Should he exhaust his mental energy before the arrival of human reinforcements, he would have no choice but to place his hopes in the crystal ball of Bai Jinghua.
500 meters away, Otis summoned a multitude of abyssal creatures, expending considerable mental energy once more.
However, this time, having witnessed Zhang Yuan's area of effect attack capabilities, he refrained from unleashing a horde of monsters, instead dispatching merely dozens to besiege Zhang Yuan. Consequently, even if Zhang Yuan unleashed the mental storm to annihilate the abyssal beings, Otis's mental expenditure would remain minimal. This boss was rather cunning. Seeing that Otis had only sent a handful of monsters, Zhang Yuan opted not to deplete his mental energy on them.
Instead,
he transformed his mental power into fivefold agility and utilized the skill Wind Riding to double his movement speed, allowing him to deftly evade the onslaught of the creatures.
Flowing Dragon! Istet exclaimed in frustration as the abyssal monsters failed to make contact with Zhang Yuan. She berated Otis, "Fool! Do you think we have an abundance of time?
Stop being stingy with your mental energy, employ a swarm tactic to overwhelm him."
As a level 70 mental sorcerer, do you truly fear mental exhaustion more than a mere level 19 boy? Close your foul mouth, I am well aware, Otis retorted, irritated by Ista's tirade. However, he understood the urgency of the situation and swiftly commanded all the abyssal creatures to converge upon Zhang Yuan. Thousands of monsters crowded around Zhang Yuan, obstructing his avenues of escape, forcing him to cancel his agility transformation and resort to the mental storm. Boom! The storm swept outward,
decimating the abyssal creatures within the sword formation.
"Zhang Yuan, I shall see how many times you can wield such a skill," Otis roared, summoning more monsters to encircle and batter Zhang Yuan, perpetuating this relentless cycle.
Throughout this ordeal, Ista maintained her grip on Zhang Yuan, leveraging her unique abilities to siphon the experience he earned from slaying monsters, thus preventing him from leveling up and regaining mental energy. After 6 waves of assault, Zhang Yuan's head throbbed painfully. The repeated usage of the mental storm had begun to take a toll on him. On the other side, Odysseus appeared somewhat pale. He was not a summoner, and the continuous exertion of his mental energy to generate monsters for the Abyss dungeon had nearly pushed him to his limits. Beside him, Ista, having witnessed the entire spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man has finally exhausted his mental energy. What manner of creature is he? With such a short cooldown and considerable power from a forbidden level skill, being able to use it 6 times at level 19, what will happen when he levels up?" Odysseus nodded in complete agreement, contemplating that perhaps their king had not been this formidable in his youth. Eliminating such a potential future powerhouse in the abyss made their adventure worthwhile. With a sense of impending victory, Odysseus succumbed to his old habit and taunted Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, your mental energy is finally depleted, however, I still possess enough to summon on a grand scale 2 more times.
Your chances of victory are non-existent. Victory belongs to the abyss. Arise, my minions." With arms wide open, Odysseus laughed heartily as thousands of abyssal monsters emerged from the desolate earth.
Ista cast a disdainful glance at Odysseus, pondering how a fool so reckless as he could exist among the abyssal demons. To be drained of mental energy battling a mere level 19 ant, and still have the audacity to boast.
"Ista, haven't you also been incessantly using skills to siphon Zhang Yuan's experience while battling monsters? Your mental energy must be straining as well. What right do you have to mock me?"
Hearing the exchange between Odysseus and Ista,
Zhang Yuan broke into a grin, realizing that both of them were also reaching their limits.
It seemed that victory was destined to be his.
"Victory belongs to you?" Odysseus exclaimed,
only to be struck with terror as he observed Zhang Yuan retrieving a level-up potion from his storage space and consuming it. A golden light erupted from Zhang Yuan's being as he ascended to level 20. Restoring his state, Zhang Yuan defiantly raised his middle finger towards the distant Odysseus and Ista, challenging them, "Come on, you 2 fools.
Let us have an exhilarating battle." A level-up potion?
Where did he acquire such a thing?
Odysseus thought, incredulous. This damned Zhang Yuan, even at level 19, did not require a level-up potion. Was he merely hoarding it?
At that moment, both Odysseus and Ista were thrown into despair, utterly unprepared for Zhang Yuan's hidden strength. now that Zhang Yuan was fully revitalized. He could unleash 6 more mental storms. Not only were they lacking in mental energy, but even if they had enough, time was no longer on their side. They had squandered too much time in this dungeon. Odysseus could not help but glance at Ista. Ista, did you not assure me of victory? What shall we do now? Ista gritted his teeth, realizing the situation had shifted. That young man is far too cunning, we cannot defeat him today. We must retreat and summon a stronger demon to confront him. That was your assertion, I shall take my leave first. After Zhang Yuan consumed the level-up potion, Odysseus, already inclined to withdraw, wasted no time in producing a teleportation device and immediately abandoned Ista to escape. Cursed Odysseus! You scoundrel! Ista exclaimed. Realizing that Odysseus fled faster than a rabbit, quickly understanding that human powerhouses were approaching, and Odysseus sought to cover his retreat. Before Zhang Yuan could utter any harsh words, Ista swiftly retrieved a certain teleportation device to escape the scene. Successfully repelled the abyssal demon Odysseus, experience 200, 000, successfully repelled the abyssal demon Ista, experience 200. 000, successfully conquered the abyssal dungeon, progress on the Crimson Sky artifact quest, 110, ding. Achievement detected, incredible provocation, randomly enhances 1 talent level. Congratulations, host. Your Sword Immortal talent level has increased. Sword Immortal, level 2 all damage increased by 20 times. A radiant golden light surged forth from Zhang Yuan's body, elevating him to level 21. Chapter 47, A Narrative Beyond Imagination. Outside the Secret Realm instance, the battered examiners returned with the Gauss-core in hand. Professor Chen. We have squandered far too much time at Donghai University. Quickly, utilize the Gauss-core to forcibly shut down the Abyss instance and rescue Zhang Yuan. Everyone, remain vigilant. Odysseus may be lurking within the instance, and we are likely to face another fierce battle. Professor Chen extracted a black, diamond-shaped crystal, inhaling deeply. Child. I hope you are still alive, he murmured, aiming the Gauss-core at the Abyss instance, preparing to activate the artifact when, unexpectedly, the Crimson Abyss instance transformed into blue. Wait, has this Abyss instance been cleared? How is that possible? Odysseus is a level 70 Abyss boss, we might not even be able to defeat him. Let alone Zhang Yuan. The examiners, witnessing the instance's transformation, exchanged incredulous glances, their minds momentarily overwhelmed. In this Abyss instance, only Zhang Yuan remained. Facing a level 70 Abyss demon as the boss, how could it have been cleared? In the next moment, the portal of the instance shimmered with light as Zhang Yuan emerged, dispelling any notion of illusion. Upon seeing Professor Chen holding a stone directed at him, Zhang Yuan paused in surprise. Teacher? What are you doing? You're all right? Professor Chen, astonished to see Zhang Yuan emerge unscathed and even at level 20, was taken aback. Aside from a significant depletion of mental energy, I'm fine, Zhang Yuan replied, shaking his head. By the way, teacher, 2 Abyss bosses invaded my instance and interrupted my college entrance examination. Does my score still count, or must I retake it? At this moment, you are concerned about your exam score? Professor Chen's lips twitched at Zhang Yuan's inquiry, the unfolding events far exceeding his expectations. However, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter and asked Zhang Yuan for clarification. What did you just say? 2 Abyss bosses invaded your instance? Indeed, Zhang Yuan candidly replied. One is a psychic grand sorcerer named Odysseus, and the other is a water grand sorceress named Ista. Having been targeted by 2 Abyss demons, Zhang Yuan intended to relay all the information he possessed about the Abyss bosses to the authorities, hoping the Daxia Empire could swiftly deal with the 2 threats. Otherwise, Odysseus and Ista would loom over him like the sword of Damocles, uncertain of when they might strike. This time, Odysseus summoned a water demon. Who could predict what attribute demon he might summon next? Zhang Yuan could not continuously gamble on whether his future rewards would conveniently grant him immunity to the Abyss demon's elemental attacks. Upon hearing that Zhang Yuan single-handedly contended with 2 Abyss bosses and successfully repelled them, Professor Chen and the other examiners were left agape. In that moment, they finally comprehended why Bai Zhenghua, the president of the Adventurers Association, held such high regard for Zhang Yuan. This fellow is truly a monstrous cheat. At level 19,
He managed to defeat 2 level 70 abyssal bosses and emerged victorious. Such a tale would hardly be believed in fiction. At that moment, the space beside the crowd suddenly distorted. And Bai Zhenghua stepped forth with a grave demeanor. I received intelligence regarding the abyssal invasion and rushed back from the front lines at the earliest opportunity.
What is the situation?
Chen Yun and the other examiners immediately bowed to Bai Zhenghua, with Chen Yun responding, Elder Bai, the matter has been resolved.
Resolved?
Bai Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback, then, upon noticing Zhang Yuan's innocent expression, he burst into laughter.
So, you managed to repel Otis once again? Chen Yun quickly added.
Elder Bai, this time, the abyssal demon attempting to assassinate Zhang Yuan was not just Otis, but also Ista.
Another abyssal demon?
A glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Bai Zhenghua's eyes upon hearing Chen Yun's revelation. If only Otis had infiltrated the Great Xia Empire. It could be attributed to a flaw in their defenses, something easily remedied.
However, the emergence of another abyssal boss, silently infiltrating their territory,
suggested the presence of a traitor within the Great Xia Empire. Bai Zhenghua contemplated various possibilities but chose to remain discreet. He smiled at Chen Yun, saying, Chen Yun, you performed admirably this time, I shall commend you. Chen Yun replied with a wry smile, Elder Bai, I fear this merit is unnecessary for me.
Bai Zhenghua was taken aback. Why is that?
Chen Yun produced the Gauss core, explaining, after the abyssal demons invaded the secret realm, we fought against the professors at East Sea University to rescue Zhang Yuan and managed to seize the Gauss core.
Now that Zhang Yuan is safe,
the university will seek accountability, and we examiners might find ourselves imprisoned.
Ah, I see. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Bai Zhenghua chuckled, you are correct.
I will negotiate with East Sea University. As long as you return the Gauss core, I assure you they will not pursue any trouble with you.
Thank you, Elder Bai.
With these words, the eyes of the examiners gleamed with hope. Although they had acted with fervor to accomplish something significant, upon reflection, they regretted the potential consequences. Particularly given that they had not truly aided Zhang Yuan, this realization made their efforts feel futile.
However, with Bai Zhenghua's assurance, their fears of repercussions dissipated.
They might disregard the favors of many, but Bai Zhenghua's standing was undeniable. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan interjected, Thank you, Elder Bai and esteemed examiners.
Yet I have one more question. Bai Zhenghua, with a kind expression, inquired, Speak.
Zhang Yuan continued, Now that the matter has been perfectly resolved,
may I finally receive an answer to my question? Will my college entrance examination results still hold validity? Young man.
Chen Yun observed Zhang Yuan still entangled in his concerns regarding his college entrance examination results, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Rest assured.
Although the abyssal demon has disrupted the examination process, resulting in the abrupt cessation of the additional trials, we have retained records of all candidates' scores prior to the interruption,
including yours.
In light of the recent incursion by the abyssal demon, we have publicly announced an adjustment to the technical aspects of the secret realm instance, which will soon be restarted to continue the trials. Zhang Yuan, while the examination is not yet concluded, your scores are unparalleled,
making you the rightful top scorer in the nation.
I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations in advance for your impending victory. Do look forward to the rewards that accompany being the national champion, for they are indeed substantial. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, Thank you, teacher. I have already begun to anticipate the rewards. Chapter 48, The Top Scholar Bai Zhenghua gazed at the confident Zhang Yuan, his eyes filled with affection. He smiled warmly at Zhang Yuan and inquired, Child, I have a question for you as well. I provided you with a life-saving artifact. Why did you choose not to use it when confronted by 2 abyssal bosses? Are you not afraid? In the face of the assault from 2 bosses exceeding level 70, even the examiners present dared not assert that they could survive. Zhang Yuan replied candidly, There is no particular reason. It just so happens that I have an advantage over those 2. They pose no threat to me, hence I do not wish to squander the artifact. This reason left Bai Zhenghua momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. His intention in giving Zhang Yuan the crystal ball was to ensure that when Otis sought Zhang Yuan again, he could intervene in time to save him, while also dealing with the elusive abyssal demons. However, Zhang Yuan's prowess had far surpassed his expectations, thereby derailing Bai Zhenghua's plans to utilize Zhang Yuan to locate Otis. Clearing his throat, Bai Zhenghua handed another crystal ball to Zhang Yuan. Child, should you encounter abyssal demons again, shatter this at once, I shall come to your aid. In truth, this item is not as rare as you may think, so do not be frugal with it.
Thank you, Elder Bai, Zhang Yuan replied joyfully, accepting the crystal ball and storing this newfound talisman in his inventory.
At that moment, an examiner stepped forward, addressing Bai Zhenghua and Professor Chen.
Elder Bai, Professor Chen. All Secret Realm instances have been debugged and are ready to resume the trials.
Very well, Chen Yun nodded slightly.
Please transport all candidates back to the instance. Bai Zhenghua patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Give it your all.
Although your score has already secured you the title of National Top Scholar, it is crucial to accumulate as many points as possible in the upcoming trials. The higher your score, the more bountiful the rewards. Upon hearing Bai Zhenghua's words,
Zhang Yuan's eyes brightened. I understand.
As the additional trials recommenced, Zhang Yuan activated his full offensive mode, embarking on a relentless slaughter of the abyssal creatures within the instance. His points soaring at an astonishing rate. Before long, the additional trial concluded successfully, with Zhang Yuan's score exceeding 1 million.
The examination has concluded. All candidates are about to be transported out of the instance,
having slain the final abyssal creature. Zhang Yuan glanced at the notification that appeared on his panel and sighed, what a pity the respawn rate of creatures in this instance is too slow. If only it could summon monsters in bulk like Otis does. He dismissed the sword formation and was transported to the square beneath the light tower, accompanied by other candidates who had participated in the additional trial. Unlike Zhang Yuan, however, the others remained oblivious to the abyssal demon invasion, believing instead that the trial had been temporarily halted due to technical issues with the light tower.
At this moment,
a group of candidates excitedly discussed the scores they had amassed in the secret realm, entirely unaware that they had just emerged from a significant crisis.
Li Shuer and Miao Shulan approached him. Silly, how did you perform? Not too bad, Zhang Yuan replied. Zhang Yuan responded with surprise,
gazing at the two girls intertwined in camaraderie.
When did you two become this close? Li Shuer chuckled, wasn't there an issue with the dungeon previously?
Shulan and I were transported to the same room, and she taught me quite a few techniques. Now, I have over 30,000 points.
Impressive, right? Indeed, Zhang Yuan nodded. Then turned to Miao Shulan, and you?
Not bad, over 50,000.
A tank class, able to slay 400 abyss monsters in 6 hours? You are quite formidable. Compared to you, I'm still lacking.
Miao Shulan remained humble, after witnessing Zhang Yuan's prowess for the first time. She had already relinquished her ambition to vie for the top scorer in the province.
As the college entrance examination concluded, the final results were announced.
A commanding voice resonated from the tower, and soon the grand screen outside illuminated with the scores of all candidates. First place, Zhang Yuan, points, 100,000. Second place, Zhang Yun, points, 80,000. Third place, Miao Shulan, points, 53,000. Fourth place, Li Shuer, points, 32,000. With Zhang Yuan's astounding score of 100,000, the crowd erupted in astonishment.
Over 1 million points?
Li Shuer and Miao Shulan stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief.
How did you manage that?
They had anticipated that Zhang Yuan's score would be high, perhaps exceeding 100,000, but they never imagined it would soar to such heights.
What does 110,000 points signify? Each abyss monster grants 100 points,
implying Zhang Yuan must have vanquished over 10,000 of them in the trial dungeon.
Were there truly that many abyss monsters in the dungeon? Nearby.
Zhang Yun trembled violently upon seeing the rankings on the grand screen, his expression one of utter disbelief.
How is this possible? What did he do to kill so many?
Not only Zhang Yun, but numerous candidates and teachers also speculated that there must have been a system error. The highest score in previous examinations had only reached 100,000, and Zhang Yuan's leap to over 1 million was undeniably extraordinary.
However,
this examination was a matter of great significance closely monitored by the higher echelons of Daxia. No one considered the possibility of cheating, instead, they pondered the reasons behind Zhang Yuan's remarkable achievement.
Is that candidate named Zhang Yuan truly a prodigy? How did he accumulate such an impressive score? If we could comprehend his methods, would we not be geniuses ourselves? Could the earlier system malfunction have been orchestrated by him? Possibly.
Amidst the ensuing discussions, Ning Qin exuberantly taunted Feng Gaoyuan.
Top scorer. Feng Gaoyuan, did you see? My student is the top scorer.
And judging by his score, he is undoubtedly the national champion. Don't forget our wager, Feng Gaoyuan. Pack your bags and report to Shihu No. 1 High School this summer. Ning Qin danced with excitement,
relentlessly rubbing it in Feng Gaoyuan's face.
Consider yourself lucky for stumbling upon such a remarkable student.
Though Feng Gaoyuan found it hard to believe,
he had no choice but to accept this outcome. Rest assured, I shall honor my promise and teach at your esteemed institution. Ning Qin smiled broadly and remarked. Do not wear such a sour expression. With a genius like Zhang Yuan emerging from Shihu No. 1 High School, it is destined to become a prestigious institution nationwide. By then, you may find it challenging to secure a teaching position here.
Feng Gaoyuan inquired, Ning Qin. I am eager to know how Zhang Yuan managed to accumulate over 1 million points.
To which Ning Qin replied, I cannot divulge much. But I can tell you that on his very first day in the novice dungeon, he single-handedly conquered the abyss dungeon.
What? Feng Gaoyuan was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile,
Li Shuer approached Zhang Yuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Silly. Your achievements are astonishing. You truly deserve the accolades.
Just a stroke of luck, Zhang Yuan replied,
devoid of any arrogance. I still have a long way to go.
His words were sincere. In comparison to the abyss demons, he felt he was still vastly inferior.
Silly. Do you realize that such statements can be quite disheartening?
Li Shuer retorted.
Is that so? You really never mind, I've grown accustomed to it. In an unusual display of restraint, Li Shuer smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, regardless, we are classmates once more.
Chapter 49, The Blade of the Cursed King. After the conclusion of the college entrance examination, all candidates were transported back to their respective schools, except for Zhang Yuan, who was escorted by Qin Yun to the central trial tower located in the heart of the capital, Kyoto.
This central trial tower, unlike the light tower in Donghai City,
was twice its size, magnificently crafted, and pulsating with an unfathomable energy. Each year, the Great Xia Empire would bring the national top scorer to the central trial tower, where rewards would be bestowed based on their accumulated points.
Zhang Yuan's score was indisputably the highest in the nation.
Zhang Yuan, do not be anxious. You are merely here to draw your reward, nothing else, Qin Yun remarked, standing beside him. Goodness, with 110,000 points. I can hardly fathom what your reward might be.
Teacher Chen, are the rewards for the top scorer randomized? Zhang Yuan inquired curiously.
One could say that, Qin Yun nodded. This central trial tower is the very embodiment of the light tower you saw in Jiangnan province. In fact, it is one of the national treasures of our great Xia Empire, harboring countless treasures within its expanse. Every year, the national top scorer has the opportunity to obtain a precious item from the central trial tower.
The more points you accumulate during the examination,
the more valuable the treasure you receive. Furthermore, unlike drawing cards from the Destiny Star Array using divine stones, the least one can obtain here is an epic-grade equipment.
Such extravagance? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Indeed.
After all, you are the national top scorer, and only one is chosen each year.
How could the rewards be meager?
Qin Yun led Zhang Yuan to a golden vortex with a radius of 1 meter and instructed, extend your hand into it.
Whatever you grasp from within is your reward. I understand, Zhang Yuan nodded and reached into the golden vortex. Boom!
The instant Zhang Yuan's hand penetrated the vortex, it transformed into a crimson whirlpool, crackling with lightning, as terrifying energy surged outward. Zhang Yuan sensed he had encountered something extraordinary and immediately grasped it,
attempting to pull it out.
In the next moment, the entire central trial tower began to tremble violently, and the energy within stirred restlessly. What is happening? Qin Yun felt the ominous energy surging within the tower and, realizing the gravity of the situation, his expression changed drastically.
He shouted, Zhang Yuan, do not extract anything from the vortex.
Regrettably, Qin Yun's warning came too late. Zhang Yuan had already pulled forth a pitch-black, cracked short blade from the crimson vortex.
Boom!
The short blade erupted with a terrifying curse power, instantly sending Chen Yun flying while simultaneously piercing Zhang Yuan's chest as the endless curse energy engulfed him.
It's over. Chen Yun's face reflected despair upon witnessing Zhang Yuan consumed by the curse energy. Why? How could that child draw forth the blade of the Cursed King, a weapon capable of suppressing divine artifacts?
Cursed King's blade, damage the bearer is afflicted by a curse, continuously diminishing physical and mental strength until death.
It is a mandatory equip, cannot be discarded or destroyed. Artifact task, harvest the souls of the weak using the blade of the Cursed King, 01000000. Note, the weapon of the Cursed King, imbued with boundless resentment, can only be wielded by those who endure the wrath of the Cursed King, thereby ascending to his throne. Amidst the immense power of curses, Zhang Yuan gazed at the blade of the Cursed King embedded in his chest and couldn't help but mutter, why does this thing only possess negative effects, attributes, and skills? It even comes with an artifact task. Could this truly be a piece of legendary equipment or above? Because Zhang Yuan possessed the heart of the cursed, the curse effects of the blade transformed into beneficial ones. The blade, now piercing his chest, not only failed to inflict harm but instead facilitated a continuous restoration of his stamina and mental fortitude. He felt no pain whatsoever. Observing the equipment's condition as damaged, he surmised that the artifact task must be completed for the equipment to return to its normal state. However, without the heart of the cursed, anyone else who wielded this weapon would surely meet their demise. After reading the effects of the blade of the Cursed King, Zhang Yuan let out a wry smile and pulled the blade from his chest, watching as the wound healed at an observable rate. Successfully withdrew the blade of the Cursed King, temporarily gaining the Cursed King's recognition. Upon seeing the notification, he noticed that the blade absorbed all the released curse energy, restoring tranquility to the once turbulent central trial tower. Zhang Yuan then beheld Chen Yun, Bai Zhanghua, and Wan Chang'an, along with a host of formidable figures he did not recognize, surrounding him. He was still alive? Remarkably, he had not been drained by the blade of the Cursed King? Unbelievable, he had conquered the blade. The group of powerful beings, upon seeing Zhang Yuan unscathed, wore expressions of disbelief. Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an rushed to Zhang Yuan's side, inquiring with concern, "Child, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" "I am well," Zhang Yuan replied, somewhat puzzled. "Bai Lao, Wan Zhanshen, could you enlighten me about the current situation? I merely drew a top-tier reward, is this really necessary? Even the two of you have come." Bai Zhanghua, after examining Zhang Yuan's body with elemental energy, sighed in relief, stating to Wan Chang'an, he is free from any curse effects. Wan Chang'an, astonished, turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, "Child, what on earth did you do? How is it possible that you took the blade of the Cursed King without suffering a curse?" Zhang Yuan responded, "Perhaps it is because I possess the heart of the cursed." "What is that?" Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an asked in unison. "You both are unaware?" Zhang Yuan, realizing that the heart of the cursed he acquired from the Shadow Forest instance might not be a mere piece of equipment, immediately sealed his lips and glanced around at the powerful beings present. Bai Zhanghua quickly grasped Zhang Yuan's concern and reassured him, "Fear not, child, all present are trusted elders. None will harm you." Wan Chang'an nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, even if there were traitors within the Great Xia Empire, it could not be any of us. Speak freely without fear." With the assurance of Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an, Zhang Yuan no longer hesitated and replied, "The heart of the curse, which I first used to repel Otis, is an item acquired through conquering the Abyss dungeon. Its effect is to transform any curse applied to oneself into a positive effect. Such a treasure exists." Bai Zhanghua exclaimed in astonishment, then gazed at Zhang Yuan with a profound look, saying, "You obtained the blade of the Cursed King from the central trial tower, it is indeed a manifestation of fate." Zhang Yuan inquired, "Elder Bai, does the blade of the Cursed King have a story?" Bai Zhanghua fell into reminiscence. 30 years ago, a demon king from the Abyss led the Abyssal army to invade the Great Xia Empire. After our empire endured tremendous losses, we finally slew the demon king and repelled the Abyssal forces. The blade of the Cursed King is the artifact left behind after the demise of that demon king. Chapter 50, The Awakening Stone Artifact? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, never expecting to draw such an item. Bai Zhengwei continued, indeed, and this is no ordinary artifact.
It appears to be a token of the abyssal demon royal family, critically significant to the abyss. Our acquisition of the cursed King's Blade has incited the abyss to harbor a deep-seated grudge against us, directing the majority of their military forces towards our great Xia Empire,
while simultaneously alleviating the pressure on other nations from the abyss.
Whether it be Odis or Ista, their invasion of our great Xia Empire, targeting our prodigies, is rooted in our suppression of the cursed King's Blade.
We once contemplated utilizing the cursed King's Blade against the abyss, but alas,
no one could withstand the curse of this artifact. Ultimately, we had to seal it beneath the central trial tower, never imagining that you would retrieve it.
Upon hearing Bai Zhengwei's words, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately closed it again.
Wan Chang'an chuckled, "You little rascal.
Are you thinking that since we cannot wield the cursed King's Blade, why not destroy it or cast it back into the abyss, right?"
Zhang Yuan nodded. For according to Elder Bai, the cursed King's Blade was of no use to them, rather, it would compel the abyss to unleash their full might against the great Xia Empire. Retaining the cursed King's Blade would surely bring more harm than benefit to their nation.
Wan Chang'an replied, "You are correct, holding onto the cursed King's Blade is a thankless endeavor. Not only does it attract the vast majority of the abyss's firepower,
but we also expend tremendous human and material resources each year to suppress the curse of the cursed King's Blade. Any other nation in the world would have long since returned the cursed King's Blade to the abyss.
However, we cannot do so." Zhang Yuan inquired, "Why not?" Wan Chang'an explained, "Because the abyss will never relinquish their desire to annihilate humanity.
There will always be a nation that must stand at the forefront. If we retreat and return the cursed King's Blade, although it might temporarily alleviate the pressure from the abyss, they will inevitably return with vengeance.
By then,
not only our great Xia Empire but the entire world would be reduced to ashes." Zhang Yuan murmured, "Indeed, today, we cede 5 cities, tomorrow, 10 cities. Then we might attain a fleeting peace.
Yet, as I gaze upon the 4 corners, the abyss returns again."
Yielding to the abyss is akin to stoking a fire with firewood. As long as the wood persists, the fire will never extinguish. Upon hearing Wan Chang'an's words,
Zhang Yuan could not help but recall the ancient texts he had studied.
How remarkably similar was the situation of the 6 states to the current state of the world.
Wan Chang'an's eyes brightened. "Well said.
I did not expect you to articulate such profound insights. You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. Your words may awaken many who lean towards surrender."
"You are indeed a talent."
Bai Zhengwei nodded in approval. "Indeed, indeed.
At such a young age,
possessing such insight is a blessing for our great Xia."
Emboldened by the praise from Wan Chang'an and Bai Zhengwei, Zhang Yuan quickly clarified, "This is not my theory.
I merely came across it in an ancient text."
"Ha, no need for modesty.
I have nearly read every book in the great Xia Empire's library and have never encountered such a phrase."
"What ancient text could a mere child like you have seen this in?" Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder heavily and declared, "The next time the Imperial Conference convenes,
I shall wield your words to confront those feeble capitulationists and restore their shattered resolve." Observing Wan Chang'an's fervent demeanor, Zhang Yuan could only offer an awkward smile, refraining from further explanation. Instead, he inquired, "Chief, Elder Bai, given the significance of the cursed King's Blade, would it not be too perilous for me to carry it?
Should I not return it?" Wan Chang'an replied, "Since the central trial tower has chosen to bestow the cursed King's Blade upon you, there must be sound reasoning behind it.
Carry it with confidence. Should you manage to awaken this artifact, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force for our great Xia Empire." Bai Zhengwei nodded in agreement. "Indeed. If you can suppress the curse of the cursed King's Blade, then it is wise for you to bear it. This will spare us from expending vast resources to contain such a relic, allowing our empire a moment of respite. However," he cautioned, "you must never reveal this artifact to outsiders. Even within our great Xia Empire, there are those who serve the abyss. Should they set their sights upon you,
peril will ensue." Zhang Yuan acknowledged the warning with a nod.
At that moment, Wan Chang'an turned to address all the formidable individuals present, stating sternly, "Listen closely.
Everything that transpires here today must remain sealed within your hearts.
Should any of you dare to disclose this matter, do not expect my mercy."
The assembly responded solemnly, "Understood."
After issuing this directive, Wan Chang'an then turned to Bai Zhengwei, saying, "Old Bai, military affairs await, I must take my leave with my companions.
There are certain matters you must discuss with Zhang Yuan, and I trust you are aware of what they entail? Bai Zhanghua smiled. Yes, I am well aware. I shall take my leave. Wan Chang'an nodded at Zhang Yuan before departing with numerous powerful allies.
Chen Yun, perceiving the shift in context,
understood that the forthcoming discussions were not meant for his ears. He offered a slight bow to Bai Zhanghua, stating, Elder Bai, I too shall take my leave. Bai Zhanghua replied, Very well, go ahead.
Just as Bai Zhanghua nodded, he called Chen Yun back. Wait. Chen Yun paused and turned, asking, Elder Bai,
is there something else you wish to convey? Bai Zhanghua responded.
Zhang Yuan may be absent for a time and unable to attend the opening ceremony and training for new students at the capital university.
Please assist in processing his enrollment.
Chen Yun acknowledged this without further inquiry, bowing slightly before exiting.
Left alone with Bai Zhanghua, Zhang Yuan curiously asked, Elder Bai, why the air of mystery? Is there something specific you require of me? Bai Zhanghua replied, Are you familiar with the concept of awakening in class transition?
Zhang Yuan affirmed, Of course. Each practitioner can undergo class awakening at level 30 at the transition hall, thereby significantly enhancing their abilities and attributes.
Bai Zhanghua nodded, Precisely.
Level 30 is a pivotal threshold. Practitioners who successfully awaken will see a substantial increase in strength, while those who fail will remain stagnant at level 30 until they succeed.
Some classes,
which may appear weak before their first transition, can become remarkably powerful thereafter. Conversely, others that are strong initially may become vulnerable post-transition.
Certainly. I express these thoughts not to instill any concern regarding the intensity of your profession post-awakening.
Your current professional demands are already comparable to the second transition of many careers.
Even if the enhancement after your awakening is modest, it will not render you weak. Zhang Yuan inquired, What is it that old Bai wishes to convey? Bai Zhanghua responded. Are you aware of the concept of special awakenings?
Zhang Yuan nodded. He had learned in school that the vast majority of individuals undergo their professional awakening at transition halls. However, there exists an alternative method of awakening, utilizing special awakening stones. Professionals who awaken with these stones acquire various additional characteristics based on the type of awakening stone used.
However, these stones are exceedingly rare.
Even the lowest grade bronze awakening stone can fetch tens of billions at auction, while higher tier stones are virtually unavailable for sale.
Bai Zhanghua affirmed.
Indeed, awakening stones are such precious treasures. Even I, during my first transition, was unable to utilize an awakening stone and had to awaken at the transition hall.
However, Zhang Yuan, you are quite fortunate.
I happen to know of a dungeon that contains a god-tier quality first transition awakening stone, and to this day,
no one has claimed it.
At that moment, Zhang Yuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart.
Chapter 51, The Burial Ground of King's Godly Awakening Stone?
Zhang Yuan thought he had misheard.
Old Bai, you must be jesting. How could such a precious item remain unclaimed?
Bai Zhanghua chuckled, Perhaps I have articulated it incorrectly. It is not that no one has attempted to acquire it, but rather that none have succeeded, including myself, Wan Chang'an, and the foremost elites of the various families within our nation.
Zhang Yuan's heart sank. If even you cannot obtain it, then I fear it is beyond my reach.
No. Quite the contrary, it appears that you alone may have the chance to seize it.
Why is that?
The dungeon housing the godly awakening stone was birthed after the fall of the cursed king. It is restricted to those below level 30, devoid of difficulty selection,
and permits entry to only one individual at a time.
That does sound exceedingly challenging, yet with the vastness of the Great Xia Empire,
surely someone must be capable of undertaking such a dungeon alone?
You are correct. Formidable legendary classes and a select few divine classes possess the ability to solo dungeons.
However, this particular dungeon is unlike any other. Once one enters, they will endure the curse in its entirety, incapable of purification. Their four-dimensional attributes will diminish by 90. Movement speed will be reduced by 90, skill cooldowns will be extended by 100, and they will continuously lose health and mental fortitude until cursed to death.
Even the sturdiest tank would find their vitality depleted in less than 10 seconds, ultimately compelled to retreat.
Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled. It seems this dungeon was custom-tailored for me. Indeed.
When you mentioned that your cursed heart could convert the effects of the curse into beneficial outcomes, I realized only you could obtain that godly awakening stone. Zhang Yuan, presently in the Great Xia Empire, there has never been a practitioner who has achieved a divine awakening after using a legendary awakening stone.
If you succeed, the magnitude of your strength is unimaginable. Zhang Yuan was instantly exhilarated. It sounds incredible. I can hardly contain my anticipation for that dungeon. I knew you would be thrilled.
Come with me, Bai Zhenghua said with a benevolent smile, placing a hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. The space around them subtly distorted before dissipating into light. The cursed dungeon lay at the periphery of the abyssal battlefield, thousands of kilometers from the capital.
Even for Bai Zhenghua, a spatial mage, the teleportation would require some time.
Zhang Yuan found himself in a wondrous realm, where streams of light flowed continuously, forming a bizarre tunnel of stretched images.
After 10 seconds,
Zhang Yuan stepped onto a patch of blackened earth.
Is this your first long-distance teleportation? How does it feel?
Not bad, just a bit nauseating.
Ha!
That's quite normal, you'll get used to it, Bai Zhenghua replied with a smile, gesturing ahead. Look, that is the cursed dungeon.
Following Bai Zhenghua's indication,
Zhang Yuan gazed into the moonlight, where a massive skeleton, towering over 100 meters, lay upon the scorched ground. At the head of the skeleton, a 10-meter radius black vortex emanated a terrifying aura that deterred any who dared approach.
Is that the cursed king? Indeed, in the bygone era,
our great Xia Empire sacrificed countless valiant soldiers to vanquish the cursed king, leaving 1,000,000 brave souls to rest eternally in this land. The fierce war inflicted grievous wounds upon our empire, from which we have yet to fully recuperate. The divine awakening stone, said to be the essence of the cursed king, lies hidden deep within the dungeon.
Listening to Bai Zhenghua's words, Zhang Yuan activated the abyssal eye on the dungeon.
Grave of the King Dungeon, level 30, difficulty, unselectable, a level 30 hidden dungeon with an unselectable difficulty, clearly a place of peril.
Bai Zhenghua remarked, logically.
We should have waited until you reached level 30 before bringing you here. However, the abyss has been restless of late, with an increasing number of dungeons succumbing to its influence. Our front lines are faltering, necessitating a contraction of our stance.
In a month's time,
this place may well be reclaimed by the abyss, hence we must allow you to venture here now.
Zhang Yuan reassured him, rest assured, I am confident in conquering this dungeon.
Very well, Bai Zhenghua nodded, handing Zhang Yuan a scroll for forced return to town.
However, should you find it truly beyond your capabilities, do not hesitate to withdraw.
Your life is of paramount importance.
Understood. Zhang Yuan affirmed as he approached the dungeon entrance and reached his hand inward.
Please confirm whether to challenge the grave of the King Dungeon? Warning, this dungeon is exceedingly dangerous. Confirm.
Upon entering the dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself amidst a vast expanse of black marshland. The air was thick with the stench of decaying flora and fauna, and deep within the mire lay a corpse, larger than a mountain, exuding an overpowering foul odor and not yet fully decomposed.
Suddenly, Zhang Yuan sensed a chilling and eerie aura emanating from the depths of the marsh's corpse, infiltrating his body.
Curse received, all attributes decreased by 90, movement speed reduced by 90, skill cooldown increased by 100, continuous depletion of stamina and spirit until death by curse. Upon seeing the notification on his panel regarding the curse, Zhang Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of power.
He immediately checked his attributes.
Name, Zhang Yuan, Class, Sword Array Master, Level, 21, 5, Strength, 3277, Agility, 3287, Spirit, 6175, Vitality, 3277, all attributes had been augmented by 90, surpassing those of a Level 30 Awakened class.
He appeared akin to a humanoid boss.
Zhang Yuan could scarcely fathom the pain his sword would inflict upon a monster. With his attributes significantly enhanced, even the oppressive and eerie marshland transformed in his eyes into a picturesque landscape.
Curiosity piqued regarding the strength of the monsters within.
Zhang Yuan advanced toward the center of the marsh, soon encountering 3 enormous frogs, taller than a man, their skin adorned with hard coral, crowned with horns, and brandishing fangs. Upon spotting Zhang Yuan, the 3 colossal frogs leapt high into the air, akin to missiles, hurtling toward him.
Zhang Yuan promptly activated the abyssal eye.
Cursed Demon Frog, Elite, Level, 30, Strength, 15,000, Agility, 10,000, Spirit, 10,000, Constitution, 10,000, Skill, Meteor Strike, in this dungeon.
The attributes of ordinary monsters surpass even those of the hidden level 30 boss. Zhang Yuan gasped in surprise upon seeing these stats.
The fact that this minion rivals a hidden boss is not the crux of the matter. The true concern lies in the nature of this dungeon, which is a solo instance with a level cap of 30.
Furthermore, challengers are subjected to a debilitating curse that reduces their attributes by 90 and continuously drains their spirit and stamina.
It is no exaggeration to say that any level 30 practitioner entering this dungeon would meet their demise regardless of their number. It is no wonder that no one has yet acquired the Divine Awakening Stone. This dungeon is simply not intended for mortals.
With a sigh,
Zhang Yuan dispatched 3 large frogs with a single strike of his sword, himself being the exception. Successfully defeated Cursed Demon Frog, experience 50,000. Successfully defeated Cursed Demon Snake. Experience 50,000. Successfully defeated Cursed Demon Crab, experience 50,000.
Gained Demon Frog Skin X10, Demon Snake Scales X3.
Demon Crab Row X3, Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 22,100, 000. A succession of kill notifications rang out, and a golden light surged from within Zhang Yuan, instantly elevating him to level 22.
Chapter 52, The King's Corpse. The experience points were astonishing.
Zhang Yuan marveled as he saw himself earn 50,000 experience points for defeating a single monster. Clearing out all the creatures within a 500-meter radius would elevate him a level. However, upon reflection, he realized this was only to be expected. After all, he was merely in his early 20s in terms of level, while this was a hidden difficulty dungeon for level 30. Such generous experience rewards were indeed warranted. Others would find it impossible to level up at this rate. Having eradicated the surrounding monsters, Zhang Yuan took a couple of steps forward, only to suddenly feel his foot give way as the ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire.
He found his entire foot ensnared. Without a moment's hesitation,
he summoned the Rakshasa King, instructing it to pull him to safety.
That was a close call. He had nearly overlooked the fact that he was in a swamp.
Gazing at the vast expanse of mud ahead, a chill of sweat broke out on Zhang Yuan's brow.
Had he reacted even a moment slower, he might not have had the chance to utilize his scroll for forced return.
After this narrow escape, he resolved to remain vigilant, directing the Rakshasa King to scout ahead. Whenever the Rakshasa King encountered a swamp trap, he would retract it into his mask and summon it anew to continue the exploration.
Thus, Zhang Yuan advanced cautiously,
with the Rakshasa King as his vanguard, steadily delving deeper into the marshland. However, after traversing 500 meters, the Rakshasa King, which had been scouting ahead, suddenly halted,
its body contorting as its health plummeted rapidly. An ambush.
Quick to act, Zhang Yuan immediately recalled the Rakshasa King back into his mask, only to witness twisted, crawling marks appear upon the swampy ground, suggesting that some unseen entity was making its way towards him. Suddenly, the Qishao appeared before Zhang Yuan, followed by a resounding thud,
causing a tremor that drained 10% of his stamina. An invisible creature? Its attack power was astonishingly high.
Zhang Yuan felt a jolt of shock as he realized that despite his attributes having increased by 90% and possessing a 90% damage reduction, a single blow from this creature had still reduced his stamina by a tenth. Were it not for his damage reduction talent and the protective characteristics of his specialized weapon, he might have met his demise right there. At that moment, the Zhanlu appeared on the other side, similarly shielding Zhang Yuan from the assault, preventing him from being staggered. Yet, it was evident that there were multiple invisible monsters lurking nearby, prompting Zhang Yuan to heighten his vigilance. Although he possessed the sword array, the blade of the Cursed King, and the triple stamina restoration from the dungeon curse, as long as he was not instantly defeated, he could swiftly recover to full health. However, if he were to be simultaneously besieged by numerous attacks, he might inadvertently trigger Qishao's death-avoiding passive ability. He had a month to conquer this dungeon. But the cooldown period for Qishao's passive ability was also a month.
Currently, less than 1/10 of the dungeon had been completed. Should he expend that passive ability here? His chances of successfully clearing the dungeon would be exceedingly slim. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan unleashed a wide-ranging mental storm, successfully slain the cursed demon serpent.
Experience 50,000, successfully slain the cursed demon serpent, experience 50,000. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 35100000, obtained Demon Serpent Scales 5, Zhang Yuan's interface displayed the notifications of over a dozen cursed demon serpents being vanquished. His experience surging significantly. He recalled having seen such creatures before, not realizing they were indeed stealthy monsters. This dungeon was indeed remarkably challenging.
Before entering,
he had not anticipated that he would be drenched in sweat, finding himself in perilous situations multiple times. This dungeon challenge was the most arduous he had encountered thus far. Nevertheless, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Zhang Yuan could not afford to retreat. He summoned the Rakshasa King from the mask space to scout ahead.
Meanwhile,
outside the dungeon, Bai Jingguo was monitoring Zhang Yuan's situation within the dungeon using the dungeon detection talisman. The King's burial ground dungeon was of a high tier,
and Bai Jingguo's talisman could not directly transmit the conditions inside. However, it could still ascertain Zhang Yuan's status at any moment.
Though Zhang Yuan occasionally lost about 10% of his stamina, he quickly regained it. Overall, his situation was quite secure, prompting a sigh of relief from Bai Jingguo.
Indeed,
he had not misjudged the boy. It seemed only Zhang Yuan could conquer this dungeon. If he were at level 30, it might have been more stable, but unfortunately, time was of the essence. Suddenly, rumbling echoed as the earth began to tremble, and the distant night sky turned a blood-red hue. Bai Jingguo's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the crimson glow on the horizon. It was the Abyss was launching an assault. It was likely that the Abyss had sensed the potential extraction of the Cursed King's core and had initiated an offensive early.
Although the front line was well manned,
it was conceivable that the Abyss would unleash bosses of level 80 or higher.
Bai Jingguo's demeanor fluctuated as he deliberated.
Ultimately, he resolved to head to the front line for support. With Zhang Yuan inside the dungeon, he could not offer much assistance from outside.
However,
if the abyssal demons breached their defenses, the Daxia army would suffer heavy losses, and the King's burial ground dungeon would fall into the hands of the Abyss. At that point, Zhang Yuan would be in grave danger. Child, it is now up to you, Bai Jingguo thought. Constructing a temporary teleportation array outside the dungeon for Zhang Yuan and leaving him a message before soaring into the sky toward the front line.
Unaware of the changes in the abyssal battlefield, Zhang Yuan continued to use the Rakshasa King to scout ahead.
Periodically, he unleashed a mental storm to ensure that no monsters lurked within a 500-meter radius. Thanks to the curse of this dungeon, Zhang Yuan could rapidly restore his mental energy. And the cooldown time for his skills was halved, allowing him to cast Mental Storm almost without expenditure. After cautiously traversing the dungeon for over an hour,
Zhang Yuan finally arrived before a colossal corpse.
The journey had been far from easy. With a long sigh, he noted that his experience bar had reached 90%. And he was on the verge of leveling up to 23, yet he had yet to encounter any truly elite monsters within this dungeon.
Mental Storm.
Zhang Yuan stood before the colossal corpse, larger than any mountain, and unleashed a mental storm to ensure there were no invisible monsters lurking nearby. Only then did he employ the Eye of the Abyss on the gigantic body before him.
The remains of a certain sovereign, perhaps concealing monumental secrets.
The Eye of the Abyss revealed only this fragment of text, leaving Zhang Yuan perplexed.
What was he to do?
Should he dissect this corpse?
In his uncertainty,
he commanded the Rakshasa King to advance and cleave through the decaying flesh.
A foul stench emanated from the cadaver.
The Rakshasa King has been cursed, all 4 attributes enhanced. The Rakshasa King has been cursed, all 4 attributes enhanced. An overwhelming influx of notifications regarding the Rakshasa King's curses flooded Zhang Yuan's panel. Fortunately, the effects of the heart of the curse also applied to his summoned entities. The Rakshasa King not only suffered no harm but accelerated its progress. The Rakshasa King has suffered a supreme curse, all 4 attributes permanently increased by 10. The Rakshasa King has suffered a supreme curse.
All 4 attributes permanently increased by 10.
As the Rakshasa King delved deeper into the massive corpse, the notifications on Zhang Yuan's panel suddenly shifted,
causing him to raise an eyebrow. Permanent attribute enhancements? Could there truly be such a fortuitous occurrence? Chapter 53, The Special Monster, The Flesh of the King. Upon witnessing the permanent attribute enhancement of the Rakshasa King, Zhang Yuan was instantly captivated.
He retrieved 2 tissues to stifle his nose and prepared to plunge into the fray. ready to embrace the baptism of the curse.
The Rakshasa king has perished. Before Zhang Yuan could even step into the remains, the notification of the Rakshasa king's demise halted him in his tracks. Had I not already cleared the monsters with a mental storm? How could the Rakshasa king have met his end?
The sudden and unexpected death of the Rakshasa king brought Zhang Yuan back to his senses, compelling him to patiently await its resurrection. Under the curse of this dungeon, skill cooldowns were halved, and stamina and mental energy recovered swiftly. The Rakshasa king's rebirth was notably prompt. It wasn't long before it regained its combat prowess.
This time,
Zhang Yuan switched to the perspective of the Rakshasa king, personally guiding it into the corpse, excising the putrid flesh to create a passage. The Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a special curse, permanently increasing all attributes by 10. The peculiar curse notification provided Zhang Yuan, who was struggling against his nausea, with a sliver of psychological solace.
Just endure for a moment longer, and it shall pass.
As he contemplated this, a grotesque creature composed of flesh erupted from the decaying remains, latching onto the Rakshasa king and sinking its teeth into its neck. The Rakshasa king's vitality plummeted rapidly. Before the creature could deliver a fatal blow, Zhang Yuan invoked Abyssali on the flesh monstrosity. The flesh of the king, elite, level 30, strength 0, agility 0, mentality 0, constitution 0, skills, weaken curse, lethal drain, undying. A level 30 elite monster with all attributes at 0, this was Zhang Yuan's first encounter with such an extraordinary creature.
Such an unusual attribute panel.
With every stat reduced to naught, yet it moved with remarkable speed and could annihilate the Rakshasa king in an instant. The permanent elevation of the Rakshasa king's attributes was due to the weakened curse, and its demise appeared to be the result of the lethal drain skill.
My mental storm failed to vanquish them, likely owing to their undying ability.
As for their swift movement, there must exist a singular entity controlling these flesh monstrosities.
Presumably the boss.
Zhang Yuan gleaned some information from the skill panel of the flesh creature, yet he had yet to fully comprehend the mechanics of these monsters. He could not afford to act recklessly and thus opted to wait patiently for the Rakshasa king's revival.
After a while, the Rakshasa king re-emerged before Zhang Yuan,
who once again sent it into the massive corpse to carve a path. The Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a special curse, permanently increasing all attributes by 10.
Here it comes.
Zhang Yuan, seeing the curse notification, held his breath and focused intently. Soon noticing a slight bulge in the flesh to the left of the Rakshasa king.
Skill, flash of the sword. In a swift arc,
the Rakshasa king's blade cleaved the emerging flesh creature in two. However, the bisected monstrosity astonishingly multiplied into 2, flanking the Rakshasa king and draining it of life force.
The Rakshasa king has perished.
Once more, the Rakshasa king had met its end.
Is there truly anyone capable of conquering this dungeon?
Zhang Yuan observed once more as the Rakshasa king was swiftly vanquished by the grotesque flesh creatures, unable to suppress his scornful remarks.
The Rakshasa king possessed attributes befitting a level 30 hidden boss, augmented further by the dungeon's curse enhancement, rendering its stats far superior to those of any level 30 human practitioner.
Yet, despite this, the Rakshasa king had perished 3 times. Even though other practitioners had managed to circumvent the elite monsters at the dungeon's entrance through various means, they still faced inevitable demise.
Resolving to abandon any greed for attribute enhancements, Zhang Yuan decided to charge ahead. Unable to discern a mechanism for defeating the flesh creatures in the short term, he intended to have the Rakshasa king carve out a path for him. After all, this dungeon imposed no time limits, and the Rakshasa king could revive infinitely. Thus he could gradually dig through. With firm determination, Zhang Yuan awaited the resurrection of the Rakshasa king, instructing him to plunge into the flesh corridor,
wildly swinging his great sword against the grotesque entities.
The Rakshasa king has encountered a supreme curse, all attributes permanently increased by 10. The Rakshasa king has fallen.
Having advanced less than 10 meters, the Rakshasa king was slain by the flesh creatures. Zhang Yuan resumed his vigil for the Rakshasa king's revival, urging him to continue forging a path.
Observing the Rakshasa king's uncomplaining efforts, he could not help but muse, Rakshasa king, although you have perished, you can resurrect. You die and revive, only to die again, repeatedly traversing the threshold of death, yet your essence remains unaugmented. Why this futile excavation?
Just as the ancient tale of the foolish old man moving mountains, the Rakshas's endeavor to unearth the fallen king is but a similar principle.
Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's reflections,
The freshly revived Rakshasa king seemed to cast a sideways glance at him before once again shouldering his greatsword and charging forth. This repetitive cycle continued countless times until the Rakshasa king finally reached the vicinity of the king's corpse's thoracic cavity, entering a vast expanse. The cavity was devoid of internal organs, its vaulted ceiling supported by colossal ribs, and within the center of this cavity floated a black stone.
Zhang Yuan directed the Rakshasa king to utilize the abyssal eye. One-turn awakening stone, divine grade, note, transformed from the essence of a certain king.
The user of this awakening stone will gain the king's power.
It was indeed the divine grade awakening stone. After several hours of excavation,
Zhang Yuan's excitement soared as he laid eyes upon the coveted stone. However, amidst his exhilaration, he maintained his composure and refrained from entering the corpse himself. The boss had yet to appear, and the flesh creatures remained unresolved. Under these circumstances, the dead Rakshasa king sufficed.
Under Zhang Yuan's command,
the Rakshasa king advanced toward the awakening stone, but mere steps into his journey, the blood-soaked ground erupted with a multitude of flesh creatures. A cursory glance revealed their numbers to be in the hundreds.
So many?
Zhang Yuan frowned as he witnessed the flesh creatures obstructing the Rakshasa king's path. Given the Rakshasa king's capabilities, penetrating through the horde was unfeasible. It appeared that his efforts were at an impasse. To acquire the awakening stone,
he would need to identify and confront the boss controlling these creatures.
Zhang Yuan allowed the Rakshasa king to be overwhelmed by the flesh creatures once more,
then awaited his resurrection anew.
This time, Zhang Yuan did not allow the Rakshasa king to enter the corpse, but instead instructed him to ascend along its surface in search of the boss. Zhang Yuan was not idle either. He circled the massive corpse, seeking clues.
In this world,
there exists no insurmountable dungeon. Since this instance has come into being, there must be a means to conquer it, regardless of its difficulty. As Zhang Yuan completed a circuit around the corpse, he quickly discerned a grotesque creature ensnared by aquatic vegetation at the decayed wound on its shoulder, motionless.
Indeed,
a creature with all attributes at 0, even at level 30, would be rendered powerless when ensnared by ordinary water plants.
Rakshasa king, come quickly.
Upon spotting the ensnared grotesque creature, an idea struck Zhang Yuan, and he immediately summoned the Rakshasa king to his side to examine it. The Rakshasa king promptly obeyed the command and touched the grotesque creature. The Rakshasa king has been afflicted with a supreme curse, permanently increasing all attributes by 10. A notification appeared on the panel, indicating the permanent enhancement of the Rakshasa king's attributes, while the immobilized grotesque creature was unable to retaliate.
Seeing this, a twisted smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face. This was indeed the very place to enhance attributes.
Chapter 54, The Conspiracy of the Cursed King. Zhang Yuan licked his lips, tentatively reaching out to touch the grotesque flesh creature.
A notification appeared, afflicted by a supreme curse, all attributes permanently increased by 10. To his astonishment,
his attributes surged by 10 points. Indeed, merely making contact with these creatures resulted in a curse. Observing this, Zhang Yuan immediately joined forces with the Rakshasa king, both of them prodding the flesh creature with their fingers, provoking it to continually curse them.
Afflicted by a supreme curse, all attributes permanently increased by 10. Afflicted by a supreme curse, all attributes permanently increased by 10. Every 10 seconds, both Zhang Yuan and the Rakshasa king witnessed their attributes permanently rise by 10.
Zhang Yuan remained crouched in place, engrossed in enhancing his attributes, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his venture into this dungeon.
The thrill of attribute enhancement was akin to leveling up, utterly addictive.
Once the Rakshasa king's attributes reached a staggering 1,000, the curses ceased to affect him. It appeared that the cap was indeed set at 1,000 points. The inability to endlessly increase was rather disappointing. As Zhang Yuan noted the cessation of the Rakshasa king's attribute growth, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Soon enough, he too reached his limit.
At this moment,
excluding the boosts from the dungeon's curses, his mental attribute soared to an impressive 4,280 points.
With such a mental augmentation, even wielding a mundane iron sword,
devoid of enhancements from the Qishao and Zhanlu, his damage output could surpass 100,000.
What a remarkable bounty from this dungeon!
Zhang Yuan felt a swell of satisfaction from his current gains, but his elation was short-lived, as frustration soon took hold. He still had not located the boss controlling those flesh creatures. Without finding the boss, he could not eliminate the flesh monsters, and without doing so,
the coveted divine awakening stones would remain out of reach. The treasure was tantalizingly close yet frustratingly unattainable, plunging Zhang Yuan into despair.
The flesh of the king.
What manner of monstrosity was the cursed king?
How could he, even in death, give rise to such creatures? Ah, of course, he is the cursed king. Zhang Yuan had been lamenting the troublesome flesh creatures when a sudden epiphany struck him. Although the Eye of the Abyss merely indicated that this colossal corpse belonged to a certain king, he understood that the dungeon known as the Burial Ground of Kings existed solely due to the fall of the cursed king. This immense corpse was likely that of the cursed king. Coincidentally, Zhang Yuan possessed the weapon of the cursed king, the blade of the cursed king.
Perhaps this was the singular solution to the dungeon's conundrum.
Feeling a surge of clarity in his reasoning, Zhang Yuan promptly drew forth the blade of the cursed king and thrust it toward the immobile flesh creature.
With a crackling sound,
the fissured blade of the cursed king effortlessly pierced the creature's body, causing it to erupt in black smoke before vanishing entirely. Successfully slain the flesh of the king. Experience 0, Artifact Quest of the Blade of the Cursed King, 72100000, at last, success. Upon seeing the notification of his kill, Zhang Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement, hardly caring that the experience gained from vanquishing the creature was 0. Upon discovering a method to vanquish the flesh monsters,
Zhang Yuan no longer permitted the Rakshasa king to fight alone.
Together, they ventured into the bloody passageway forged by the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king took the lead as bait, and when the flesh monsters lunged at him, Zhang Yuan swiftly struck with the blade of the cursed king, dispatching the creatures. Thus, Zhang Yuan penetrated deeper into the chest cavity of the cursed king, utilizing the Rakshasa king to lure the monsters and systematically eliminating those that obstructed their path. At last, when the progress of the artifact quest reached 1982, Zhang Yuan had successfully cleared all monsters from within the chest cavity. A sigh of relief escaped him. Yet he remained vigilant, sending the Rakshasa king to retrieve the awakening stone, wary of potential traps. With the notification of successfully completing the burial ground dungeon appearing, Zhang Yuan obtained a divine awakening stone, and the dungeon's exit materialized beside him.
Is this truly the end? Zhang Yuan pondered, gazing at the awakening stone in his hand and the dungeon's exit, momentarily taken aback.
Although the dungeon's difficulty was indeed formidable, it fell within his capabilities. And he had not encountered a single boss, only minor creatures. Even with the assistance of the Heart of Curses and the Blade of the Cursed King, the ease with which he completed the dungeon seemed disproportionate. Had another class of adventurer, equipped with the Heart of Curses and the Blade of the Cursed King, approached this dungeon with slightly greater strength, they would have easily triumphed as well. The rewards and challenges of the dungeon appeared utterly mismatched, igniting a sense of conspiracy within Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his panel, Talent IAM Legend activated, revealing the existence of a mythical trial within the dungeon. Forcibly dropping the item to initiate the mythical trial. In that instant, a heart of ordinary size, black as night, materialized where the awakening stone had lain.
Mythical trial. Witnessing the activation of his talent, Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Indeed, this dungeon harbored a colossal secret, as hinted by the Eye of the Abyss.
Zhang Yuan immediately employed the Eye of the Abyss on the Black Heart.
Cursed King's Heart, Divine, note, the fallen king shall ultimately return. The fallen king shall ultimately return.
Upon reading the note attached to the Cursed King's Heart, a terrifying thought struck Zhang Yuan. The Cursed King could resurrect, and the pivotal elements were the Blade of the Cursed King and the Divine Awakening Stone. If Zhang Yuan were to awaken with this Divine Awakening Stone in hand, he would inevitably fall prey to the Cursed King's possession. Such a nefarious scheme the Cursed King had devised, setting the dungeon as a solo venture and using the Divine Awakening Stone as bait. Those who could conquer this dungeon and obtain the Divine Awakening Stone were among the rarest of talents within humanity, destined to receive the full support of the Great Xia Empire. Consequently, should the Cursed King revive, he would likely emerge even more formidable than before. As this realization dawned upon Zhang Yuan, a chill of dread coursed through him. Even in death, the Cursed King continues to scheme against the Great Xia Empire. Were it not for his innate ability to forcibly trigger trials, his machinations might have succeeded. Should he emerge from this dungeon today, all would be lost. Although the abyss is plagued by the likes of Odis and Ista, it is also home to formidable foes like the Cursed King.
proving that the abyss must not be underestimated.
In Zhang Yuan's mind, the shortcomings brought upon the abyss by Odys and Ista were decisively rectified by the cursed king,
who even escalated their standing to alarming heights.
Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan grasped the heart of the cursed king.
Would you like to awaken the soul of the cursed king and commence the mythical trial? Warning! This trial is extremely dangerous.
A warning in red appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, indicating that the forthcoming trial would likely surpass all expectations.
With a wry smile,
Zhang Yuan realized he had already fallen into the trap. Leaving now would render him merely a puppet of the cursed king. The only option left was to engage in this mythical trial and fight for his life. There could be no retreat. Thus, he began the trial.
Chapter 55, My attacks bypass defense and inflict pain. As Zhang Yuan commenced the trial, the black heart in his hand suddenly exuded a dense, dark mist,
which coalesced into a swirling vortex that drew him in.
Upon regaining his senses, Zhang Yuan found himself on a platform suspended amidst the fog.
The King of Curses had vanished, and his storage space was rendered inoperative, leaving him unable to utilize the return scroll. To find myself in such dire straits from the very beginning.
Zhang Yuan surveyed his surroundings.
The platform, scarcely 100 square meters in size,
was enveloped by an infinite shroud of mist, obscuring whatever lay beyond.
In this place, there was no avenue for escape. Little did I expect that someone could see through my scheme and arrive here. At that moment, a deep and magnetic voice resonated across the platform, followed by the sudden appearance of a handsome man clad in a black robe, adorned with an obsidian brooch upon his chest. Were it not for the man's crimson eyes and the goat-like horns sprouting from his head,
Zhang Yuan would have found it difficult to discern whether he was human or demon.
The King of Curses emanated an oppressive aura that rendered Zhang Yuan breathless.
Without hesitation, he activated the abyssal eye, unable to detect target.
As anticipated, Zhang Yuan gleaned no information regarding the King of Curses.
A mere level 22 human dares to probe me? Such audacity!
The King of Curses scoffed at Zhang Yuan, scrutinizing him in turn.
A sword array master? An unfamiliar profession.
You humans truly delight in concocting fanciful classes. Disregarding equipment and other enhancements, possessing such high base attributes at level 22 signifies that your profession is indeed formidable, posing a significant threat to the abyss as you evolve.
Alas, today you shall meet your demise here.
The King of Curses extended a slender finger and gestured toward Zhang Yuan. Cursed heart inactive, all curses convert to negative effects.
The cursed heart is inactive? Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly upon receiving the notification.
The King of Curses chuckled, your cursed heart is, in truth, my power.
As soon as I reclaim it,
all curses imposed upon you shall revert to negative effects. There is no need for me to lift a finger, within 10 seconds, you shall perish.
10, 9, 8.
The King of Curses confidently counted down, only to sense something amiss halfway through. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze.
Why are the curses ineffective against you?
Seeing that he had not been afflicted by the curse, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qishao could withstand the cursed king's curse effects. His boldness in entering this mythical trial stemmed from Qishao's passive immunity to mental attacks. Curses fall under the category of mental attacks, and since Qishao could grant immunity, and given that the King of Curses bore such a title, it indicated that his signature moves were indeed curses. As long as the King of Curses could not bypass Qishao's passive abilities, Zhang Yuan would be immune to the majority of the cursed king's tactics. Thus, a glimmer of hope emerged for Zhang Yuan to triumph in this mythical trial.
So, your specialized weapon can indeed render you immune to my curses?
The Curse King swiftly discerned the reason behind Zhang Yuan's immunity to his curses and chuckled, how amusing.
Ordinary equipment cannot withstand my curses.
Yet it appears your specialized weapon is of divine caliber, and its rank is impressively high. However, if you believe that I rely solely on curses, you are gravely mistaken.
Unperturbed, the Curse King grinned, emanating a formidable aura that left Zhang Yuan gasping for breath. Instinctively lowering his head, fear welled within him. He realized he could not prevail, absolutely not.
Confronted by the terrifying Curse King, both his reason and emotions screamed that he was no match for him. Under the immense pressure from the Curse King, Zhang Yuan's limbs trembled, rendering him unable to steady his sword. The Curse King continued, young human, you are indeed commendable.
managing to remain standing under my overwhelming force.
Were it another human, they would likely be groveling on the ground like a dog, begging for mercy.
I have always admired genius, thus, I offer you a chance. Should you choose to submit to me?
I shall grant you the identity of an abyssal demon and bestow upon you a territory within the abyss.
What say you? Initially gripped by fear,
Zhang Yuan found himself laughing at the Cursed King's proposition.
What are you laughing at?
The Cursed King inquired, perplexed by the sight of Zhang Yuan trembling in fear yet smiling. This was a first for him. Zhang Yuan met the Cursed King's gaze and replied, "Oh, Cursed King. Your contradictory behavior has finally revealed to me the key to breaking this deadlock." The Cursed King's pupils narrowed slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Zhang Yuan continued,
"Since this is a mythic trial, I am the trial taker, and you are the examiner.
We must adhere to the rules of this mythic trial.
Initially,
you unhesitatingly sealed the effects of my cursed heart, intent on utilizing various curses to eliminate me, which indicates your strong desire to kill. Yet, upon discovering the curses were ineffective, you should have resorted to other means to eliminate me, but you did not. Instead, you began to leverage your aura,
attempting to compel my surrender. Cursed King, does your contradictory behavior imply that within this mythic trial, you are bound to use curses to slay me?"
The Cursed King fell silent. Observing his silence, Zhang Yuan's smile widened. Indeed, he had wagered correctly. Even the Cursed King could not defy the world's rules. A trial is a trial. Even in a mythic trial, there exists the possibility of success, and there is no inevitable demise.
My Qishao is the key to conquering this trial.
With that, the sword array space opened, and Qishao hovered before Zhang Yuan, its crimson aura radiating outward,
dispersing the surrounding cursed fog. Ha ha ha.
Truly impressive. The Cursed King suddenly erupted into laughter.
It has been long since I encountered someone as intriguing as you.
It seems that your arrival here is far from coincidental. You are indeed correct, this trial of myths is none other than a trial of curses. Regardless of the method you employ, as long as you can endure my curse, there exists a possibility for you to pass this trial, albeit merely a possibility. The Cursed King grinned at Zhang Yuan, stating that to conquer the trial, he must first defeat him.
However,
even though the king's power has diminished to less than a fraction of its former glory, you are merely a level 22 novice.
No matter how fervently you strive, it is doubtful you can breach even my defenses.
I need only to gradually wear down the durability of your equipment to bring about your demise.
Suddenly,
Zhang Yuan erupted into laughter.
Ah, Cursed King, what a pity.
The Cursed King paused, bewildered.
What is it that you find amusing?
Zhang Yuan shook his head and retorted mockingly, perhaps it is simply fate that you and I, the abyssal demons, are destined to be at odds. How fortuitous it is that my attacks ignore defenses and pack quite a punch. In a stunning display, the crimson sky vanished, and around the Cursed King, 10 sword formations materialized.
The red sky, the Zhanlu, and 8 iron swords surged forth from 10 distinct directions, all aimed at the Cursed King.
Chapter 56, The Limits of Human Capability. With a simultaneous strike, Qishao and Zhanlu unleashed their devastating assault upon the Cursed King, channeling a staggering 3280 in mental strength. The combined might of their specialized weapons yielded an impressive 4000 in attack power, augmented by a 1152 critical damage bonus and a 21-fold damage multiplier.
The result was a cataclysmic output of 60 million in damage. 639842111.
Such terrifying damage left the Cursed King momentarily dazed.
Following this, 8 iron swords,
empowered by the critical hits and damage enhancements from Qishao and Zhanlu, launched another barrage against the Cursed King.
1279680.
Another sequence of 127,000 in damage erupted from the Cursed King's figure. Subjected to 2 successive nuclear assaults, the Cursed King, overwhelmed with fear,
relinquished his defensive skills and distanced himself from Zhang Yuan, exclaiming, "What manner of damage is this? I warned you, it would be quite painful."
Zhang Yuan replied with a light chuckle, once again directing his sword against the Cursed King.
The 8 iron swords created a diversion,
allowing Qishao and Zhanlu to concentrate their onslaught. In this trial dungeon, the Cursed King was limited to using only curse-related skills. And given that he was merely a remnant spirit, his power was but a fraction of its former glory. Evading Zhang Yuan's strikes proved to be an arduous task. Qishao struck, inflicting -479888158. Zhanlu followed suit, dealing -159965052. The iron swords continued to land blows, producing -159,960. A relentless stream of damage numbers emerged from the cursed king, leaving him drenched in sweat.
Impossible, impossible. You can disregard my defenses, but how can your damage be so high?
The cursed king was thoroughly taken aback by Zhang Yuan's assault, originally believing that even if Zhang Yuan exhausted the durability of his weapons, he would not diminish the cursed king's health.
However, it was now evident that before Zhang Yuan's weapon durability could be depleted,
the cursed king would first exhaust his own vitality. As the cursed king grappled with his shock, he was struck by 2 more blades, causing his breath to quicken. "You insolent child, do not become too complacent." The cursed king roared, casting various curses upon himself to enhance his attributes.
Boss Phase 2. Soon.
Zhang Yuan's speed with the flying swords could no longer match that of the cursed king. Hovering in the air, the cursed king gazed down at Zhang Yuan.
"I must concede, your damage is indeed formidable.
If I were to be continuously assaulted by you, I might very well be ground to dust.
Alas.
Your flying swords are simply too slow. As long as I maintain my speed, you shall not land a single blow." Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, retracting the flying swords into the sword array space, only to unleash them once more around the cursed king. Yet, before the 10 swords could strike, the cursed king had already teleported to another location. Continuing to cast various curses upon himself, the cursed king's health and mental fortitude began to rapidly regenerate. Observing the cursed king's triumphant demeanor, Zhang Yuan recognized for the first time the limitations of his own attack strategy. The speed of his flying swords was sufficient to deal with lower-tier monsters, none of which could evade them, but once faced with a foe of superior speed, he found himself unable to inflict any damage. Regrettably, Zhang Yuan currently lacks the skill to ensure his flying sword strikes true, even if he acknowledges his shortcomings. The present circumstances cannot be altered.
"My dear boy, have you exhausted your tricks?"
The cursed king scoffed, "Though you may be immune to my curses, unless you defeat me, you shall not escape this place. In no more than half a month, you will starve to death."
Humanity is such a fragile existence.
In the face of the cursed king's derision, Zhang Yuan fell into silence. Indeed, he had no other means to contend with the cursed king. While it is true that equipped with Qishao and Zhanlu, he could unleash millions of damage with his mental storm against a single target, without the enhancement of the curse heart, he could not restore his mental energy through curses.
The mental storm could be used only a few times, clearly insufficient to vanquish the cursed king. Was it truly unattainable?
Zhang Yuan felt a sense of reluctance, yet the reality remained, his abilities had their limits.
After all,
he was merely at level 22, while his opponent was a king of the abyss. Even in defeat, he was still a monarch. This was a challenge far beyond Zhang Yuan's current capacity. The mythic trial truly deserved its label of extreme danger. As he contemplated these thoughts, a smile escaped Zhang Yuan's lips. In such dire circumstances, he could only find humor amidst the hardship. To still be able to smile in such despair,
one must admit you possess a certain optimism.
The cursed king smiled back at Zhang Yuan, reiterating, "If you are willing to serve me, I shall grant you your freedom. And in addition, I will bestow upon you the powers of the abyss, allowing you to ascend to level 70.
With your talent, a level 70 you would be capable of sweeping away all of humanity."
Zhang Yuan retorted with a cold laugh, "Even if I were to starve here, I would never partake of the abyss's sustenance."
"Ha!
Then I shall await your demise." The cursed king chuckled darkly, no longer attempting to persuade him, merely keeping his distance from Zhang Yuan. During this time, Zhang Yuan had attempted to ambush the cursed king, but the latter remained ever vigilant, and all of Zhang Yuan's efforts ended in failure. Thus, 5 days passed. Zhang Yuan, now emaciated, lay on the ground, unable to move. Hunger and thirst were gradually eroding his willpower.
"Boy, it's only been 5 days, and you are already on the verge of collapse?"
the cursed king taunted, observing Zhang Yuan sprawled on the ground. "What use is your remarkable talent if it ultimately leads to your starvation? Humanity is a flawed species, your lifespans are short. You perish without food, you perish without water, and you are exceedingly prone to untimely demise. Yet, it is this very fragile existence that occupies all the sunlight in this world, which is profoundly unfair to the abyss.
Zhang Yuan, the capabilities of humanity are limited. Perhaps you should cease to be human? Zhang Yuan continued to smirk weakly, stating, "What of it if I die here?
The blade of the Cursed King and the Divine Awakening Stone have already been brought within, no one shall ever tread into this instance again. Your plans will be shattered. And you shall remain eternally trapped in this place, accompanied only by my remains."
Cursed King.
I concede defeat, yet you have not triumphed.
The Cursed King. The Cursed King fell into silence, clearly struck at a sensitive point by Zhang Yuan.
In truth, when the Cursed King fortified himself with the power of curses, he had already conceived 100 ways to exploit loopholes in the dungeon to deal with Zhang Yuan. All he needed to do was envelop his fist with cursed energy and engage in close combat with Zhang Yuan, which would qualify as a curse attack. Although curses were ineffective against Zhang Yuan, given his attributes, even a basic attack could easily bring Zhang Yuan to his demise. However, he refrained from taking action. He was acutely aware of the consequences that Zhang Yuan had articulated. Now, with the Heart of Curses, the Blade of the Cursed King, and the Divine Awakening Stones in Zhang Yuan's possession, even if someone were to eventually conquer the Tomb of the King dungeon, they would never obtain the Divine Awakening Stones. And he would remain eternally trapped here. Observing the Cursed King's silence, Zhang Yuan chuckled again, weakly stating, "Cursed King, you say humanity is fragile.
I concede that. But how about we compare our will and courage? You, the King of the Abyss, do you possess the audacity to perish alongside a nameless individual like me?"
Chapter 57, The Devil's Contract. The Cursed King never anticipated that a mere human youth would one day force him into such a dire predicament.
Yet, the reality was undeniable. If he wished to escape this confinement, Zhang Yuan must not perish.
Nevertheless, the Cursed King was reluctant to concede so easily. Coldly, he remarked, "You humans are all cowards, fearful of death. No matter how eloquently you speak, it cannot mask the terror and desire for life that resides in your heart. I shall see if you truly fear death." In response to the Cursed King's words, Zhang Yuan merely smiled and closed his eyes, conserving his strength. Indeed, he feared death. Thus, he envisioned it as an eternal slumber, one from which he would never awaken.
Days passed, and after 3 more, Zhang Yuan's physical faculties had utterly deteriorated.
He was barely breathing, appearing as though he had but moments left to live. Observing the prostrate figure of Zhang Yuan, the Cursed King felt a flicker of astonishment in his crimson eyes. He could hardly believe that Zhang Yuan had managed to withstand both the dread of death and the yearning for life. Now, Zhang Yuan had completely lost consciousness. If the Cursed King did not act soon, the youth would undoubtedly perish, and he would remain trapped in this narrow trial forever. The Cursed King was a being capable of enduring solitude. He could wait decades or even centuries for his plans to unfold. Yet, he could not accept the thought of being forever ensnared in this place.
"You are indeed formidable,"
he spat in frustration.
Ultimately,
he decided to restore Zhang Yuan's cursed heart and cast upon him a series of fatal curses, hunger, thirst, and more, reviving him to full vitality.
Zhang Yuan opened his eyes once more.
Though he still felt an overwhelming thirst and hunger psychologically, his body had regained its vigor.
Rising to his feet,
he regarded the Cursed King with a grin, proclaiming, "It seems I have triumphed. You dare not perish alongside me." The Cursed King retorted,
"Are you not concerned that I possess other means of resurrection?"
"Then I shall embrace death," Zhang Yuan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation.
"Do I have any other options?"
The Cursed King continued, "As I have stated, you could join the Abyss.
I could grant you the title of Duke, making you a significant figure within the Abyss."
Zhang Yuan countered, "I have made it clear that I will not ally with the Abyss.
TSK.
You have already faced death once, yet your resolve remains unyielding." The Cursed King clicked his tongue and added, "Very well, let us each take a step back, shall we?"
Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "You first."
The Cursed King proposed, "I am willing to concede, allowing you to pass this mythic trial, provided you sign a devil's contract with me." The mention of a devil's contract caused Zhang Yuan's gaze to sharpen. He had heard tales of such agreements. A select few among humanity forged pacts with abyssal demons, acquiring immense power at a steep price, often selling their very souls.
Once,
A high-ranking official of the Great Xia Empire, in a desperate bid for extended life, had entered into such a contract, gaining longevity through demonic power,
but ultimately betraying his empire, causing immeasurable harm.
The Cursed King observed Zhang Yuan's expression of resistance, yet remained unfazed, chuckling. Zhang Yuan,
this is the utmost concession I can offer.
Perhaps your human race harbors misconceptions about demonic contracts. However, in truth, a demonic contract is the fairest agreement in this world.
To gain benefits, one must pay the price, an undeniable principle.
Upon the signing of a demonic contract, both parties are obliged to adhere to its terms,
and none can defy it. Zhang Yuan fell silent for a moment before inquiring, what are the terms of the demonic contract?
The Cursed King opened his palm,
summoning a flame of purple fire that coalesced into a parchment inscribed with demonic script. The parchment then floated before Zhang Yuan. You may examine it yourself.
Zhang Yuan immediately employed the abyssal eye upon the parchment. Cursed King's contract, contract demon, Aridus, contract subject, Zhang Yuan, terms, the Cursed King Aridus shall concede in the mythical trial, allowing Zhang Yuan to pass the trial. In return,
Zhang Yuan must allocate 50 of the experience he gains until level 70 to Aridus. 50% of my experience? Why don't you just seize it?
Zhang Yuan exclaimed upon reading the contract's terms.
Leveling up now required over 1 million experience points, and the amount would only escalate.
The thought of giving away half to Aridus left him daunted by the arduous path ahead. Aridus retorted with a cold smirk, youth.
We abyssal demons have always sought fair transactions.
The rewards you acquire from conquering the mythical dungeon are entirely worth the 50 experience allocated to me. In fact,
I am asking for less. Zhang Yuan queried, does this mean that upon reaching level 70, you will resurrect?
Aridus did not obscure his intentions. You should be aware of our current predicaments. Naturally, I shall resurrect, for otherwise, I could not save you.
After a moment of contemplation,
Zhang Yuan acknowledged that while the risk of resurrecting the Cursed King was substantial, by that time he would also be at level 70. Likely having gathered a plethora of specialized weapons and refined them to their utmost. The peak state of the Cursed King might not necessarily pose a threat to him.
With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan turned to Aridus. If this encapsulates the entirety of the contract, then I am willing to sign.
Aridus sneered, humph. Do not conflate me with those foolish demons who play petty tricks. I have no need to dig traps within the terms of a demonic contract. Though Zhang Yuan remained skeptical of Aridus's words, he found himself with no alternative.
Do you wish to sign the demonic contract with the Cursed King Aridus? Note, Aridus was once a demon king. Entering into a contract with him may yield unforeseen consequences. Confirm.
Zhang Yuan opted to sign the contract, and the floating parchment was instantly reduced to ashes by the flames.
Contract activated. A notification confirming the contract's activation appeared on the panel. And then flames engulfed Aridus's form.
Emerging from the fire, Aridus grinned at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, I eagerly await the day you reach level 70.
By then, I shall return in my full glory. Who knows if you will be able to thwart me then?
Zhang Yuan, Aridus, I shall undoubtedly thwart you.
Ha! Let us await the outcome. Aridus was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes.
Successfully vanquished the cursed remnants of the king. Experience gained, 10,000. 000, 50, acquired a first awakening stone, divine, heart of the cursed king, divine, heart of the cursed king, divine transforms self-inflicted curses into positive effects. All attacks carry a curse attribute, randomly imposing an unpurifiable curse on targets, excluding the bearer, with no equipment level restrictions and does not occupy an equipment slot. Completed the mythical trial, earning the title, Cursed King. Cursed King title, unique all attributes 10,000. Capable of commanding abyssal creatures of the mental domain.
Ding.
Achievement conspiring with the king detected. Reward, awakening of divine talent.
Congratulations, host has awakened divine talent, Abyssal Sovereign.
Abyssal Sovereign, each abyssal creature slain permanently enhances all 4 attributes by 1 point. Cleared the tomb of the king dungeon.
Acquired 2 divine stones.
Acquired 1 class-specific skill scroll. Acquired 1,000 beginner skill scrolls.
Chapter 58, A Bounty Beyond Measure. Within the interface, a multitude of reward notifications appeared, nearly blinding Zhang Yuan with their brilliance. He promptly examined his current attributes.
Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, King of Curses. Occupation, Sword Array Master. Unique, Level, 24, 22. 00, Strength, 12,860, Agility, 12,740, Mentality, 14,340, Constitution, 12,740, Special Occupational Attributes, Critical Hit Rate, 33, Critical Hit Damage, 330, Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, Level 2, Abyssal Eye, Fearless Body, I am Legend, Abyssal Monarch. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 1010, Divine Sword Qishao, Divine Sword Zhanlu. Imperial First Class Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring, Cursed Band, Part of the Curse King, Blade of the Curse King. Skills, Sword Array, Level 5, Sword Control, Level 5. Sword Array Space, Attribute Transformation, Level 5, Poison Resistance, Level 10, Mental Storm, Wind Control, Block Intuition.
Destiny, 6 Fate, at this moment.
Zhang Yuan's four-dimensional attributes had become so exaggerated that he resembled a humanoid boss, with combat power surging several-fold.
Was this the reward of the mythical trial? He never anticipated receiving a title.
Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Such titles were rare, equivalent to replaceable talents, and immensely beneficial.
As for the newly awakened Abyssal Monarch,
a divine talent, Zhang Yuan could hardly fathom the terrifying extent to which his attributes would grow amidst the large-scale monster slaying in the abyssal battlefield to come. The strong continued to thrive. Despite being only level 24, he found himself increasingly distanced from ordinary practitioners. After absorbing the significant rewards,
Zhang Yuan eagerly retrieved his exclusive skill scroll. A practitioner could learn a maximum of 3 exclusive skills before reaching level 30.
And the Sword Array Master's Sword Array Space and Attribute Transformation had proven invaluable in practical combat.
Now,
he was keenly anticipating what the last exclusive skill before reaching level 30 would be. Upon using the exclusive skill scroll, acquired skill, Sword Intent Acceleration, Level 1, Sword Intent Acceleration, Level 1 increases flying sword speed by 100.
Accelerating the speed of flying swords, why had this skill not arrived sooner? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath upon seeing his newly acquired skill.
If he had possessed this ability earlier, he wouldn't have endured such torment from the Curse King for so long. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, this new skill alleviated a significant pain point for Zhang Yuan, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Once he had finished with the exclusive skill scroll, Zhang Yuan proceeded to take out the basic skill scroll.
Before reaching level 30,
practitioners could also learn 5 generic skills in addition to the 3 exclusive ones, and Zhang Yuan had acquired 1,000 skill scrolls within this dungeon.
Ample enough to master all the generic skills.
Surely, with 1,000 basic skill scrolls, he would obtain at least a few useful skills. Zhang Yuan had no intention of departing from the trial space. Instead, he settled down to utilize the basic skill scrolls.
A multitude of basic skill scrolls cascaded down,
accompanied by flashes of white light. Acquired skill, Culinary Mastery, Level 10, Culinary Mastery, Level 10. The food prepared is exceptionally delectable. Acquired skill, Toxicology Specialization, Level 10, Toxicology Specialization, Level 10. Poison attribute damage is increased by 100. Acquired skill, Medical Expertise, Level 10, Potion Enhancement, Level 10. Healing effects of potions are increased by 100. Acquired skill, Hidden Weapon Specialization, Level 10, Hidden Weapon Mastery, Level 10. Damage of projectile weapons is increased by 100. As he exhausted hundreds of basic skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan obtained 4 rather inconsequential universal skills. The downside of universal skills lay in their randomness. With poor luck, one might acquire skills of little use.
However, upon noticing the description of the Hidden Weapon Mastery, a thought struck him: would his flying sword qualify as a projectile? He promptly retrieved a test wooden dummy from his storage space to assess the damage. A steel sword pierced the wooden dummy. Minus 389, 439. An astonishing damage close to 390,000.
Under normal circumstances, without equipping the Qishao and Zhanlu, and with a 20-fold damage bonus from his talent, a steel sword would inflict damage exceeding 370,000. Yet, the current damage was nearly 390,000, precisely reflecting a 21-fold damage increase.
This proved to be advantageous.
Zhang Yuan calculated mentally and discovered that the flying sword indeed triggered the effect of Hidden Weapon Mastery, leaving him visibly elated.
At last, among the universal skills, there was one of merit.
After organizing his newly acquired equipment, talents, and skills, Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands in excitement. Preparing for the Pi-Seed at assistance of this harvest, 2 divine stones and 2 new specialized weapons. He retrieved the fate compass from his storage space and placed the 2 newly obtained divine stones within.
A double draw.
The 2 divine stones transformed into specks of light within the fate compass, numerous cards rolling within, and then the array in the compass glowed red. 2 red cards emblazoned with the azure sword emerged, ultimately transforming into 2 divine swords, Zhanlu. The Zhanlu in the sword array space actively flew out, merging with the new Zhanlu, immediately unleashing an overwhelming might that made Zhang Yuan feel as if he were submerged in an ocean. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive Tier 3 attack power 3000, damage 300, automatically protects the owner. The holder is immune to water attribute attacks. Damage inflicted by the holder is converted into a temporary shield lasting 1 minute, no equipment level restrictions. Artifact Quest, find Zhanlu Stone 01, note, one of the 10 greatest swords, it protects its master and purges evil, cleansing the world.
Hiss. Upon witnessing the newly revealed attributes of Zhanlu, Zhang Yuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath.
The ability to convert inflicted damage into a temporary shield is already considered a divine skill for other damage-dealing professions, but for Zhang Yuan,
this felt akin to wielding a cheat. Zhang Yuan's damage had already reached an alarming overflow,
with both Qishao and Zhanlu attacking in unison. Their damage was calculated in the hundreds of millions, equating to a shield value exceeding that amount.
Zhang Yuan could hardly fathom that after unleashing a single basic attack, there was anyone left capable of vanquishing him.
It is evident that the exclusive weapon lives up to its name, even without being fully refined. Its attributes are already astonishing, making it difficult to imagine the terrifying statistics it would possess once fully enhanced. Zhang Yuan was quite pleased with his 3rd-tier refined Zhanlu attributes, however. He had never heard of the Zhanlu stones required for the divine weapon quest, leaving him no choice but to temporarily set aside this task. After sorting through his spoils, the thrill of victory dissipated, and Zhang Yuan was suddenly overwhelmed by an unbearable hunger and thirst. He promptly retrieved the provisions and water from his storage space,
indulging in a hearty meal. Once satiated, Zhang Yuan contentedly exited the dungeon.
However, as soon as he emerged, he detected a profoundly intense scent of blood in the air.
Distant roars echoed around him.
Instantly, a sword formation unfurled, and 10 iron swords materialized, encircling Zhang Yuan.
Chapter 59, The Sacred Ground for Attribute Enhancement. A flurry of arrows sliced through the air, only to be severed by Zhang Yuan's iron sword. He turned his gaze towards the source of the assault, spotting several abyssal creatures charging towards him. Utilizing the Eye of the Abyss,
he discerned Abyssal Archer, Elite, Level 35, Strength 12,000, Agility 15,000, Mentality 3,000, Vitality 5,000, Skills, Demonic Arrow. Triple Shot, Hellhound, Level 30, Strength 2,000, Agility 10,000, Mentality 500, Vitality 3,000, Skills, Sprint, Hellish Howl. Having failed in their initial strike, the Abyssal Archers readied their bows once more. Yet, before their arrows could be loosed, Zhang Yuan's flying sword transformed them into mere sieves. Successfully killed Abyssal Archer. Experience 30,000, -50, successfully killed Hellhound, experience 20,000, -50, acquired Abyssal Archer's Heart X1, Hellhound's Teeth X2, Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 1990-100000, Abyssal Sovereign Talent activated.
Permanent 8 to all attributes.
A succession of notifications flashed across his interface, but before Zhang Yuan could peruse them, he heard distant screams.
Someone was under attack.
Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan rushed towards the source of the cries, discovering a knight valiantly shielding himself with a large shield against a pack of over 10 hellhounds. Behind him lay an archer with a severed leg, tended to by a healer. Zhang Yuan could clearly see remnants of human clothing and bits of flesh clinging to the jaws of several hellhounds, indicating they had recently feasted on human flesh.
Brutes. With a cold snort, Zhang Yuan unleashed his flying sword, and the hellhounds met their demise before they could even utter a cry, their lives transformed into Zhang Yuan's experience.
Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 1996-100000, Abyssal Sovereign, 6 to all attributes. The 3 besieged individuals, witnessing the swift slaughter of the hellhounds, turned gratefully towards Zhang Yuan.
Thank you.
Had it not been for your timely intervention, we 3 would surely have perished here today.
Zhang Yuan inquired, what transpired here? Is this not behind the front lines of the Great Xia Empire?
The knight, taken aback by Zhang Yuan's apparent ignorance, replied. The abyssal army has breached our first line of defense, and the main forces have retreated to the second line.
So soon? Zhang Yuan's expression shifted subtly.
The Great Xia Empire had established 3 formidable lines of defense on the abyssal battlefield, known as the 3 strongholds. The first stronghold lay deep within the abyssal battlefield,
a mere 100 kilometers from the abyss's entrance. The second stronghold was situated at the periphery, 500 kilometers from the entrance.
The Tomb of the King's dungeon resided between the first and second strongholds.
Should the third stronghold, the very border of the Great Xia Empire, fall, the abyssal army would surge forth unimpeded, plunging the entire realm of the Great Xia Empire into chaos and flames.
Zhang Yuankai had only entered the burial ground of Wang for 8 days, and already the first stronghold had fallen.
How fierce was this war?
A flicker of fear crossed the knight's eyes as he continued, "This war is exceedingly brutal. A demon of duke rank has emerged from the abyss.
And even Elder Bai has sustained grave injuries. Were it not for the timely rescue of the war god, Elder Bai might have perished on the battlefield." Zhang's expression shifted dramatically.
Elder Bai was injured? At that moment, the healer managed to staunch the archer's bleeding and addressed the knight. "Captain, Li's injuries are severe.
He cannot last much longer.
We have already lost 2 comrades and must abandon this mission to return for advanced treatment for Li." Hearing the healer's words,
the knight clenched his fists in reluctant frustration. "Damn it!" Zhang inquired, "What is your mission?" The knight hesitated.
Observing this, Zhang immediately produced the hidden dragon insignia.
"Rest assured.
I am Zhang Yuan of the Hidden Dragon Unit. I can assist you in completing your mission." Upon seeing the 2 stripes and 2 stars on the insignia,
the knight immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Reporting to you, Colonel Zhang Yuan, we are a reconnaissance team under the 2nd Legion,
tasked with investigating an abyss stronghold to the northwest." Here, the knight's voice faltered. "However, our team was ambushed by abyss forces en route, resulting in the death of 2 comrades.
We are currently unable to fulfill our mission." Zhang nodded slightly. "I understand. You should retreat. I will take over the task of investigating the stronghold."
The knight continued, "Colonel Zhang, I can serve as your front line and assist you in the mission." Zhang shook his head, retrieving a return scroll and offering it to the knight. "Do not worry, it is too perilous here.
This is a return scroll. You should all go back. Your efforts in this mission are appreciated."
The knight's eyes reddened upon seeing the return scroll, and he gazed gratefully at Zhang, his voice trembling.
"Thank you. Please, leave quickly, it is dangerous here."
Yes, the knight no longer hesitated and used the return scroll, teleporting away with his 2 companions. Zhang watched the 3 depart, murmuring to himself, "Is there an abyss stronghold to the northwest? Perhaps I can enhance my attributes there."
However,
Zhang did not rush towards the northwest immediately. Instead, he returned to the instance of the burial ground of Wang.
Upon exiting the instance,
he sensed the teleportation array left by Elder Bai, but the earlier urgency had prevented him from investigating it.
Upon returning to the entrance of the instance,
Zhang quickly located the temporary teleportation array constructed by Elder Bai, along with a message left for him.
"Zhang Yuan, the Abyss Army has launched an early attack. The situation is dire. I must go to provide support.
Upon your exit, use the teleportation array to return to Kyoto directly. Do not linger on the Abyss battlefield. The situation appears grim."
After reading Elder Bai's message, Zhang destroyed the temporary teleportation array.
He had already undertaken the mission to investigate the stronghold and could not return in the short term. Furthermore, the area was on the verge of collapse. Should the Abyss creatures discover Elder Bai's teleportation array, the consequences would be unimaginable. He possessed a return scroll gifted by Guan Xin, which would allow him to teleport back to the 2nd defensive position of the Watchtower Great Wall upon completing his task, and subsequently, he could utilize the teleportation array within the city to journey back to the capital. After making this decision, Zhang Yuan hastened towards the northwest.
Along the way,
he encountered numerous abyss monsters patrolling the battlefield, all of which he effortlessly dispatched. Upon spotting a distant abyss stronghold, he took a moment to examine his Abyss King talent.
Abyss King, 4-dimensional attributes 114.
In such a brief period, his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 114 points, equivalent to a 2-level advancement. truly worthy of a godly talent. With such an endowment, this hellish abyss battlefield became a veritable treasure trove for swiftly enhancing his combat prowess. A flicker of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he gazed upon the abyss stronghold ahead, as if he were looking at a pile of attribute points. Today, he would hunt with fervor. Chapter 60, The Demon Duke. Upon the return of the night squad saved by Zhang Yuan, the healer promptly accompanied the archers to provide treatment, while the knights immediately reported their mission status.
You claim that a member of the Hidden Dragon Squad, named Zhang Yuan, rescued you and took on your task?
Upon hearing that Zhang Yuan had saved the Vanguard Squad, Instructor Ning Wuwei of the Hidden Dragon Squad sought out the knight with a serious demeanor to confirm the details.
Yes, Commander. The knight felt a sudden tightening in his chest at Ning Wuwei's grave expression. Commander, is there an issue with his identity?
No. His identity is not the problem. Ning Wuwei shook his head and then cautioned the knight. You must immediately return and instruct your companions, utter not a word about Zhang Yuan.
Understood.
The knight, fearing to linger, hurried off to the city's infirmary. Ning Wuwei watched him depart, pacing back and forth.
That child is truly reckless. Does he not realize that the abyss desires his life above all else? What if he encounters the Demon Duke?
No, I must go rescue him. Ning Wuwei swiftly reported the situation to Wan Chang'an and then exited the city.
Pursuing Zhang Yuan.
Outside the stronghold on the abyss battlefield, Zhang Yuan did not recklessly charge in, instead circling the perimeter to assess the situation. The stronghold was modest in size, housing fewer than 500 abyssal monsters, all averaging level 30. However, the stronghold was heavily guarded, and Zhang Yuan could not infiltrate,
unaware of the presence of powerful abyssal bosses within.
Assuming there are 500 monsters in the stronghold, my sword formation can encompass the entire area. By employing Spirit Storm to blanket all abyssal creatures, the splash damage would amplify the skill's potency by approximately 50 times. Furthermore, with the third-tier weapons, Qishao and Zhanlu, even if Odysseus were inside, I should be able to obliterate him in a single strike.
After a brief calculation,
Zhang Yuan found a position where his sword formation could cover the entire stronghold. Just as he prepared to initiate Spirit Storm for an assault, he observed two terrifying humanoid abyssal demons emerging from the stronghold. One of the demons bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Yuan's father,
save for the two horns atop its head. Father?
Zhang Yuan was taken aback, yet before he could comprehend the situation,
the demon resembling his father spoke to the other abyssal demon and then teleported away. Damn it! Zhang Yuan's focus was disrupted by this unexpected development, and just then,
he felt a chilling presence creeping up his back. Het, a mere level 24 human has managed to reach this place, how amusing. Hearing the icy voice from behind, Zhang Yuan's pupils dilated, and without hesitation, he activated his block intuition.
Clang!
Gripping Qishao, which had flown from the sword formation, Zhang Yuan pivoted to deflect the abyssal demon's claws. A flicker of surprise crossed the abyssal demon's eyes, and it transformed into a cloud of black mist to retreat,
evading Zhang Yuan's counterattack.
Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yuan employed Abyssal Eye against the demon.
Unable to detect target. Unable to detect the target.
It signifies that the opponent is a level 74 or higher abyssal boss, surpassing even Aeodes Anista in strength.
Is there a skill that guarantees a block? What an intriguing character. The abyssal demon grinned at Zhang Yuan, but can you withstand a second strike? As the words fell, the abyssal demon teleported before Zhang Yuan,
its sharp claws aimed at his forehead. Suddenly, Zhanlu manifested out of thin air, intercepting the abyssal demoness attack.
Clang! The terrifying shockwave of power radiated outward,
sending Zhanlu flying, while Zhang Yuan activated the death immunity of Qishao, forcibly reducing his health to 1 point.
Not dead yet? The abyssal demon was taken aback to see Zhang Yuan still alive.
He never expected that a mere level 24 human could endure 2 of his attacks.
An opportunity.
Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuan wasted no time in unleashing a mental storm. The abyssal demon sensed the threat, his expression shifting slightly, but at that moment, evasion was impossible. He could only raise his cloak to envelop himself.
Boom!
The horrifying mental storm detonated within a radius of 500 meters, instantly leveling the entire stronghold. Successfully killed Abyssal Archer, experience 30,000, minus 50. Successfully killed Abyssal Warrior, experience 30,000, minus 50. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 2696 100000. Abyssal Sovereign, Dimensional Attribute 714. A golden light burst forth from Zhang Yuan, elevating him to level 25, restoring him to full health, while a faint blue glow swirled around him.
This was the temporary shield conjured by Zhan Lu.
Standing amidst the desolate land, all abyssal creatures in the stronghold had been eradicated.
Yet, without hesitation,
Zhang Yuan produced a forced return scroll. He did not see the kill notification for the abyssal boss, and with Bai Lao gravely injured,
he had no choice but to teleport back.
However, as the forced return scroll illuminated with white light, a black beam pierced through the air, shattering the scroll and simultaneously depleting Zhang Yuan's temporary shield.
Return failed. Excellent. Excellent. How splendid.
At this moment, the somewhat disheveled abyssal demon emerged from the void. Its eyes ablaze with fiery intensity, fixating on Zhang Yuan.
A mere level 24 human nearly wounded me. You must be the young human reported by AOD Sinista, right?
Zhang Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation. AOD Sinista were not mistaken. You are indeed the greatest threat to our abyss. Zhang Yuan felt an increasing weight in his heart upon realizing that not only had the abyssal demon survived the mental storm, but it had also thwarted his return. He suspected that Bai Lao's injury was also connected to this abyssal demon, even if he shattered Bai Lao's core to summon him. It would merely cost another life. Just when I escaped the tiger's den, I fell into the wolf's lair. I truly am a cursed individual, Zhang Yuan frantically pondered,
searching for a means of survival within his current capabilities. Zhang Yuan, move aside.
At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar as Ning Wuwei, wielding a purple gold spear, surged towards the abyssal demon with astonishing speed.
Forbidden technique, God-slaying spear. A terrifying power erupted from the spear's tip,
piercing towards the abyssal demon with a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The very skies and winds changed in response.
Is this the might of Instructor Ning?
Such formidable power.
Zhang Yuan, witnessing Ning Wuwei's strike, felt as though he glimpsed the ultimate essence of the spear. This move could undoubtedly obliterate Odysseus.
The abyssal demon turned its gaze towards the full-force thrust of Ning Wuwei, and a glimmer of mockery flickered in its crimson eyes,
as if it perceived the attack as a mere insect attempting to shake a tree.
In the face of Ning Wuwei's all-out assault,
the abyssal demon merely extended a single finger.
Zhang Yuan, observing the demon's expression, instantly realized that it may possess a means to counter Ning Wuwei's strike.
Without hesitation,
he summoned the Qishao Zhanlu and 8 iron swords, aiming for the demon's back. The sword intent accelerated. 10 beams of sword light sliced through the air.
Alas! The abyssal demon, noticing Zhang Yuan's simultaneous attack, displayed a flicker of displeasure in its eyes. After a fleeting moment of contemplation,
it ultimately decided to employ a skill to deflect Ning Wuwei's assault, bracing itself against Zhang Yuan's strike. After all, Zhang Yuan was merely at level 25. That terrifying forbidden technique had already been utilized, and his current basic attacks would not inflict significant damage.
With this in mind, the abyssal demon lightly tapped Ning Wuwei's spear tip with its index finger. Ding!
A melodious sound resonated as a spatial ripple emerged between the demon's finger and Ning Wuwei's spear tip, expanding outward.
Skill, nullification. Ning Wuwei's attack instantly lost all damage. What? Ning Wuwei's expression shifted dramatically.
Simultaneously, the 10 flying swords struck the abyssal demon.
-4960179986. What? The abyssal demon's expression changed drastically.
Chapter 61, I do not wish to die. A multitude of terrifying numbers surged forth, overwhelming to the point of nearly frightening the soul out of the abyssal demon. He dared not retaliate against Ning Wuwei, instead transforming into a cloud of black mist, retreating to distance himself from Zhang Yuan.
Seizing the opportunity,
Ning Wuwei positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Yuan.
Are you all right, young one?
Instructor Ning, if you had arrived even a moment later, I fear the consequences would have been dire.
You insolent brat.
Of all the adversaries to provoke, you chose the demon Duke Dythus? Ning Wuwei's gaze remained fixed upon the distant Dythus, filled with palpable apprehension. He tossed Zhang Yuan a return scroll.
I will hold him off. You must find a chance to escape the battlefield and teleport away.
Noticing the slight tremor in Ning Wuwei's hand as he grasped his weapon, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Instructor,
is he truly that formidable?" "More than formidable,"
Ning Wuwei replied, tension radiating from him.
"Dithas is one of the 7 dukes of the abyss. It was he who gravely injured White Lao. Is he really that powerful?" Zhang Yuan's expression shifted subtly.
He had been aware of the abyssal demon's strength. Yet he had not anticipated it to be so overwhelming. In the distance, Dithas' injuries began to mend, and he cast a cold gaze upon Zhang Yuan. "You possess such terrifying damage at merely level 25, you are simply unacceptable to be left alive."
Boom! Dithas erupted with an incomprehensible force, causing Ning Wuwei's expression to change dramatically. "He is coming. Zhang Yuan, I will do everything in my power to provide you with an escape, you must flee." "Instructor,
you need not concern yourself with me, just go."
Ning Wuwei berated him fiercely, "What nonsense are you spewing?
Zhang Yuan, you are the hope of Daxia.
You cannot selfishly perish here." "Instructor." Zhang Yuan felt a tumult of emotions as he faced Ning Wuwei's wrath.
"I apologize, I was overly arrogant." He had believed that having cleared the mythical trial, he possessed sufficient capability to survive in the abyssal battlefield, yet upon confronting a top-tier powerhouse, he realized his utter helplessness. "This is not your fault, seek vengeance for me in the future." Ning Wuwei clenched his spear, his eyes locked on the ever-increasing aura of Dithas.
Instead of retreating,
he took a step forward.
"Dithas, if you wish to slay Zhang Yuan, you must first step over my corpse."
In this battle, he had already resolved to face death.
"You too shall not leave today." Dithas roared, a terrifying darkness swirling around him, causing the very earth to quake violently. However, in the next moment, Dithas suddenly shuddered,
a look of fear filling his eyes. His aura began to plummet.
"No, this cannot be. Is this the Cursed King's curse?"
Dithas realized he had accumulated 11 different curses, one of which was a rapidly debilitating divine curse, and panic surged within him. He glared at Zhang Yuan, howling in desperation.
"What have you done to me? How do you possess the power of the Curse King?" "The power of the Curse King?" Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback.
Before recalling an item he had acquired after clearing the mythical trial. Cursed Heart of the King, divine level. The curse effects applied to oneself transform into positive effects. All attacks carry the curse attribute, randomly inflicting an unpurifiable curse on the target, excluding the bearer, with no equipment level restriction and not occupying an equipment slot. At that moment, Zhang Yuan did not perceive the curse attribute of the Cursed Heart of the King to be particularly potent. He even considered the skill somewhat redundant, unworthy of its divine classification. However, judging by Dithas's performance, it appeared that he had entirely underestimated the curse effects of the Cursed Heart of the King. As the curse of the king took effect, Dithas's aura weakened progressively until he became even weaker than Odysseus. What has transpired? Ning Wuwei was filled with disbelief, feeling as if he could now defeat Dithas. "Zhang Yuan, I shall remember you. When the abyss returns, I will ensure you are utterly annihilated." Dithas, ensnared by the curse and aware of his inability to vanquish Zhang Yuan, promptly teleported away. Ning Wuwei stood dazedly watching the vacant space left by Dithas's departure. Feeling as though the situation was surreal, Dithas retreated just like that? "Zhang Yuan, Wuwei, are you both unharmed?" At that moment, Wan Chang'an finally arrived at the battlefield, having sensed Dithas's presence. "Where is he?" "Commander." Ning Wuwei cast a complex glance at Wan Chang'an before recounting the entire incident that had just unfolded. Wan Chang'an listened, astonished. "Dithas was repelled by the two of you?" Ning Wuwei chuckled wryly. "Commander, you flatter me, I only utilized a single skill, and it was nullified by Dithas. It was Zhang Yuan who forced him to retreat." Wan Chang'an gazed at Zhang Yuan in disbelief, questioning, "How did you manage that?" As one of the 7 lords of the abyss, even Wan Chang'an held no absolute confidence in overcoming him. And yet, such a formidable figure from the abyss was driven back by Zhang Yuan? This left Wan Chang'an feeling as if he were immersed in a fantastical tale. Perhaps it was due to this equipment. Zhang Yuan did not withhold any information from Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei. He revealed the cursed heart of the king and shared the details of his participation in the mythical trial in the burial ground of the king, as well as his pact with the cursed king, Ardis. After listening to Zhang Yuan's account, Wan Chang'an's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Such events had transpired. Zhang Yuan remarked, "Commander, my ability to repel Disas was entirely due to the power of the cursed king. And the cursed king will resurrect when I reach level 70. How should we address this matter?" Wan Chang'an fell silent. The existence of a demon king, one who was supposed to have fallen, living on, was akin to a nuclear bomb detonating in the deep sea, capable of stirring significant upheaval for both the abyss and humanity. At that moment, Ning Wuwei suddenly interjected, "Commander, I must speak a heretical truth. The matter of Zhang Yuan's pact with the cursed king must not reach the ears of those elders in the nation, for they would never permit Zhang Yuan to survive. This matter must remain confidential." Moreover, had Zhang Yuan not unraveled the sinister plot of the cursed king, the Great Xia Empire, armed with the cursed king's blade, would undoubtedly have faced catastrophic destruction. Zhang Yuan has saved this nation, he does not deserve such a fate. Wan Chang'an remained silent for a prolonged moment before sighing. This matter indeed carries immense ramifications. As the head of the military department, to conceal this incident would be to place the safety of the nation and its people in jeopardy, a treachery tantamount to betrayal. Ning Wuwei continued, "However, Chief, Zhang Yuan has done no wrong. He managed to repel the Emperor Tarsus at level 25. I am confident that once he reaches level 70, he will be capable of confronting the cursed king. If we merely keep this incident under wraps, when the cursed king resurrects, we can join forces to vanquish him, and nothing untoward will occur. The abyss grows ever stronger. Merely a demon duke leading the abyssal army has already shattered our foremost line of defense. The Great Xia requires more formidable warriors. We cannot afford to lose Zhang Yuan." Wan Chang'an sighed deeply, fully aware of the truth in these words. Yet his responsibilities would not permit him such indulgence. In that moment, he found himself at a loss. Turning to Zhang Yuan, "Child, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I do not wish to die, yet I do not believe that keeping this matter concealed is the right course. The cursed king was vanquished by the combined might of 1,000,000 soldiers from the Great Xia. Should I fail in my future confrontation with him? The Great Xia should not face the cursed king once more unprepared." Wan Chang'an gazed deeply at Zhang Yuan and said, "I understand. Child, you have not disappointed me. And I shall not let you down either." Chapter 62, The Council of Elders. As Zhang Yuan accompanied Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei back to the Great Wall of Vigilance, news arrived from the front lines of the abyssal withdrawal, filling the city with an atmosphere of jubilance. Zhang Yuan, however, refrained from joining the celebrations. Together with Wan Chang'an, he stepped into the teleportation array and vanished amidst a brilliant glow. Ning Wuwei gazed at the now empty teleportation chamber, sighed, and silently turned to leave. Within the Great Wall, no one could discern the reasons behind the abyss's retreat. They merely understood that once again, they had safeguarded the peace of the Great Xia. Ning Wuwei ascended the city walls, observing the desolate land beyond and the festive spirit within, casting a glance back into the realm of Great Xia. "Zhang Yuan, you shall surely be safe." In Kyoto, atop the central trial tower, Zhang Yuan sat calmly before a door, awaiting the impending judgment that loomed over him. Behind that door, 5 formidable elders occupied their chairs, while the military-clad Wan Chang'an stood before them, reporting on Zhang Yuan's circumstances. The elders seated at the center, exuding the most formidable aura, spoke in a measured tone, "Wan Chang'an, we are aware of the situation. Zhang Yuan's pact with the cursed king indeed carries significant implications. Our forthcoming decisions will shape the future trajectory of the Great Xia Empire and the destinies of its people." With a clang, the elder concluded. And a colossal balance scale materialized in the air, from which 5 equal flames of soulfire emerged, descending before each elder. To the left, the verdict of Zhang Yuan's innocence was declared, and we shall wholeheartedly support his growth, allowing the resurrection of the cursed king and preparing our strategies. Should Zhang Yuan falter against the cursed king, we will muster the full might of the nation to eradicate him. To the right, the decree of Zhang Yuan's guilt was proposed, sentencing him to death and quelling the cursed king in his infancy, thereby preventing the Great Xia Empire from plunging into the abyss once more. "Elders, commence the voting," the central elder announced. Without hesitation, One elder pushed his flame of soul fire to the right side of the scale. The cursed king has already inflicted grievous losses upon the great Xia.
And we have yet to recover our vitality. We cannot endure another incursion of the cursed king.
I second this, another elder declared,
pushing his flame to the right as well.
While Zhang Yuan is undoubtedly a prodigy, the safety of our millions must take precedence.
We cannot jeopardize their lives for one individual.
With the two flames shifting to the right, the scale immediately tilted.
Wan Chang'an clenched his fists, realizing that if another elder followed suit, Zhang Yuan would face execution, and no one could save him.
You two cowards! To consider sacrificing our unparalleled genius for a defeated demon is sheer folly. If we remain this weak against the abyss, the great Xia Empire will inevitably fall. A fiery-tempered elder slammed his palm onto the table, immediately pushing his flame of soul fire to the left side of the scale. The elder seated in the center spoke.
Wan Chang'an once said to me, "Today, we shall seed 5 cities, tomorrow, 10 cities, and then we may finally find a night of peaceful slumber, yet."
As I gaze upon the surroundings, the abyss looms ever closer. To retreat before the abyss is akin to adding fuel to the flames, as long as the fuel endures. The fire shall not be extinguished. Within this abyss lies more than one cursed king, and we possess but a single Zhang Yuan,
whose talents warrant a gamble of national fortune.
Upon finishing his words, the elder placed the soul flame before him onto the left side of the scales.
Clang!
The scales regained their equilibrium, and all eyes turned to the elder in the far corner, whose white hair belied a youthful visage, and who had been meditating in silence since the meeting commenced. Now, the pivotal vote determining Zhang Yuan's fate rested in his hands.
Oldly.
"It is time to cast your vote," the elder in the center urged. The elder surnamedly slightly opened his eyes and replied with a smile, "Naturally. I shall support Zhang Yuan." With that, he placed his soul flame onto the left side of the scales.
Clang!
The scales tipped decisively to the left.
Upon witnessing this, Wan Chang'an's anxious heart finally found solace. The verdict was rendered: Zhang Yuan was innocent.
The elder in the center declared the result with an air of detachment, then continued. "Next, we must discuss how to cultivate Zhang Yuan and what measures to take should he fail."
At that moment,
a council elder advocating for Zhang Yuan's guilt interrupted the proceedings, directing his gaze toward the elder surnamedly coldly. "I have no objections to the voting outcome.
But could you elucidate your reasons for supporting Zhang Yuan? Are you not the one who despises the cursed king the most?"
The elder surnamedly chuckled in response, "Indeed. I harbor a profound hatred for the cursed king, wishing to personally flay him, drink his blood, and venture into the abyss to eradicate the demons of the cursed lineage."
Then why did you vote to support him?
Because, you see,
I recently learned something. Zhang Yuan might become my granddaughter's husband. How could I possibly harm my future grandson-in-law?
The other 4 elders exclaimed in confusion, "What do you mean?" Sensing the disapproving stares from those around him, the elder surnamedly laughed heartily. This is merely a matter of my family and has no bearing on today's meeting.
Let us return to the main topic. How can it be unrelated?
Oldly, you must clarify this matter today.
We have yet to discuss who will nurture Zhang Yuan. Why should he be your granddaughter's husband?
Oldly, this is rather unfair.
Everyone should compete on equal footing. How can you claim him first?
Indeed. Your family has already produced several legendary practitioners.
Must you now claim Zhang Yuan as well?
If this matter is not clarified today, the meeting cannot proceed. Suddenly, several elderly men began to bicker over this peculiar issue, and the discussion within the council transformed into an unexpected direction. Wan Chang'an observed their heated exchange over Zhang Yuan with a wry smile and a shake of his head.
Regardless of the ultimate outcome of this meeting, at least Zhang Yuan's safety was assured.
Zhang Yuan waited outside for several hours, and at last, he saw Wan Chang'an emerge from the room.
He immediately stood up and asked, "Chief, what was the outcome?" Wan Chang'an responded with a smile.
"The elders have decided to take a gamble on you, Zhang Yuan, that cursed king will henceforth be your responsibility to resolve."
Zhang Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. "Yes."
"Do not feel overly pressured, focus on steadily enhancing your strength," Wan Chang'an encouraged as he patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder.
"Come, the elders have much to discuss.
I will first take you to Kyoto University for your accommodation, and along the way, I shall present you with a reward."
Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. A reward?
You played a pivotal role in repelling the Abyssal Army, yet due to certain special circumstances, we cannot publicly acknowledge your contributions.
Therefore, we intend to bestow upon you a tangible reward. Now, let us proceed. Chapter 63 Dormitory No. 01 Chang'an transported Zhang Yuan directly to the entrance of Kyoto University from the Central Training Tower. As the capital of the Great Xia Empire, Kyoto City is undoubtedly the most prosperous metropolis in the realm, and Kyoto University occupies a prime location within the city. Before him stood a colossal gate, towering several dozen meters high, and as Zhang Yuan stood at its threshold, he felt a profound sense of insignificance. Is this truly the foremost institution in the Great Xia? How grand!
Zhang Yuan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had heard countless legends about Kyoto University during his high school years and had perused innumerable photographs of its majestic facade.
Yet, upon arriving at the university's entrance, he was still overwhelmed by an endless wave of awe. The very portal seemed to encapsulate boundless energy. Wan Chang'an remarked to Zhang Yuan, half of the elite masters of the Great Xia Empire hail from Kyoto University.
The president of this institution can stand shoulder to shoulder with the national elders. Zhang Yuan, this school conceals numerous formidable individuals, brimming with opportunities.
If you wish to confront the Cursed King, you will undoubtedly require the assistance of Kyoto University.
Once you enroll, you must not become complacent. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Wan Chang'an patted his shoulder and continued, Professor Chen Yun has already facilitated your enrollment process, so there is no need for you to check in.
I will take you directly to your residence. However, your situation is rather unique. A shared dormitory would not suit you. Therefore,
I took the liberty of applying for a single occupancy room for you.
Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Zhang Yuan replied. Splendid. Let's proceed. Although it was already late at night, upon entering the campus, Zhang Yuan discovered that the university was even more vibrant than he had imagined, with students engaged in various training activities all around. He marveled. They are still practicing at this hour? As they walked, Wan Chang'an explained, those who gain admission to Kyoto University are the pride of their respective provinces and cities.
Each harbors their own aspirations and refuses to fall behind. Yet, this institution is teeming with prodigies. Many who enter here find themselves transformed from geniuses into mere mortals. This stark disparity can profoundly affect their self-esteem, compelling them to strive even harder. Nevertheless, every year, numerous students fail to qualify for graduation.
In this world,
fate is not merely altered by effort. However, without diligence, one's destiny remains utterly unchanged.
How harsh it is, Zhang Yuan mused inwardly, in this world. Regardless of the location, the reality is exceedingly unforgiving. Kyoto University was far more expansive than Zhang Yuan had envisioned. Following Wan Chang'an for quite some time, he finally arrived at his designated residence. This area was rather secluded, devoid of any signs of life, and before Zhang Yuan stood an aged 6-story dormitory.
The entrance was locked, and a plaque marked building number 0 hung before it.
The entire structure exuded an eerie atmosphere, and Zhang Yuan felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. Commander, is this truly a place where people reside?
Zhang Yuan observed that a large section of the plaster on the exterior wall of the dormitory had fallen away. Each window of the building was shrouded in darkness, giving it the appearance of an abandoned haunted house. Wan Chang'an chuckled and remarked, do not underestimate this building. Half of the legendary powerhouses at Kyoto University have resided here, and many students yearn to live within its walls but lack the qualifications.
Zhang Yuan, taken aback, inquired, what secrets does this building hold? That is a mystery, replied Wan Chang'an, but once you earn the building's acknowledgement, you shall know.
As Wan Chang'an conversed with Zhang Yuan, an elderly woman with white hair approached the tightly shut door, casting a glance at Zhang Yuan. She asked Wan Chang'an, Little Wan,
is he the student you are determined to usher into this building?
Wan Chang'an responded with utmost courtesy, yes, Granny Nyo, I entrust this child to you. Observing Wan Chang'an's deference towards Granny Nyo, Zhang Yuan activated his abyssal eye to probe her, only to discover that he could not gauge her presence. She was a formidable entity of level 75 or higher. It was no surprise that Kyoto University boasted such formidable dormitory staff.
Granny Nyo scrutinized Zhang Yuan once more before unlocking the dormitory door.
She addressed Wan Chang'an, "Little Wan, I am granting him access this time out of respect for you. However, should he fail to meet expectations, I will not hesitate to evict him." "Rest assured, he will not disappoint you," Wan Chang'an assured her with a smile. He then turned to Zhang Yuan, "Granny Niu will escort you inside shortly. Given the tumultuous events of the past few days, you should rest. Should you have any questions? Feel free to ask her. I must take my leave now, someone will bring your identification card tomorrow." "Wait, Commander!" Zhang Yuan called out urgently. "What about my reward?" Wan Chang'an smiled and replied, "Silly boy, gaining entry into Building 0 is your reward." After uttering this enigmatic statement, he vanished into the night. Granny Niu said coolly, "Young man, stop dawdling and come inside." Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and nodded slightly, "Yes." Upon entering Building 0 with Granny Niu, he was astonished to discover an entrance to a dungeon in the hallway. This is a unique secret realm dungeon exclusive to Building 0. If you wish to reside here long-term, you must venture into that dungeon to earn your rent, Granny Niu explained. However, as it is your first day, tonight's rent is waived. Curious, Zhang Yuan asked, "What awaits within the dungeon?" "Only bosses, powerful bosses," Granny Niu replied as she guided him to the second floor. Aside from rooms 203 and 208, which were occupied, the other rooms were uninhabited. Choose one for yourself. Zhang Yuan scanned the hallway and pointed to the room in the far corner, room 210, that one. Very well. Granny Niu retrieved a pitch-black key from her waist and handed it to Zhang Yuan, advising, "Room 210 is now yours. As long as you can pay the rent. No one may enter without your permission, not even the country's elders. Do you have any other questions?" "No, I do not." "Very well, I appreciate children who are succinct. Rest well tonight." Granny Niu nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Yuan unlocked the dormitory door and entered the room. Contrary to the dilapidated exterior of the building, the interior was quite clean and tidy, with even the bed exuding the fragrance of sunlight, complemented by a private bathroom with hot water available around the clock. It was far better than he had anticipated. Zhang Yuan felt quite satisfied with the dormitory, closed the door, and just as he sat on the bed, a notification popped up on his interface. Entering a special realm, experience 10-second, -50, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the notification. Was he gaining experience while idle? Chapter 64, The Secret Realm of Stars. The phenomenon of gaining experience passively through idle gameplay was a novel experience for Zhang Yuan. Earning 10 experience points per second may seem insignificant, yet when calculated, it amounts to a staggering 36,000 experience points per hour. If he were to slumber in this chamber for 8 hours, he would accumulate a remarkable 288,000 experience points. Currently at level 25. He requires 5 million experience points to ascend to level 26. Considering the portion of experience allocated to the Cursed King, it implies that with a month-long repose in this haven, he could naturally elevate to level 26. While this pace of advancement may appear sluggish to Zhang Yuan, it is primarily because he possesses the capability to conquer high-level nightmarish dungeons solo. However, for an ordinary practitioner, achieving a level transition from 25 to 26 within a month is indeed an impressive rate of progression. Furthermore, the experience accrued here is entirely complementary. It is no wonder that half of the god-tier experts from Kyoto University emerged from building number 0, even through idling, one can amass experience. With sufficient time spent here, even a swine could ascend to godhood. Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to encounter such a delightful revelation upon his arrival and began to anticipate his forthcoming university life. Shortly after settling onto the plush bedding, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him. Having engaged in relentless battles against the Cursed King and the Demon Duke in recent days, his body was utterly fatigued. After a hearty yawn, Zhang Yuan succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, a knock resonated at his dormitory door. With bleary eyes, Zhang Yuan opened the door to find Grandma Niu standing there, holding a pile of clothing and an identification card. "Here are your school uniform and identification card," she said. "Take good care of them. Remember, the identification card from Kyoto University will serve as your lifelong ID. All your records will be documented on this card, so ensure its safekeeping. Moreover, cash transactions are not permitted at Kyoto University.
Regardless of your purchases, you will require points. Currently,
your identification card holds a bonus of 100 points provided by the university.
Zhang Yuan accepted the uniform and identification card, inquiring, "How can I earn points?"
You can accumulate points by completing courses, conquering on-campus dungeons, and undertaking campus tasks. Of course, if you possess certain skills, you may also seize points from others.
Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Is it permissible to pilfer points from others? Can the school really condone such actions?
Grandma Nyo replied calmly, "The university encourages competition among students.
However, there are limits to such acts. If your points fall below 100, they cannot be taken from you." Zhang Yuan swiftly absorbed this information and expressed his gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you, Grandma Nyo."
These were foundational concepts typically covered during the opening ceremony and freshman training sessions. I heard from Xiao Wan that you did not participate in the freshman training, so I took the liberty of elaborating.
However, points are merely the currency for transactions at Kyoto University and cannot be used to pay the rent for building number 0.
If you wish to reside here, you must venture into the lower-level secret realm dungeons to acquire starstones.
The rent for the second-floor dormitory is 1 starstone per day. Additionally,
this dormitory houses numerous facilities, which also require starstones for usage. We can discuss the specifics of those facilities once you qualify to reside in this building. After the old woman finished speaking, she departed without a backward glance, vanishing around the corner of the hallway. Points and starstones, unexpectedly. The first task upon entering university was, indeed, to earn money. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile and walked to the first floor, where he encountered a young man clad in red armor, emanating a cool demeanor, standing at the entrance to the dungeon. The golden-haired youth cast a brief glance at Zhang Yuan, offering no greeting, and promptly teleported into the secret realm.
Was he also a resident of this building?
He appeared quite formidable. Zhang Yuan murmured to himself and approached the dungeon entrance, activating the Abyssal Eye. Star Secret Realm, Level, None, Difficulty, Normal Hard Nightmare. Note, the difficulty of the dungeon affects the quantity of starstones obtained.
Nightmare difficulty. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan opted for the nightmare difficulty and was transported into the dungeon.
The old woman emerged from a nearby corner, seemingly unfazed by the situation. She shook her head and remarked, "Honestly, every resident of this building invariably chooses nightmare difficulty for their first attempt. This dungeon is not akin to those mundane ones outside. Well, it's good to temper the arrogance of these prodigies." Upon entering the dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself in a vast grassland beneath a starry sky. The heavens sparkled with countless stars, and the prairie stretched infinitely before him. Simply standing on the grass invigorated him, filling his heart with joy.
What a beautiful dungeon!
Zhang Yuan sighed in admiration, surveying his surroundings, and soon noticed 3 armored humanoid monsters standing beneath the celestial canopy. Star Knight, Boss, Level, 25, Strength, 15,000, Agility, 15,000, Mentality, 15,000, Stamina, 15,000, Skills, Starlight Charge, Starlight Protection, Star's Oath, 3 Level 25 humanoid bosses. Yet their attributes surpassed those of the Level 30 hidden boss, the Rakshasa King.
Even at nightmare difficulty, was the challenge truly so exaggerated?
Zhang Yuan gazed at the 3 humanoid bosses, unable to refrain from voicing his thoughts.
With this level of difficulty, could anyone other than him possibly conquer this dungeon?
With his doubts lingering, Zhang Yuan utilized his weapon, Shishao, to dispatch the 3 Star Knights.
Successfully defeated Star Knight.
Experience 100000, -50, acquired starstones 30, 3 consecutive kill notifications chimed, and Zhang Yuan obtained 30 starstones.
Was it truly this easy to settle a month's rent?
He was taken aback at how effortlessly he had acquired the 30 starstones. Earlier, he had assumed, based on the old woman's words, that such items were rare, causing him a moment of apprehension before the challenge. To his surprise, they were quite commonplace.
Successfully challenged the level 25 nightmare difficulty. Would you like to increase the difficulty?
At that moment, Zhang Yuan received a prompt from the secret dungeon and, without hesitation, chose to escalate the difficulty.
Star's secret realm has been upgraded to level 35.
As the prompts emerged, 6 more Knights of the Stars materialized from thin air, their levels having ascended to 35.
Zhang Yuan,
feeling no inclination to investigate the attributes of these knights, effortlessly harvested their heads with the red sky. Successfully defeated a Knight of the Stars. Experience 300000, -50, acquired Starstone x300, Starstone, a gem infused with the power of starlight. Successfully challenged the 35-level Nightmare difficulty. Would you like to increase the difficulty? Proceed. The Star Secret Realm has been upgraded to level 45. 12 level 45 Knights of the Stars appeared. And alongside the red sky and the Zhanlu, Zhang Yuan continued to effortlessly reap their heads. Successfully defeated a Knight of the Stars. Experience 600000, -50, acquired Starstone x3000, a beam of golden light surged forth from Zhang Yuan's being, marking his ascension to level 26. Successfully challenged the 45-level Nightmare difficulty. Would you like to increase the difficulty? Proceed. Chapter 65, soloing the level 65 boss as Zhang Yuan made the decision to continue. 24 level 55 Star Knights materialized within the dungeon, each exuding a terrifying aura. This overwhelming presence caused beads of sweat to form upon his brow. It was the first time Zhang Yuan employed the mental storm ability. Boom! The fearsome tempest erupted around him, instantly engulfing the 24 Star Knights. Successfully defeated Star Knight. Experience 1, 200, 000, -50, acquired Starstone 30, 000, a series of notifications appeared, and 2 beams of golden light surged from Zhang Yuan's body, propelling him to level 28. Leveling up was exhilarating. Zhang Yuan never anticipated that this dungeon would be so extraordinary, causing his level to soar like a rocket. Most significantly, with each increase in difficulty, the boss's level would rise by 10, and the number of bosses would double. For others, this escalation posed a considerable challenge. Yet for Zhang Yuan, it was a bountiful source of experience. These Star Knights lacked any health-locking mechanism, they were purely numerical monsters. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yuan was a numerical monster himself. The greater the number of foes, the higher his skill damage soared, compounded by the fact that it was true damage. This meant that as the dungeon's difficulty heightened, and the number of monsters increased, Zhang Yuan leveled up even faster. If the difficulty could be further escalated, Zhang Yuan could scarcely imagine how high his level could rise. Successfully challenged the Nightmare difficulty at level 55. Would you like to increase the difficulty? Continue. Detected that the challenger has consecutively increased the dungeon difficulty 5 times, triggering the dungeon's hidden mechanism. Does the challenger wish to confront the hidden boss? A hidden boss? Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to have triggered this hidden encounter, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Though the level 65 hidden boss was typically a target for second transformation professionals who required a team to confront, Zhang Yuan's own stats were exceedingly formidable. Coupled with his true damage attacks and the damage-absorbing shield mechanism of Zhanlu, it was not impossible for him to solo the level 65 hidden boss, provided he executed his strategy adeptly. Furthermore, even if he were to fall short against the boss, he could simply exit the dungeon without any risk. There was no reason not to accept the challenge. As Zhang Yuan opted to confront the boss, starlight cascaded within the dungeon, and a towering blue-skinned woman, clad in robes and wielding a staff, emerged from the luminescence. Star Holy Maiden, boss, level 65, strength 100, 000, agility 300, 000, mentality 800, 000, vitality 500. 000, skills, Eternal Starsai, Starflame, Starfall. The level 65 hidden boss possessed terrifying 4-dimensional attributes, appearing far beyond what Zhang Yuan was equipped to handle at this stage. Generally speaking, a monster's health was correlated with its strength and vitality. Different bosses had varying coefficient bonuses, but broadly speaking, each point in vitality equated to at least 100 health points, while each point in strength yielded 50 health points. A rough estimation suggests that the life force of the Star Maiden exceeds 55 million, surpassing that of the Red Sky Sword. Zhang Yuan offered a candid assessment before promptly employing the Red Sky to strike the Star Maiden. The blade pierced through her chest, causing her to kneel instantly, while Zhang Yuan acquired a temporary shield amounting to 60 million. This indicated that his strike inflicted 60 million in damage upon the Star Maiden. Was there a locking mechanism on her health? Zhang Yuan noted the absence of a kill notification and turned his gaze towards the Star Maiden, who was now enveloped in shimmering starlight, preparing to unleash her skill. Skill, Starfall. A multitude of stars cascaded from the heavens, blanketing the entire dungeon. Each star that struck Zhang Yuan diminished his temporary shield by 100,000. Had it not been for his 90% damage reduction and the shield generated by Zhan Lu, he would have perished under the relentless bombardment of stars during the Star Maiden's phase transition. The starfall persisted for a full minute, and as the skill concluded, Zhang Yuan's once substantial shield had dwindled significantly. This level 65 boss was indeed formidable. Without cheating, he would find it nearly impossible to prevail. Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. And before the Star Maiden could launch a second assault, he delivered another strike. The Star Maiden, just rising to her feet, collapsed once more, only to ascend into the sky, her surrounding starlight becoming even more resplendent as she activated the Starfall skill again. This time, the stars descended with increased intensity. And with each impact, Zhang Yuan's shield diminished by 200,000, effectively doubling the Star Maiden's damage, while his temporary shield remained at 60 million.
If the onslaught continued,
my shield would not withstand the assault. A tactical maneuver was imperative. Zhang Yuan swiftly converted his 15,000 mental strength into agility at a 5-fold rate. Then activated the wind riding skill from his wind boots, transforming him into a veritable lightning bolt, deftly evading the falling stars and ultimately enduring this wide-ranging attack.
Now,
it was my turn. Zhang Yuan gazed at the airborne Star Maiden, cancelling his attribute conversion. He summoned both the Red Sky and Zhan Lu,
launching them simultaneously towards the Star Maiden from either side.
Sword intent accelerate. The two divine swords morphed into red and blue streaks of light,
aimed at the Star Maiden's vital points.
This time, the Star Maiden did not remain a passive target. She brandished her staff while chanting an arcane incantation,
transforming the surrounding starlight into a protective shield.
The Red Sky and Zhan Lu were repelled by the starlight shield, inflicting no damage upon her.
Physical immunity? Zhang Yuan's expression tightened slightly.
The Star Maiden continued to wield her staff, summoning numerous blue fireballs that hurtled towards Zhang Yuan at an alarming speed. With no shield remaining, he dared not withstand her assault head-on, rapidly converting his attributes and retreating to evade the barrage of blue fireballs.
Boom! The entire plane ignited with blue flames, and Zhang Yuan's vitality began to wane at a rate of 1% per second. Fortunately,
bolstered by the healing effects of his sword formation and the Cursed King's blade, he swiftly replenished his lost vitality. Seizing the moment when the Star Maiden's skill concluded its animation, Zhang Yuan unleashed a mental storm. The terrifying tempest of psychic energy swiftly enveloped the Star Maiden, shattering her protective shield and inflicting genuine damage upon her. However, this time, only a solitary adversary resided within the storm's radius. And the mental storm's power drew solely from psychic enhancements, disregarding Zhang Yuan's weapon's additional 6,000 attack power.
Consequently, he dealt a total of 44 million damage to the Star Maiden. Remarkably, she did not perish in an instant, instead, provoked by Zhang Yuan's aggression,
she summoned the Star Cascade once more.
This boss truly possesses remarkable resilience, Zhang Yuan remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm upon witnessing the Star Maiden's survival. Nevertheless,
considering that the Star Maiden was indeed a level 65 hidden boss, it would be unbefitting for her to be dispatched effortlessly by a mere level 28 Zhang Yuan. As a multitude of stars descended, Zhang Yuan first employed an attribute conversion to evade the onslaught, and upon the cooldown of the mental storm concluding,
he unleashed it yet again. Boom!
The Star Maiden was propelled away by the force of the storm, letting out a wretched cry before dissolving into starlight.
Successfully defeated the Star Maiden, experience 8,000,000-50, acquired Star Crystal X1, Star Crystal, a precious gem forged from the power of the Star Deity.
Only those who have earned the deity's recognition may possess it.
Chapter 66, The Robe of the Star God. At last, it was over.
Zhang Yuan sighed with relief as the notification of his victory appeared before him. Although he had faced numerous bosses above level 70, he had always relied on the advantages of his weapon mechanics.
This Celestial Maiden was the first high-level boss he had ever vanquished.
As he reminisced about the strategy he had employed to defeat the boss, a sudden celestial phenomenon enveloped the dungeon, capturing Zhang Yuan's attention.
Due to your exceptional performance, the Star God grants a glance. Will you accept the blessing of the Star God?
Note, only one divine blessing can be received at a time.
A divine blessing?
Zhang Yuan was taken aback by this unexpected revelation, momentarily stunned. He had never encountered such a concept before. However, he quickly resolved to accept the blessing without hesitation. Regardless of the power of the star god, the mere notion of divine favor was enough to stir his heart. As Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing, the star crystals from his storage space flew forth, absorbing the radiance of the dungeon. In that instant, the Great Xia Empire transitioned from day to night. And the heavens sparkled with countless stars, showering starry light across the realm. Those illuminated by the starlight experienced a surge in experience points. Across the nation, all adventurers were astonished by this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. In the Zero Dormitory, Granny Niu, stationed at the entrance of the secret realm, suddenly stood up. Her face a mask of shock as she gazed at the dungeon.
The star god has descended? Who has received the blessing? Is it Wang Haoren or Zhang Yuan?
At that moment, only the two of them were within the star's secret realm, making it impossible for anyone else to receive the blessing.
Granny Niu trembled with excitement.
It had been many years since the star god had bestowed blessings. While she reveled in her exhilaration, the star crystals within the dungeon had fully absorbed the starlight and began to return that light to Zhang Yuan. Blessing of the star god received, all attributes increased. However, the power of the star god is tainted by the demon king, the blessing has failed.
What was happening? Zhang Yuan,
who had been contemplating the strength of divine blessings, was taken aback by the failure. He quickly recalled the demonic pact he had signed with Aridis. It must have been the Cursed King's doing. That fiend had indeed kept a hidden card up his sleeve. Zhang Yuan was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Had this divine blessing not revealed the Cursed King's concealed stratagem, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the Cursed King during their impending confrontation at level 70.
Yet, upon realizing the Cursed King's machinations, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow once more.
If the demon behind the Cursed King could corrupt even divine blessings,
what means did he possess to rid himself of the demonic curse? Clang! At that moment, the star crystal fell to the ground, and the celestial phenomenon dissipated,
restoring the night sky to daylight.
Zhang Yuan picked up the star crystal, observing the cracks on its surface emanating dark energy, and murmured,
"It seems the rank of the demon surpasses that of the star god. If I wish to defeat the Cursed King, I must find a deity of a higher rank than the demon before reaching level 70 and obtain their blessing. It is indeed a formidable task." Zhang Yuan let out a wry smile, just as he was about to retract the crystal of the stars back into his storage space and depart from this instance. A beam of starlight descended from the heavens. In the next moment, within the starlight, a robe of celestial brilliance coalesced, absorbing the power of the crystal of the stars. Robe of the star deity, divine level capable of storing divine power, grants a 50 increase in divine favor, no equipment level restrictions. Divine power of the star deity, unleash the wrath of the star deity to deliver a devastating strike, usable once, can be recharged with the crystal of the stars.
A divine garment?
Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon the appearance of the robe of the star deity, not expecting such a twist of fate.
To unleash the wrath of the star deity, was this a consequence of the petty tricks employed by the Cursed King that provoked the star deity's ire?
Zhang Yuan could not help but chuckle upon reading the description of the divine power. Although he had not received the blessing of the divine due to the interference of the Cursed King, he had thus acquired a divine artifact.
A blessing in disguise, perhaps?
Eagerly, Zhang Yuan donned the robe of the star deity, which enveloped him entirely before vanishing from sight.
Though invisible to the naked eye,
he could feel a formidable power coursing through him, ready to be unleashed at his will. With this divine power of the star deity, should I encounter Dissa once more?
I should be able to vanquish him, shouldn't I?
Upon exiting the secret realm, old lady Niu rushed excitedly towards him and inquired, "Zhang Yuan,
have you received the blessing of the star deity?" Zhang Yuan shook his head, "Unfortunately, no."
"Then it must be Wang Haoren," old lady Niu murmured.
Just then,
the instance illuminated again, revealing a golden-haired youth clad in red armor.
"Come with me, kid."
Without waiting for the golden-haired youth to speak, old lady Niu eagerly grasped his hand and dragged him upstairs.
Such a peculiar old woman,
Zhang Yuan thought to himself as he observed her excitement.
Nonetheless,
he paid it little mind and, upon leaving the dormitory, contacted Chen Yun.
"Teacher Chen, I have arrived at Kyoto University." "Yes, Warrior One informed me yesterday."
"Please come to the academic affairs office, I am here," came the reply.
"All right." Zhang Yuan ended the communication and proceeded directly to the academic affairs office.
He had not participated in the freshman training and was unaware of which college he belonged to, all of which he needed to consult with Zhang Yuan. The door to the academic affairs office was ajar, and Zhang Yuan was busy handling a pile of documents inside.
Zhang Yuan approached the entrance and knocked. "Teacher." "Zhang Yuan. You arrived just in time. I have just completed your enrollment procedures. Once you select your college, you will officially become a student of Kyoto University." Zhang Yuan inquired. "Teacher, what colleges are available?"
Zhang Yuan responded, "Generally speaking, during the freshman training, we categorize students into more than a dozen different colleges based on their traits and performances.
Additionally,
particularly outstanding students may be recommended to various hidden colleges, though whether these hidden colleges accept them is beyond the control of the academic affairs office. Although you did not participate in the freshman training, your remarkable performance in the college entrance examination has already earned you a direct recommendation to enter the hidden academy."
Zhang Yuan inquired. "Teacher, which is the most prestigious hidden academy?"
Naturally, if one has the choice of academies, one ought to select the finest.
"Truly, you are remarkable."
Zhang Yuan chuckled at Zhang Yuan's response, not at all surprised. In truth, the various hidden academies cannot be distinctly ranked, they merely differ in their training methodologies. Each genius is unique. Perhaps a genius from Academy A might flourish more in Academy B.
In light of your circumstances, I would like to recommend 3 hidden academies. The first is Xianlong Academy, presided over by our school's vice principal.
Xianlong Academy boasts the most abundant resources among all the academies, with instructors all being high-level professionals above level 75. It is the largest hidden academy in terms of student population, yet it operates on a winner-takes-all principle. If you can outcompete others, you will gain access to immeasurable resources. The second is Mingjing Academy, led by a god-tier healer. Although Mingjing Academy's resources are not as plentiful as those of Xianlong Academy, it is a small institution with no more than 20 students per cohort,
ensuring that each student receives the principal's meticulous guidance.
The third is Jianxin Academy, which is rather unique, as it currently has only one student.
Only one student? Zhang Yuan's curiosity was piqued.
Why is that? Chapter 67, the most powerful teacher of Kyoto University Chen Yun, Yi Qingsong, the head of the Jianxin Academy, is the most formidable individual at Kyoto University. However, his temperament is rather eccentric. He selects students not based on their talents, but rather on personal affinity.
In truth,
I do not particularly recommend that you choose Jianxin Academy.
Why?
Jianxin Academy has only Yi Qingsong as its sole instructor. And he is not only a notorious drunkard but also enjoys being a hands-off teacher, often skipping nearly 90% of his classes throughout the year. The solitary student at Jianxin Academy has been at the school for a year and has barely crossed paths with Yi Qingsong, relying primarily on self-study for his skills. Jianxin Academy certainly possesses its own peculiar charm.
Upon hearing Chen Yun's introduction, Zhang Yuan did not feel disheartened. Instead, his interest was significantly piqued. The title of the strongest at Kyoto University alone is enough to captivate anyone.
Moreover, Yi Qingsong's nonchalant demeanor is undeniably distinctive, fitting the archetype of a protagonist. Chen Yun smiled wryly. "You truly have a knack for choosing Jianxin Academy.
Very well, go and give it a try.
If you do not manage to catch Yi Qingsong's eye, return to me, and I shall provide you with recommendation letters for Xianshan Academy and Mingjing Academy." Jianxin Academy is nestled within a serene bamboo grove to the northwest of the school. Simply head directly there.
Should you encounter Yi Qingsong,
it would indicate his interest in you, but your admission to Jianxin Academy ultimately depends on your own abilities.
Thank you, teacher.
Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude to Chen Yun and promptly departed from the administration office, heading northwest. Before long, Zhang Yuan found himself in a tranquil bamboo grove. Following the words of teacher Chen, this was indeed Jianxin Academy. As he walked through the grove, the gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and he found himself utterly alone.
To drink and sing, hiccup, how fleeting is life?
Suddenly, a voice, tinged with a hint of intoxication, echoed through the bamboo forest as the wind intensified.
Zhang Yuan raised his voice. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed teacher Yi Qingsong?"
"I am Zhang Yuan, seeking to join Jianxin Academy." "A human who has made a pact with a demon. Hiccup, I have no fondness for such individuals. You may leave." Upon hearing Yi Qingsong's response,
Zhang Yuan's expression shifted slightly.
The fact that Yi Qingsong could discern his contract with the cursed king, something even the war god Wan Chang'an had failed to notice, implied that Yi Qingsong might be even more formidable. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan resolutely reaffirmed his desire to join Jianqin Academy, replying, "Since you possess such keen insight,
why not take a moment to observe a little longer?"
Hiccup. Even if you were to gaze a dozen more times, it would make no difference. The foul stench of the demon emanating from you is far too strong, and it would disturb my thirst for wine.
Depart at once. My apologies, esteemed one.
Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately unleashed a formation of swords, sending 10 flying swords from the array to commence the reckless destruction of the surrounding bamboo,
wreaking havoc on the environment.
An irate voice bellowed from the depths of the grove, "First of all, the bamboo has done you no harm.
Secondly, do not damage the environment."
A beam of sword energy sliced through the air, prompting Zhang Yuan to focus intently and deftly deflect the attack with one of his flying swords.
A perfect block. Is this a skill that guarantees an impeccable defense? Young man, relying too heavily on skills is not a virtue.
After Yi Qingsong's critique, 3 streams of sword energy sliced through the air.
Zhang Yuan, wary of the danger,
converted all his mental energy into strength and agility, seizing an iron sword with his bare hands and deflecting the 3 sword energies with his keen eyesight. This was a rather mediocre performance. Yi Qingsong commented again, and soon 6 more streams of sword energy darted through the bamboo forest, piercing the air.
So swift.
Zhang Yuan found his eyes struggling to keep pace with the speed of the sword energy. He recalled the sensation of perfect blocking he had practiced in the Azura King instance and barely managed to deflect the 6 streams.
Interesting indeed, young man.
Disable your attribute conversion skill and attempt to wield your sword control skill, Yi Qingsong instructed. With that, another stream of sword energy surged towards him. Zhang Yuan deactivated attribute conversion and directed 10 flying swords to actively counter the sword energy.
Clang!
As 8 flying swords were repelled by the sword energy, Zhang Yuan successfully executed a perfect block with the 9th flying sword.
Again! 3 more streams of sword energy approached, and Zhang Yuan concentrated like never before,
tracking the traces of the sword energy while maneuvering the flying swords to defend.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
With a series of crisp sounds, Zhang Yuan managed to deflect the 3 streams of sword energy using only 6 flying swords this time.
For the final attempt, 6 streams of sword energy, swifter than before,
erupted from the depths of the bamboo grove. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly maneuvered the flying swords to block.
Unfortunately,
he could only intercept 3 of the streams. The remaining 3 struck him, transforming into gentle breezes.
The bamboo grove fell silent. "Senior!" Zhang Yuan called out. But there was no response from Yi Qingsong.
Had he failed? Disappointment washed over him, yet he quickly accepted the reality of his defeat. His inability to withstand the 6 streams of sword energy was a testament to his insufficient strength. He had no one to blame but himself and resolved to strive harder in the future. After regaining his composure, Zhang Yuan turned to leave, only to suddenly hear snoring emanating from the depths of the bamboo grove.
What?
He paused, following the sound deeper into the grove, soon discovering a middle-aged man clad in plain clothing, with a scruffy beard, sound asleep on a large rock.
Beside the stone lay a tipped wine gourd and a freshly snapped slender bamboo. Asleep already?
Zhang Yuan gazed at the slumbering Yi Qingsong, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, he righted the fallen wine gourd and turned to depart.
Young man.
Yi Qingsong suddenly began to mumble in his sleep. Obtain an Ice Emperor's heart within 3 days, and then summon Wang Haoren to attend class in the western suburbs of Kyoto.
Zhang Yuan halted,
turning back with an incredulous expression towards Yi Qingsong.
Senior. What is an Ice Emperor's heart? Who is Wang Haoren? With a soft sigh,
Yi Qingsong resumed his snoring, seemingly having fallen into a deep slumber.
Zhang Yuan, feeling speechless,
decided against waking him and returned to the administrative office to inquire with Chen Yun about the situation.
Did Yi Qingsong instruct you to obtain an Ice Emperor's heart within 3 days?
Chen Yun gazed at Zhang Yuan in utter disbelief.
How much had that fellow imbibed to propose such an outrageous task? Teacher, Zhang Yuan inquired, is obtaining the heart of the Ice Emperor particularly challenging? Challenging? That was an understatement.
Chen Yun sighed, explaining that the heart of the Ice Emperor was a material dropped by the boss in the polar icefield dungeon.
A large-scale team instance for 50 players at level 25 hosted by their school. If I recall correctly, you are only at level 21.
Even if your damage output were sufficient, your level would still bar your entry. As he spoke, Chen Yun casually cast a detection spell on Zhang Yuan.
Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 28. What?
Chen Yun rubbed his eyes, confirming that he had not misread Zhang Yuan's level, and stared at him incredulously.
Level 28? What on earth had he been doing for the past 10 days? Chapter 68, Soloing the Large Team Dungeon in Truth.
Not much was accomplished aside from vanquishing a few bosses, which led to reaching level 28.
The bosses you defeated must have been of considerable caliber, I presume?
Chen Yun cast a deep glance at Zhang Yuan but refrained from further inquiry, instead stating, "Since your level is sufficient, I shall not impede your progress." The Polar Icefield Dungeon is located in the central hall of the school, and that dungeon is accessible to all colleges.
However, each challenge requires a payment of 500 points. Do you possess enough points?
Zhang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed.
Teacher, I currently possess only the 100 points granted by the school. Should I venture out to acquire a few more? Isn't the school encouraging the seizing of points?
You have just enrolled, there is no need to engage in such odious acts.
I shall personally sponsor you 1,000 points. Thank you, teacher. No need for gratitude. Off you go.
Zhang Yuan bid farewell to Chen Yun and made his way to the central dungeon hall.
Upon entering the hall,
he was greeted by a cacophony of lively calls.
Level 20 Night Marsh Dungeon, difficulty, hard, anyone can join.
Paid escort for level 25 Orc Watchtower Dungeon, reasonable rates.
Difficulty of your choice, come quickly. Level 30 Nether Tower, Nightmare difficulty, in need of a healer with purification skills.
Zhang Yuan observed numerous students in the hall brandishing signs.
And some had even set up a loudspeaker, leaving him momentarily taken aback. The dungeon hall of Kyoto University appeared no different from an outdoor dungeon, resembling a bustling marketplace.
Or perhaps it could be said that every dungeon entrance in this world reflects a similar scene.
After all, those capable of soloing dungeons are few.
While the vast majority of practitioners must seek cooperation to level up, forming teams to conquer dungeons. At the center of the hall stood a teleportation array enveloped in a shimmering light.
Stepping into this array would transport one to the repository of dungeons at Kyoto University.
Ignoring the clamoring students, Zhang Yuan stepped into the teleportation array and was whisked away to a vast hall. Surrounding this hall were numerous floating dungeon entrances, each adorned with a light screen displaying pertinent information about the dungeon, as well as the top 10 ranked teams within that dungeon.
Moreover,
in front of each dungeon entrance was an identification station. By placing one's identity card upon it, the requisite points for challenging the dungeon would be deducted, granting access.
Indeed, Kyoto University boasts an impressive array of public dungeons.
Zhang Yuan conducted a cursory survey of the dungeons within the hall, from levels 20 to 60. Each tier had at least 3 dungeons. Even students from the ordinary colleges of Kyoto University could easily advance their levels to 60 or beyond without venturing into the wild.
Zhang Yuan approached the Polar Icefield Dungeon and examined its details.
Polar Icefield Dungeon, level 25, number of participants 50. Note: challenger's maximum level does not exceed 30.
Each challenge requires a payment of 500 points.
Beneath the introduction of the Polar Icefield Dungeon hung a record of dungeon completion statistics. At the Xianlong Academy, led by Captain Zhaobin, a team of 50 accomplished the dungeon in 4 hours, 28 minutes, and 56 seconds.
This is the prestigious hidden academy that Teacher Chen spoke of, renowned for its abundant resources.
It seems that a team emerging from such an institution took over 4.5 hours to clear the instance, indicating the considerable difficulty of this quest.
Are you interested in challenging the Polar Icefield Dungeon?
Inquired a senior student, adorned with spectacles, her voice gentle and inviting.
What's the matter? Zhang Yuan turned to her. Curious.
The senior continued, we are currently assembling a team to tackle the Polar Icefield.
We already have 36 members, would you like to join us? Once we reach full capacity, we will proceed.
Apologies, but I am pressed for time. Zhang Yuan declined her invitation, promptly swiping his identity card at the recognition terminal and teleporting into the dungeon.
Wait, he went in alone? The senior's lips twitched in surprise as she witnessed Zhang Yuan entering the polar icefield dungeon by himself. Is he out of his mind? Sun Cheng, what just happened?
At that moment, Wang Fei, clad in knightly armor, approached.
Where did that student go?
Sun Cheng, appearing innocent, pointed toward the entrance of the polar icefield dungeon.
He went in. He went in alone? Wang Fei was taken aback. Are there other teams attempting to conquer the polar icefield dungeon? I hadn't heard of this. No.
Sun Cheng shook her head. He entered alone.
What? Did he not see the dungeon clearly? I believe he was quite aware, as he didn't even blink when he turned me down.
Forget it, having such a reckless newcomer in our team would only be a liability.
Let us continue searching for others.
We have prepared thoroughly this time, and we will surely conquer this dungeon. As Wang Fei and Sun Cheng conversed, Zhang Yuan found himself amidst a vast expanse of ice. The howling winds and swirling snowflakes obscured his vision.
So, this is what a large team dungeon entails?
Even discerning direction proves to be a challenge. Zhang Yuan refrained from wandering aimlessly. Instead, he initiated a sword formation, illuminating a radius of 500 meters around him. Before long, he discovered a path across the icy terrain. He promptly summoned the Rakshasa King to scout ahead, following closely behind.
The Rakshasa King is under attack.
Having ventured only a short distance, Zhang Yuan received an alert indicating the Rakshasa King had been assaulted.
A diminutive elven assassin, clad in a bearskin coat,
emerged from the blizzard and struck the Rakshasa King in the back, causing its health to diminish by 1/3.
Zhang Yuan swiftly activated Abyssal Eye.
Snowfield Elf Assassin, Enhanced Elite, Level, 25, Strength, 15,000, Agility, 20,000, Mentality, 10,000, Constitution, 5,000, Skills, Backstab, Invisibility, such formidable attributes. This creature's stats surpass even those of the level 30 Rakshasa King. Is this the nature of a 50-person team dungeon?
Zhang Yuan marveled, and without hesitation,
he dispatched the Snowfield Elf Assassin with his flying sword.
Successfully defeated the Snowfield Elf Assassin.
Experience 100,000, -50, Acquired Elf Blood 1, a mere level 25 minion grants an astonishing 100,000 experience points. Zhang Yuan could not help but marvel, indeed. This is a grand team dungeon. He pondered whether he could reach level 30 by the end of today's run. Having formed a rough assessment of the monster's strength and experience within this dungeon, he hastened his pace, continuously unleashing Mental Storm. With the blade of the Cursed King providing infinite mental replenishment, Zhang Yuan faced no pressure utilizing Mental Storm. As soon as the cooldown expired, he released it, clearing all creatures within a radius of 500 meters and reaping a substantial amount of experience. Even though his path was unobstructed, Zhang Yuan traversed the snowfield for nearly half an hour before encountering a massive ice mountain that obstructed his way.
Beneath the ice mountain lay a cave, and at the entrance stood a slender elf wielding dual daggers.
Snowfield Elf Duelist, Enhanced Boss, Level, 25, Strength, 30,000, Agility, 30,000, Spirit, 15,000, Stamina, 30,000, Skills, Frostblade Aura. Blizzard Charge, Dual Dagger Slash. The first boss in the Polar Icefield dungeon possessed exaggerated attributes, rivaling that of a level 35 Knight of the Stars in the Realm of Stars. Just as Zhang Yuan was assessing the situation, the Snowfield Elf Duelist suddenly erupted, summoning a tempest of snow and charging towards the King of Rakshasa. The King of Rakshasa attempted to counter the Elf Duelist's skill with a swift strike of his sword. But alas, his attributes fell short, and he was instantly reduced to a mere shell of health.
Retreating,
Zhang Yuan promptly retrieved the mask to draw the King of Rakshasa back into the mask's space, and at that moment, the Snowfield Elf Duelist's aggro shifted toward Zhang Yuan.
Blizzard Charge.
Chapter 69, The Curse of Enslavement. As the Snowfield Elf Swordsman charged towards him, Zhang Yuan chose not to immediately annihilate it with his flying sword.
Instead,
he endeavored to masterfully parry its assault. After a thorough lesson from Yi Qingsong, who had imparted wisdom through sword energy,
Zhang Yuan finally comprehended that this world transcended mere numerical values. It also demanded a degree of finesse.
His journey thus far had been characterized by a continuous string of swift victories, either against feeble adversaries that could be effortlessly dispatched, or against overwhelmingly powerful foes like Aridis and Disses, who were far beyond the norm.
Approaching level 29,
Zhang Yuan had only truly honed his skills against the two bosses, the Rakshasa King and the Saintess of the Stars. The Snowfield Elf Swordsman was evidently a skill-based boss, possessing attributes superior to Zhang Yuan's yet not excessively overpowering, thus posing no significant threat to him. This boss served as an ideal training partner for Zhang Yuan.
Clang!
Zhang Yuan initially expended his passive skill, Block Intuition, to inflict a brief stun on the Snowfield Elf Swordsman, creating some distance to allow it to recover. The swordsman swiftly seized its twin blades once more and lunged at Zhang Yuan with astonishing speed.
Bereft of Block Intuition,
Zhang Yuan found himself unable to counter the swordsman's techniques, suffering two swift strikes that reduced his health by less than 5%.
However,
with the dual recovery effects from the sword array and the blade of the Cursed King, he swiftly regained his vitality. Indeed, the swordsman's attacks posed no threat. Zhang Yuan felt a profound sense of relief as he directed his flying sword to force the swordsman back, inviting it to continue its onslaught.
Thus, for half an hour, Zhang Yuan practiced his blocking techniques against the Snowfield Elf Swordsman, ultimately matching its speed.
By controlling the flying sword with his mind, he perfectly parried the swordsman's dual slashes.
Thank you for the practice,
Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude to the Snowfield Elf Swordsman before unleashing a decisive strike with Qishao, delivering a lethal blow. Successfully defeated the Snowfield Elf Swordsman, experience 300,000-50.
Acquired equipment, Elf Longsword.
Elf Longsword, Platinum Attack 300, Blade Skill Power 30, Skill Cooldown -25.
Usable at level 25.
A golden light surged from within Zhang Yuan, propelling him to level 29.
After vanquishing the Guardian of the Cave,
he summoned the Rakshasa King once more and followed it into the depths of the cavern.
This cave proved to be even more intricate than Zhang Yuan had anticipated,
with a labyrinth of twisting passages. Some intersections led to interconnected routes, while others culminated in dead ends. Lacking a reliable strategy, he could only proceed through trial and error. Moreover, the cave was teeming with numerous invisible elf assassins, who would suddenly emerge to launch surprise attacks.
Should a fully equipped team of 50 enter this narrow cave, their numerical advantage would be severely curtailed.
In such a scenario, if the group lacked a few exceptionally equipped and high-output leaders, they would be at significant risk of annihilation within the cave's confines. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan himself was a formidable output leader, rendering the elf assassins no threat to him.
The only challenge that could potentially hinder his progress was the maze-like nature of the cave itself.
After wandering through the cavern for nearly an hour and vanquishing numerous elven monsters, Zhang Yuan finally arrived at a cavern that resembled a grand palace. At the center of this cavern stood a colossal block of ice, within which appeared to be encased a female elf. As Zhang Yuan stepped into the cavern, the entire space began to tremble violently, and soon, cracks emerged on the surface of the immense ice block, culminating in a spectacular explosion.
Before Zhang Yuan stood a breathtakingly beautiful elf.
Ice Elf Queen, world-class boss, level 30, strength 30,000, agility 20,000, mentality 80,000, vitality 100,000, skills, Frost's Lament,
Ice Burst, Frozen Expanse. With a level of 30 and such terrifying attributes,
Zhang Yuan realized why this encounter was designated as a large-scale team dungeon intended for 50 players. Confronting the Ice Elf Queen, it was clear that without top-tier equipment, exceptional leadership, and seamless cooperation, even 100 players would only meet with annihilation. Though you are stunningly beautiful, alas, you are a magic-based boss, rendering me unable to practice my perfect parry.
Thus, I must bid you farewell, Zhang Yuan mused. After reviewing the Ice Elf Queen's attributes,
he did not hold back as he had with the Snowfield Elf Swordsman. He swiftly activated his sword intent, and both Qishao and Zhan Lu pierced through the boss's form. The Ice Elf Queen emitted a piercing scream of agony, her entire figure encased in frost, as the cavern began to freeze over. The second phase had commenced. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by the Ice Elf Queen's transition into this phase. In fact,
it would have been peculiar had she not possessed a second phase.
As the Ice Elf Queen became completely enveloped in ice, a hauntingly beautiful yet terrifying melody resonated throughout the cavern. The Ice Elf Queen unleashes Frost's Lament. All members of the team are cursed, suffering a 50 attribute reduction.
To his astonishment, Zhang Yuan discovered that the Ice Elf Queen's Frost's Lament was a curse-based skill. Seeing his own attributes unexpectedly increase by 50,
He could not help but chuckle as he unleashed his flying sword against the encased Ice Elf Queen. Ji Xiao shattered the ice that enveloped her, while Zhang Lu pierced her chest, depleting her health entirely. Effect of the heart of the cursed king is triggered, the Ice Elf Queen is afflicted by the enslavement curse.
Would you like to enslave the Ice Elf Queen?
Suddenly, a peculiar message popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Enslavement curse?
Although he was unaware of the specifics of this curse, his curiosity got the better of him, and he chose to proceed with enslavement.
The Ice Elf Queen,
who should have perished, let out a scream of torment as a thick black mist erupted from her chest wound, enveloping her entire being. She appeared to be struggling against the curse inflicted upon her, but alas, her power was insufficient to halt its encroachment.
Soon, her expression grew vacant,
her eyes devoid of life.
Successfully enslaved the Ice Sprite Queen, she can now be summoned from the pet space. Acquired Ice Emperor's Heart 1. Zhang Yuan obtained materials dropped by the boss, yet he received no experience points. Was it due to my enslavement of the boss?
Zhang Yuan glanced at the Ice Sprite Queen not far away and realized that a peculiar master-servant bond had formed between them. Now, with just a thought, Zhang Yuan could command the Ice Sprite Queen to perform any task.
Upon this realization, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. This enslavement curse could dominate even world-class bosses.
Did that imply that in future encounters,
he could convert bosses into his beloved pets simply by triggering the enslavement curse through an attack? This heart of the Cursed King is truly extraordinary.
Chapter 70, Breaking Records. As Zhang Yuan was busy counting his spoils, the hall was suddenly filled with a melodious chime. Someone had shattered a dungeon record.
Quickly, find out which dungeon it was.
Over there, the record for the Polar Icefield dungeon has been updated. In an instant, a throng of players surged into the hall, congregating at the entrance of the Polar Icefield dungeon. More than 100 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the luminous screen above the dungeon, eagerly anticipating the record refresh. I recall the last record-breaking event took place 3 years ago, back when I was a freshman, and now graduation is just around the corner.
Recently, I haven't heard of any academy planning to tackle this dungeon. Who could it be?
It seems that a team was being formed today to conquer the Polar Icefield dungeon.
Could it be them?
Amidst lively discussions, the screen soon displayed new information. No academy, Captain, Zhang Yuan, team size, 1, completion time, 2 hours 12 minutes 6 seconds.
Gasp!
As the record updated, a collective intake of breath filled the hall, plunging it into a stunned silence.
After a prolonged moment, someone finally broke the stillness. Is this a mistake? One person soloing a large team dungeon in just over 2 hours? 50-30 level players might struggle to clear it. Who is Zhang Yuan? I've never heard of this individual before. Isn't this year's national top scorer named Zhang Yuan? Could it be him? Nonsense.
A freshman can barely reach level 21. If that Zhang Yuan is the one who soloed this dungeon, I would gladly eat my words.
Excitement erupted among the crowd,
transforming the once sacred hall into a bustling marketplace. At that moment, Wang Fei and Sun Sheng, who were still assembling their team, teleported into the dungeon hall and noticed a group gathered intensely discussing something at the entrance of the Polar Icefield dungeon.
What is happening? Wang Fei wondered.
Having stepped away from the dungeon hall for a while to recruit players, unaware that a record had been broken, Sun Sheng stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse and realized someone had indeed broken the Polar Icefield dungeon record.
I hadn't heard of any other teams planning to tackle the Polar Icefield dungeon today, had you? Wang Fei murmured,
while Sun Sheng's expression shifted slightly as she recalled something.
No. There really was someone. Who? Don't you remember?
Someone had entered the Polar Icefield dungeon earlier.
You mean that headstrong novice who wanted to solo a large team dungeon? How could it possibly be him? Wang Fei chuckled and waved his hand dismissively,
not even considering Sun Sheng's suggestion, and made his way through the crowd. Let us not speculate, we'll find out for ourselves. As Wang Fei and Sun Sheng finally squeezed to the front of the crowd, they were taken aback to see Zhang Yuan emerging from the dungeon.
He's out. Big shot, add me as a friend. Take me on a run, we can negotiate the price. I've been in school for 2 years, and I've yet to clear the Polar Icefield dungeon. Please, take me with you.
As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped out, he was besieged by a frenzied crowd.
And Wang Fei and Sunshine were promptly pushed aside by the enthusiastic throng.
Zhang Yuan gazed at the frenzied crowd, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He promptly swiped his identity card at the identification station before the dungeon and was transported back into the instance.
He had re-entered. He intended to tackle it solo. Was he truly treating a large team dungeon as a mere leveling ground?
However, one must admit, if one possessed the capability to solo a large team dungeon, the experience gained would indeed be substantial, given that he could relish the spoils of 50 individuals' worth of experience. Outside the dungeon, the onlookers were abuzz with speculation. While Wang Fei and Sun Qing exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief.
He truly is going solo. Sun Chang, did you employ a detection spell on him earlier?
What is his class?
I did.
He belongs to an unfamiliar class called Sword Array Master, which appears to be a support role.
A hidden class, perhaps?
It seems to possess the strength of a legendary class. Such individuals must be befriended.
Shall we wait for him outside? Why not continue recruiting? What is there to recruit? By the time Zhang Yuan joins the team, the number of members will no longer matter.
That is indeed a fair point. While discussions outside the dungeon grew fervent, Zhang Yuan had already re-entered the Polar Icefield dungeon. Although he had acquired the heart of the Ice Emperor, the experience from this dungeon was exceptionally high. He could easily level up to level 30 in one go and then proceed with a class change.
Besides leveling, Zhang Yuan had 2 additional objectives for re-entering this dungeon. Firstly, he wished to ascertain whether the boss remained after he had enslaved the Ice Elf Queen.
Secondly, upon setting a new record, he had received a reward from the school, 10,000 points and 10 credits. The points, of course, spoke for themselves, pure currency. However, the credits were of paramount importance. At Kyoto University, graduation necessitated the acquisition of 300 credits, a task notoriously arduous, as completing a single course in a semester might yield merely 1 credit.
Or even half a credit.
Over the course of 4 years, the maximum obtainable credits via attending classes was a mere 100.
Necessitating the acquisition of the remaining 200 through alternative means. This could involve breaking school dungeon records or completing tasks and commissions issued by the institution.
Zhang Yuan was eager to discover whether repeatedly breaking the dungeon record would yield additional credits. If so, he could potentially amass the credits required for graduation within a month,
without ever attending a class.
Armed with the experience from his initial dungeon run, Zhang Yuan pressed on with vigor, reaching the Ice Elf Queen's lair in under an hour.
In the cavern's center stood a colossal block of ice, yet the Ice Elf Queen was conspicuously absent. No boss? Zhang Yuan's lips twitched once more, astonished that he had indeed abducted the dungeon's boss.
It is worth noting that the resources within each dungeon are exceedingly precious. 2/3 of the wars igniting across nations stem from the contention over these resources, with the remaining third also related to dungeons. In this world, dungeons are akin to oil,
and large team dungeons represent vast oil fields.
Zhang Yuan has essentially obliterated a significant national oil field, and should the school become aware of this,
it is unimaginable how many individuals would descend into madness. However, the Ice Elf Queen is a prize too delectable for Zhang Yuan to relinquish. Resignation is his only option. Surely the school cannot demand his life in recompense. Embracing a nonchalant attitude, Zhang Yuan boldly ventured into the boss's domain.
The cavern trembled ominously
as colossal ice blocks began to fissure, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash.
In the following moment, a message arrived on Zhang Yuan's communicator: successfully cleared the Polar Icefield dungeon.
Congratulations on setting a new record. Reward, 10,000 points.
Zhang Yuan had completed the dungeon, yet this time, he was awarded no academic credits, only the 10,000 points. Meanwhile, the Dungeon Management Center at Kyoto University erupted in chaos. Chapter 71, The Dungeon is in Chaos. It shouldn't be a big deal, Teacher Zhu.
The dungeon has exploded.
A young instructor frantically shouted at a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, who was leisurely sipping tea in the dungeon management office.
The youth, clearly inexperienced, was overreacting to a mere dungeon malfunction.
Zhu Yongfu gently blew on the steam rising from his teacup and replied, "We are the ones who manage the dungeons.
Issues arising is quite commonplace. Just tell me, which dungeon is experiencing difficulties?" The Polar Icefield Dungeon. The Polar Icefield Dungeon?
If I recall correctly, that is a large-scale team dungeon for 50 players. It has been around for quite some time, minor issues are to be expected. Zhu Yongfu took a measured sip of tea and continued, now, please elaborate on the specifics of the problem. The boss has been abducted.
How humorous. I requested you discuss the issue, not share a jest.
Teacher Zhu, the issue is precisely that the boss has been taken.
Clatter.
The teacup shattered on the floor as Zhu Yongfu sprang to his feet, dashing towards the dungeon control console, shouting in disbelief, how could the boss be taken away? Seeing Zhu Yongfu's voice crack under pressure, the young teacher hurriedly interjected, please, calm down, Teacher Zhu.
Try to collect yourself. How can I remain calm?
Pull up the dungeon logs, we must ascertain the situation.
Zhu Yongfu was drenched in sweat.
He understood that the value of a large-scale team dungeon equated to that of 10 ordinary ones.
If the Polar Icefield dungeon were to be ruined,
it would undoubtedly be a grave incident, potentially jeopardizing his position.
I have already reviewed the logs.
A freshman was soloing the Polar Icefield dungeon and, after defeating the Ice Sprite Queen, captured her as a pet.
Captured the boss as a pet?
Zhu Yongfu paused, astonished.
How did that student manage to accomplish such a feat?
The young instructor shook his head.
I have no idea. Never mind. Temporarily shut down the Polar Icefield dungeon.
I will personally visit the Academic Affairs office to inquire about that freshman's information.
By the way, what is the student's name? Zhang Yuan.
Very well. As Zhu Yongfu hurriedly made his way to the Academic Affairs office, chaos erupted in the dungeon hall.
Unbelievable. 1 hour to clear the Polar Icefield dungeon?
That player must be cheating. I recall that the journey through this dungeon typically takes an hour, indicating that this player must have annihilated everything in their path, including the boss. The previous 2-hour record was merely due to players getting lost.
Now, it seems the record for the Polar Icefield dungeon will remain unbroken forever. By the way, have you all noticed that Zhang Yuan is still a freshman?
He just entered this year.
Is this year's freshman cohort really that formidable? I remember during the recent freshman training,
there was a student who could summon machines and ended up defeating several upperclassmen trying to snatch points.
I thought that was impressive. But it turns out there are even more extraordinary talents.
In comparison to them, I, a senior facing graduation extension, am utterly insignificant. The crowd was abuzz with fervent discussion when suddenly, the portal illuminated, and Zhang Yuan emerged.
The crowd erupted in excitement, exclaiming, the master has arrived. How impressive. Will the master accept disciples?
Please take me along for leveling up, I can keep your bed warm. Once again, Zhang Yuan found himself enveloped by the frenzied throng. Aware of the blunder he had committed, he could scarcely acknowledge the accolades, muttering an apology before swiftly shifting his attributes and employing the skill wind control. Soaring like a gust of wind out of the crowd and departing the hall. What incredible speed! Surely, his agility must be in the tens of thousands.
They marveled. The master is indeed remarkable. Even his silhouette exudes elegance and charm. I am utterly captivated.
The name Zhang Yuan would surely reverberate throughout the campus by the morrow. After leaving the dungeon hall, Zhang Yuan returned to the Academic Affairs office to seek out Chen Yun. He knew he could not conceal the incident involving the Ice Spirit Queen any longer, he needed to report the matter before it escalated further. It would be a grave misfortune to lose his student status over a mere boss encounter. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan return in a flurry, Chen Yun remarked,
"Why are you back so soon?"
Do not be disheartened, after all, the dungeon is a large-scale team instance for 50 players.
It is impossible for you to complete it alone.
Yi Qingsong granted you 3 days, once you find a team, your output will surely suffice. Chen Yun assumed that Zhang Yuan had merely failed to solo the dungeon and offered him encouragement.
While Zhang Yuan's output was impressive, he was but one individual.
And clearing a large dungeon necessitated not just damage dealers, but tanks, healers, and crowd control as well. Attempting to solo such a challenge was a formidable undertaking. Zhang Yuan cut to the chase, stating, Teacher Chen, I have encountered a slight mishap.
Chen Yun, unfazed, chuckled, Did you have a conflict with other students? It happens. As long as no one is gravely injured, our school nurse can handle any wounds.
I captured the boss of the Arctic Wilderness Dungeon, Zhang Yuan confessed.
The laughter vanished as Chen Yun froze, staring at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What? You captured what?
At that moment, Zhu Yangfu burst into the office, exclaiming,
I need the file of a student named Zhang Yuan.
That little rascal captured the Ice Spirit Queen as a pet, causing our large team dungeon to collapse.
I will have his skin for this. Upon hearing Zhu Yangfu's outburst, both Zhang Yuan and Chen Yun exchanged awkward glances, the office falling into an uneasy silence.
Chen Yun quickly shot Zhang Yuan a glance, unsure of what to say, and attempted to placate Zhu Yangfu. Old Zhu, please remain calm, there may be some misunderstanding. Zhang Yuan did not intend to cause this.
Just because you say it wasn't intentional, does that make it so?
Zhu Yangfu was like a powder keg ready to explode. Quickly, provide me with Zhang Yuan's information, this matter requires urgent resolution.
If the principal finds out, I may very well lose my position. With that,
Zhu Yangfu turned to Zhang Yuan, instructing, you, step outside.
Wait until I conclude my discussion with Chen Yun before returning.
Zhang Yuan awkwardly remarked, Teacher,
I am Zhang Yuan.
Zhu Yangfu was taken aback, but soon cast a detection spell upon Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 29.
So it is you. Young man.
Zhu Yangfu erupted in frustration, a mere level 29.
What on earth have you been doing in the Arctic Icefield dungeon? Zhang Yuan replied.
Just the usual monster farming, and for some reason, the Ice Fairy Queen became my pet.
Following the National Elders meeting.
His contract with the Cursed King had become a state secret of the highest order.
He was neither permitted nor authorized to disclose anything related to the Cursed King to anyone.
At that moment, all he could do was feign ignorance.
No. I don't know why. Zhu Yangfu's lips twitched. Can you return the Ice Fairy Queen? Zhang Yuan shook his head, innocently declaring, I'm afraid. I cannot. Chapter 72, Campus Competitive League. Are you not going back?
Zhu Yangfu's lips twitched, and veins bulged on his forehead.
Do you have any idea how significant the loss of a major team instance is for our school? Chen Yun quickly intervened, Old Zhu, calm down.
It's merely a matter of a missing boss in one instance. We can capture a boss from the wild and place it in the instance.
The polar icefield instance is not irreparable.
Zhu Yangfu retorted, you speak so lightly. A wild boss that can rival the Ice Queen is a world-class entity.
And it must be level 30. Where shall we find one?
Once a world boss appears, particularly one of such low level, it will be besieged by numerous guilds. These world bosses rarely survive more than a few hours, let alone be captured alive.
Chen Yun continued to assuage, there must be a way. Regardless, with the situation as it stands, you can't possibly expel Zhang Yuan over this matter, can you?
He was merely engaging in a standard instance raid. And the mishap was unforeseen. Zhu Yangfu shot Chen Yun a glance, I see your bias, old Chen.
What kind of charm has this boy cast upon you?
Chen Yun replied, no matter how much I explain, you might not grasp it.
To put it plainly, Zhang Yuan is currently level 29.
He was level 28 when he soloed the Polar Icefield instance. A genius capable of soloing a 50-man major instance at level 28 is surely more valuable than a mere large team instance, isn't it?
After all,
our school's instances are meant to cultivate students. Since Zhang Yuan managed to subdue the Ice Queen, it is a testament to his abilities.
As educators,
we cannot hinder our students' progress.
Zhu Yangfu conceded, that does make sense, but if this instance inexplicably loses its final boss, I will have no explanation for the principal.
Chen Yun reassured him, rest assured, the principal values talent.
If you report the matter truthfully,
not only will he not reprimand you, but he may even commend you, as you have, in fact, aided Zhang Yuan. As for the Polar Icefield instance, since we cannot locate a level 30 world boss, let us first capture an ordinary boss to place within the instance, then adjust the difficulty of the other monsters.
As long as we balance the difficulty of this instance, it can be reopened. Zhu Yangfu sighed, it seems this is the only course of action. Observing the exchange between the two teachers, Zhang Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable and inquired, teachers, do you have any methods for capturing a wild boss?
If I encounter a level 30 world boss, I could assist in capturing it. Chen Yun shook his head, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Your primary task now is to level up and enhance your strength. Should you encounter a wild world boss, you should seize the opportunity to defeat it. After all, the rewards for slaying each world boss are exceedingly generous. You need not sacrifice those rewards for the sake of the school's instance.
Very well. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuan chose not to persist any further. The student council would certainly remember the kindness of the two teachers. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment.
At that moment, Zhu Yongfu seemed to have recalled something and abruptly called out to Zhang Yuan.
Do you have any real combat experience? Zhang Yuan hesitated. Well, I suppose I do.
After all, he had taken the lives of a few opponents, albeit in a swift manner, which should count as real combat experience.
Zhu Yongfu's eyes lit up. Perfect.
The National Campus Competitive League is about to commence, and you can join our training team to represent our school in the PK battles.
Old Zhu, you must be joking.
Chen Yun interjected with a stern expression. Only third-year students with levels above 35 are allowed to participate in such high-intensity competitions.
Zhang Yuan has just enrolled. How can he compete in such fierce contests? What's the harm?
Zhu Yongfu retorted with confidence. This kid has already soloed a level 25 large team dungeon. His abilities are certainly sufficient.
If nothing else,
he can unleash the Ice Queen and have the other students from different schools searching for direction.
This is a splendid opportunity to bring glory to the school. Moreover,
if Zhang Yuan were to win the championship, it would greatly benefit himself as well.
You. Chen Yun sighed, then turned to Zhang Yuan. What is your opinion? Zhang Yuan inquired with curiosity. What exactly is the National Campus Competitive League?
Zhu Yongfu explained, it is a competition hosted by the Ministry of Education of Daxia, in which universities across the country participate. Each school sends a team of 5 to compete.
In this competition,
thousands of college students from numerous universities will compete on the same stage, ultimately determining the champions in 3 categories: individual competition, 3-person team competition, and 5-person team competition.
Each category's champion receives substantial rewards.
My request of you is quite modest, just secure a championship in any one of the 3 categories.
Zhang Yuan then asked. Surely Kyoto University is not lacking in talented individuals? Why seek me?
Zhu Yongfu replied, I have recently received news that several universities have produced exceptionally formidable talents. Although the 5 members of our university's training team are quite capable, it may be challenging to secure a championship this year. Kyoto University has historically garnered at least 1 championship annually. If we fail to achieve even a single victory this year, our institution may become the laughingstock of the nation.
Kyoto University is the top-ranked institution, and each year, the top scorers in provincial examinations generally opt for Kyoto University. On paper, Kyoto University indeed boasts the strongest capabilities. However, in reality, many universities establish affiliated high schools to nurture students who are not participating in the entrance examination and are directly admitted to the university. These students, having received specialized training from a young age, can fully leverage their occupational advantages upon turning 18, far surpassing the average practitioners. Due to this admission mechanism,
Kyoto University may not always attract the most gifted students, which results in the university being unable to secure championships even in the campus competitive league.
Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand. I am willing to participate.
At this moment, Chen Yun advised, Zhang Yuan, you may participate, but remember, do not push yourself too hard. This is merely a competition. Zhu Yongfu, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Old Chen, I must address you on this matter.
Why the pessimism? Zhang Yuan's abilities are evident to all.
Allow him to take the stage, he will undoubtedly excel.
This is a splendid opportunity to bring glory to our school. Chen Yun retorted, it seems you are more concerned about your own reputation.
As the team leader for this year's campus competition,
you fear that a lack of achievement will leave you vulnerable to criticism, don't you? Haha, let us not speak so bluntly. Moreover,
if I lead the team to victory, it will indeed be a significant accomplishment, and the principal will not blame me for any shortcomings regarding the competition. Zhu Yongfu chuckled awkwardly before turning to Zhang Yuan, saying, You need not be overly anxious, there is still a month until the league begins.
Focus on reaching level 30. And ideally, awaken your advancement.
The transition from the first to the second tier marks a pivotal moment for combat professionals. With your capabilities, ascending from level 29 to 30 and completing your job transition within a month should pose no challenge, correct?
Absolutely, teacher. Chapter 73, The Divine Treasury. As Zhang Yuan emerged from the Academic Affairs office, evening had already descended.
He made his way to the cafeteria, spending 2 points for a sumptuous dinner, and sent a message to Li Shuer, informing her that he had completed his tasks and returned to school.
Subsequently,
he hurried back to his dormitory. After a day filled with multiple dungeon runs and a brief spar with the strongest contender from Kyoto University, Zhang Yuan felt utterly exhausted,
both physically and mentally.
All he yearned for was to lie down on his soft bed and indulge in a restful slumber.
Upon arriving at the entrance of Dormitory 0,
Zhang Yuan was met by the fierce gaze of old Granny Niu, who stood guard at the door, her demeanor intimidating.
Old Granny Niu.
Zhang Yuan sensed her palpable hostility and was suddenly gripped by a foreboding feeling. He quickly retrieved the starstone from his storage space, exclaiming,
"I'm here to pay the rent. Let us set the rent aside for now."
Old Granny Niu's piercing stare fixed upon Zhang Yuan.
"You must first explain why you deceived me this morning." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "What did I deceive you about?" Old Granny Niu pressed, "Are you still playing dumb? When I asked whether you received the blessing of the star deity, why did you deny it?"
Zhang Yuan replied earnestly, "I truly did not receive it."
"Impossible,"
Old Granny Niu retorted emphatically. "At that time, there were only 2 individuals in the star secret realm, and now, the other has been confirmed to lack the blessing. Therefore,
the only one left with the blessing must be you."
With this, Old Granny Niu's tone softened considerably, and she continued, "Zhang Yuan,
do you distrust me to the extent that you intended to keep this from me?"
"You need not do so, I would never harm you." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yuan comprehended the source of her anger and chuckled wryly, "Old Granny Niu, you have misunderstood. The star deity did indeed bestow upon me a blessing. But for certain reasons, it failed."
"A failed blessing?" Old Granny Niu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could that be?
If a divine blessing fails, it can only mean that you harbor the power of another deity. Have you, prior to this, received the blessing of another divine being?"
Zhang Yuan shook his head.
"Old Granny Niu, the power within me is not a blessing, but the specifics are not suitable for discussion." Upon hearing this, Old Granny Niu seemed to realize something. Refraining from further inquiries about the source of Zhang Yuan's divine power, instead, she expressed regret, "What a pity. I had hoped you could unlock the treasury."
"The treasury?"
Zhang Yuan's interest piqued at her words. "Although I did not receive the blessing of the star deity, I was later granted an item by the star deity."
With that,
Zhang Yuan revealed the appearance of the star deity's robe.
"The star deity's robe?"
Old Granny Niu's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils dilating.
"No, it cannot be.
How could the star deity bestow such an item upon you?" Curious, Zhang Yuan inquired, "What is so special about the star deity's robe?"
"Allow me a moment to collect myself."
After taking a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, Elder Niu finally spoke, "The star god robe is a token of the star god. The fact that he entrusted this equipment to you signifies his complete endorsement of you,
allowing you to share in his powers.
The implications of this are profoundly significant, potentially impacting the strategic development of the Great Xia Empire."
Zhang Yuan was taken aback. This piece of equipment was so crucial?
Elder Niu gazed deeply at Zhang Yuan and remarked, "Zhang Yuan, I have truly underestimated you. You have made such a grand impression upon arriving at dormitory number 0. I can hardly imagine how lively it will become in the future."
With that,
she turned and said, "Follow me."
Zhang Yuan inquired, "Elder Niu, where are we going?"
She replied, "To unveil a new chapter for dormitory number 0. Although Zhang Yuan did not fully comprehend her cryptic words, he obediently followed.
As he ascended the stairs behind Elder Niu,
he noticed that all the floors were shrouded in a thick mist, obscuring his view of the corridors, save for the second floor.
While they walked, Elder Niu elaborated.
In dormitory number 0, levels 2 through 5 are designated as living quarters, each floor possessing unique enhancement effects, which intensify with height. The 6th floor serves as a communal area accessible to all residents of dormitory number 0.
There, you will find numerous exclusive dungeons and special facilities.
With a star stone, you can rapidly enhance your abilities on the 6th floor. Even running there will permanently augment your attributes. Zhang Yuan asked, "How do I access the higher floors?"
Elder Niu responded, "Once your level is sufficient, you must pass the trials of dormitory number 0 to ascend. To reach the 3rd floor,
your level must first be at least 40. I understand, Zhang Yuan replied, and as Elder Niu continued to detail the fundamentals of dormitory number 0.
They arrived at the 6th floor.
This 6th floor was a vast platform adorned with various exercise equipment and several dungeons shimmering with starlight.
The golden-haired youth Zhang Yuan had encountered earlier that morning at the entrance of the Star's secret realm was now jogging on a treadmill inscribed with intricate magical patterns. Elder Niu introduced him, saying, "His name is Wang Haoren, a resident of room 208. Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance, he is actually your senior."
Having lived in dormitory number 0 for a year, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled that Yi Qingsong had asked him to take the Ice Emperor's heart along with Wang Haoren to the western outskirts of Kyoto.
It was fortuitous that Wang Haoren also resided in dormitory number 0, sparing him the effort of searching the entire campus.
Noticing Zhang Yuan's intention to approach Wang Haoren,
Elder Niu cautioned, "Once that fellow becomes engrossed in his own world, he is oblivious to others.
If you wish to get to know him,
you must wait until he finishes his workout.
Now, follow me over here."
With that, Elder Niu led Zhang Yuan to a dungeon entrance, instructing,
"Try to see if you can enter."
Observing that Elder Niu intended for him to tackle the dungeon alone, Zhang Yuan hesitantly replied, "Elder Niu,
I've already completed several dungeons today. Could we perhaps come back tomorrow?"
Old Lady Niu reassured, "Rest assured, there are no monsters within this instance.
If you manage to enter, you will reap unexpected benefits. A dungeon devoid of monsters?"
A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes as he employed the abyssal eye on the instance.
Treasury of the Gods, level? Only those chosen by the divine are permitted entry.
The information revealed by the abyssal eye made Zhang Yuan acutely aware of the instance's complexity, instantly igniting his interest.
He inquired of old Lady Niu, "What should I do next?"
She nodded, "Simply place your hand inside, and you will understand."
Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan extended his hand into the swirling vortex. Immediately,
he felt a peculiar force enveloping him, infusing him with energy. In the next moment, the instance erupted in brilliant light, instantly illuminating the entire 6th layer.
Wang Haoren,
who was engaged in training, turned his gaze towards the luminous instance, captivated by its radiance.
When the light dissipated, Zhang Yuan had vanished from sight. He actually entered.
Old Lady Niu's face was alight with excitement. After so many years, finally, someone had activated the treasury of the gods. Chapter 74, Awakening of Profession. Within the confines of a dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself in a grand hall forged from starlight. This magnificent space was adorned with numerous treasures and materials for equipment, each exuding an aura of formidable power.
A notification appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface, declaring, "Congratulations on entering the Divine Treasury.
As the first chosen one to activate the treasury in 30 years, you are entitled to draw one treasure from it." Before him manifested an enchanting array akin to the Fate Star array, yet it shimmered with prismatic colors. Gradually, a divine stone, radiating a unique essence, began to coalesce in front of him. The thought of drawing a card with this divine stone filled Zhang Yuan with a mix of astonishment and exhilaration.
Could his fortuitous talent be triggered here as well?
Overwhelmed by excitement, Zhang Yuan could hardly contain himself.
He placed the extraordinary divine stone into the prismatic Fate Star array.
As it transformed into a cascade of colorful light, a multitude of cards began to whirl within the array. Unlike the predominantly white cards found in the ordinary Fate Star array, Zhang Yuan observed that most of the cards here gleamed in gold, with a select few radiating a crimson hue. The divine treasury was indeed remarkable. Amidst his awe, a vibrant card soared forth from the array, accompanied by a colorful stone. First turn awakening stone, divine grade. Note, concentrated from the powers of a certain deity, this awakening stone can be used alongside other awakening stones. The user of this stone shall gain the deity's strength.
A second divine grade awakening stone.
The realization of having drawn such a rare item sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Zhang Yuan.
Moreover,
The description suggested that it could be employed in conjunction with other awakening stones.
If so, could he not use 2 divine awakening stones for his first turn advancement?
Throughout the annals of history, no one had ever awakened with 2 stones simultaneously, let alone with 2 divine grade stones. Zhang Yuan was on the verge of making history. After a night's rest in the dormitory, he would naturally reach level 30, and the potential of wielding 2 divine awakening stones was beyond his imagination.
In that moment, Zhang Yuan was filled with unprecedented anticipation for the dawn of tomorrow.
Upon completing his card draw, he was instantly transported outside the dungeon, where Granny Niu and Wang Haoran awaited him, their faces etched with concern.
Zhang Yuan, what did you draw from the treasury? Granny Niu inquired eagerly as he emerged.
Zhang Yuan, unreserved, responded with pride, I drew a divine first turn awakening stone.
You hit the jackpot on your first draw? Granny Niu's eyes widened in disbelief,
her expression a mixture of astonishment and admiration.
A divine first turn awakening stone, how many adventurers longed for such a coveted treasure?
Zhang Yuan chuckled, it is merely luck.
What you possess is more than mere fortune.
In this divine treasury, the odds of drawing the grand prize are less than 1 in 10,000.
Old Granny Niu muttered, a palpable aura of resentment emanating from her, reminiscent of a forlorn soul. Sensing her melancholic demeanor,
Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words and promptly shifted the topic.
By the way, Granny Niu,
I noticed that the divine stones used for card draws in the dungeon differ from our ordinary divine stones.
How does one acquire those special divine stones?
Old Granny Niu replied, those are known as star divine stones, treasures forged from the power of celestial beings.
Until you activate the divine treasury,
there are no channels to obtain star divine stones.
However, that has changed.
According to the regulations of Dormitory 0, there are 2 avenues to acquire star divine stones, either by completing the trials of Dormitory 0 or by exchanging ordinary divine stones. 10 ordinary divine stones can be traded for 1 star divine stone. The trials of Dormitory 0 will only present themselves during your ascension, and you will encounter them only a few times, yielding only a handful of star divine stones. Therefore, I suggest you accumulate all the divine stones you obtain and exchange them for star divine stones.
After all,
a tenfold draw with ordinary divine stones may yield nothing of worth, but star divine stones guarantee at least platinum tier treasures,
with a high likelihood of acquiring epic or superior artifacts.
Zhang Yuan pondered the notion of trading 10 ordinary divine stones for a single star divine stone. This was a surefire investment for others, yet for him, it bore a different significance. To Zhang Yuan, a single ordinary divine stone equated to a specialized weapon. Until he had drawn all specialized weapons and fully refined them, exchanging divine stones for star divine stones would be a grievous loss.
Consequently,
he would have to rely solely on the trials within Dormitory 0 to procure star divine stones.
However, Zhang Yuan opted not to disclose this matter.
Instead, he remarked,
Granny Niu, I feel a bit weary and wish to return for some rest. Is there anything else? Nothing at all. Do go and rest.
Old Granny Niu waved her hands dismissively and added, by the way, you need not pay rent any longer, keep your star divine stones to enhance yourself.
Thank you.
Granny Niu, Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude and swiftly descended the stairs, eager to return to his dormitory.
Upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's departure, Wang Haoran could not contain his curiosity and inquired of old Granny Niu, Granny Niu, may I also enter the divine treasury to draw cards?
Old Granny Niu smiled. Of course. Thanks to Zhang Yuan, the divine treasury has been activated. Any resident of Dormitory 0 may enter.
Wonderful!
Wang Haoran exclaimed as he retrieved 10 divine stones from his storage space.
These are the divine stones I've saved over the past 6 months.
How do I exchange them for star divine stones?
Simply enter the treasury, she instructed.
Understood.
With a face full of anticipation, Wang Haoran stepped into the divine treasury.
While Zhang Yuan had already returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, activating the experience gaining mode.
Entering special domain, experience 10 second, -50, the next morning.
A golden light erupted from within Zhang Yuan, and he ascended to level 30.
Upon reaching level 30, Zhang Yuan could finally undergo his career awakening.
The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a notification on the panel that stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him.
Commence awakening.
The awakening ceremony has begun.
Please utilize the first transition awakening stones.
As Zhang Yuan made his selection, 2 divine first transition awakening stones in his storage space ignited with brilliance.
He withdrew the stones,
which then levitated gracefully into the air, emanating radiant black and blue lights respectively.
In the next instant,
both divine awakening stones transformed into beams of light and surged into Zhang Yuan's body, filling him with an exhilarating wave of newfound power.
Awakening successful.
The Sword Array Master has advanced to Sword Master. The first divine awakening stone grants additional attributes, promoting the Sword Master to Shadow Sword Master. The second divine awakening stone grants further attributes, elevating the Shadow Sword Master to Ghostly Sword Master.
Chapter 75, The Sword Master of the Ghostly Deity.
A monumental enhancement. Zhang Yuan, witnessing his singular awakening and the consecutive advancements of the Sword Array Master, was left utterly astonished.
He promptly examined his current attributes.
Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Occupation, Sword Master of the Ghostly Deity. First transition, level 30, 0. 00, Strength, 25,010, 714, Agility, 19,010, 714, Mentality, 50,001, 714, Constitution, 19,010, 714, Special Occupational Attributes, Critical Hit Rate, 39, Critical Damage, 390, Gasp.
Such a substantial augmentation?
Zhang Yuan was unable to restrain a sharp intake of breath upon viewing his attribute panel.
Excluding the enhancements from equipment and talents,
his base attributes had increased as if leveling up granted a remarkable 2,000 points.
Compared to his state before awakening, this enhancement had multiplied by an astounding factor of 40.
Beyond the attribute increases, Zhang Yuan also discerned alterations in several of his skills. Sword Array of the Ghostly Deity, level 5 unfolds the Sword Array, continuously consuming mental energy. Within a radius of 100 meters, critical damage increases by 180, all enemies within the array have their speed reduced by 50 and take 50 more damage. While all allies, including himself, experience a 50 increase in speed and damage. Ghostly Sword Control, level 5 manipulates the flying sword for aerial assaults.
Capable of directly slaying targets with less than 25 health.
Divine Sword Speed, level 1 increases flying sword speed by 1,000. Aside from the unchanged skills of the Sword Array Space and Attribute Conversion, the other 3 exclusive skills of the Sword Array Master had received tremendous enhancements.
To a degree that left Zhang Yuan somewhat bewildered.
Moreover, he discovered that all 6 of his astrological positions had undergone transformations. Sword Monarch, astrological position 1. The effective radius of the Sword Array expands to 20 times. Sword Intent, astrological position 2. Unfolding the Sword Array and controlling the sword no longer consumes mental energy. Within the array, enemies continuously lose mental energy while allies, including himself, continually recover mental energy. Sword Bone, astrological position 3. Within the Sword Array, enemies continuously lose physical energy while allies, including himself, continually recover physical energy. Sword Embryo, astrological position 4. For every enemy attacked, other enemies within the Sword Array suffer 50 splash damage. Sword Heart, astrological position 5. Within the Sword Array, attacks from himself and allies are guaranteed to be critical hits, with the critical hit rate converting doubly into critical damage, which is further increased by an additional 200. Sword Immortal, astrological position 6. Within the Sword Array, he ignores enemy defense, while allies disregard 50 of enemy defense. All 6 astrological positions had received significant enhancements. Staring at his current attribute panel, Zhang Yuan was left utterly speechless. He understood that practitioners experience a considerable boost in combat power upon their first transition awakening. Yet he had not anticipated such a monumental increase. This was no mere occupational advancement, it was akin to being reborn into a more formidable and violent new profession. Output: tanking, support, healing. He could now perform the tasks of all other professions.
Is this the enhancement brought about by the 2 divine awakening stones? It is rather extraordinary.
While others at level 30 may only possess a few thousand in attributes, he boasts tens of thousands. Not to mention the improvements to skills and celestial constellations. Zhang Yuan now feels a sense of embarrassment at his own strength.
Chow, this is quite overwhelming.
After collecting his thoughts and tidying his appearance, Zhang Yuan stepped outside and approached door 208, knocking gently.
No response.
How peculiar, I woke up quite early today.
Has he already left?
Zhang Yuan mused, contemplating seeking out old lady Niao to inquire about Wang Haoren's whereabouts. Just then, the door to 208 swung open,
revealing a disheveled Wang Haoren, his eyes bloodshot and weary.
"Oh, it's you, what brings you here?"
Upon witnessing Wang Haoren's current state, which starkly contrasted with the previous day, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. "What on earth has happened to you?"
Wang Haoren, suddenly animated, exclaimed, 10 divine stones.
"Do you know what I drew from the divine treasury with the 10 divine stones I saved up over 6 months? Zhang Yuan, intrigued, replied. "What did you draw?" Wang Haoren declared, "An epic level armor." Zhang Yuan responded, "Isn't that quite splendid?
10 divine stones might not even guarantee an epic equipment."
Wang Haoren lamented, "But it's useless to me. I already have my exclusive armor.
I might as well have risked 10 draws in the Fate Star array,
which could have refined my equipment by 1 tier.
I was so furious I couldn't sleep all night." Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss for words to console Wang Haoren. After all, he had drawn divine awakening stones from the treasury, and he felt that any attempt at comfort would simply come off as mockery. He swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Teacher Yi asked me to find you. We are to attend class together in the western suburbs of Kyoto."
"Teacher Yi is holding class?" Wang Haoren, upon hearing this, immediately shed his earlier despondency, staring intently at Zhang Yuan. "Is that true?"
Zhang Yuan affirmed, "He told me himself, so it should be accurate, right?"
Wang Haoren questioned. "Was he drinking when he said that?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Yes."
Wang Haoren paused momentarily, then sighed, "Then we needn't go, he has likely forgotten about it entirely."
"Surely not."
Zhang Yuan hesitated, "He is still the strongest at Kyoto University, he cannot forget something he just mentioned yesterday."
"You really do not understand Teacher Ye's character."
Wang Haoren sighed again, then added, "Never mind, wait for me a moment, we'll head to the bamboo forest shortly to see if we can find him."
With that, Wang Haoren returned inside to freshen up.
After a brief period, he emerged, having regained the composed demeanor he had exhibited the day before.
"Let us go."
"Your change in state is quite dramatic," Zhang Yuan remarked, bewildered by how Wang Haoren had transformed in just a few minutes, as though he had become an entirely different person.
Wang Haoren offered a faint smile and politely addressed Zhang Yuan, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion.
What you witnessed was merely a fleeting lapse, for this is the true essence of who I am."
"Surely, you must have misspoken," Zhang Yuan replied,
refraining from exposing Wang Haoren's facade, and followed him into the bamboo grove to the northwest. As they ventured deeper into the thicket, they discovered Yiqingsong sprawled upon a rock, sound asleep, surrounded by an array of wine gourds. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of alcohol.
"Isn't it still morning? How much has he consumed?"
Zhang Yuan remarked, gazing at the scattered gourds with incredulity.
Wang Haoren chuckled sheepishly.
"My teacher has an insatiable thirst for wine. Today, his intake is comparatively modest." With that, Wang Haoren gently nudged Yiqingsong, "Teacher,
Zhang Yuan has acquired the heart of the Ice Emperor, should we not commence our lesson?" In a sleepy mumble, Yiqingsong responded, "Zhang Yuan? Who is he? Why does he bring the heart of the Ice Emperor?"
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's fists clenched involuntarily.
Chapter 76, Have you never killed anyone?
After uttering some incoherent mumblings,
Yiqingsong fell into a deep slumber, impervious to Wang Haoren's persistent nudging. With an apologetic expression, Wang Haoren turned to Zhang Yuan and explained.
"This is just how he is, once he has had a drink, no matter how significant the matter, it slips his mind."
Zhang Yuan inquired, "What shall we do now?"
Wang Haoren replied, "Typically, I would occupy myself with some tasks. By the way, I heard a world boss has recently emerged in the western outskirts of Kyoto, and it remains unconquered. Since our teacher intends to take us there for class, it might be related to this world boss.
How about we venture there ourselves to take a look?" "Why not?"
Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, as he had yet to witness a world boss in the wild.
"And this would be an excellent opportunity for enlightenment." Wang Haoren grinned, "Our school has a teleportation array that leads directly to the West City Gate. I shall take you there."
Shortly after Wang Haoren escorted Zhang Yuan away from the bamboo grove, Yiqingsong, who had been soundly asleep, cracked open an eye and muttered to himself, "His talent is indeed commendable, now it remains to be seen how his heart and intellect fare."
Yiqingsong retrieved a new wine gourd from his storage space and took a hearty swig.
At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo forest to rustle softly. In the next instant, Yiqingsong vanished along with the wind.
At the West City Gate of Kyoto,
the imposing walls were forged from steel, fortified not only by the enchantments of master-level array mages but also embedded with numerous hidden cannons.
Should war arise, these walls would be sufficient to annihilate any invading foe. Wang Haoren presented his identity card from Kyoto University to the gatekeeper,
who then allowed both Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren to pass without hindrance. The wilderness beyond Kyoto differed starkly from that of West Lake City. Here, the roads were smooth and devoid of any wild creatures.
Wang Haoren explained to Zhang Yuan, the city defense forces regularly purge the monsters outside the city.
Within a 10-kilometer radius of Kyoto, you would be hard-pressed to encounter a single wild creature. Beyond 10 kilometers lay a small, abandoned town that had been deserted for 30 years, where monsters were all above level 35. Reports indicated that the world boss had been sighted in that town.
Zhang Yuan expressed his curiosity. There is an abandoned town outside Kyoto?
Wang Haoren elaborated, I heard that 30 years ago, an abyssal army invaded the outskirts of Kyoto and was stationed in that very town. Although the Great Xia eventually repelled the abyssal forces,
the town became tainted by their presence and is no longer habitable.
Even now, the remnants of abyssal energy linger, making the creatures there significantly more formidable than ordinary wild monsters. Zhang Yuan, you're only level 30, you might not withstand the monsters' attacks.
Stay behind me. I will protect you. Zhang Yuan utilized the abyssal eye to scan Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren, Dragon Swordsman, level 35.
You're merely level 35 as well.
It remains uncertain who will protect whom.
You don't comprehend. Despite my level, my profession is legendary, a complete embodiment of 0 lives,
with mechanisms and attributes far surpassing those of ordinary classes. Just watch me shine. How fortunate. My profession is merely a constellation warrior, starting with a dismal -2 lives.
Wang Haoren looked at Zhang Yuan with sympathy, patting him on the shoulder and offering comfort. Brother, I understand. Many professions are like this, lacking mechanisms for 0 fate, one must draw fate slots to grow stronger.
Sometimes, the world is just cruel. Many hidden professions, before drawing their fate slots, are even weaker than ordinary ones. Indeed, Zhang Yuan sighed, fortunately, I am fully fated.
Wang Haoren replied.
Brother Wang, why have you fallen silent? Leave. The two bantered as they traversed 10 kilometers of flat road, arriving at an abandoned town. The moment they stepped into the town,
they felt a notable drop in temperature.
The landscape was dotted with dilapidated buildings cloaked in moss. Even after 30 years, a faint abyssal aura lingered in the air,
hinting at the profound corruption the abyss had wrought upon this land.
Regaining his composure, Wang Haoren cautioned Zhang Yuan, we have entered a danger zone.
The monsters here prefer to hide within those houses, you must be especially vigilant.
Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, then unfurled a sword array. Wow! Wang Haoren gazed incredulously at the enhancement attributes on his panel, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Dude, aren't you an output type? Why do you have all these supportive effects?
The enhancements Zhang Yuan provided had elevated Wang Haoren's strength from 0 fate to 6 fate,
and even exceeded the typical boost for 6 fate. Zhang Yuan replied, as a formation-type output profession, isn't it normal for me to possess a bit of auxiliary capability? Is this truly just a bit?
Wang Haoren's mouth twitched as he re-evaluated his perception of this world. Before encountering Zhang Yuan, he believed his profession was formidable, surpassing 99 of practitioners worldwide. Even Teacher Yi had echoed this sentiment.
Yet, after meeting Zhang Yuan, Wang Haoren realized his profession was nothing but primitive. Unfair. Utterly unfair. While Wang Haoren lamented the injustice of fate, Zhang Yuan's expression sharpened slightly, sensing an approaching presence.
At that moment, 6 practitioners clad in uniform gear, wielding fine weapons, emerged from the town, blocking Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren's path.
One of them, a mage wielding a staff,
stated coolly, the Flying Dragon Guild is currently hunting a world boss in this area, outsiders should leave promptly.
Upon hearing the mage's words, Wang Haoren's expression darkened. This wilderness was a public zone, and the world boss did not belong solely to them. Was such behavior not overly tyrannical?
The mage cast a dispassionate glance at Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan, dismissing further discourse, and commanded the nearby practitioners, eliminate them. 2 archers immediately knocked their bows, launching arrows imbued with venom straight toward Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan.
Before Zhang Yuan could react, a flash of sword light cut through the air.
Wang Haoren drew a dark red sword, severing the 2 arrows mid-flight, and shouted angrily, "Are you truly prepared to resort to murder?"
The mage,
witnessing the ease with which the level 35 Wang Haoren severed the attacks of 2 level 40 archers, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes before exclaiming, "These 2 individuals are formidable, let us all strike together." With his words, other adventurers launched their assaults, and in an instant, fireballs, hail,
and poison arrows rained down upon Zhang Yuan and his companion. Observing the scene, Wang Haoren felt a surge of fierce rage.
Dragon scales materialized upon his skin as he stepped forward and let out a thunderous roar. The ground beneath him shattered upon impact.
Skill, Dragon Roar. Boom!
The terrifying soundwave shattered all incoming attacks, leaving the members of the Flying Dragon Guild severely injured from Wang Haoren's Dragon Roar.
The leading mage's expression shifted dramatically.
The damage dealt by this individual was abnormal.
Quickly retreat and inform the guild leader.
At that moment, 6 flying swords materialized behind them, mercilessly reaping the lives of all present.
6 lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, plunging the abandoned town into an eerie silence. Wang Haoren stood frozen in place. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Zhang Yuan, asking, "You killed them?" Yet, Zhang Yuan remained unfazed and replied, "Brother Wang, have you never taken a life?" Chapter 77, Level 70 World Boss Killing. This was a term that felt rather alien to Wang Haoren. From a young age, he had always been a model student, excelling in school.
After drawing cards for his class change, he devoted himself to leveling up in dungeons.
And even upon entering Kyoto University, he remained ensconced in academia.
Even when conflicts arose with other professionals, their skirmishes were invariably restrained. It could be said that Wang Haoren had thus far lived his life within the ivory tower of education, untouched by the harshness of the real world. Upon noticing Wang Haoren's expression, Zhang Yuan quickly realized that he had never encountered such a situation before.
He offered reassurance, saying, "It's all right. Everyone has to face this for the first time." Wang Haoren swallowed hard, still struggling to accept the reality.
But they were not mere monsters, they were living, breathing humans, and they had perished just like that.
Zhang Yuan continued, "They wish to kill us.
If we let them go, more will come to hunt us down. And that will only lead to more deaths." He added, "Brother Wang, human nature can be cruel. In this world, everyone wields extraordinary power, taking a life is exceedingly simple. As long as there exists greed, the intent to kill will arise.
Can you truly remain sheltered in your academic sanctuary?" Wang Haoren fell into a long silence before responding.
"Zhang Yuan, I do not blame you, and I understand this truth. However, I still require some time to process it."
"Yes, I understand," Zhang Yuan nodded. "Would you like to rest here for a moment? I can handle the world boss alone." Wang Haoren shook his head.
"No, I can quickly overcome this mental hurdle."
"Let us proceed."
"Very well, wait for me a moment." Zhang Yuan dragged the bodies to the roadside grass and removed 2 sets of clothing from the corpses,
handing 1 set to Wang Haoren. "There are likely still many members of the Flying Dragon Guild in this town. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let us disguise ourselves a little." "Agreed." Wang Haoren accepted without hesitation and changed into the Flying Dragon Guild uniform alongside Zhang Yuan as they entered the abandoned town. Throughout the town,
members of the Flying Dragon Guild were ubiquitous, while the wild monsters were notably few, all having been cleared by the guild.
Observing their actions,
it seemed they had yet to locate the world boss, granting them an opportunity for a first kill. Zhang Yuan noticed the guild members searching for something and realized that the boss had not been found yet. He turned to Wang Haoren and asked, "Brother Wang,
do you know what the Flying Dragon Guild is all about?"
Wang Haoren replied, "I only know that they are among the top 30 super guilds in the country, led by a level 75 high-tier professional, possessing formidable strength."
Zhang Yuan nodded slightly.
"Just now, I overheard that mage mentioning he would inform the guild leader, which indicates that the leader of the Flying Dragon Guild is also in this town.
It seems this world boss is not to be taken lightly." Wang Haoren's face reflected concern.
To have drawn the attention of the guild leader, this world boss must be at least level 65, far beyond our capability to confront.
Even if we were to mingle within the ranks of the Flying Dragon Guild and ultimately claim the kill of the boss,
it is likely that they would not permit our departure.
Zhang Yuan chuckled. Brother Wang, are you feeling timid? A bit, Wang Haoren replied earnestly, no longer putting on a brave front.
After all, one of them was level 35 and the other was level 30. While the guild leader of the Flying Dragon Guild was already at level 75, not to mention the other professionals, the disparity in combat power was simply insurmountable.
However,
Zhang Yuan remarked with a smile, fear not, as long as I take action, the world boss shall undoubtedly be ours. And the Flying Dragon Guild will be left with naught but the scent of its fumes.
You.
Wang Haoren was about to inquire about Zhang Yuan's confidence but soon recalled the enhancement effects Zhang Yuan had bestowed upon him.
Those enhancements, when applied to anyone,
could transform them into a formidable warrior, and when utilized by Zhang Yuan, the effects would undoubtedly be even more pronounced. Perhaps Zhang Yuan truly possessed the prowess to seize the boss amidst a throng of adversaries and escape unscathed. Contemplating this, Wang Haoren chose not to say more and stated,
all right, I shall follow your lead from here on. What shall we do next?
Zhang Yuan cast a glance at the members of the Flying Dragon Guild surrounding them and smiled, since we have free labor at our disposal,
we must make the most of it.
Let us wait, the Flying Dragon Guild will surely locate the world boss.
We've found it. The world boss is over here. Everyone, hurry.
At that moment, an excited shout echoed from a distance, prompting all members in the abandoned town to rush towards the source of the sound.
See? We have indeed found it. Let us go take a look.
Zhang Yuan chuckled and immediately led Wang Haoren to blend into the crowd as they made their way towards the world boss. By the time they arrived at the scene, the members of the Flying Dragon Guild had already begun to position themselves for the assault on the world boss. Knights stood at the forefront, while warriors, archers, and mages occupied the middle to deal damage. Behind them were the support and healers, who provided buffs and healing to the team while debuffing and controlling the boss. Thousands of guild members were currently cooperating with remarkable synergy as they besieged a 3 to 4 meter tall boss, a goat-headed creature with a human body and hooves.
Engulfed in flames, Zhang Yuan utilized the Abyssal Eye on that boss.
Infernal Flame Demon Goat, World Boss, Level 70, Strength 1, 200, 000, Agility 300, 000, Mentality 200. 000, Vitality 20, 000, Skills, Demon Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Enhancement. The level 70 world boss had its strength attribute exceeding 1,000,000. With a vitality of 20 million, and coupled with the physical enhancement skill, Zhang Yuan could hardly fathom how much health this boss possessed. Such a terrifying pressure.
I cannot perceive its attributes at all. Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan hid behind the abandoned structures in the crowd,
watching as the infernal flame demon goat remained unscathed amidst the assault of thousands.
Wang Haoren could not help but look towards Zhang Yuan. What should we do?
Zhang Yuan replied solemnly, I should not be able to eliminate this boss instantly, let the Flying Dragon Guild deal damage for a while.
Were you just contemplating how to defeat this boss? Wang Haoren's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Can you believe this is something a person would utter?
Zhang Yuan did not respond to Wang Haoren. Instead, his gaze swept across the formation of the Flying Dragon Guild, ultimately resting upon a slender figure with a braid, beside whom floated a tome of emerald hues.
Mei Wanfeng, Voodoo Warlock, level 75. Is this the president of the Flying Dragon Guild?
It appears he specializes in toxins. As Zhang Yuan gathered information on Mei Wanfeng, he swiftly observed the tome beside him flipping its pages, and several beams of green light shot forth from it,
striking the Hellfire Demon Goat.
The creature let out a pained wail, its movements immediately becoming sluggish, as an increasing amount of green toxins spread across its body,
incessantly eroding its vitality.
Zhang Yuan scanned the Hellfire Demon Goat's information once more, discovering that the boss's attributes had been reduced by more than half, and were still in the process of declining.
Such a ruthless skill. Chapter 78, The Corrupted World Boss. As Mei Wanfeng made his move,
the damage output from the Flying Dragon Guild ascended to a new level, and the health of the Hellfire Demon Goat began to dwindle at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, within an hour, the Flying Dragon Guild would likely vanquish this world boss.
Zhang Yuan, When shall we strike?
Wang Haoran observed the noticeable decline in the frequency with which the healers of the Flying Dragon Guild were replenishing the knight's health. And he understood that the Hellfire Demon Goat could not endure much longer.
Turning to Zhang Yuan, he found him lost in thought. What occupies your mind? Wang Haoran inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yuan replied, I am contemplating Teacher Ye's instructions. Wang Haoran was momentarily taken aback. Were they not preparing to seize the world boss? Why had the conversation shifted to their teacher? Teacher Yi tasked me with acquiring the heart of the Ice Emperor.
After which we would attend class together in the western suburbs of Kyoto. Based on our analysis, this course is likely related to the appearance of this world boss.
Wang Haoran responded, had Teacher Yi not been incapacitated, the two of us could have certainly strategized against that world boss.
So far, our assumptions have adhered to logic. What flaw could there be?
No, we have overlooked a critical piece of information. Zhang Yuan produced the heart of the Ice Emperor.
The world boss was on the verge of being defeated, yet thus far, this artifact had not been utilized.
Are you suggesting that we misinterpreted Teacher Ye's intentions? He does not wish for us to conquer the world boss? Indeed, the overarching direction is undoubtedly correct. We must have neglected certain details.
Zhang Yuan shook his head and proceeded to summon the King of Rakshasas and the Ice Fairy Queen.
Wang Haoran, astonished by Zhang Yuan's sudden summoning of two bosses, exclaimed. Zhang Yuan, you are still a summoner? What else do you not know?
Just some equipment skills, Zhang Yuan succinctly explained to Wang Haoran, then instructed his summoned entities. Go forth and scour this abandoned town for any suspicious areas. The King of Rakshasas and the Ice Fairy Queen nodded in unison. The former transformed into a shadow and ventured to the left side of the town, while the latter morphed into ice crystals and proceeded to the right, initiating their search. Zhang Yuan continued to conceal himself within the derelict buildings, observing the status of the Abyssal Flame Demon Goat. After a span of more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan noticed the execution mark appearing above the head of the Abyssal Flame Demon Goat, indicating its health had plummeted below 25.
He could now directly execute the creature.
At that moment, black mist began to rise from the ground where the Abyssal Flame Demon Goat stood. Suddenly, the beleaguered beast entered a berserk state, purging all negative effects from its body, while its attributes experienced a significant enhancement.
Roar!
The sudden eruption of the Abyssal Flame Demon Goat caught the healers off guard, resulting in the knights at the forefront being overwhelmed.
The formation of the Flying Dragon Guild was thrown into disarray as the Abyssal Flame Demon Goat charged into the crowd, wreaking havoc. What are the knights doing? Quickly, draw the aggro of the boss.
Healers, restore health.
I am on the brink of death.
Support, apply some crowd control.
The boss has gone rogue.
In a fleeting moment, the situation took an abrupt turn. The formation of the Flying Dragon Guild was shattered, resulting in countless casualties.
Many adventurers even abandoned their comrades, fleeing the battlefield. Chaos ensued.
A pack of useless fools.
They can't even hold the boss's aggro.
I will distract the boss, all squads.
Reorganize your formations.
Mei Wanfeng bellowed as he observed the disarray within the Flying Dragon Guild. He then soared into the air, his green grimoire flipping wildly. A terrifying surge of mana enveloped Mei Wanfeng, and a swirling mass of green toxic clouds began to coalesce in the sky, shrouding the abandoned town in a toxic mist.
Wang Haoran fixated on the figure of Mei Wanfeng high above, exclaiming, this aura, could he be preparing to unleash a forbidden poison spell? Zhang Yuan.
We must hurry. Before Wang Haoran could finish, the Hellfire Demon Goat suddenly teleported behind Mei Wanfeng, opening its gaping maw and severing his head in a single bite.
The headless corpse of Mei Wanfeng plummeted, and the toxic clouds above dissipated. President! The president has been slain. This boss is not right, everyone, flee!
The members of the Flying Dragon Guild, witnessing Mei Wanfeng's demise, instantly succumbed to despair, abandoning their armor and fleeing towards the outskirts of the town. The Hellfire Demon Goat chewed on Mei Wanfeng's head in the air, its flame shifting to a green hue as it seemed to absorb Mei Wanfeng's power, evolving into a poison attribute creature.
It is evolving. Zhang Yuan, witnessing this transformation, decided to no longer hold back.
He unleashed his sword formation, enveloping the Hellfire Demon Goat,
and with a swift strike, cleaved off its head. The headless body of the Hellfire Demon Goat fell from the sky, crushing Mei Wanfeng's corpse into a pulp. Kill confirmed. Zhang Yuan successfully triggered the execution effect of his destiny, yet he did not receive a kill notification. Zhang Yuan, the boss is looking our way. Wang Haoran exclaimed in alarm.
Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality, noticing the head of the Hellfire Demon Goat suspended in mid-air, its eyes fixated on them intently.
In the next moment, the goat's eyes glowed with an ominous green light.
A chill ran down Zhang Yuan's spine as he instinctively positioned himself in front of Wang Haoran.
Sensing the imminent danger. Boom!
2 beams of green light erupted from the Hellfire Demon Goat's eyes,
instantly piercing through the entire building and carving a deep trench into the earth.
The concrete structure collapsed with a thunderous roar.
Amidst the ruins,
Wang Haoran stared in disbelief at Zhang Yuan, who stood unharmed before him. You blocked that boss's attack?
Somewhat, Zhang Yuan replied, retracting his sword, Qishao. And Zhan Lu into the sword formation space, his voice low. Had I not activated a temporary shield and possessed 100 poison resistance, that strike could have taken my life. My Qishao's invulnerability passive is still on cooldown. If my health were to reach 0, it would indeed mean my demise.
With renewed resolve,
Zhang Yuan employed the Abyssal Eye against the Hellfire Demon Goat once more. Corrupted Hellfire Demon Goat, World Boss, level 80, this time, the Abyssal Eye provided scant information, leaving Zhang Yuan unable to discern the attributes of this boss.
Corrupted?
Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly as he urgently called out to Wang Haoran, this boss has been corrupted by the abyss.
Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation,
Zhang Yuan unleashed a barrage of attacks with Qishao and Zhan Lu, generating a temporary shield for himself before hastily fleeing with Wang Haoran.
Boom!
Just as Zhang Yuan pulled Wang Haoran away, 2 beams of laser pierced the very ground they had occupied, melting the earth beneath them. The Hellfire Demon Goat observed Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoran sprinting through the desolate town, its head reattaching to its body before it took off in pursuit. In the next instant, the Hellfire Demon Goat, undeterred by the slowing effects of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, charged toward them with a speed that far surpassed theirs,
leaving a blazing trail of flames in its wake. Everything in its path was incinerated. It was moving too swiftly. We cannot outrun it.
Zhang Yuan glanced back at the rapidly approaching Hellfire Demon Goat, and without hesitation, he halted, turned, and summoned Qishao and Zhan Lu along with 8 flying swords, initiating a high-frequency assault on the Hellfire Demon Goat, desperately trying to trigger a useful curse to vanquish it.
Alas, Lady Luck did not favor Zhang Yuan this time.
The Hellfire Demon Goat reached him in an instant, swinging its massive fist towards him. The temporary shield from Zhan Lu provides a 90 damage reduction,
and the block instinct should absorb 1 attack.
I should be able to withstand this onslaught without resorting to the Star Goddess robe.
At this moment,
Zhang Yuan had no time to evade. This thought flashed through his mind as Qishao and Zhan Lu materialized before him,
poised to deflect the Hellfire Demon Goat's assault and endure this wave of attacks. Red!
A sharp cry echoed from behind, and Zhang Yuan soon found himself engulfed by a massive shadow. The next moment, a crimson dragon swept over him, directly colliding with the Hellfire Demon Goat and sending it flying.
A dragon?
Zhang Yuan's pupils widened in shock as he turned around, only to see Wang Haoran panting heavily, smiling at him. Zhang Yuan, she is my ultimate secret weapon.
Isn't she magnificent?
Chapter 79, 3 battlefields before Wang Haoran could revel in his moment of bravado, the infernal Fire Demon Goat had already pinned the red dragon to the ground. With a gaping maw, the demon lunged for the dragon's neck, eliciting a piercing scream from the red dragon.
Wang Haoran's expression shifted. This was dire.
The disparity in strength between Honger and the boss was too great. She was no match for it.
Leave it to me. Zhang Yuan quickly regained his composure,
enveloping the red dragon in a sword array, bestowing upon her all his enhancement effects. Under the influence of Zhang Yuan's sword array, the red dragon swiftly broke free from the demon's grasp, flipping the infernal goat onto its back with a powerful claw, and retaliated with a fierce bite. It was now the demon's turn to wail in agony, as it relentlessly clawed at the red dragon's flesh. However, bolstered by Zhang Yuan's enchantments, the red dragon's vitality surged, enabling her to withstand the demon's onslaught. Seeing this, Wang Haoran felt a surge of joy. Honger has subdued the boss.
Not so fast.
Zhang Yuan interjected gravely. This infernal Fire Demon Goat is not the true body of the boss, and it continues to grow stronger.
Even with my support,
the red dragon can only hold out for a while. Eventually, she will be overwhelmed.
Wang Haoran's expression darkened. What shall we do now?
Zhang Yuan produced the heart of the Ice Emperor, handing it to Wang Haoran. My summoned creatures have just reported an anomaly deep within the town. The true body of the boss may be there. I must remain here to assist the Red Dragon against the demon, while you take the heart of the Ice Emperor to confront the boss's true form.
Wang Haoran accepted the heart of the Ice Emperor.
Casting a glance at the Red Dragon still fiercely battling, his resolve hardening.
All right, you must hold on. If I am not back by the end, ride Hunger to safety.
Do not be so pessimistic, the King of the Azura and the Ice Fairy Queen will assist you.
Indeed. Without further ado, Wang Haoran stowed the heart of the Ice Emperor in his storage space, circumvented the infernal fire demon goat, and sprinted deeper into the town.
While Zhang Yuan summoned all the flying swords he could command to aid the Red Dragon in her struggle against the demon, with Zhang Yuan joining the fray, the tide quickly turned in favor of the Red Dragon, as the infernal fire demon goat was forced to retreat under the onslaught.
Meanwhile,
atop a dilapidated skyscraper amidst the ruins of the town, Yi Qingsong stood upon a jutting rebar, calmly observing Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoran as they split their efforts. I did not anticipate such remarkable synergy between these two youngsters on their first collaboration, he mused, somewhat surprised. It seems I need not intervene. They are capable of resolving this boss themselves. Perfectly content to let the children handle their own affairs, Yi Qingsong withdrew a gourd of wine from his waist, taking a hearty swig before suddenly hurling it forward. The space ahead twisted unnaturally, and a pale hand emerged from the distortion, grasping the gourd and crushing it into fragments. In the next moment, a slender female demon stepped forth from the warped space, her indifferent gaze fixed upon Yi Qingsong.
If Zhang Yuan were to behold this female demon,
he would be astonished to discover that she bore a striking resemblance to his mother.
Yi Qingsong was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer,
a smile creeping onto his lips as he remarked, I never expected to encounter a demon of Duke caliber. While you are clearly targeting me, ever since Zhang Yuan entered the town, your attention seems to have shifted towards him.
What is your connection with him? That is of no concern to you.
The female demon replied coolly, conjuring a spiked whip that she lashed fiercely towards Yi Qingsong. With a chuckle, Yi Qingsong caught the whipping tendril with one hand, his gaze growing increasingly frigid.
If you choose to remain silent, do not blame me for taking lethal action.
You should be more concerned about your own fate.
This is a trap meticulously laid out for you. There are other demons from the abyss who wish to deal with you.
I am not alone in this endeavor.
The female demon scoffed, her whip transforming into a venomous serpent that swiftly ensnared Yi Qingsong. In the next instant,
a rift tore open in the space surrounding Yi Qingsong, sucking him into its depths. Mission accomplished, Yi Qingsong has been transported to the abyss.
You may proceed.
The female demon stated flatly to the void, casting a fleeting glance at Zhang Yuan below before vanishing into thin air.
Zhang Yuan,
who was engaged in battle against the Hellfire demon goat alongside the Red Dragon, sensed something amiss. He turned to where the female demon had disappeared, his brow furrowed.
Just now, was someone watching me?
A thunderous roar erupted from the Hellfire demon goat, causing the very earth to tremble. Zhang Yuan's attention snapped back as he beheld the creature's right paw enveloped in green flames. A foreboding feeling washed over him, he bellowed, Red Dragon,
get out of the way.
Without hesitation, the Red Dragon took flight, stirring a tempest as it soared into the sky.
The Hellfire demon goat followed suit,
its flame-wreathed claws lunging towards the Red Dragon's heart, leaving no room for evasion.
Shi Xiao. Zhang Yuan summoned his sword,
gripping the hilt firmly as he activated the skill ghost sword speed. The speed of the flying sword surged by a staggering 1,000.
Shi Xiao transformed into a streak of light, propelling Zhang Yuan before the Red Dragon, from which he drew Zhanlu, positioning it defensively. Block instinct. Clang.
Zhanlu perfectly intercepted the Hellfire demon goat's assault.
And in the same breath, a flash of blue sword light erupted. The demon's claw was severed, spewing forth a torrent of toxic blood. In that moment,
the Red Dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, a ferocious blaze sweeping over Zhang Yuan and crashing violently into the Hellfire demon goat.
Boom!
The terrifying dragon breath pierced the ground, engulfing the entire derelict town in flames. Zhang Yuan clutched the Red Dragon's claw tightly, his gaze fixed on the inferno below. 10 flying swords forming a protective barrier around the dragon.
Yet still, there was no indication of a boss kill. The next instant,
Zhang Yuan caught sight of a shadow emerging from the flames, its form rapidly expanding.
his pupils constricted in alarm,
and he quickly leaped onto the back of the red dragon.
Red Dragon, ascend higher.
The red dragon once again flapped its majestic wings and soared into the skies. While the Hellflame demon goat charged forth from the inferno, its form continuously expanding as it reached out with its claws towards the airborne dragon,
akin to wielding the power of the heavens.
Simultaneously, with the aid of the Rakshasa King and the Queen of Ice Spirits, Wang Haoren delved deeper into the town,
uncovering the true essence of the boss, a level 50 entity, enshrouded in flames and resembling a grotesque orb of flesh. Although this orb was significantly weaker than the Hellflame demon goat, it still emanated a menacing aura in Wang Haoren's eyes.
A sigh escaped him, the pressure was mounting. Upon discovering the boss's true form, he glanced back at Zhang Yuan and the red dragon, who were desperately evading the grasp of the Hellflame demon goat in the skies. Taking a deep breath, he brandished the heart of the Ice Emperor along with his colossal sword, turning his gaze towards the blazing orb.
It appeared that a swift resolution was imperative on their end.
The Rakshasa King and the Queen of Ice Spirits immediately entered a state of combat readiness.
Chapter 80, Slaying the World Boss. Once the Hellfire demon goat expanded in size, even the soldiers stationed upon the walls of Kyoto could behold its immense form.
What is that? Such a colossal creature.
Look! It appears someone is battling that monster atop a dragon. Who possesses a telescope? The distance renders my view unclear.
While the soldiers observed the clash between the Hellfire demon goat and Zhang Yuan in the abandoned town, some members of the Dragon Guild fled to the base of the wall, shouting in alarm, an emergency has arisen. The level 70 world boss has transformed into an abyss creature.
What? That giant beast is an abyss boss? Has the abyss invaded once more? Quickly! Activate the demon extermination cannon to assist the hero in combating the abyss boss.
As the survivors of the Dragon Guild relayed the news of the world's boss being corrupted by the abyss, the western city gate of Kyoto blared a piercing alarm.
The soldiers atop the wall, momentarily distracted, swiftly gathered their wits and prepared to confront the impending threat. A cannon port on the wall opened,
and a demon extermination cannon emerged, taking aim at the distant Hellfire demon goat.
The western city gate of Kyoto instantly transitioned into a wartime state. Zhang Yuan,
perched upon the back of the dragon, noticed the cannon had been activated, realizing that Kyoto had discerned the presence of this abyss creature. He immediately urged the red dragon.
Red Dragon, dive down.
Having fought alongside Zhang Yuan for some time, the red dragon had come to trust his judgment completely and dove unhesitatingly toward the fiery inferno below.
The Hellfire demon goat, enraged by this approach, lunged toward the red dragon with ferocity.
At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the western city gate, fire.
Boom! The demon extermination cannon unleashed a terrifying beam of energy, instantly piercing the towering Hellfire demon goat, obliterating its upper half in an explosive display.
As the beam coursed through the air, the very fabric of space twisted slightly, showcasing its tremendous power.
The lower half of the Hellfire demon goat collapsed into the flames below, although the wound on the Hellfire demon goat was regenerating with new tissue,
indicating that the boss's revival was merely a matter of time. Zhang Yuan finally found a moment to assist Wang Haoren.
Brother Wang, how fare you?
Zhang Yuan instantly shifted to the perspective of the Rakshasa King and beheld the Rakshasa King and the Ice Sprite Queen ensnared by a monstrous tendril resembling a grotesque mass of flesh,
frozen together in a block of ice.
Bloodied and battered, Wang Haoren clenched his great sword, roaring as he ascended into the air, plunging fiercely toward the frozen mass. The colossal sword pierced through the ice, driving deep into the fleshly mass. A piercing scream erupted from the mass, followed by a violent explosion that sent Wang Haoren, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Sprite Queen hurtling away.
Rakshasa King has fallen.
Ice Sprite Queen, severely injured, has retreated to the summoning space. As Zhang Yuan lost the perspective of the Rakshasa King, 2 notifications reached him, tightening his heart. Upon observing that Wang Haoren still clung to life on the team panel,
he exhaled in relief and turned his gaze to the half-collapsed Hellfire demon goat in the abandoned town. At that moment,
the slayable icon reappeared above the Hellfire demon goat's head.
This time, it was finally time to bring the battle to a close. Without hesitation,
Zhang Yuan pierced through the half-corpse of the Hellfire demon goat with the Qishao sword. Successfully slain the corrupted Hellfire Demon Goat, experience 20,000. 000, -50, acquired legendary weapon, Hellfire Giant Sword, acquired legendary cloak, Hellfire Cloak, Abyssal Monarch, all attributes 715, Cursed King S Blade Artifact Quest, 4596-100000, as the Hellfire Demon Goat was vanquished. A beam of golden light surged from within Zhang Yuan, propelling him to level 31. However, he had no time to examine the boss rewards and immediately rushed with the Red Dragon deep into the town, where they found Wang Haoren buried beneath a pile of rubble. Zhang Yuan promptly deployed a sword array to envelop Wang Haoren, utilizing it to restore his vitality. Wang Haoren's breathing gradually steadied. Observing this, the Red Dragon affectionately nudged Zhang Yuan's arm with its head, then transformed into a crimson light that surged into Wang Haoren's body.
Zhang Yuan instantly felt Wang Haoren's vitality strengthen considerably.
Soon, Wang Haoren opened his eyes and saw Zhang Yuan inspecting the equipment nearby, prompting him to inquire.
How did the boss fare?
Thanks to you, it has been dealt with, and it dropped 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Zhang Yuan placed the 2 legendary items before Wang Haoren, saying, "We shall each take one, you may choose first." Wang Haoren sat up and examined the red giant sword and the red cloak before him. Hellfire Giant Sword, legendary attack power 3000, strength 10,000, no equipment level restriction. Hellfire Cloak, legendary grants 100 fire resistance, the bearer can summon the Hellfire Demon Goat to fight alongside them.
Upon the goat's demise,
it will automatically recover within the cloak, with no equipment level restriction.
Such impressive attributes. Moreover, there are no level restrictions.
Upon seeing the attack power of the Hellfire Giant Sword, Wang Haoren was immediately captivated and turned to Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, this Hellfire Giant Sword suits me perfectly.
May I have it?"
Of course, Zhang Yuan replied, equipping the Hellfire Cloak and instantly feeling enveloped by an immense surge of fire element. With a thought, he summoned the Hellfire Demon Goat. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall Hellfire Demon Goat emerged from the flames.
Zhang Yuan quickly examined its attributes.
Hellfire Demon Goat, level 70, strength 1, 200, 000, agility 300, 000, spirit 200, 000, stamina 2, 000, 000, skills, Demon Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake. Physique enhancement, the level was 70, aside from the stamina being reduced from 20 million to 2 million, its other attributes remained unweakened, fully befitting a level 70 boss's profile.
Witnessing the summoning of the Hellfire Demon Goat, Wang Haoren couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang Yuan, with this boss, you can summon 3 boss-level minions. Surely many summoners cannot match your prowess."
Not bad, it can serve as a sturdy shield, Zhang Yuan mused. Thoroughly satisfied with the attributes of the Hellfire Demon Goat as he concealed the appearance of the Hellfire Cloak. Although the red cloak is quite striking, it is rather ostentatious and ill-suited for everyday endeavors. "Zhang Yuan, your cloak is indeed impressive, however, I still prefer this great sword."
Wang Haoren chuckled and immediately donned the Flame Demon Giant Sword, utterly enamored with it.
Once the two had divided their spoils, Wang Haoren produced a return scroll.
And together with Zhang Yuan, they teleported back.
Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, Yi Qingsong regarded the 6 terrifying demons encircling him and addressed the leader, "Haughty."
With a smile, "Haughty, you certainly hold me in high regard.
As one of the 7 dukes, you have brought 5 duke-level demons to eliminate a mere drunkard like me." Haughty, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Yi Qingsong, I have always admired you.
Should you choose to ally with the abyss,
I could even assist you in securing a duke's position. With the imminent demise of Dices, his seat will soon be vacated."
This proposition sounded quite tempting.
Yi Qingsong smiled faintly, retrieving a wine gourd from his storage space and taking a hearty swig, slightly inebriated as he said, "However, the abyss lacks fine wine,
and thus cannot hold me. What a pity." Haughty sighed in disappointment. Kill him, everyone. Chapter 81, News from Parents? Upon returning to school,
Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren made their way directly to the bamboo grove, yet they found no sign of Yi Qingsong.
This was to be expected.
Teacher Yi was often elusive, and I frequently struggled to locate him.
"Let us return tomorrow," Wang Haoren suggested.
He was not surprised and advised Zhang Yuan, for now, refrain from joining any other academies. Only Teacher Yi at Kyoto University can help you fully realize your potential and capabilities.
Zhang Yuan hesitated. recalling the overwhelming scent of alcohol that often surrounded Yi Qingsong. I acknowledge Teacher Ye's strength, but is he truly suited to be an educator? After all, prowess and teaching ability are entirely unrelated. If Yi Qingsong remains a hands-off mentor, his strength becomes meaningless. He is, in essence, failing as a teacher.
Wang Haoren chuckled.
Do not be misled by Teacher Ye's demeanor, he is quite reliable in crucial moments. He possesses an acute insight into many matters.
And his guidance can yield results equivalent to a year's worth of training in other academies. He continued, most importantly, at the Sword Heart Academy.
We are exempt from attending classes.
As long as we complete the necessary readings in the library, we can earn corresponding credits.
This will save us a considerable amount of time. That sounds appealing.
I shall return tomorrow, Zhang Yuan responded, his interest piqued by the prospect of avoiding classes.
Very well. Let us disperse for today.
I arrived early, and my rent remains unsettled. I must return to my dormitory to gather some starstones.
I will take a trip to the library to study some knowledge about the abyss in my spare time, Zhang Yuan stated. Parting ways with Wang Haoren in the bamboo grove as he headed toward the library. The library at Kyoto University is the second largest in the Great Xia Empire.
Second only to the National Library.
Within its walls, aside from certain forbidden knowledge requiring specific permissions for access, all other knowledge is available for free borrowing by students. Zhang Yuan found an unoccupied spot to sit, placing his hand upon the crystal ball on the table. A luminous screen projected before him, displaying 5 sections: profession, skills, dungeons,
monsters, and abyss. Zhang Yuan selected the abyss section, and a multitude of book titles appeared, organized alphabetically.
After choosing a book titled Introduction to the Abyss, the screen vanished, and the book flew from the shelves, landing before him. It was indeed the volume he sought.
Such is the grandeur of Kyoto University.
Even the library is of such high caliber. Zhang Yuan marveled at how the book effortlessly presented itself to him as he sat in contemplation.
And he promptly opened it to study diligently.
This tome contained a wealth of information regarding the abyss and its battlefields, including the distribution and levels of monsters within. Outside the defensive line of the Great Xia's foremost stronghold, the average level of abyss creatures exceeded level 60. The armies stationed there were engaged in relentless combat with these monsters, and only the most formidable practitioners could operate in that realm. Few nations in the world can boast a defensive line constructed within less than 100 kilometers of the abyss's entrance, much like the Great Xia Empire.
Moreover,
not a single nation has managed to advance its armies into the depths of the abyss. To this day, humanity's understanding of the abyss remains superficial. It is known to encompass an area far exceeding that of the entire surface world, teeming with countless terrifying demons. Those demons who stand at the apex of the abyss are known as demon kings. The demon kings have divided the territories of the abyss among themselves,
with the domain of the cursed king situated at the periphery, close to the entrance of the abyss.
Consequently, the cursed king has long coveted the lands above, persistently sending his demons to invade the surface. For centuries, the wars fought by humanity against demons have predominantly been battles against the cursed king.
30 years ago,
the cursed king personally led an army to invade the Great Xia Empire, and after suffering heavy losses, the empire managed to slay the cursed king.
In his stead,
a new king emerged from the depths of the abyss, becoming the new demon king of the cursed kingdom.
Currently, humanity possesses scant information about this new king.
Aware only that he commands 7 demon dukes, each possessing the strength to annihilate a large nation single-handedly. One such duke, whom Zhang Yuan encountered previously, is Des's.
One of the 7 demon dukes. A single demon kingdom from the abyss can challenge all of humanity.
And a demon duke possesses the power to shatter the foremost defenses of our Great Xia Empire. The cursed king with whom I forged a pact
turns out to be the former ruler of such a kingdom.
As Zhang Yuan perused the information regarding the abyss, he gained a fresh perspective on the cursed king. It is evident how immense the determination of the Great Xia Empire must have been to allow him to confront the cursed king at level 70.
This is a gamble.
Should he fail, the Great Xia would inevitably descend once more into the despair of war, and in its still recovering state, it might not withstand another comprehensive conflict. In that moment, Zhang Yuan acutely felt the weight upon his shoulders.
Press on.
Unbeknownst to him, as evening fell, his communicator vibrated, revealing a message from an unknown number: come to the bamboo forest.
Is it Teacher Yi?
Although Zhang Yuan was uncertain how Yiqing Song obtained his contact information, he returned the book to its place and hurried to the bamboo forest. At that moment, Yiqing Song was deep within the forest, drinking, and visibly injured in several places.
Teacher? Upon seeing Yiqing Song's condition, Zhang Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. What happened?
Nothing much, just had a scuffle with a few demons, sustained some minor injuries. I'll visit the school nurse later, it's nothing serious. Yiqing Song responded with a light-hearted smile before asking Zhang Yuan, tell me about your battle today. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes.
Did you not forget?
Though I indulge in drink, I never neglect important matters, Yiqing Song replied with a smile. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by this revelation, raising his regard for Yiqing Song significantly, before recounting the day's battle in detail.
Well done, you all performed admirably.
Yiqing Song nodded in satisfaction, declaring, you have qualified.
I shall inform Chen Yun at the academic office to facilitate the necessary procedures. Henceforth,
you will be one of the 2 exclusive students of the Jianxin Academy. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude to Yiqing Song, before inquiring, however, Teacher Yi.
You must have summoned me for more than just this matter, correct?
Indeed, you are astute, Yiqing Song replied with a smile.
And then retrieved 2 photographs of demons from his storage space. Do you recognize these 2 demons?
Upon seeing the photographs, Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly.
Mom and Dad? Chapter 82, The Misguided Master and Apprentice. Is it truly so?
Yiqing Song observed Zhang Yuan's reaction, his gaze sharpening slightly. I sense traces of humanity still lingering within them, and they bore a resemblance to you, which is why I took the liberty of capturing 2 photographs during our confrontation.
Zhang Yuan immediately inquired, Teacher, what is their current condition? To speak candidly, it is rather grim.
Yiqing Song shook his head, acknowledging that although they retained a flicker of human rationality, it was rapidly dwindling. They had unequivocally aligned themselves with the demons and could no longer be regarded as human.
Zhang Yuan pressed, is there a chance for their salvation?
Yiqing Song replied, numerous instances exist of humans transforming into abyssal demons. Yet not a single case has been recorded of one reverting back to humanity.
Zhang Yuan instinctively took a step back. How could this be?
Yiqing Song added, however,
do not be overly anxious.
The majority of humans who succumb to demonhood become the most rudimentary of fiends, devoid of any semblance of reason.
Yet your parents are exceptional.
They not only retain their intellect but are also of the duke rank among demons. Such demons hold a status in the abyss second only to the demon kings and the 7 great dukes, possessing their own territories and enjoying a high rank. This is the first occurrence of such a situation I have encountered. Perhaps we might indeed discover a means to restore their humanity. Even if we cannot achieve that, we must strive to ensure they stand with our kind.
Zhang Yuan asked, Teacher Yi, what can I do?
Yiqing Song replied, this matter requires careful deliberation. Many aspects must be approached gradually. However, I do have a very urgent task I need you to undertake. Zhang Yuan immediately composed himself, responding earnestly, please instruct me, teacher.
I shall see it through.
Yiqing Song stated, 3 days hence, the principal will convene a dean's meeting, and all deans from various colleges must attend.
You shall represent me.
Zhang Yuan exclaimed, what?
Cough, cough.
Yiqing Song cleared his throat and continued, of course, it is not due to laziness on my part. I am occupied with pressing matters. Moreover, the attendees will be the deans of various colleges, each possessing considerable resources. Establishing a good rapport with them would be advantageous. Zhang Yuan retorted, teacher, it is one thing to skip my classes, but to send a mere freshman like me to the dean's meeting seems rather excessive.
Yiqing Song dismissed his concern, what of it?
You are capable of contending with an 80-level world boss, many deans lack your prowess, and you are entirely qualified to attend.
Zhang Yuan felt exasperated, is this even a matter of strength?
This is utterly absurd. Imagine a gathering of formidable individuals, all at levels 70 to 80. Discussing matters that could alter the fate of the great Xia Empire, while he, a mere student, mingles among them. The incongruity is striking. Yet Yiqing Song remained unfazed, asserting,
you must understand, this meeting is of utmost importance.
The principal will grade each college, and those ranked lowest will face dissolution. Given that our Jianxin Academy is currently at the bottom in all metrics, we stand at risk of disbandment.
Your current task is to showcase the spirit and vitality of Jianxin Academy during the meeting,
conveying the essence of our Jianxin spirit to the principal in order to preserve our institution. Zhang Yuan inquired, what precisely embodies the spirit of Jianxin Academy? And what does the Jianxin spirit entail?
As Zhang Yuan is not yet considered a member of Jianxin Academy, he is perplexed by Yi Qingsong's words.
Nonetheless,
this matter is of little consequence. The responsibility of handling the meeting has been delegated to you, as I have more pressing engagements to attend to.
With that,
Zhang Yuan dismissively brushed aside his earlier ramblings, tossing a black identity card to Zhang Yuan.
This is my identity card. I have granted you my permissions.
Insert the card into your communicator, and the meeting information will be sent directly to you.
Take care of it.
With a gust of wind,
Yi Qingsong vanished from the spot. Hey! What the hell?
Zhang Yuan exclaimed,
unable to restrain his frustration as he witnessed Yi Qingsong abandon the identity card and flee. In that moment, his previously elevated opinion of Yi Qingsong plummeted. He even suspected that Yi Qingsong's lengthy discourse about his parents was merely a pretext to evade the meeting. This individual is exceedingly unreliable.
How could he so casually bestow such a valuable item as an identity card to another? Zhang Yuan sighed as he gazed at the black identity card in his hand.
Why did he have to choose such a person as a mentor? However, with the situation at hand, Zhang Yuan steeled himself and inserted Yi Qingsong's identity card into his communicator.
He soon received the principal's mass message regarding the meeting.
In that message, the principal specifically addressed Yi Qingsong, sternly criticizing him for being an inadequate dean and teacher. Is he trying to set me up for a scolding?
Zhang Yuan mused, recalling how students sometimes resorted to fabricating parental figures to evade reprimand from teachers.
After perusing the meeting details,
Zhang Yuan was about to extract the identity card when he received a text notification from the bank. Your account has been charged 3,000,000 yuan at Mingyue Winery. Available balance 18,000,000 yuan.
How much? Zhang Yuan counted the balance in disbelief, exclaiming, 180 billion?
He was astounded by Yi Qingsong's personal wealth. And suddenly a thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Teacher Yi, if you want me to assist you in your endeavors, surely a salary would not be out of the question?
Whistling, Zhang Yuan made his way to the Imperial Exchange within the school. In this exchange, identity cards could be utilized for transactions, meaning Zhang Yuan could access Yi Qingsong's funds. With newfound confidence, Zhang Yuan seated himself at the exchange, presenting Yi Qingsong's identity card, and searched for the term long sword in the auction house.
That night, the Imperial Exchange was rocked by seismic activity.
Many were quick to learn that Yi Qingsong from Kyoto University had spent 10 billion yuan in one fell swoop to acquire 10 level 30 epic grade standard long swords from the sword casting manor. Everyone is speculating that the strongest individual from Kyoto University has purchased such a multitude of low-grade long swords, undoubtedly with the intention of taking on apprentices. Satisfied, Zhang Yuan exited the trading hall, retrieving his newly acquired long swords from the sword array space. These swords, resplendent in a deep purple hue, were adorned with exquisite patterns and crafted by renowned artisans. Purple Ghost Sword, Epic Attack Power 800, usable at level 30.
Note, produced by the Sword Forging Manor, a century-old enterprise, quality guaranteed.
The attributes were refreshingly straightforward. Aside from the impressive attack power, there were no additional enhancements.
Yet for Zhang Yuan, until his specialized weapon was filled with swords, this represented the pinnacle of excellence.
Finally exchanging the iron sword within his sword box, he returned to his dormitory, content, and fell into a blissful slumber. Shortly thereafter, in a tavern within Kyoto City, several elderly gentlemen, adorned in luxurious attire, approached the drinking Yi Qingsong.
Yi Qingsong greeted them with a smile. Gentlemen, what a rare visit. Have you come to share a drink with me?
The elderly men chuckled and replied, Mr. Yi, we have heard that you are seeking apprentices.
We happen to have children of suitable age, might you consider them? Yi Qingsong? Chapter 83, The Dean's Meeting. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Yuan immersed himself in the library, diligently acquiring knowledge to enrich his understanding while simultaneously earning academic credits.
By the end of this period, not only had Zhang Yuan gained a clearer perception of this world, but he had also completed all the required courses for the semester, thereby accumulating 10 credits. On the third day, early in the morning, while Zhang Yuan was still asleep in bed, Yi Qingsong's identity card suddenly illuminated with brilliance, and a teleportation array materialized beneath him, whisking him away. Zhang Yuan jolted awake on the floor, only to find himself in a magnificent hall, surrounded by radiant teleportation lights, as a succession of formidable high-ranking professionals emerged.
Did I miscalculate my position? I was supposed to teleport Yi Qingsong.
A girl with a bun hairstyle, possessing an endearing appearance, gazed at Zhang Yuan in confusion,
unable to comprehend the error. Nearby, an elderly man with a white beard sternly admonished, "Little Sue, how could you commit such a trivial mistake?
The child is still asleep. You must apologize and return him at once."
"Principal, I am so sorry."
"Brother, I apologize." Su Wanning quickly expressed her apologies to the elderly man and then to the bewildered Zhang Yuan before teleporting him back.
"This time, I won T-Air."
Su Wanning muttered to herself, recalibrating her targeting for Yi Qingsong, and initiated the teleportation array once more.
A beam of white light ascended within the hall,
and Zhang Yuan found himself reappearing yet again.
At that moment, everyone, including Principal Jing Bingyun, was taken aback.
Seeing Zhang Yuan materialize once more, Su Wanning turned pale,
anxiously explaining to Jing Bingyun, "It's impossible.
Principal, believe me, I did not make a mistake this time. I aimed for Teacher Yi."
Jing Bingyun, visibly exasperated, inquired, "But where is Yi Qingsong?"
At this time, Zhang Yuan, who had awakened from his slumber, realized that the dean's meeting had commenced. He promptly retrieved Yi Qingsong's identity card and addressed the assembly, "Esteemed teachers and seniors, my name is Zhang Yuan.
And I am here to represent Teacher Yi at this dean's meeting." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Absurd! Yi Qingsong has become increasingly audacious. How can a student attend a meeting of this caliber? Principal, if you do not rein in Yi Qingsong, he will become insufferably arrogant. What a disgrace! In an instant, the deans from various colleges began to vociferously criticize Yi Qingsong, each expressing their outrage. Zhang Yuan had anticipated this reaction and could only force a wry smile, choosing to wait until their frustrations had been vented. Silence!
Jing Bingyun suddenly declared, a formidable aura emanating from him that enveloped the entire hall, bringing immediate stillness.
He fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yuan and inquired, "Child, are you certain you wish to represent Yi Qingsong at this dean's meeting?" With a resigned expression, Zhang Yuan replied, "I am certain." Jing Bingyun pressed further, "Do you understand what is to transpire next?" Zhang Yuan responded, "I have a general idea."
Upon receiving Zhang Yuan's response, Jing Bingyun cast a deep glance at him and then remarked, "Now that everyone is gathered, let us officially commence this meeting."
At that moment, the dashing Vice President Duan Xing, clad in a crimson robe, raised a query, "Principal, is this not somewhat irregular?"
"He is merely a student, what qualifies him?" Jing Bingyun interjected, "Since Yi Qingsong has chosen this child as the representative of the Sword Heart Academy. He is now the dean of the Sword Heart Academy and is thus entitled to stand here.
Let us treat everyone equally." With Jing Bingyun's declaration,
although some deans harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Yi Qingsong's actions, they had no choice but to accept the outcome openly. Thus, Zhang Yuan successfully integrated himself among the esteemed figures to partake in this assembly of deans. As the meeting commenced, Jing Bingyun introduced the first agenda item, which was the perennial discussion of academy rankings. Currently, Xianlong Academy held the first position, Mingjing Academy was second, and Wufeng Academy ranked third, with all other academies performing commendably,
except for Sword Heart Academy.
Instantly, all the deans' gazes converged upon Zhang Yuan. He felt somewhat awkward but steeled himself to endure,
contemplating the words he would soon express.
Jing Bingyun continued, "Sword Heart Academy has failed to meet all its performance indicators, resulting in a dismal ranking. According to the bottom elimination mechanism, an academy that places last for 4 consecutive quarters must disband, and its students will be reassigned to other academies."
Zhang Yuan,
as the representative of Sword Heart Academy, do you have any objections?
Zhang Yuan replied, "No objections."
Jing Bingyun stated, "Very well. I hereby announce the dissolution of Sword Heart Academy and the revocation of Yi Qingsong's title as dean.
The students of Sword Heart Academy will be temporarily assigned to. Principal, wait.
At that moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly interjected, interrupting Jing Bingyun.
She paused and looked at him. What do you wish to say?
Zhang Yuan responded. Before entrusting this matter to me, Teacher Yi specifically instructed me to showcase the spirit of Sword Heart Academy to all of you.
The spirit of Sword Heart?
Jing Bingyun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. This is the first time I have heard that your academy possesses such a cultural essence.
What is its core principle?
To never give up until the very last moment, Zhang Yuan replied resolutely, that is the spirit of Sword Heart.
Duan Xing chuckled lightly, foolish child. You are nearly being hoodwinked by that rascal Yi Qingsong. What does it mean to never give up?
That failing academy is on the verge of dissolution.
And even Yi Qingsong dares not confront this reality personally. Do you still wish to cling to the idea of never giving up? Zhang Yuan replied. I have researched the bottom elimination policy of our Kyoto University.
If an academy facing dissolution can demonstrate that its students are exceptional, it implies that the academy's teaching methods are sound, allowing it to continue operations without disbanding.
Jing Bingyun shook her head. To my knowledge,
Sword Heart Academy had previously only one student, with you included, there are merely two. The sample size is far too small to prove that Sword Heart Academy possesses the capacity to cultivate outstanding students.
Zhang Yuan, principal. The essence of our Jianqing spirit emphasizes quality over quantity. Su Wanning murmured, Isn't the Jianqing spirit about never giving up?
Zhang Yuan feigned ignorance of Su Wanning's whisper. Fixing his gaze upon Jing Bingyun, principal, though our academy comprises merely 2 students, we surpass other academies with their hundreds or thousands of students.
Jing Bingyun, how can you substantiate that?
Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, conjuring a sword array that enveloped everyone present in the hall.
In that instant,
all attendees perceived the enhancement bestowed by Zhang Yuan, their expressions transforming into sheer astonishment.
This enhancement! An increase of 50 in speed and damage.
Continuous recovery of spirit and stamina, guaranteed critical hits, a 200 boost in critical damage, and the ability to disregard 50 of the enemy's defense.
As the crowd beheld the extraordinary enhancements displayed on their panels, they felt emboldened, as if they could dare to confront even the divine. What a tremendous elevation! Principal. Is this sufficient proof?
Chapter 84, The desirable candidates of the Dean's Jing Bingyun stared at the enhancement effects displayed on his panel, momentarily stunned, before inquiring of Zhang Yuan.
What is the extent of your enhancement range?
Zhang Yuan replied, currently, it extends to a radius of 2,000 meters.
2,000 meters.
Jing Bingyun's pupils constricted sharply, unable to contain his astonishment any longer.
A Legion-level aura with such an extensive enhancement? He could hardly fathom the implications. If Zhang Yuan were to position himself within the military formation, how many-fold would the entire Legion's combat prowess be amplified?
There was no need to speculate about the future. Even in the present, as long as the Great Xia Empire had Zhang Yuan, it could effortlessly counterattack the abyss, pushing the front line to its very entrance.
Contemplating these revelations, Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and remarked, Indeed, Zhang Yuan, your capabilities far exceed common understanding. Perhaps only that anomaly, Yi Qingsong, could adequately mentor you. I must object.
At that moment, Duan Xing interjected. Principal, while Zhang Yuan is undoubtedly the most exceptional student I have encountered, Yi Qingsong is also the most incompetent teacher I have seen.
Allowing Yi Qingsong to train Zhang Yuan would be an irresponsible act toward the student.
The Sword Heart Academy may retain its position, but I propose Zhang Yuan be transferred to the Xianlong Academy. Only our resources can truly cultivate his extraordinary talents.
As Duan Xing's words echoed,
the other deans present quickly grasped the ulterior motives of this cantankerous old man. Soon, a tall, elegant woman clad in white spoke up, Principal.
I believe Zhang Yuan should join the Mingjing Academy.
He has yet to realize his full potential, and only under my one-on-one guidance can he flourish.
The speaker was Gu Bingying, the head of Mingjing Academy, renowned as a divine healer and the object of admiration for many students and faculty at the capital university.
With her declaration, the other deans could no longer remain passive. Principal, our Huofeng Academy is composed entirely of high-output geniuses. This is the most suitable environment for Zhang Yuan. Our Holy Light Academy boasts top-tier support teachers. This is undoubtedly the best place for Zhang Yuan.
Principal, we. In an instant, the deans from various academies began to debate over which institution would be the rightful place for Zhang Yuan, seemingly oblivious to the question of whether Sword Heart Academy should be disbanded. Everyone, please calm down.
Jing Bingyun called for order amidst the commotion. I understand your eagerness to nurture talent, but Zhang Yuan is a student of Yiqingsong.
Is it not a breach of decorum for you to compete so fiercely?
Duanxing produced a tablet and stated, Principal, I have just confirmed that Zhang Yuan is a new student this year at our school.
He has not even completed the enrollment process for Sword Heart Academy.
By principle, he is not yet a student of Sword Heart Academy.
Gu Bingying interjected.
I recall now that Zhang Yuan was the student who did not participate in the freshman training this year.
Logically,
he should be subject to fair competition among the various academies.
Why was Zhang Yuan accepted by Yiqingsong without our knowledge?
Exactly, Principal. You have consistently favored Yiqingsong in the past, and now you allow him to take a shortcut by accepting an extraordinary talent.
This is unfair.
Yiqingsong stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Last year, the most exceptional student entered his academy, and now he has managed to lure another away this year.
Perhaps Kyoto University should rebrand itself as Kangsin University.
Indeed, Kangsin Academy has consistently ranked at the bottom yet continues to attract students of increasingly high caliber.
What, then, is the point of our diligent efforts as deans? We might as well abandon all pretense. The deans present, astute individuals,
quickly seized upon the loophole highlighted by Duanxing and Gu Bingying, launching a barrage of criticism at Jing Bingyun.
Initially,
they were uncertain about their audacity in vying for Zhang Yuan, but now they stood with newfound confidence. Zhang Yuan watched in disbelief as the solemn and dignified hall transformed into a chaotic marketplace. Who could have imagined that these animated individuals, their faces flushed with fervor,
were esteemed deans revered by many? Enough!
Jing Bingyun finally could no longer contain herself, raising her voice to suppress the din of the deans. The hall fell into an immediate silence. Pressing her temple, she sighed, I comprehend everyone's grievances.
However, Zhang Yuan's absence from the freshman training was due to a summons from the military, not because I facilitated any underhanded dealings for Yiqingsong. Furthermore,
I believe that students should have the autonomy to choose their own academies.
Duanxing interjected, Principal, this is unjust. Currently,
Zhang Yuan has only interacted with Yiqingsong. Naturally, he perceives Kangsin Academy favorably, but without exposure to other institutions.
How can he ascertain that Kangsin Academy is truly the best fit for him?
Jing Bingyun turned her gaze toward Duanxing.
What do you propose? Duanxing replied.
I suggest allowing Zhang Yuan to study at my Xianlong Academy for a period. After all, our academy has consistently ranked first, boasting the most resources.
Perhaps he would grow fond of our institution.
At this moment, Gu Bingying cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Yuan.
Young Zhang,
our academy is home to some of the finest beauties. Each department has its own distinct charm. If you join us, you would be our most cherished junior.
The dean of Huofeng Academy scoffed, Ha! Gu Bingying, is that your strategy? Who does not know that the belle of Huofeng Academy is my granddaughter? Zhang Yuan. Should you join our academy, I shall arrange a matchmaking session immediately. Gu Bingying laughed, covering her mouth.
Teacher Lu, your Huofeng Academy is swarming with old men. You barely have 1/10 the number of girls we do.
How can you possibly compete with our Mingjing Academy for beauty?
As Jing Bingyun sensed a new wave of argument brewing, she quickly interjected, Here is what I propose, Zhang Yuan will temporarily be affiliated with Kangsin Academy for 1 year. During this year, if he wishes, he may study at various academies, and you all can act as his instructors. Any achievements he makes will not be counted as Kangsin Academy's accomplishments.
After 1 year, Zhang Yuan will decide which academy to formally join. What do you all think? Duanxing nodded, that is somewhat acceptable. Gu Bingying added, in that case, I can reluctantly agree.
The other deans also expressed their approval of this arrangement.
In truth,
the majority of the deans present are well aware that even in a fair competition, Zhang Yuan would only be selected among the Xianlong Academy, the Mingjing Academy, and the Jianxin Academy, perhaps with the addition of the Huofeng Academy. The reason these deans have chosen to stir the waters is to prevent Yiqingsong from effortlessly acquiring such a remarkable treasure. After all, given Zhang Yuan's prodigious talent, even if Yiqingsong were to falter, Zhang Yuan alone could elevate the Jianxin Academy to heights beyond its current standing. Should Jianxin Academy avoid placing last, the other institutions would inevitably face scrutiny. As Jing Bingyun noted that this topic had finally passed, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Before continuing, since everyone concurs with this outcome, let us proceed to the second and most crucial item on today's agenda. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yuan suddenly sensed a shift. The previously raucous deans had all grown serious, and an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the hall.
Something felt amiss. Zhang Yuan,
who had been merely an observer, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and declared, "Our school's most significant level 70 dungeon.
The realm of holy spirits has been entirely transformed into a deep abyss. Esteemed deans, who will embark on the quest to conquer this abyssal dungeon?" Chapter 85. In truth,
I am referring to the realm of the Holy Spirit, a dungeon known only to a select few among the lecturers and professors at Kyoto University. Although this dungeon is classified as level 70, its normal difficulty surpasses that of an ordinary level 70 dungeon's nightmare difficulty, while the nightmare difficulty approaches that of a level 70 abyss dungeon. Nonetheless, despite the formidable challenges posed by the realm of the Holy Spirit, the rewards for successfully clearing it are extraordinarily generous. Whosoever achieves the first clear of the normal difficulty shall be guaranteed an epic level equipment of level 70. For those who conquer the hard difficulty, an epic level gear of level 80 or higher is assured. Furthermore, a first clear of the nightmare difficulty guarantees equipment of level 70 or above, or equipment without level restrictions, of legendary quality or higher.
There have even been instances of half-artifact items dropping within the realm of the Holy Spirit.
It can be asserted that Kyoto University's standing as the foremost institution among all higher education establishments nationwide is partly attributable to the realm of the Holy Spirit. Now that the realm of the Holy Spirit has begun to undergo abyssal transformation, this presents an exceedingly grave and urgent issue for Kyoto University. However, given that the difficulty of the realm of the Holy Spirit is already akin to that of an abyss dungeon, its current state renders the challenges immeasurable. The most troublesome aspect is that abyss dungeons offer but a single opportunity for conquest, should the attempt fail. The abyssal monsters within the realm of the Holy Spirit would escape, posing a fatal threat not only to Kyoto City but to the entire Desya Empire. Thus,
this abyss dungeon cannot be approached with mere bravado or fervor. Absolute certainty is paramount.
Principal, I volunteer to take on the role of damage dealer.
In the Grand Hall,
Duan Xing was the first to speak, expressing his desire to tackle the realm of the Holy Spirit dungeon. I can handle the healing role. Gu Bingying also stepped forward,
equally eager to shoulder this significant responsibility.
Jing Bingyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, both of you are divine class professionals, making you the optimal candidates for the primary damage and healing roles in this undertaking. At this juncture, Jing Bingyun paused before adding, "The realm of the Holy Spirit is a 5-person dungeon. It would be most fitting for me to assume the tank position. Thus, we are merely in need of 2 support roles, or 1 damage dealer and 1 support." Beside them, Su Wanning raised her hand and said, "Principal, I can take on the support role."
"Su, you?"
Jing Bingyun glanced at the somewhat anxious Su Wanting, pondering for a moment before responding, "Indeed. Although your level is merely 70, as a divine class formation master, you are indeed qualified to join the expedition team."
Upon hearing Jing Bingyun's consent, Su Wanting immediately clenched her fists, resolutely declaring, "Principal, rest assured, I will not hold everyone back."
Jing Bingyun replied, "With this, the expedition team is largely formed.
We only need to find 1 more damage dealer or support before we can set forth." Duan Xing suggested, "Principal, what about Yiqingsong?" Gu Bingying chuckled lightly, "Vice Principal. Weren't you the one who despised Teacher Yi the most? How curious that you would now actively recommend him." Duan Xing snorted, "Humph.
I merely believe he is unworthy of being a teacher. I do not deny his strength.
For this mission, he is indeed more suited to be the main damage dealer than I." Gu Bingying, "I never expected the Vice Principal to hold Teacher Yi in such high regard. However, I share the same sentiment.
If Teacher Yi were to join the strategy team, the difficulty of conquering this dungeon would be significantly reduced."
At that moment,
Jing Bingyun interjected, indeed, Yi Qingsong is the optimal candidate for this mission, yet he has more pressing matters to attend to and cannot partake in this endeavor. Upon hearing these words, both Duanxing and Gu Bingying furrowed their brows slightly, while Su Wanning grew increasingly tense. Yi Qingsong is universally acknowledged as the strongest at Kyoto University, his prowess even surpassing that of Principal Jing Bingyun. If Yi Qingsong were to engage in battle, they would be left with no choice but to rely on Dean Lu from Huofeng Academy. Although Dean Lu is also an extraordinarily powerful damage dealer, like Duanxing, he is a fire element mage. If the boss possesses high magic and fire resistance, the success rate of their conquest would likely plummet by 30%. Principal, allow me to participate in the battle. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke up. No. What business do you have here, student? Before Jing Bingyun could respond, Duanxing decisively dismissed Zhang Yuan's proposal. Gu Bingying added, young Zhang Yuan, while your support abilities are indeed remarkable, we are attempting to conquer a high difficulty level 70 abyss dungeon. Even a mere creature within could spell your demise with a single touch. My healing would be ineffective against you. Jing Bingyun concurred with Duanxing and Gu Bingying's assessment, addressing Zhang Yuan. Your willingness to step forward truly surprises me, but tackling this dungeon is not your responsibility. Your current task is solely to enhance your own skills. You are the future of Kyoto University. Duanxing, young Su, teleport Zhang Yuan back. There is no need for him to be involved in this discussion. Su Wanting nodded repeatedly, understood. Wait. Zhang Yuan immediately interrupted Su Wanting's spellcasting, turning to Jing Bingyun, Principal, I am not jesting, I am entirely serious. The optimal fifth member of this team can only be me. Jing Bingyun shook his head once more. Child, this jest of yours is far from amusing. You do not grasp the terror of the abyss demons in the slightest. Zhang Yuan replied earnestly, no, I am acutely aware of the horrors posed by the abyss demons. Which is precisely why I must go. At that moment, the sword array unfurled once again, the red sky sword, Zhanlu, along with 8 purple shadow swords, soared forth from the array. The perilous aura emanating from the sword stirred a tempest of fear within all present. They were astonished to sense a life-threatening threat emanating from a mere level 31 youth. Zhang Yuan maneuvered 10 flying swords around him, declaring, teachers, in truth, I am a damage dealer, my support role is merely supplementary. Duanxing, witnessing the flying swords surrounding Zhang Yuan, was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. No. Even if you are a damage dealer, the level disparity between you and the monsters is too vast, your participation would only serve as support, you cannot. Zhang Yuan interjected, Teacher Duan, do you possess any means of locking health? Duanxing, what? Zhang Yuan, equipment, skills, talents, anything that could prevent instant death. Duanxing frowned, of course I have such means, but why do you ask? As Duanxing's words hung in the air, the sword, Shishao, beside Zhang Yuan transformed into a brilliant beam of light, hurtling towards Duanxing with astonishing speed. Duanxing's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly conjured a fiery shield before him. However, Zhang Yuan's sword was too swift, before Duanxing's flame shield could fully materialize. Shishao pierced through his chest, instantly triggering Duanxing's life-saving passive ability. -9060155375. As the fiery doppelganger erupted from Duanxing's form, taking his place in the Grand Hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The faces of all present were marked by disbelief. They were acutely aware of Duanxing's abilities. The emergence of his fiery doppelganger indicated that Zhang Yuan's strike had reduced Duanxing's health to below 30. Had it not been for that passive ability, he would have been obliterated in an instant. At level 31, possessing the capacity to eliminate an 80-level mage, what kind of damage is this? The crowd was left in a daze. Gu Bingying, regaining her composure, bit her lip and inquired of Duanxing, Vice Principal. How much damage did Zhang Yuan inflict upon you? Duanxing, drenched in sweat and appearing somewhat dazed, stammered in response, 900 million. In that moment, the Grand Hall fell into an oppressive silence. Chapter 86, Success is certain as long as Zhang Yuan is not encountered. The Grand Hall had been enveloped in an eerie silence for an indeterminate duration until Jing Bingyun broke the stillness with a couple of coughs. Addressing Zhang Yuan, how often can you unleash such a degree of damage? Zhang Yuan replied, my sword can strike once to unleash its power. What you witnessed earlier was merely my standard attack. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan activated the skill Ghost Sword Divine Speed, causing 10 flying swords to whirl around him with the velocity of a fan, leaving many of the deans visibly pale. With his current display of attack speed, over half of the deans present would be unable to withstand even a second. At that moment, everyone harbored a singular thought towards Zhang Yuan: this cheat must not come cheaply. After showcasing his prowess with the swords, Zhang Yuan retracted all the flying swords into the sword array space and turned to the astonished Jing Bingyun, inquiring, "Principal, do I now qualify to join the raid team?" Jing Bingyun, regaining her composure, gazed deeply at Zhang Yuan and remarked, "I never imagined that such a prodigy would emerge from the great Xia. Perhaps you are the one capable of ending our war with the abyss." To the assembled deans, she declared, "For this raid into the abyss of the Holy Spirit realm, the 5th member of the team will be Zhang Yuan. Are there any objections?" "No objections. I concur. I second that." After Zhang Yuan exhibited his extraordinary capabilities, all the deans present, including Duan Xing, ceased to regard him as merely a student, instead acknowledging him as an equal standing on the same platform. The only advantages they possessed over him were age and level. Thus, she announced, "I hereby declare the members of the raiding team for the Holy Spirit realm. Main tank, Jing Bingyun, level 85, Ancient Shield. Primary damage dealer, Duan Xing, level 80, Holy Fire Arbiter. Healer, Gu Bingying, level 80, Radiant Oracle. Primary support, Su Wanting, level 70, Master of Arrays. Secondary damage dealer and secondary support, Zhang Yuan, level 31, Phantom Swordmaster. The Abyss raiding team has been selected. This meeting is now adjourned. I kindly ask all deans to maintain confidentiality regarding today's discussions." After Jing Bingyun publicly announced the members of the Abyss raiding team and concluded the meeting, she instructed Su Wanting, "Su, please escort the other deans back." "Understood." Su Wanting nodded slightly, activating the array beneath her feet to teleport everyone except the raid team members back. In the resplendent hall, only the 5 members of the raid team remained. Jing Bingyun then instructed Gu Bingying, "Gu, please reset Duan Xing's death immunity skill cooldown. His immunity is crucial for this raid, and we must ensure everything is thoroughly prepared before we depart." "Yes, Principal." Gu Bingying nodded, then extended her fair hand, a green light emanating from her palm, enveloping Duan Xing and resetting his skill cooldown. Observing this, Zhang Yuan promptly asked Gu Bingying, "Teacher Gu, can you reset equipment skill cooldowns as well?" "Of course, Zhang Yuan. Is there a specific skill you wish to reset?" "That's wonderful." A flicker of delight crossed Zhang Yuan's face as he retrieved the Qishao. "I apologize for the trouble. Teacher Gu. My specialized weapon has an immunity passive, but I have already utilized it, and it has yet to recharge." Gu Bingying nodded with a smile. "No problem at all. My skill cooldown lasts half an hour. I shall assist you once it is ready." "Thank you, Teacher Gu." "No need for thanks." While Gu Bingying awaited her cooldown, Jing Bingyun approached Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, among us, you possess no knowledge of the Holy Spirit realm, so before we depart, allow me to provide you with a brief overview of this dungeon." "I appreciate it, Principal. It is my duty." Jing Bingyun smiled and continued. "The map of the Holy Spirit realm is an aerial island, predominantly inhabited by dragonmen. You need not worry about most of the monsters, I will intercept them all, ensuring they do not reach you. However, there is a creature known as the Copy Dragonman that you must be particularly cautious of. It has the ability to replicate the skills and equipment of any member of our team. Should you be copied, all abyssal monsters will be empowered by your sword formation, combined with your high damage output, and we may very well face total annihilation. What should I do to avoid being copied?" Zhang Yuan inquired. "Generally, the Copy Dragonman targets the highest damage dealer in the team. Therefore, before we take down the Copy Dragonman, refrain from attacking and simply support from the rear using your sword formation." Zhang Yuan nodded, "I understand. Additionally, let me explain some vital details about the map." As Jing Bingyun elaborated on the crucial aspects of the dungeon, within the confines of the Holy Spirit realm, Otis and Ista loitered before a white arched doorway at the dungeon's entrance, engaged in a casual conversation.
Ista, this is the dungeon of Kyoto University. Outside, there are countless human powerhouses above level 80. The Duke has tasked us with guarding this place, which feels like a death sentence, does it not? And all because of you, this useless fool. A mere Zhang Yuan of over 10 levels proved too much for you, ultimately leading to Duke Dis's being severely injured by him. Now, the king is placing the blame upon me for being associated with you. How dare you blame me? You couldn't handle that brat either. Who knew that scoundrel was immune to water attribute damage? Ista retorted. I had no inkling he was immune to mental damage as well. Regardless, I have begun studying spells from other schools. The next time I encounter Zhang Yuan, I shall ensure his demise. You should focus on surviving today. This dungeon has been corrupted by the abyss. Human powerhouses will undoubtedly come to conquer it. Let us not forget our mission. If we succeed, we earn the right to resurrect. Failure means true death for us. Fear not, I consulted the demon oracle upon returning to the abyss, and he foretold of my recent surge in fortune. As long as I do not encounter Zhang Yuan, success will be mine. That rascal cannot possibly enter the Holy Spirit realm, can he? At this point, Otis gazed towards the dungeon's teleportation entrance, confidently asserting to Ista, rest assured. This trap has been meticulously laid by Duke Hardy himself for the human race. We shall surely emerge victorious. Ista's brow furrowed slightly. Please refrain from such remarks. They frighten me. Fear? What nonsense! With such cowardice, how can you call yourself a demon? While chatting with Ista, the portal to the dungeon suddenly illuminated. Otis took a serious stance, urging caution. The two demons swiftly concealed themselves in the bushes by the roadside, holding their breath as they focused intently on the portal. As level 70 abyssal bosses, they were formidable figures before Zhang Yuan, yet they were mere pawns in the presence of the esteemed class of Jing Bingyun and others, necessitating utmost vigilance in their actions. At that moment, Jing Bingyun emerged from the portal, and a glimmer of excitement sparked in Oti's eyes. She had arrived. Just as anticipated. The members of the human expedition team comprised Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, Su Wanting, and Zhang Yuan? Oti's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing Zhang Yuan join the team entering the dungeon. How could he have the audacity to appear here? Just as Oti's emotions surged at the sight of Zhang Yuan, a flash of brilliance sparkled in Duan Xing's eyes, and a crimson grimoire materialized from thin air, flipping rapidly. In the next instant, two fire dragons erupted from the grimoire, roaring towards Otis and Ista. Chapter 87, The Yin-Yang Instance. They have been discovered. As the two fire dragons charged forth, Otis and Ista swiftly employed their escape skills, evading Duan Xing's assault. According to their original plan, they fled. Otis felt a searing heat on his cheek and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee, devoid of any desire to fight. Ista followed closely behind. What are you two running for? Jing Bingyun stepped forward, summoning an immense black stone shield that materialized out of thin air, crashing down with tremendous force. Skill, Titan's Provocation. Boom! The black stone shield shattered the ground beneath it, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept outward. Otis and Ista found themselves irresistibly drawn in, propelled uncontrollably towards Jing Bingyun. The mental wave and water arrows struck the black stone shield, causing no harm whatsoever to Jing Bingyun. Simultaneously, Su Wanting swiftly channeled her magic, conjuring a magic circle that rapidly enveloped Otis and Ista. Skill, Gravitational Barrier. Buzz. Otis and Ista were immediately pinned to the ground by the overwhelming gravity, unable to move. Zhang Yuan, standing at the back of the group, watched in admiration as the two troublesome demon bosses he once faced were effortlessly subdued by the principal and others. Truly, the elite forces of Kyoto University are formidable. Two level 70 abyssal miscreants dared to pollute the instance of Kyoto University? Duan Xing snorted coldly, and another fire dragon surged forth from his grimoire, encircling him as it roared at Otis and Ista, poised to consume the two demons. Duan Xing, do not kill them just yet. At that moment, Jing Bingyun stepped forward to halt Duan Xing's lethal intent. These demons are merely cannon fodder, they lack the capacity to corrupt the sacred spirit realm. The true mastermind lurks in the shadows, we must interrogate them first. With that, Jing Bingyun turned to Gu Bingying, giving a slight nod. Little Gu, it's your turn. Understood, Principal.
Gu Bingying gracefully approached the forefront of the group, exhaling a breath towards Ista.
A peculiar fragrant breeze caressed Ista's face, rendering his eyes devoid of color. Vacant and dazed.
My dear, tell me, who sent you here?
Ista, in a trance, responded, Duke Hardy. Duke Hardy, one of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss?
Upon hearing Ista's reply, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. They had not anticipated such a formidable figure behind the scenes. Jing Bingyun's demeanor grew serious as he addressed Gu Bingying. Hardy is notorious for his cunning schemes. He would not dispatch 2 demons to their demise without reason. We must probe further into Hardy's plans.
Indeed. Gu Bingying nodded, continuing her inquiry with Ista. Why were you stationed here? What is your objective? We sold detonation.
Just as Ista was about to speak, Otis, who had been enchanted by Gu Bingying, suddenly let out a bizarre cry.
Ista's soul was instantaneously detonated.
Blood streaming from his every orifice as he perished. The surging mental energy radiated outward, throwing the elemental forces of the entire instance into disarray.
The crowd's expressions turned pale. Damn those abyssal miscreants!
In a fit of rage, Duan Xing transformed the fiery dragon into a colossal claw of flames.
Seizing Odysseus by the head and lifting him with fury, do you seek death?
Enduring the agony, Odysseus sneered, ha ha ha.
Foolish humans! Do you think you can extract information from us? Not a chance.
If you wish to kill us, so be it, we still have the chance of resurrection. But you shall all perish in this instance.
Scoundrel, then I shall grant your wish. Duan Xing bellowed, summoning another fiery fist from the grimoire,
which struck Odysseus in the abdomen with tremendous force, causing him to expel his own entrails.
Duan Xing, do not kill him. Jing Bingyun restrained the enraged Duan Xing and turned to Gu Bingying, inquiring, Gu, can you charm him?
Gu Bingying attempted her skill but soon shook her head, no. This demon is a master of mental magic, with resistance far too high, my charm has no effect on him.
Ha ha ha, foolish humans, Odysseus grinned.
This dungeon has been prepared by Duke Hardy as your grave, anticipate the gifts he has in store for you.
At this,
Odysseus glanced towards the rear of the group at Zhang Yuan, exclaiming, Zhang Yuan, you truly are an insufferable pest. I had planned to kill you the next time we met, but alas, you will die alongside these old fools in this dungeon.
Zhang Yuan met Odysseus' gaze calmly.
Then suddenly grinned, Odysseus, you are a grand fool, possessing a modicum of wisdom, yet you are destined to encounter me.
Odysseus paused, bewildered, what do you mean?
With a cold chuckle, Zhang Yuan declared, Odysseus, heed my command.
Buzz.
Upon uttering these words, his eyes turned pitch black, akin to an infinite abyss.
Odysseus,
beholding Zhang Yuan's gaze, felt his pupils constrict sharply, followed by an indescribable terror surging from the depths of his soul.
King? Odysseus trembled violently.
His face contorted with growing fear, as if he were witnessing a specter.
This is impossible, it cannot be. Duan Xing, witnessing Odysseus' sudden transformation, looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What have you done to him?
Zhang Yuan replied, I will explain later, teacher Duan, first, set him down.
Ah. Duan Xing hesitated.
Jing Bingyun, observing Zhang Yuan's darkened eyes, seemed to grasp something and urged Duan Xing, heed Zhang Yuan, this demon cannot stir up a tempest. With Jing Bingyun's words, Duan Xing retracted the fiery claw, pressing Odysseus back to the ground with the gravity spell. Zhang Yuan then addressed the somewhat dazed Su Wanting. Teacher Su, you may also withdraw the spell.
Oh, very well.
Su Wanting snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly as she dispelled the gravity array. Odysseus rose from the ground, gazing at Zhang Yuan with terror, repeatedly muttering the word impossible.
Zhang Yuan softly commanded, kneel. Thud.
Odysseus uncontrollably knelt before Zhang Yuan, prostrating himself on the ground, as humble as a mere insect.
Zhang Yuan looked down upon the abject Odysseus. Answer me, what do you intend to do here?
Indeed, Wang.
Odysseus humbly replied, Duke Hadi has divided the realm of the Holy Spirit into 2 distinct copies of Yin and Yang.
The human adventurers must split their forces to vanquish both abyssal bosses, only then can they truly conquer the corrupted Holy Spirit realm. Should the human team fail to recognize the existence of the dual copies and choose only one path, upon entering the boss's territory and activating the abyssal combat mode, the other path will default to failure due to the absence of an attacking party.
At that moment,
The abyssal boss will be significantly empowered and will lead an army of abyssal creatures to surge forth from the copy, wreaking havoc upon the students of Kyoto University.
Meanwhile,
the human team ensnared within the copy will be drawn into the depths of the abyss, where they will be exterminated by the demons that have long awaited their arrival. My task, alongside Ista, is to lay a labyrinth of illusions here to divert the attention of the human adventurers. Employing my mental prowess to obscure the illusory forces cast at the entrance of the copy, thereby hindering their discovery of the alternate realm. As Odysseus uttered these words, a flicker of horror swept through the eyes of all present.
What a cunning stratagem devised by Hati.
Chapter 88. I walk alone as Odysseus unveiled the truth. Gu Bingying closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. She then exhaled towards a white archway, causing the space around it to ripple like water.
In the next moment,
a black archway appeared beside the white one, revealing a path leading into the unknown before the group.
Indeed, another route lay ahead. Gu Bingying immediately turned to Jing Bingyun. Principal, this is our first encounter with a yin-yang instance, isn't it? Our plans have been completely disrupted. What should we do next?
Their team was configured according to the strategy for a single instance, yet now they needed to tackle two simultaneously.
Thus, this 5-member team would have to split into 2 groups.
The allocation of their combat strength was a pressing concern.
At that moment, Jing Bingyun wore a solemn expression. Unable to make a swift decision,
she turned to Zhang Yuan and said, Zhang Yuan, please inquire further with Odysseus regarding the yin-yang instance, especially the strength of both sides.
Understood. Zhang Yuan nodded and addressed Odysseus, please answer the principal's questions. Odysseus promptly replied, the yang instance is the corrupted realm of the Holy Spirit,
where all monsters have been tainted by an immense abyssal power, particularly the final boss, the King of the Holy Spirit, whose strength has increased over 20-fold. The yin instance is essentially a replica of the yang instance, but since it was conjured by Duke Hardy using his own power,
its difficulty lies between the abyssal yang instance and the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit realm.
Duan Xing interjected, in that case, the principal and teacher Gu must separate. We need to ensure each instance has a shield or healer. Moreover, we need to deploy our main combat strength to the yang instance, sending 3 individuals there. In my view, I, teacher Gu, and Xiao Su should tackle the yang instance, while the principal and Zhang Yuan handle the yin instance.
This may be the most rational distribution.
However, Zhang Yuan shook his head, Teacher Duan, I believe that is not appropriate.
Why not? Duan Xing inquired.
Zhang Yuan explained.
Teacher Duan and Teacher Su provide 1 output and 1 support, while Teacher Gu is a healer. If your team ventures into the yang instance, who will bear the damage? The healing burden on Teacher Gu will be immense, won't it? Duan Xing responded, this is the only way to allocate, with your level. Even the monsters in the yin instance would take you down with a mere touch. Teacher Gu's healing would be of no use to you. As for us, if we can endure, we should be able to make it through.
Zhang Yuan resolutely countered, that won't work. Abyssal monsters are inherently high in attack and defense. And with the presence of the copy Dragon Man, if it duplicates you, Teacher Duan, coupled with the enhanced abyssal boss, without the principle to absorb damage upfront, you 3 are highly susceptible to annihilation. Duan Xing fell silent, well aware that venturing into the yang instance without a tank would greatly increase their chances of total defeat. Yet if both Jing Bingyun and Gu Bingying proceeded into the yang instance, even if he and Su Wanning entered the yin instance, without a healer, they too might not withstand the damage, leading to a similar outcome. Not only Duan Xing, but others also found themselves enveloped in silence.
Given the composition of their team,
they were only capable of tackling a single abyss dungeon. Now, forcibly splitting the team into 2 paths would undoubtedly escalate their challenges significantly. Observing the silence among his peers,
Zhang Yuan continued, my suggestion is this: Principal, Teacher Duan, Teacher Gu, and Teacher Su, you 4 should proceed to the yang dungeon together, while I will venture into the yin dungeon alone. Jing Bingyun could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, you intend to solo the yin dungeon? Duan Xing furrowed his brow. Zhang Yuan, have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend what you are proposing?
Gu Bingying added, indeed, Xiao Zhang Yuan. While the difficulty of the yin dungeon may be comparatively lower, it is still significantly more challenging than the nightmare-level sacred spirit realm.
Attempting to conquer it alone would lead to certain doom. Su Wanting chimed in, I, too, do not consider this to be a prudent idea. Zhang Yuan, with a serious expression, responded, Teachers, I am not jesting. Only by having you four together in the Yan dungeon can we ensure its successful completion.
Jing Bingyun countered.
But how can you possibly conquer the Yin dungeon alone? It requires more than mere damage output.
Not just me alone, Zhang Yuan declared.
Summoning a level 70 Hellfire Demon Goat.
With my level 70 Hellfire Demon Goat and Odysseus by my side, supported by my abilities, they can manage the front line adequately, providing sufficient combat power for the Yin dungeon. Additionally, I possess 2 level 30 boss summons to absorb attacks, which should be enough to secure victory.
I implore you all to trust me.
Zhang Yuan's gaze was filled with sincerity, I will not disappoint you. Jing Bingyun observed the summoned bosses,
then met Zhang Yuan's earnest eyes.
After a prolonged silence, she closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and sighed, I never imagined that one day we, the old guard, would rely on a child to turn the tide.
Truly, fate plays its tricks. Duan Xing, anxious, interjected, Principal, how can you indulge Zhang Yuan in such folly? He is only level 31, how can he possibly solo the Yin dungeon?
This is the abyssal version of the sacred spirit realm.
The level 70 Hellfire Demon Goat and Odysseus are utterly inadequate.
Jing Bingyun replied, Duan Xing, we both understand the terror of monsters strengthened 20-fold in the sacred spirit realm. Even if the 4 of us tackle the Yang dungeon together, it would be a perilous endeavor.
Without any one of us, failure is inevitable.
All we can do now is trust Zhang Yuan.
Duan Xing gritted his teeth, but as mentors, how can we allow a student to face the abyss alone? This is utterly inappropriate.
Gu Bingying expressed her agreement with the division of paths.
Duan Xing was taken aback, Teacher Gu, you too? Gu Bingying did not respond to Duan Xing.
Instead, she approached Zhang Yuan and said, Xiao Zhang Yuan, promise me you will not die. Zhang Yuan assured her, I promise. Good, Gu Bingying smiled gently, placing a soft kiss on Zhang Yuan's forehead. In that moment, he felt a unique energy surge within him.
This is my skill, Goddess's Kiss.
It will grant you a chance to revive once, I hope it brings you good fortune. Zhang Yuan felt warmth in his heart, thank you, teacher.
No. We should be thanking you.
Gu Bingying replied with a smile, then turned to Duan Xing, Teacher Duan, Zhang Yuan is a student of Yiqing Song. No matter how much you may disapprove of him, you cannot deny his discernment. After all, it was he who discovered that young man who once turned the tide.
Duan Xing fell silent, clenching his fists.
Gu Bingying chose not to elaborate further and turned to Jing Bingyun, Principal, we have already wasted too much time.
Let us set forth.
Indeed, Jing Bingyun nodded, picking up his shield and addressing Zhang Yuan, my child, the shadow dungeon is entrusted to you.
Zhang Yuan grinned widely. Giving a thumbs up, leave it to me, you can rest assured.
Wishing you great fortune in your endeavors, Jing Bingyun said,
casting a deep glance at Zhang Yuan before striding into the white archway. Go, Zhang Yuan. Don't let me down. Zhang Yuan, if we manage to return alive, I shall prepare a heartfelt bento for you.
Gu Bingying, Duan Xing, and Su Wanting took turns bidding farewell to Zhang Yuan before following Jing Bingyun into the white archway. Zhang Yuan glanced at the still kneeling Odysseus, then shifted his gaze to the black archway, smiling faintly, Odysseus, whether you can survive depends on your performance today.
Odysseus trembled slightly. Yes, my king.
Chapter 89, Distress and Struggle. As Zhang Yuan traversed the ebony archway, he found himself in a vast labyrinthine garden, flanked by towering hedgerows that soared over 10 meters high. At their pinnacle, an imperceptible barrier thwarted any attempts to soar above the maze.
Indeed, it was an exact replica, precisely as the principal had described.
Zhang Yuan felt no surprise at the garden maze before him, prior to entering the instance. Jing Bingyun had elucidated the layout of the sacred spirit realm and the solutions for each area. The sacred spirit realm comprised 3 distinct regions, the garden maze, the ancient temple, and the land of the sacred spirits, where the final boss, the king of sacred spirits, resided in the innermost sanctum.
Currently,
Zhang Yuan was ensconced within the garden maze, and to navigate his way out, he needed to follow the white flowers adorning the hedgerows. He spotted the white blossoms on the wall and summoned the Rakshasa king and the ice spirit queen to stand behind him, while the hellfire demon goat led the charge at the forefront, with Odysseus closely following. Zhang Yuan took his position at the center, safeguarding himself with his flying sword.
He established an iron barrel formation and proceeded forward, guided by the white flowers.
Soon, he encountered the first corrupted Dragonman. Corrupted Dragonman warrior, elite, level 70, possibly influenced by the power of the Abyssal Duke Hades. Zhang Yuan's Abyssal eye could only discern the monster's name and level, failing to unveil its attributes and skills. Truly, the Abyssal Duke was on par with Death's. This lesser creature was bestowed with the same obscurity as the corrupted Hellfire Demon Goat, rendering his Abyssal eye ineffective. Could it be that the previous demons associated with the corrupted Hellfire Demon Goat were also Hades' machinations? This thought flitted through Zhang Yuan's mind, yet he dismissed it, promptly ordering the Hellfire Demon Goat and Odysseus to engage the abyssal creature until the corrupted Dragonman was vanquished. Zhang Yuan had no intention of revealing his own formidable damage output. After all, a being of his extraordinary prowess was a rarity in the world. Fortunately, the Swordmaster of the Ghostly Gods possessed remarkable support capabilities, and with the Sword Formation's enhancement, the Hellfire Demon Goat and Odysseus swiftly dispatched the corrupted Dragonman warrior. Successfully defeated the corrupted Dragonman warrior, experience 1000. 000-50, acquired Dragonman Horn 1, Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4597 100000, Abyssal Sovereign, 716, a single minor adversary yielding 1,000,000 experience points was quite satisfying. Even as shared with the Cursed King, Zhang Yuan pondered how few he would need to defeat to ascend a level. He wondered if he might reach level 40 upon completing this instance. Content with the experience garnered from this instance's minions, he began to advance steadily. The garden maze was exceedingly intricate, with numerous concealed vines lurking within the walls, capable of launching surprise attacks and ensnaring victims with paralyzing toxins. Without a strategy for the maze, newcomers could easily find themselves ensnared by the vines, ultimately succumbing to their lethal embrace. Previously, the Sacred Spirit Realm instance had been under the jurisdiction of Kyoto University, allowing challengers to exit the instance at any moment should they find themselves in dire straits. Yet now the dungeon has become a treacherous abyss, and Zhang Yuan has lost the privilege to exit. All he can do is tread carefully, avoiding any potential pitfalls. Should he fail, it would not only be his downfall, but also a catastrophic blow to his mentors, Kyoto University, and the entire city of Kyoto. The Rakshasa King has been ensnared. As Zhang Yuan navigated the labyrinth, the Rakshasa King behind him became entangled by concealed vines, its stamina plummeting rapidly. With swift reflexes, Zhang Yuan commanded his flying sword to sever the vines, a feat accomplished in less than half a second, yet the Rakshasa King's vitality was nearly depleted. Its level and attributes were woefully inadequate. Even with my sword formation aiding its recovery, it could scarcely endure for a second. How he wished for a means to enhance the level and attributes of his summoned allies. Zhang Yuan paused, allowing the Rakshasa King to restore its stamina before proceeding. The paralyzing vines in this garden maze only ambushed the members at the rear of the party, compelling Zhang Yuan to ensure the survival of both the Rakshasa King and the Ice Fairy Queen, making them the targets of the vine's assaults. Otherwise, should he become ensnared. Despite his 100 resistance to poison, these vines possessed abilities to diminish and even negate that resistance. At his level, death would be inevitable. Successfully slain corrupted Dragonman warrior. Experience 1000-000-50, successfully slain corrupted Dragonman swordsman. Experience 1000-000-50, successfully slain corrupted Dragonman gardener. Experience 3000-000-50, as Zhang Yuan advanced. A stream of monster kill notifications surfaced, and a radiant golden light surged within him, elevating him to level 32. The leveling pace here was indeed swift. Though it was regrettable that neither the Hellfire Demon Sheep nor the Odysseus could trigger my Constellation's splash effect, significantly impacting my leveling efficiency. Killing them one by one felt quite uncomfortable. Zhang Yuan sighed, longing to unleash his full sword formation and unleash a mental storm upon the dungeon's monsters, relishing in the exhilaration of rapid level gains. Unfortunately, the replicated Dragonman had yet to appear. If he indulged himself, it would soon be the replicated Dragonman's turn to revel. No, he must resist. His slight frame could not withstand the backlash from his own sword, while Zhang Yuan struggled to suppress his overwhelming urge for destruction. In the sunlit dungeon, Jing Bingyun and her companions were embroiled in a fierce battle within the garden maze. The corrupted Dragonmen seemed to have gone mad. trampling through the fiery sea laid by Duan Xing, ignoring Su Wanting's control and relentlessly hacking at Jing Bingyun's great shield. Waves of healing and mana restoration emanated from Gu Bingying, landing on both Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing, the immense healing burden causing her to sweat profusely. The strength of these monsters was simply outrageous. Wasn't a level 90 nightmare dungeon supposed to be somewhat similar? Duan Xing, drenched in perspiration, gritted his teeth as his grimoire nearly began to smoke, an overwhelming torrent of fire elements pouring onto the corrupted dragonmen, yet their numbers showed no signs of dwindling. For every one that fell, another would take its place, as if they were inexhaustible. In this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief that the principal had also arrived at the secondary realm. Without a sturdy shield to withstand the onslaught, their only fate would have been to be mercilessly slaughtered by the abyssal creatures. Su Wanting meticulously laid down one enhancement array after another, her eyes filled with deep concern. It was a struggle for the four of us to advance, and I could only wonder how much torment Zhang Yuan and his companions were enduring. At this moment, Jing Bingyun's muscles were engorged, his clothing straining against his bulk. He pressed firmly against his large shield and growled, "This cannot continue. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I will carve a path through, and we must first escape the garden labyrinth. Duan Xing, clear the way with the fire dragon. Xiao Su, grant us haste. And Xiao Gu, deal with the vines." Understood. The group responded in unison. Duan Xing's spellbook flipped rapidly, and soon a fire dragon erupted forth, sending all the corrupted draconians soaring into the air. "Move!" Jing Bingyun bellowed, activating his charge skill as he plunged into the sea of flames, shield raised high. Duan Xing and the others followed closely behind. The four-member team, resolved and determined, began their fierce charge into the fray. Chapter 90, The Five Sages of the Dragon People. With Zhang Yuan's assistance, the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odis traversed with great force, swiftly following Baihua to the exit of the garden maze. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was on the verge of reaching level 33. Such a terrifying pace of advancement was beyond the imagination of outsiders. Upon emerging from the garden maze, Zhang Yuan gazed upon an ancient temple guarded by the dragon people and suddenly had a spark of inspiration. He inquired of Odis, "Odis, does the abyssal Duke Hadi possess any hidden strategies?" Odis shook his head, stating, "In Duke Hadi's grand scheme, I am merely a pawn, unworthy of knowing the entirety of his plans. However, Duke Hadi is not the sort of demon to hang himself on a single tree. He anticipates the possibility of failure at every juncture and devises contingency plans accordingly." Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Yuan asked, "So, you mean to say that Hadi would foresee our division into two paths and prepare a counter-strategy in advance?" Odis affirmed, "Indeed, Duke Hadi is such a demon, always calculating every outcome. He has even predicted the composition of the assault team. The only deviation was the fifth member of the team changing from Lu Wolfing to yourself." Zhang Yuan pondered, "What do you believe our chances of success are?" Odis hesitated, "Well." Zhang Yuan pressed, "Speak your mind candidly. There is no need to flatter me. If the fifth member were Lu Wolfing, our chances of failure would be absolute. However, with you in the team, I estimate a 30% chance of success, with the outcome resting squarely upon your shoulders." Only 30%. The situation was more dire than anticipated. Zhang Yuan was taken aback that Odis, having witnessed their team configuration, still only granted a 30% chance of victory. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. After all, Odis' judgment was based solely on the information at hand, entirely unaware of Zhang Yuan's hidden strengths. Not to mention the curse from the heart of the cursed king, which was unpurifiable, as well as the star power stored within the star god robe. These two artifacts alone were sufficient to conquer this dungeon. With these two divine instruments, even if Hadi himself were to appear, Zhang Yuan could make him submit. Having assessed the difficulty of this abyssal dungeon, Zhang Yuan commanded the Hellfire Demon Sheep to attack the dragon people before the ancient temple. The Hellfire Demon Sheep roared, immediately attracting the attention of the dragon people, some of whom, wielding staffs, began to chant incantations. Suddenly, the sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and thunder. "Odis, interrupt their spellcasting," Zhang Yuan commanded directly. Odis unleashed a mental assault on the dragon mages, disrupting their incantations. The Hellfire Demon Sheep charged forth, unleashing hellfire upon the dragon mages, incinerating them into ashes. Successfully slaying the corrupted dragon mage, experience 1,000,000, minus 50. Successfully slaying the dragon mage, experience 1,000,000, minus 50, gained mana spring x3. The other dragon warriors swiftly drew their weapons and charged at the Hellfire demon goat.
Odys once more cast a spell to destabilize the spirits of the dragon warriors, allowing the Hellfire demon goat to eliminate the remaining dragon warriors.
Successfully slaying the corrupted dragon warrior, experience 1,000,000, minus 50, gain dragon horn x3, gain dragon scales x2. Gain dragon heart x1, dragon heart, epic the heart of a dragon, a precious material for crafting legendary items. Cursed King S Blade Artifact Quest, 4716 1000000, Abyssal King, 835, a golden light surged from Zhang Yuan's body, propelling him to level 33.
In this dungeon,
leveling up was remarkably swift. Having barely traversed 1/5 of the dungeon, he ascended from level 31 to level 33.
Was this the joy of soloing dungeons beyond level 40?
Zhang Yuan gazed at his experience bar, which soared like flames, initially filled with excitement, but soon tinged with apprehension.
Leveling up so rapidly posed dangers.
If he reached level 70 prematurely and unleashed the Cursed King, not only would the great Xia be unprepared to confront the Cursed King,
but he himself would also be ill-equipped for the battle. It seemed necessary to find time to grind lower-level abyssal monsters in the abyssal battlefield. Regardless, before reaching level 70, he must enhance his 4 primary attributes. With that resolution firm in his heart,
Zhang Yuan commanded the Hellfire demon goat and Odys to forge ahead as they entered the ancient temple, where a colossal dragon statue came into view. Before the statue lay a stone disc, featuring 5 circular recesses. According to the principle, to unlock the passage to the sacred spirit realm, 5 dragon balls must be collected within the temple, each guarded by a dragon sage.
Only by defeating the 5 dragon sages could one enter the sacred spirit realm. Zhang Yuan recalled the principal's solution and gazed at the 5 doors of varying colors within the temple, asking Odys, "Shall we begin our assault on the abyssal boss? Can you withstand it?"
Odys replied resolutely, "As long as the king commands, even if I cannot endure, I must."
"Very well." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and instructed Odys to use telekinesis to open the brown door. Boom!
The moment the door swung open,
a torrent of black mist surged forth, enveloping the entire temple in a dense aura of the abyss. A robust dragon,
with crimson eyes and 1/2 of its body corrupted while the other was encased in stone armor, emerged from behind the door. Corrupted Earth Sage, boss, level 80. The message was brief yet revealed that the monster's level had escalated from 70 to 80. The Hellfire demon goat roared fiercely at the corrupted Earth Sage, who coldly glanced at the goat and slightly raised a hand. An exceedingly sharp earth spike erupted from the ground, instantly piercing through the chest of the Hellfire demon goat.
Blood sprayed forth, and the Hellfire demon goat's health plummeted dramatically.
The corrupted sage casually cast aside 4 stones, effortlessly unlocking an additional 4 doors. From behind these portals emerged the corrupted sages of fire, wind, water, and thunder, each radiating an aura of abyssal corruption so potent that it nearly materialized, rendering the air within the temple thick